It's okay to look at this as a playoff series. That's every team's season comes down to a playoff series, and you're defined by that. Tonight is one of those games to me. You won the last two going away, laughing, great. But you need to win the series. Look at tonight like it has some urgency attached to it. Look at tonight like a playoff-like atmosphere. It will feel like it at Wrigley, I guarantee it. There's a buzz going around that ballpark, and it's great to be a part of. So I think tonight is a big one for the Cubs to make a statement that, hey, thanks for playing Reds. We're going to go. We're going to go forward while you kind of run in place.
With those days off coming up, David, that you mentioned, can they skip a couple of Drew Smiley starts as well? Yeah. I like where you're going with this. Treat it like a playoff series. Treat it like it matters. Don't be satisfied splitting. I hope that this is what's curious. Now, we talked about in the first segment of the show, I mentioned, you guys talked about it, De La Cruz being off last night. Will David Ross rest some guys tonight ahead of a big 3-game series in the heat over the weekend? How's that? I'm curious to see how that works out. David shaking his head if you're watching on Twitch. I hope not as well, David, but I just wonder if that's a thing. As far as the lineup goes, I was more about the defensive lineup than I was about the offensive lineup last night, with Wisdom at first and Candelario at third.
Yeah, I would say honestly that this is one of the biggest games of the year, and I think that you have had a lot of fun. It's been great, and you know, I got to listen to a lot of the radio broadcasts yesterday. Those guys are hitting it out of the park. I mean, you know, they don't need the wind blowing out to do that, but that is a ton of fun listening to that broadcast, and I look forward to talking to the Coom Dog tomorrow. And boy, you want to talk about a great event that is going on. You can go out and see him. He is going to be available. Join BetMGM and the Score tomorrow at 6 o'clock for a special appearance by Cubs radio analyst Ron Coomer at Coombs Corner Sports Grill in Lockport. I'm honestly trying to figure out if I can make it. Stop by, take your game to the next level this baseball season with the king of sports. So big fan of what Ron's doing and what those guys are doing, and it's been really wonderful. But you lose this game and the 36 runs and everything else you've done, you kind of wasted it because you split with them. You need to take advantage of this. You need to pick up a couple games, right? That would be wonderful. And, you know, I wouldn't discount the idea that they will, if they lose 3 or 4, they might tailspin a little bit. It's tough to go into Wrigley and get beaten the way they're getting beaten. So let's hope it goes one more time around. As far as the idea of the lineup, you know, how do you argue when you're scoring 36 runs in 2 games? Just line them all up. Everybody seems to be doing a great job. I thought the Candyman should have been a little higher in the lineup personally, but that's okay. I'm gonna get my mouth shut.
What I was going to say to your question there, or your statement,
Taylor McGregor, she'll be with us at 8:44 this morning. Is Cody Bellinger back on the MVP watch list after earning NL Player of the Month honors? Any chance he picks up the $25 million mutual option for next year, or does he do a big-time extension, and what will it take to get him to get that?
Yeah, I think that Cody Bellinger missed a month of the season, and unfortunately, Ronald Acuna Jr. seems to have taken complete control of that award, or at least the lead in the clubhouse for that award. I think he's going to be the MVP this year, and I think it's going to be interesting. You know, they're coming to town. That's going to be a fun series to watch. Maybe he can go silent, and maybe Belly can straight up keep it going and somehow get his name back in it. He had a great month. No shadow of a doubt, he had a fantastic month. I don't think there's any way he would settle for that option. I think the Cubs would sign that right now, but I don't think there's any. I think he's looking for a long-term deal. He's looking to cash in on a great season. You heard Jed say that Belly, he doesn't talk contracts or anything, but Belly knows how we feel about him. So that's interesting. I think that, barring the Ohtani sweepstakes actually heading to Chicago, I think they could do a hell of a lot worse than getting this guy under lock and key here for a while.
I think there's a shot that Cody Bellinger's on that MVP watch list. I do think that's a possibility, especially the way they're trending at the moment. He's a big reason why they're trending that way. And I don't think there's any shot, so no shot, that the $25 million mutual option is picked up. The question is he, I'm sure his agent believes this, is this a $200 million contract that he is sitting on? Is it a $150 million contract? It's over $100 million. But is he a $200 million player? And if so, is that for how many? Is that like a?
Would you give him $200 million? And the question is, do you know that this is now back to long term? That he is back on the path he once was.
He looks really comfortable. He's the right age. His age also really fits in nicely. I think if you're gonna swing and miss on Ohtani, then I'd be in on Bellinger. I'd hate to miss out on both.
He's fixed. He looks fixed. He's a $200 million 7-year guy. Okay. And if you're the Cubs, great. You want to leak it that you're going to chase Ohtani. Nobody in town is going to love that more than I will. I would love that idea. We'll talk about it every day. We'd be the first guys to, it'd be terrific. But let's be realistic. It's unlikely to happen. Cody Bellinger is maybe more likely to be a guy you can't afford, and you should be able to afford. And you may be coming off an MVP caliber season. He is on the watch list. He deserves to be because of the month he had, the season he's putting together. It's not going to be anybody but Acuna probably, but there are going to be guys in the mix, and Cody Bellinger has made us believe he's capable of being in the mix. He is carrying this team through stretches. David Ross put it well yesterday when he talked about there's certain guys that can carry teams until everybody else starts to hit, and this is what happened with the Cubs. Cody Bellinger does look fixed, whether he's playing center field or first base. He's the best defender at those positions for his team. So, yeah, he's going to be north of $200 million if you're Scott Boras. There's no way that mutual option is being exercised because that's a pipe dream and a fantasy. Scott Boras will get him more than $200 million, and it's probably going to be a 6 to 7 year commitment. And if you're the Cubs, given what's ahead, all the winning you plan to do, it could be a wise investment.
I'm just answering your question.
What's your reaction to the news that White Sox closer Liam Hendriks underwent Tommy John on Wednesday morning? Hendriks, 34, who battled back from cancer, pitching 5 innings this year, will be out until 2024. Do you expect the Sox to buy out his
25.
contract?
He'll be out all next year.
Okay.
Sorry.
Do you expect the Sox to buy out his contract for $15 million, deferring through 2033, saving them another $13.5 million?
I think everything's on the table. They're going to be good to Liam Hendriks because of all that he's been through and all he represented in terms of inspiration. They owe him that. I think that's one of those things you understand, and dealing with the contractual realities is probably something they say, okay, whatever we need to do, let's just be fair and let's do the right thing here. This was really, I should not have been surprised, but I think it caught me off guard, just the suddenness of it. The fact that he's going to have the surgery, the fact that it comes on the heels of some more bad news for the White Sox, the fact that there's really little good news ahead for this team, you just feel terrible for Liam Hendriks because he's meant so much about him coming back. And it's not that hard to believe. I was talking to Ozzy at NBC Sports Chicago last night about this, and he's like, this is sad, but he wasn't terribly surprised either because think about it. He was working so hard to get back, the strain on his arm, throwing that fast, hitting 98, and then, wow, that's just not – he's a cancer survivor. To be put in those situations, it's just unnatural for your arm to do those things. And, yeah, whatever they need to do, make it right, do right by Liam Hendriks because he provided one of your few highlights in 2023, and his presence is an inspiration.
This is a bad chapter or a bad 10, 15 minutes in the movie that probably will be made one day, in the book that will be written one day about Liam Hendriks. This caught me totally off guard. I mean, I didn't expect him to come back this year. In fact, I would have said like in a week, like, hey, if there's even talk about it, he would have been one of my like big, we have fun about bubble wrap, Dustin and the bubble wrap. Like, why would Liam Hendriks throw another pitch at 35th and Shields this year? That would be just a waste of time. Mully, I'm just going to push back a little bit. It says 2024. You said 2025. As we're writing the movie, as we're writing the screenplay of Liam Hendriks, who's to say that the Sox are not 2 or 3 games back on the 3rd week of August, and here comes Liam Hendriks out of the bullpen. Okay, a light show like we had before. This could be 12 months. That puts him in 2024, right?
Yeah.
So I'm saying
at the end of 2024.
I'm saying the possibility exists if the White Sox are doing something, and I hope, as much as sometimes we get upset about the loyalty of Jerry Reinsdorf, I hope the Jerry Reinsdorf loyalty rolls on for Liam Hendriks and his family in regards to this contract.
Yeah, I got to be honest with you. This is a heartbreaking story because of how hard the guy worked to come back. I might have preferred if they deferred that contract next year, regardless. To be honest with you, I mean, that's his age 35 season. Odds are he wouldn't be able to come back until he's age 36, and getting a year off when you're 35 it's not a great recipe for coming back. They spend too much money on the bullpen to begin with. They have gotten caught up with bad contracts. The idea that you could give him $1.5 million until 2033, isn't that what's wrong with that? That's a lot of money. If you want to take another look at it after the 24 season when he's actually able to come back, it is a full year from now, and I don't think they're going to be in competition. And I know it sounds mean, but in a lot of ways, it's almost you have to defer that money. You have to get that money.
It's protection for him as well. For him long term.
Oh, yeah.
And I think that's almost like the benefit, and you have to face the reality, and you're not being mean at all, because somebody, you have to wonder if he's ever going to pitch again.
Oh, I would honestly doubt he's going to. If he's coming back at age 36, I mean, it's a great story. Sign me up for it. I'd love to go see the movie. But I think, they're saving $25 million on the guys they've already gotten rid of. They're saving $18.5 when Grandal's off the books, and then you throw another 13 and a half. That's a lot of money. Again, I hope they reinvest it, but that seems like a very easy answer.
Would you see the movie if Cusack was in it?
Oh, John, you pitched so well. Oh, Buck Weaver, you should have been a closer.
Because everybody's pretty much asking the same question.
Coach Wanstedt's voice there. He's here 740. What do you think of Justin Fields acknowledging the defense won on Wednesday practice and being honest about the offense's mentality?
Practice, we came out probably a little flat. I just talked to the guys after practice. Just, every little thing that we do, that, every little win that we have on the field, we just need to have energy about it, because that energy is contagious. That's one thing I think the defense does well, is like every little thing that they do. DBs are always hyper step up. They're always doing So it's like, and that just like gets the whole defense going. So, I told the offense today, like, we just need to have that same juice as the defense did. But I felt like the defense came out and they competed well with this, and I would say they definitely won the day.
Your reaction to what you just heard there from QB1 Justin Fields?
I don't have a problem with it. I think that, Justin Fields was very candid that they didn't have a great day, and that, they were, I guess the defense was talking trash to him. And they were. I see that the safety was screaming at the offensive coordinator, "Don't bring that in here," something like that. That's great stuff. That is how defense has to play. If the defense has that kind of mentality, that's great, provided they get a pass rush. But I think that it is a good thing to not have the offense dominating the defense. It is a good thing that you can put the pads on, and your athleticism and the speed and everything you've done on that defense shows up. That's good, because they've done a lot of good work on offense as well. So hopefully this portends good things in the future for both sides of the ball.
Sounds like a practice that you would have liked to have attended yesterday.
Yep.
That's what it sounded like to me, seeing the 2+ hours of practice, lots of reps compared to the day before where it was kind of much less. I love the chirping, chippy and chirpy. Those were kind of the adjectives coming out of practice yesterday, chippy and chirpy. And I like that he pulled the offense aside after the practice and talked to him. He continues to develop as a leader.
These are good leadership qualities. This is what Justin Fields does as well as anything he does as a quarterback. He leads, and this was necessary to do. And I think this is not a bad thing for the Bears, really, because the defense is building a belief, and it has to start somewhere. They still may not be able to stop the run or rush the passer, but they think they're going to be pretty good. And you want that kind of confidence to be built early and that kind of chemistry to be established at camp. As for the offense, I like that Luke Getsy said that they need to be better. I'd like that Justin Fields is dissatisfied with things. As a coach, you kind of want a starting point. And the coaches have no worries about the offense becoming overconfident. That sounds kind of silly, but when you're training camp, you don't get too worked up or overreact to bad practices on August 2nd. And I don't think we should either.
You can kiss him goodbye. Touchdown. Pick 6.
What's the concern level for the office of the line? Tevin Jenkins left practice early. Nate Davis missed his second straight practice for reasons that remain unclear. Or is it too early for that?
Offensive line issues, after I just said don't worry about an August 2nd second practice. Offensive line issues, you need to practice, though. You can have bad practices, but you need to practice. That's the point of this question. The offensive line, without Tevin Jenkins, without Nate Davis, who has yet to actually have a padded practice, those are things that you are okay to worry about. Those are things I think are legit concerns because you guaranteed Nate Davis a lot of money, and he has a history, as Brad Biggs pointed out again yesterday, of not playing games. Tevin Jenkins is on his third position. He needs as much time and as many reps there as possible in preseason. So I'd rather them have bad practices than no practices. That's the point of the question, I think. So, yes, you need to get them on the field. You need to develop that chemistry with this group. So the level of concern right now is being heightened.
Now, it's also being reported, if I'm understanding it right, and you guys will correct me if I'm wrong, and please do as usual. Nate Davis not only isn't practicing, he's not there. Is that right? It reads like he's not. It's something we have to ask Weeder. It reads like he's not there. If he's not there, then I'm unfortunately going to assume something's going on in his personal life. And so if that's the case, I'll hold off. I'll hold off for this moment. But it looks like something's up. I'm not impressed. And really, it only is going to matter what he does on Sundays or Thursdays, or they don't play on Fridays, right? So Mondays, Thursdays, or Sundays, maybe an odd Saturday. So that's all that matters at the end of the day. But right now, not very impressed.
Listen, I think that David is making a great point. How many different line combinations were they forced to use last year? They had Braxton Jones start all 17 games at left tackle as a rookie, which was great. And now they've drafted another rookie with the 10th pick in the draft to start at right tackle. If you are constantly moving people in and out of the lineup, one of the things that they really liked about Davis is that he started at a lot of different positions. He's a versatile player, and they feel good about that. But he has missed some games, and that is something to be concerned about. I think that there were 20 different offensive line combinations a year ago. That is not a recipe for much winning. That is a recipe for quite the opposite. We always talk about how synchronized a line has to be, the choreography of a line. It's like, I think John Gruden used the chorus line idea. Everyone has to kick in the same direction. When you watch teams do well on the offensive line, it's usually because they're healthy all together for an entire year, and you get really good at that. And the Bears have one player, the aforementioned Braxton Jones, that's in the same spot he was a year ago. So you're already battling to get that choreography developed and to get that kind of chemistry developed. If guys are out in training camp, I get it. It's very early. It's no big deal. Gulp. Okay? Not good. 312-644-6767. We have the extra point next. Mully and Haugh on the score.
Alex Leatherwood. I mean, please.
I know.
That's the scrap heap.
The historic offseason has come and gone. Now it's time to put it all together as training camp begins. As the team prepares to unveil their new look roster, the Score will have you covered every step of the way ahead of the much-anticipated 2023 season. Bernstein and Holmes.
Oh, I'm told by someone at the White Sox, it's not the hit man, it's the batter man.
The batter man?
I guess.
Unfun, batter man.
This person would know.
Okay.
Sorry. I still think that everyone calls it the hit man, though.
It's more fun to say the hit man.
Isn't that really what we're going for with your home run outfit?
Yeah, and hold on, wait a second. If you have a choice, if it's batter man, that presumes he could be out.
Hitman's always getting a hit.
Hitman's on base. Hitman's scoring. Hitman's doing stuff. Batterman might pop up.
Batterman has just popped out.
Right. Batterman's trying. I'm trying to get a hit.
I'm trying to maybe get a walk.
It's Batterman. He fouls a couple off, and he fouls one off his foot, and he grounds weakly to short.
And he's hitting 227.
Yeah, Hitman, he lines in the gap.
Hitman's got 45 home runs.
Come on now. Change that. Even though if it's true, change it. There. Here endeth the lesson.
It's clearly true from the person who sent this.
Oh, I'm not doubting.
It's clearly true.
But
because according to them, he's batting.
I know. I'm presuming I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt that he's all wound up and ready to rock and his front foot's landed and he's loaded and he got a hit.
Hitman.
But the White Sox themselves no, he's batter man. We have to keep open the possibility that he bounced it back to the mound.
Go White Sox.
Could also be on deck man.
Plate appearance man.
How did it turn out for you? I grounded out to short. Weakly.
I waved at a slider in the other batter's box. Oh, okay. Great. You'll get him next time, batter man.
So White Sox.
I like the alternate universe where Batterman is a superhero with the power that to just like throw pancakes at you, just create a bunch of pancakes, a lot of waffles.
He shoots it
Batterman.
like instead of spider webs, just comes out of his wrists.
rights fees and deals and media contracts with the distributors. And what the conference members want in the Pac-12 is what the Big Ten is getting. That's unrealistic. They're dealing with their own issues. So everyone's looking for a way out. And this is a nice escape hatch for Washington and Oregon. There were other rumors about Stanford being involved. There were other rumors about potentially welcoming in as many as 4 Pac-12 teams to the Big Ten. I like 2 from the West more than I think about Virginia and North Carolina, because I just think of them, and this is my own probably, it doesn't make any sense because you're welcoming in USC and UCLA to the Big Ten, but Virginia and North Carolina seem like they are the foundation of the ACC. And there's so much about the Atlantic Coast Conference. If that's going to exist, they are going to be members of it. I've got to believe that, along with Duke, etc. So that doesn't seem like the direction I might go, even though that market is one the Big Ten would like to explore, I'm sure. What we're leaning toward and heading toward is maybe 3 conferences, maybe 4. The Power 5 is going to be reduced likely by 1. I would have loved to have been a fly on the wall at Wrigley Field, where yesterday the SEC athletic directors gathered. They were in town for a
Star Wars night,
previously scheduled gathering. I would have loved to know how they view this move, because it's going to be the SEC, the Big Ten, and then maybe a third conglomeration of a lot of different conferences being represented. But it's all about the money.
Oregon and Washington don't do a whole heck of a lot for me. Don't tell Olin I said anything bad about Washington. If you're going to go down to ACC country and you're the Big Ten, go bring back Florida State and Clemson, right? If you're gonna do that, then go get the don't let Florida State and Clemson. If ACC is dissolving, don't let them go into the SEC. Go get, there's cash to be had. I think there's much more interest from TV revenue in what the Florida State and Clemson market could bring you as opposed to the Washington, Oregon market.
Okay. That's a good.
I could be wrong, but you've already got the West. You have
point.
USC and UCLA. I don't know that you need to go any farther west.
Well, it's interesting because yesterday, Florida State came out. The president of Florida State came out and said that they're going to have to do some kind of they're going to have to create more equity in their television deal, or they're going to leave the conference. He flat out talked about it.
Was a threat.
They had their one of their board members on television say it's not a question of how and it's not a question of how, it's a question of when. That's what he said. So I think what's happened is, and this is what the Florida State president said that we are at a competitive disadvantage. We are going to make $30 million less in our television revenue than other conferences, meaning the Big Ten and the SEC, and therefore they were going to have a real hard time economically keeping up with recruitment and all the rest of it. They have until August 15th to announce that they're leaving the conference. The problem is they got nowhere to go because you can't invite them in until they sort out their issue. They're under contract till 2036 with the ACC, so they could talk a big game, but there's nowhere for them to go. I think what happened was USC, and maybe the guy from USC is gone already, but they were the ones that pushed back and fought against having Oregon and Washington. They have already rejected the idea of Stanford and was the other team Cal, that because they don't feel the revenue is there, that they wouldn't get the market. They can get more market share with the Pacific Northwest. So that is one of the things they're considering. They would bring them in for about 35 million and then gradually let them earn, partnership. So they could save money
incrementally
incrementally have them move in as full partners. But if you can bring schools like that in as semi-partners, that seems like a really good idea to do. I just don't know if everybody wants to go along with it and how they feel about it. Virginia and North Carolina, that's a very interesting idea because it does change the footprint a little bit.
Well, it does change the footprint, but if we're talking about this just being a bottom line financial equation, then Clemson and Florida State do make more sense we're talking about television revenue and ratings potential than Virginia and North Carolina. Virginia and North Carolina may fit institutionally better into the Big Ten.
Yes.
But I think it almost would be idealistic to think that these decisions are being made any longer based on institutional fits. These are being made by television appeal and ratings.
Don't Clemson and FSU seem natural fits into the SEC?
Yes.
And if you prevented that from happening, wouldn't that be a huge benefit to the Big Ten? It would give them a couple more powerhouse schools that aren't in the SEC. That might be one of the reasons you would
That would be one of the big reasons, because you would want to block them from joining a conference that would be in a position to offer more and have more clout than you as the Big Ten. There's a lot of moving parts. This realignment is a story that never ends because of how many moving parts there are. I don't hate the idea of Stanford, because I do think that, as you point out, Mully, you could see Stanford being like Virginia, like North Carolina, an institutional fit. But from an athletic point of view, I don't know if it's as appealing, because it's all about football. And if you're talking about football, it's about Clemson and Florida State.
Doesn't Stanford win in every other sport? Like, wouldn't that wipe out a lot of your programs?
It probably would.
Wouldn't be easy.
The only other point about this is that when the Big Ten presidents are gathering, and I read the reports about them meeting and having conversations, I am hoping to God that doesn't include Michael Schill, because he's got enough on his hands.
Jeez.
At Northwestern.
Yeah. He's listening to some Loretta Lynn music. All right. We've got
Lynch, not Lynn.
Oh, I was just saying.
I know.
I was making a joke.
It's the former Attorney General, not the coal miner's daughter.
312-644-6767. It's Mully and Haugh, the Score.
The Cubs were buyers at the trade deadline.
You realize this group believes in each other, and it's definitely the right thing to do to keep them together.
And now they're chasing down the Central Division lead.
Bellinger drives one in the air. Get out the tape measure. Long gone off the video.
That's a problem, and that's not fun, and that's not neat to talk about.
How would Dave Miska react if he were in the booth seeing Luis Robert get hurt last night?
Oh, great! Yeah, that's exactly what I do. I told him. I went down there, I gave him a new batting glove, and tried to fix his bat.
Okay, Dave.
For those who don't know, Luis Robert Jr. immediately fell ill with the fate that Dan Bernstein predicted in that open.
And I am sorry if you don't know Dave Miska, because if you don't know Dave Miska, you're very alarmed.
If Shep were working today, how would he react to the tweet from the White Sox that Luis Robert got hurt?
It's a really big deal because everybody thinks Luis Robert is great. Just because he was part of the White Sox core.
Look, we all know that Mark Grody is the human jukebox for around these parts. But at least I set him up for David Haugh, which
true.
People do know and hear on the daily. Okay? For God's sakes.
Morning, Mully. Morning, sports.
How's David Haugh going to react tomorrow morning during the pick six?
Morning, sports.
Morning, sports. Morning, everybody. Morning, sunshine. Morning, bear. Good night, moonlight. Good night, sunshine. Morning, everybody. An all-star game last night. Really good to see. But what happened to Luis Robert? What in the world is going on with Luis Robert?
Morning, sports.
Morning, sports.
Morning, sports. That's what he's doing. He's saying good morning to all of sports.
He's the purest sportsman of us all.
He is. Oh, absolutely. And the purest wordsmith of us all.
I think so, too.
As well. Absolutely. And a hell of a teammate. During the first round of Monday night's Home Run Derby, Luis Robert Jr. felt tightness in his calf. He had an MRI in Seattle. He's listed as day-to-day. He's not playing in the All-Star game tonight.
Is Dustin going to have a take about that tomorrow?
Why was he in the Home Run Derby if he started to feel the tightness in his calf? Why did he not pull out sooner? And now we don't get to see him in the All-Star game. What about the second half? What's really important here? What's important?
That's a really good Dustin. Talk about how MLB should have replaced Luis Robert with Chris Morel.
MLB should have just grabbed anybody. Christopher Morel, of course, would be my choice if you're listening to the podcast. I mean, Crawley, you'd understand.
That Dustin is phenomenal.
That's on us. We didn't give you enough room to breathe
No.
when you did it yesterday. Or
No,
whenever it was.
it wasn't good yesterday.
Talk about Justin Steele doing the Odyssey Cubs podcast and not them putting him on the station instead.
Maybe Grody will be your jukebox. All right?
No.
I just gave you two. I gave you
Morning
two.
moon. Morning moon. Good night, cow jumping over the moon. Good night, lighthouse. Good night, red balloon. Good night, bears. Good night, chairs.
Good night, chairs.
That's what it says.
That's Good Night Moon.
About it.
I am Irish.
I know.
I have a chip on both shoulders.
Very well balanced.
That's right. Very
Exactly.
well balanced, man.
Anyway, John Cusack would be happy last night if he was cheering for the Cubs, not so much for the White Sox, but the Cubs keep pouring it on. Historic night at Wrigley Field. When you score 16 runs the night after you scored 20,
right,
and you do something for the first time in Major League history, 10 extra base hits and 5 home runs. Was that the stat that ESPN Stats and Info provided? Nobody's ever done that before.
In 2 consecutive games.
In
the history of the game of baseball.
Think about that.
It's awesome.
And then they hadn't done that in the Cubs organization or franchise since 1897, had 36 runs scored in 2 consecutive games. I don't know what triggered it, but they did. They are averaging 18 runs a game since they traded for Jeimer Candelario.
So what year is that again?
1897.
1897.
Yes.
Wow. That's a long time ago.
It's a couple centuries.
Yeah, that's, well.
That's a historic night at Wrigley Field. The buzz is building. The vibe is back. The Cubs are in the hunt. You got to love it because they have an opportunity tonight. And this is the urgency that Thursday brings. They can treat this like a playoff game, or they can treat it just like it's not your regular early August, dog day of summer. Cincinnati Reds are in town. Let's get through it and move on. No, this is an opportunity to make a statement to the Reds. You're pretenders. We're not.
William McKinley was president the last time this happened.
William McKinley, 25th president, correct?
25th president of the United States.
Wow.
Sworn in on March 4th that year.
Bill McKinley. Yeah, I remember Bill McKinley.
Billy Mick.
Did Bruce vote for him?
Oh, that's a shot. Did Bruce vote for him? Bruce would never tell us if he did.
The Stars and Stripes Forever, an American patriotic march, is performed for the first time. So that's a long time ago. The country is just in its infancy, for God's sake.
June 29th, June 30th, 1897, according to Ed Hardig, the Cubs historian, who doesn't get these things wrong. That's the most in the runs in a 2-game span. This team is on fire.
June 22nd, did you say?
It was June 29th to 30th.
Okay, June 22nd, the Diamond Jubilee of Queen Victoria is celebrated in the UK.
And meanwhile, in America, the Cubs were getting hot. Yeah, I mean, this is fun. All the home runs.
The same year, Irish-born theatrical manager Bram Stoker's contemporary Gothic horror novel, Dracula, is published.
In 1897, Dracula was published?
Is that unbelievable?
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
I didn't think
a long
it was
time
that long
ago.
ago. That's a long time ago.
Yeah. Oscar Wilde, released from prison in England, goes into exile on the continent.
I wonder what they were saying on Twitter about that in 1897.
I'm sure that was the scandal, for God's sake.
Had to be. Scandalous.
Yeah.
Totally scandalous.
Jeez, this is ridiculous.
You could go down that rabbit hole if you choose.
Oh, I'm already
you're halfway
stuck
down.
Yeah, there's
Let
no
me pull you
getting
back.
There's no getting me out of this rabbit hole as I sit and contemplate this now. That is a long time ago. It's great to see the Cubs playing the way they're playing. What's amazing, and I'm not saying it's all about Jamer Candelaria coming back to town, but goodness gracious, that guy has barely made an out. Right? What is he?
Is he 4 for 4 last night. I think 4 for 5 the night before.
So he's 8 and 9.
Let me check it. 5 or 6 at bats the night before. Dustin can check that out while we're talking. I think that
that's just. I'm just saying.
Here's the other thing that's
impact.
It's an easy conclusion to reach. Yes, you can look at Candelario arriving, but it coincides with the end of the trade deadline when I think you do see sometimes teams kind of exhale. Okay, now we can play. We're not tight. We're not worried about moving on. We're not worried about are we buyers or sellers answering these dumb questions day after day after day. Kyle Hendricks alluded to that after his last start last weekend. And I think that what the Cubs did after the trade deadline was like, all right, we have declared what we're going to be, what we want to be. We have chosen a lane. Now we're going to steamroll right down it. Get out of the way, Cincinnati Reds. It feels like that's what happened. It feels like they just exhaled and now they're the team that they thought they could be when they put it together. This roster is constructed well, and everything is going right now by design. I'd like to see the starting pitching stabilized a little bit. Jameson Taillon goes tonight, and he's been pretty good lately.
Yes, he has.
Let's hope that continues because he's a key guy.
Yes, it
with
does.
Stroman out and with Stroman struggling, Jameson Taillon can kind of help fill the gap and do what he was brought here to do.
He's gotten a lot better, and that's a big deal because it was shocking how poor he was to start the year. You just couldn't believe it, right?
We were going back to Edwin Jackson references, Danny Jackson references, bad free agent signings who were Cubs starting pitchers examples. Now he's kind of started to, I hope, headed in the other direction, the one you thought he would be from the beginning. What I always liked about his first part of the season, even as he struggled, and we talked about this a little bit the other day, we talk a lot about accountability, and players who, talk and just face and be honest and transparent when things are going bad. He was all of that.
Yes.
Good
Yeah.
teammate. Everyone
Right.
says the same things about him.
Front and center.
Good guy to bring in the clubhouse and a great guy for that pitching staff.
Yeah, great stuff. All right, let's get to the phone lines. 312-644-6767. John is listening on the Odyssey app. Hey, John.
Hey guys, once again, always enjoy it. That new player they just said, Candelari,
Candyman.
and then you got Kobe Bellinger. The longer you wait to put an offer at Kobe Bellinger's feet, the harder it's going to get. The better he performs, the better the offer has to be. Please put an offer on the table to him. Give him something decent to think about. Now, maybe he might convince his agent to take it. He might convince his agent he wants to stay. The longer they wait, the season go on, he keep performing better, he's getting out of their range. So I'm telling you, they need to put an offer on the table, and even put an offer on the other guy's table. You see this guy, you cannot afford to wait. I'll hang up here with y'all. Got to say.
Thanks, John. Appreciate the phone call. I understand the sentiment. Everybody wants Cody Bellinger to stick around here for a long time. And as Jed Hoyer pointed out to the media and on the marquee in the marquee booth, Cody Bellinger knows how the Cubs feel about him. It's unrealistic to think they're going to go to Scott Boras, who represents him now, and they're going to work out a contract extension. Not going to happen.
No way.
But they will have a seat at the table. They will be in the mix when Cody Bellinger hits free agency. And I think that's the bigger question. What role will the next 2 months, if they go as well as they are trending, what effect will that have? What impact will that have on the negotiations with Cody Bellinger, the free agent? Because to me, is how you can make him feel like he wants to stay and commit long term.
And Jamison Tyon, he's looking to win his third straight start tonight when the Cubs take on the Reds at Wrigley Field. Pre-game begins at 6:30. First pitch at 7:05 on the Score and the Xfinity Cubs radio network. And also, we should remind you, not sure you know it, I know you know it, David, but you can hear Cub games on your smart speaker. Just tell your device to play 670 the Score. I always say play 670 the Score from Odyssey, but you don't have to say from Odyssey. You don't even need it. I'm just using extra
That
words.
Alexa, she knows what you're going to say. She finishes your
babbling on
sentence.
as always.
She finishes your sentences for you.
Yeah.
So that's good. And you can see the Candyman take his 889 batting average into tonight's game. 8 hits, 6 runs as a member of the Cubs. Welcome home.
What if he actually hits 889 for the entire season?
Then Cody Bellinger won't be the only one they're approaching about a new contract.
I like it. 312-644-6767. It's Mully and Haugh on the Score.
The Score is Chicago sports. Chicago sports is The Score. Thanks for keeping us the #1 and most listened to sports station in Chicago. Listen on your radio, laptop, mobile device through the Odyssey app. AUDACY.
Speaking of the cameras, Marquis caught you singing along to the walk-up song. Singing along.
No, they didn't.
Oh, they
No,
did.
they didn't.
Oh, they did. Oh, they did. And it looked good, man. Patrick, don't worry about it. Like, you're singing along to Whitney. First of all, that song bangs, and everybody knows it. I mean, that's just hot, and you can't deny it. And the other thing is that when you're going well, the music is in you. We've seen the viral dancing videos, and now this singing video. It's like you need the music pulsing through you to be at your best, it seems.
Yeah, no doubt. Definitely helps. And yeah, I mean, it's hard not to sing to that song, right? Like, you hear it blaring and you just want to start singing. Like, and then it cuts off, you know, I'm standing in the box and I know it should be focused on the pitcher and what he's going to throw. But sometimes I catch myself hearing the crowd just continuing to sing the song. I'm like, yeah, that's what I'm going for. That's what I love.
Yes, that is tremendous. Patrick, one time I was in a cab like years ago, and that song was blaring, and the cabbie turned it up, and we're all just jamming. And she goes, "Don't you want to dance? Say you want to dance. Don't you want to dance?" And the cabbie goes, "I want to dance." And,
Oh my god!
and I think of it every time. So
It's epic.
I'll start to throw that in there when you're rocking out to it. Love that you feel the crowd.
Thank you.
You feel the crowd jamming. You see it.
Yeah, getting a lot of love on it, and that's what I was going for when I picked it. I was like, I want a song that everyone loves, and like if you were going to the bar and you were going to play a song on a jukebox just to get everybody going, like that's definitely a top 5 song that you're playing. So I was like, yeah, I want to do that. I want to get the crowd going, just create some good energy, good vibes out there.
two of their better back-to-back offensive games in the history of the franchise.
No surprise, we go to the playoff. I say today.
You just called it. You're going to the playoffs. Why do you believe that?
I believe.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio, 6-7 The Score.
Love that guy.
Don't you believe?
I believe. I do believe the Cubs are in a great position right now. I think they have put themselves in that spot. And I believe that Christopher Morel, his enthusiasm is infectious, and he can hit the ball a mile. And he's fun to watch. I don't care where he's playing, when he's on the bases, when he comes to the plate, hug an umpire, whatever you do, keep it up, because this is a fun place to be. You see it in the way you've got Jamer Candelario winking to reporters after the game during his scrum with the media. You've got Jose Cuas going into the game, pitching an inning, making his Cub debut. All of his story he told before the game. The former FedEx driver turned relief pitcher. This is fun right now. If you're a Cub fan, it doesn't get much better. They need to win tonight.
David, they scored 36 runs for the first time since 1897. 1897, the year that the word computer is first used in reference to a mechanical calculation device, and that was in the journal Engineering.
Oh.
That word first becomes part of the English language in reference.
In 1897?
To, yes.
Before or after the Cubs' back-to-back run explosion?
Well, they probably needed the mechanical calculation device to figure it out.
I wondered if that would be, partly contributing to the run outburst in 1897. The metrics were good. The research was good.
Exactly.
That analytic department did its job on that 1897 Cub team.
What should we call this? What about computer?
Computer. Let's call it Ivy.
Yeah.
I don't know what accent that is, but it sounds different.
It seems like they had a German scientist the way you just described that. I don't know. But that's cool. That's good stuff. That's amazing when you think about how good they've been the last couple of days. And Morel is of the belief that they believe, and that's good.
Here's how good it is. You're excited as a Cub fan because of 36 runs in 2 nights will do that. But it comes on the heels of some pretty bad news.
No question.
Maybe, and I think this is interesting. We asked during the pick six, and I wonder what fans think about the Marcus Stroman news. Are you relieved that there's something that explains his recent dip in production, that explains the past 7 starts, which have not been good? Are you relieved that the hip situation, the hip injury, which required a shot of cortisone just to reduce the inflammation and to make it more, I guess he was in a little bit of pain and discomfort.
Yes.
Does that make you feel better about what we've seen and maybe feel more optimistic about what he'll be when he returns?
I always am of the belief that knowledge is very important. So you know what's wrong, and you have made moves to try to address it. And I get it. It's not good that he's going to miss any time, but it's only going to be 1 start given the way the schedule breaks down. So I would say that having a diagnosis and a treatment is probably good versus not knowing what you're going to get when the guy hits the mound.
We talk so much about arm injuries with pitchers and how they have to, every little thing you worry about, but you tend to overlook sometimes maybe the lower body and its role in your mechanics and effectiveness. And with somebody, frankly, and this is just being realistic, of Marcus Stroman's stature, you realize the power of his lower body and what role that plays in him being consistent and repeating those mechanics and being the kind of pitcher that we saw in the first 2 months of the season. So apparently he didn't want to specify exactly when this started to hurt or when this started to bother him, but he said it had been a bit. And I think we can all look at reasonably a bit means, probably the end of June when things started to go the other way for Marcus Stroman. So this is a good time to get it fixed. And now he said he looked forward to getting back in the weight room.
And we've got a couple texters with some interesting ideas. We have one who says that he believes that the computer from 1897 that we mentioned was the one still in the Cubs analytics department when Theo showed up. And we have another texter saying must-win game, Dustin. Must win. Normally, we would say statement.
No, it's
David,
statement.
this part
It's
of the
statement.
year. But given where they're at and all that you can benefit from it, are you going with must win? Or
I'm more statement.
Yes.
I'm more statement.
Yeah.
Mathematically, I think statement is the thing. It's and I think it's David Ross. I mentioned it earlier. I'm really curious and a little bit concerned that he might mess around with the lineup tonight.
I don't know why
Might
you say
give
that.
somebody a night
He's
off.
not going to give somebody a night off. Dansby Swanson's not getting the night off. He's red hot
Dansby
since
Swanson
he got
never
back.
gets a night off. But
Well,
like,
you referenced that earlier. You said
I didn't say Dansby Swanson. Never did I
Didn't
say
you say
Dansby Swanson.
That's all you've been talking about is giving him a day off.
I thought you referenced Swanson in
Not
with De La
particular,
Cruz.
No.
Well, the Reds gave their best player the
Right,
night
that's
off.
on the Reds. I
Are
mean,
you worried
that's a
about
whole
him
nother.
now?
I'm glad I don't eat spaghetti and
look
chili
what
together.
Look what Suzuki did after he got a day off.
I'm just saying they got three with the Braves. I'm saying like,
That's the problem.
does Ian Happ get it? Does Ian Happ get a day off today?
Dustin, they have 3 nights off for till August 16th. There's no reason to rest anybody
I hope
tonight.
David, don't get me. I hope you're right. I am
even
Mr.
plant the
No Days
seed.
Off. I'm just saying. I wonder if Ross is going to take the foot off the gas, or if he's going to put the foot on the throat.
This is not a Sunday lineup type of night.
All right.
Well, Jed Hoyer will be on with Dan and Lawrence at 1:00 today. That might get addressed. I can't believe that you would want to even encourage that.
David, I'm not encouraging it. I think it's something to talk about. I think it's something to speculate about. Okay, who's playing first base tonight for the Cubs? Let's
Foot
just
on the
start there.
gas.
Who's playing first base tonight for the Cubs?
It's a really good question.
Yeah, 4. You got 3 candidates, maybe even 4.
It's Jamer.
Okay, so who's playing third tonight?
Probably Magical.
All right, so Patrick Wisdom's out of your lineup?
I think so because you got a righty on the mound.
Okay.
Luke Weaver's pitching for the Reds, and his ERA is 6.8. Everybody eats.
So that's.
Does that mean
another
Suzuki's
50
out of the
runs.
lineup since a righty's on the mound? Is Mike Tauchman playing right field?
Okay, let me revise this lineup.
I'm just saying. I mean,
this is what I would do. This is what I would do. Let me revise it with the righty. I'm thinking now.
Tauchman
Tauchman center,
field,
Cody at
Belly
first,
at first,
and Jamer at third.
Jamer
Okay.
third.
That's what I want to see tonight. That's the best lineup for the Cubs.
And Morel is your DH.
Always.
He has to stay the
Yes.
DH.
I know.
Now, necessarily doesn't have to bat second every night as the DH, but he has to bat in the lineup.
I'm not going to go full lineupista on you there. I understand why you did last night, but I think this lineup has a lot of different possibilities.
So your 4 options, can you run them by us? You said you have 4 options at first base: Candelaria, Wisdom, Bellinger. Who else?
And worst case scenario, they have had Morel over there. I've seen Morel play first.
I wouldn't do that.
I wouldn't do that either.
But if they feel like, oh boy,
about-
we need to get him, or does Morel play left tonight? You get Ian Happ off his feet and he DHs tonight.
You're off your feet. These are
him
baseball
off his
players.
feet.
They got 3
It's
days
not
off.
me
till
off my
August
feet. This
16th.
is what these guys in the dugouts do. This is what guys like Jed Hoyer do. This is what they do. They get the
There are guys out there
pony.
working.
The pony said that you're supposed to get these guys off the feet.
There's guys out there listening right now, working wherever
Yeah,
they're working,
exactly.
outdoors, lifting
Yeah.
heavy things for a living and
Yeah.
laughing at you right now.
They're
Scoffing.
Good thing the Bears have the day off. It's going to be a little humid today.
What's the air
Oh,
quality?
gosh.
Air quality.
Oh, what's the air quality? Let me get Billy Snyder quick.
See this guy, Dustin. Now that you're a big Madrigal guy, what about him at first base?
Not a big enough target, Mully.
I know. That's why I brought it up.
You know what,
Not a
though?
big enough
If you
target.
told Nick Madrigal, and I know he gets a lot of abuse on this station and in this town, and he has earned a lot of it for
If you told him to play first,
he would be there.
He'd make every
He
play.
would be there every day at 6:00 in the morning, learning a new position.
That's a great point, actually. He would.
And-
I
and-
appreciate that he would do that. You're
See,
right. He would.
I
You
think
are
he
so
deserves some respect for what he has done.
He gave him respect earlier.
I'm not
after
talking about
badmouthing
him necessarily.
Oh, you mean you think?
I think he gets a lot
Other
of abuse.
people?
Yes.
Okay.
He's an easy guy to pick on.
Okay.
For what he represents for as a bad draft pick by the White Sox, overdrafted, and
injured.
Nicky 2 strikes and all that stuff. But Nick Madrigal, when they told him he was going to play third base, he did everything from watching video of Scott Rowland to preparing himself, what the different angles, the different response to all the things that he did has made him a pretty good defensive third baseman. I think he deserves your respect.
I have always respected him, unlike Dustino. He's come around.
He's come around. He has.
I've come around.
So
I admit when I'm wrong.
So I threw in the idea of moving him to first base just to see how far he's come around.
You don't need a fifth option there.
You would never go along with that either, by the way.
Oh, I would never go along with that, but I would just love to see it happen, to see what you would do.
I
think
like
you'd
that
be
lineup
triggered.
tonight, though. That's what I want to see now.
Yeah, so that's the best.
See,
yes.
against righties, this is a dangerous team. This is a dangerous team. I guess against
How
anybody
is-
lately.
Okay, and I can't believe I'm going to ask this question. How is Mervis doing in the minor leagues? Would you contemplate bringing up a first baseman just to have a first baseman?
No.
Okay.
No, I think
That's
this
fine.
rotation is definitely fine, and it's more than fine. You have some really good options, and I don't know that you would want to take – see, Mervis being a left-handed hitter, I don't know that he necessarily would fit into that. You're going to take bats away from Tachman. I wouldn't recommend that. So I think when you have your right-handed pitcher on the mound lineup and your left-handed heavy order for the Cubs – having Candelario, Bellinger, and Tachman in it makes sense. Now, if you want to really load up, I suppose that you give, say, a Suzuki a seat, but I don't think that's realistic either. They don't want to do that. He's got to play against right-handers, I think. He's got to get better. He's just got to get better. If you're going to be committed to him, he's just got to improve. And I think overall they're going to give him every opportunity to do that. But it's a great question. It's a great dilemma to have. And then you have behind the plate, you've got all the options. And I'm so glad coming out the other night of the clubhouse from people that were around the team, there was an expectation or maybe a concern that Miguel Amaya might have been going down.
Right.
And they decided to DFA Trey Mancini instead, which was no easy task. And that was giving up, that's spending some money on a guy not to be here. But they
for
did
next
that.
year too.
I know. And they did that in the name of winning because Amaya belongs on the major league roster. And he gives you some options too that, you don't have if he's in Iowa. So I think that's a good move. They just made a lot of good decisions lately. And that's really encouraging to see.
I agree. I think there's a lot to feel good about with the way things are going right now for the Cubs. And I hope that they finish the job tonight and that we're talking about picking up another game and really getting ready for Atlanta's a really good team. But didn't the White Sox beat them in a series?
Yeah, they did.
It's not like they're
not
completely
unbeatable.
No.
Nope.
They're really good.
You asked about
and they were playing poorly, but in that particular moment, because they had like 9 guys in the All-Star game or something, nonetheless, they did lose a series to a really awful team.
Could be a playoff preview. Cubs and Braves.
Cubs against Braves.
You never know. Matt Mervis, in 56 games at AAA Iowa, is hitting .292 with 10 homers, 45 runs batted in, slugging .515, OBP of .414, OPS 929. So he's being productive. That includes the numbers before his promotion to Chicago, and then he didn't do so well. So I think that overall.
So at some point, maybe later on, you bring him up.
I don't know.
You don't need him for the playoffs. Here's the thing. I don't think you play him every day. The last time he came up, they brought him up and they left him there for a month and didn't do anything until they did something.
This will come out wrong, but I'm over Mervis.
Oh, that's good.
This year I'm over Mervis.
Oh, that's all right.
I don't really think that they need to worry about what to do with Matt Mervis. They traded for the Candyman. They've got Tachman doing big things. They got Belly doing whatever they want him to do at an MVP caliber level. I don't really sit around worrying about what to do with Matt Mervis.
Do you think that Dansby Swanson, good as he is, good as he's been, is looking forward to this Atlanta series?
Yes, absolutely. That's a really good point.
Is he building towards something?
This is something we should talk about at length again tomorrow.
Yeah.
Maybe a good pick six question. Don't you think so? He was going to be a Brave for life.
Yeah.
He was the guy that was the franchise, the captain, all of the nicknames, all of the leadership. He has a ring to prove it. I thought he was, if I were Dansby Swanson, I would have thought that was the team that I was going to spend my entire career there. And now.
Did Freddie Freeman feel the same way?
Yeah.
And when you see how well those guys are playing, what does it tell you about the way they put that team together.
I'm
just saying.
It's pretty good roster
You know,
construction.
Dansby Swanson is probably is he the second best player on the team? He's just so consistent.
With the Cubs?
I think Bellinger,
depending on the week or day,
has been the better player.
Dansby Swanson or Cody Bellinger.
Yes.
But I think
and Freddie Freeman's pretty good. I mean, I know Mookie Betts is awful good, but he's pretty good on the Dodgers.
It's one of those things
It's
that
amazing.
Neither Freddie Freeman nor Dansby Swanson can really say, they're better off if they had stayed with the Braves, but they can't feel too bad about the way things turn out for either as well, because Freddie Freeman, he's in LA, he's on a team that's going to be, contending for the World Series. Dansby Swanson is, arguably the franchise player for the Chicago Cubs, making $177 million over the next, 7 years or whatever. So they all, and he's backing it up in his first season, which is hard to do. Remember during spring training when he was hitless for like 2 weeks, and we're like, oh, boy, the pressure is really on him. Doesn't show it when things started to count. This guy has been everything and then some. So with the Braves coming to town, first time they've been to Wrigley, right, Dustin? First time they've been here, I believe, this season. Of course he wants to show off probably that, hey, doing just fine.
Our team can score 20 runs a night. What about you?
Yeah, what about you? When you guys going to score 16? Hey, you know what we need to do? We need to go find Tommy Hodavy's appearances every 2 weeks, every second Wednesday on the Score right here at 8 or 9 o'clock. What does Cubs do that night? He referenced it before.
Yes.
They scored 17 2 weeks ago when he was on. They scored 16 last night after he was on.
He's always on the day after they score 20 runs too. So he needs to come on today because he was saying
he probably would.
Yeah,
he probably would. To give us a little background on Jose Cuas.
To give us a little background on Marcus Stroman and when this was discovered, how I think everybody was hard on the Marcus no-show. But maybe that's because he was having some.
I've got to think it was related.
Yeah,
this is somebody that was laboring on the mound with a hip issue, and maybe wasn't ready to reveal everything that was wrong. Maybe they didn't have a plan of attack or a diagnosis that they felt comfortable discussing publicly. And if that's the case, it's understandable. Marcus Stroman, for all of those questions that existed prior to him appearing yesterday, they're valid. I mean, we talk about accountability, but he's not been one that has been an issue. He's not been a problem here in terms of being accessible, has he?
No.
He speaks when he speaks.
Yeah.
He has a lot to say.
The Cubs might think he's been too accessible.
Exactly. Maybe too.
He's gone out on various social media platforms and let them know, hey, my extension, I'm still waiting on that thing.
Very good at controlling the narrative.
Yes.
And now he's done it again because I think that they got in front of this yesterday after not talking about it, and now they have a plan. Everybody knows what it is, and the expectation is he only misses one start. If he only misses one start and then he comes back healthier and it's going to be good for the Cubs.
He said that in his last start he had 0 lower half. That he did not have his legs under him.
And it felt like the 8th inning in the first.
Yes.
Imagine that. So that's early fatigue. Right. And it says a lot about, every pitcher's effectiveness later in the 8th and 9th inning is going to be different. So let's hope that this is.
He said that he had actually changed his mechanics to try to get around the issue. So now they're dealing with the issue. I can't get. Listen, if this ends up taking longer than a couple weeks, okay, fair enough. Now you can hit the panic button and all that. But if this is resolved with rest and a shot, then bully for him for coming forward.
And they have alternatives. Yeah, it's good that he's taking care of it now.
Right.
Hayden Wesneski, Javier Assad, give them options in the rotation until he is back. I don't think they're going to do anything like elevate somebody from AAA. I don't see Ben Brown coming to Chicago. Wesneski gave him 2 good innings the other night. He can start to maybe stretch out a little bit, and Assad has been very good.
All right, we're going to talk to Bruce Levine next. We'll find out what's going on with this Stroman thing and get his take on everything going down. Maybe we'll ask him about maybe one question about Pedro Grifol. Did he prove his value by getting thrown out of the game and they lost 11-1 or whatever the hell it was? Boy, they really
that was bad.
It'd be even worse.
Dylan Cease
Pedro wasn't here.
He was like, "You want
Dylan Cease?"
I've checked out.
Yeah. Well, trade me next year.
I have to stick around for this.
Bruce Levine next. It's Mully and Haugh on the Score.
Hey, it's Dan Bernstein. And I'm Lawrence Holmes. You can check me and Dan Bernstein out every Monday through Friday, 10 a.m. until 2.
On this Thursday, we'll be joined at 11 o'clock by Jim Margulis of Sox Machine. He'll tell us what the White Sox got in all these deadline deals. We've got High Noon at 11:40. Jason Leisure with the latest on the Bears.
I believe a caller said something to the effect of, without Michael Kay, you're nothing, to Don LaGreca.
It started as a simple discussion about Joey Gallo's value to the New York
Oh,
Yankees.
wow. Okay, I
It's
didn't see
just
that.
a sports thing they were talking about.
My
here.
apologies. Here we go.
Don, you sound pre-K. Pre-K. He makes outs, Don. That's how.
But you're not but they've got the best. They've got a 14-game lead in the division, yo. They've got a 14-game lead in the division. You don't think fielding
Don,
helps you win?
Out. Oh my gosh, Don.
Well, no. Oh my God, to you.
And some of your comments are.
No. Hold on. You have no comments. I'm at least answering your question. All you say is Don. I know my name is Don. How is he hurting them?
The question. He gets an out every time.
But it's not hurting them. It's not hurting them. If he bats zero, the team is 40 games above 500. But you really think he's going to be on this team in the playoffs? Do you really believe he's going to be batting 160 and starting in the outfield and batting sixth for the Yankees in the postseason? Do you really think so?
So, Don, if they had a guy batting 300 in his spot, they'd be 25 games up. That's how he's hurting him.
Oh, my God.
You think so?
So that's what you need to do. Oh, stop with your Michael K. I'm on the air. I worked at the Fan before Michael K. I do Ranger games without Michael K. 16 years doing pre and post for the Jets.
my God.
Guess what? No Michael K. I got a podcast that's in the top 50 in every country on the planet. No Michael K. I've got two kids. I've got a wife. 17 years. I'll be married to her in September. Guess what? No Michael K. I've got hair that people would die to have. Michael K. Nothing. I'm a fabulous driver. Michael K. has got nothing to do with it. I'm one of the best friends you could ever have in your life. Zero to do with Michael K. Do not ever say to me, you wouldn't have the guts to say it to my face, Michael K's got nothing to do with what I am and who I am. I can work with Michael K. I can work without Michael K. You better bring it. You ask me questions, I answer them. I ask you questions, you say, Don. That's what Cuber was saying when I was tripping on Mesk in 84. Play it, Don. Kept looking behind me, thought something was going on. I hate you.
Oh, my God. Tripping on mescaline in 1984 with Cuber?
Don. That's what Cuber was saying when I was tripping on Mesk in 84.
Okay. That's something. Guy was on mescaline playing Cubert in 84. Noted. Ask Don LaGreca about that. Also noted. Don't ask him about Michael K.
Or Joey Gallo.
Believe we touched a nerve. Caller touched a nerve with you wouldn't be anywhere without Michael K.
Also, when he says, nothing is about Michael K. I mean, you have been his co-host on the Michael K show for more than a decade. At least some of your career is due to Michael K.
I gotta say, as a guy who was once on the Danny Mac show,
some of your career was due to Danny Mac.
Absolutely true.
But that's just how it works.
But if you had called me out on that at the time, and it might have touched a nerve. But I don't know.
Did you run up your hair and your driving?
I don't think I would have gotten.
I've got hair that people would die to have. Michael K. Nothing. I'm a fabulous driver. Michael K.'s got nothing to do with it.
I drive a Dodge Strat.
What does Michael K have to do with his hair?
Always a delight to talk to Bruce Levine, and he joins us now on the Score Hotline, powered by IBEW Local 9, Chicago's original powerhouse since 1892. Bruce, good morning. How are you?
Morning, Bruce.
Morning, guys. How are you today?
We live the dream, and wild to see the Cubs put together a ton of runs 2 nights running. And, we were talking about Jamer Candelario. He's not the only guy hitting, and certainly they're getting it done all over the lineup. But that guy has made an out. He's just been fantastic, and he's a lovely guy. He really, there's a certain gravitas, veteran savvy. There's a leadership element to him too that aids the idea of winning and getting into the playoffs.
Yeah, makeup does matter, doesn't it, guys?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it does when you're going for a playoff spot or you're building a team. Makeup matters, and we're seeing on both sides of town how makeup impacts teams one way or the other, and you find out an awful lot about people during tough times like this for the White Sox, during important times like this for the Chicago Cubs as well.
You know, Bruce, it was really stunning and surprising and disappointing to hear the news on Liam Hendriks undergoing Tommy John surgery and just everything that he has been through. What do you think the future holds for Liam Hendriks? Do you think he'll pitch again?
Well, I hope he does. I mean, it's a tremendous story, and the guy just is such an inspiration to not only people who watch the game and enjoy it, but all over the world, just coming back and being able to go ahead and recover from this, come back and compete. And if you know anything about Hendriks, you know that this is the type of person he is, type of player he was. He wasn't a great pitcher when he first came into professional ball, just willed his way through hard work to becoming the great closer that he was. So put it this way, guys. If anybody can make it back, anybody has that kind of determination, it's certainly Liam Hendriks. So I'm rooting for him. I hope it's with the White Sox. We don't know that. We're going to have to wait at least until the end, most likely toward the end of 2024 before he can even think about coming back. So I tip my hat to him, and I have all the admiration in the world for Liam Hendriks and his fight to continue his baseball career.
And I understand why you feel that way, and I certainly get it. But this is an opportunity for them to sort of, they have a buyout in that contract where they would pay him $1.5 million until like 2033 or something, and they'd be able to save $13.5 a year. Or on the final year next year, and that might really be something, just something that would help them to have even more of a pool of money, although they have cleared out a ton already.
Yeah, I don't know how you weigh it. I mean that's a good question, Mike. Whether you give him the money for next year, he's not going to be able to pitch. So it's an interesting option because, as you said, he gets some money pretty much no matter what. You keep paying him down the road. I think he's earned it. So I think what you try to do is you try to come up with a contract down the road here where he stays with you in the organization, and you just make things kind of happen for both of you down the road. Give him some inspiration to keep moving forward. Do the right thing. I think that's what the White Sox and Liam Hendriks will come up with.
Bruce, we got a glimpse of the Cubs' new relief pitcher, Jose Cuas, last night. Pitched the ninth in a game. He had a comfortable lead, obviously. But his story's tremendous. He's a guy that came back through the independent leagues, learned a sidearm delivery, was driving a FedEx delivery truck, and now here he is in the thick of the Cubs chasing a division title or a playoff spot. You got a chance to hear from him before the game. What were your impressions, and how does he fit?
Well, he fits. Well, any good arm fits for the Chicago Cubs in the bullpen because you can't go to Mark Leiter Jr. every night. I mean, God, the guy is He's been a hero there. The bullpen has done it. It's been a great story, and the pitching people with the Cubs deserve an awful lot of credit for helping some of these guys who nobody ever heard of before get the job done for the Cubs this year. And the bullpen has been outstanding. But guys, you have 2 months left here, and there's not a lot of fortification unless you're going to the minor leagues and picking up some young arms that you have ticketed toward, most likely being starting pitchers. We know the White Sox have done a great job over the years taking would-be starting pitchers of the future, starting their careers in the bullpen. You wonder if people like Ben Brown, who's dealing with a little bit of a sore arm right now, and Cade Horton, people who are ticketed to be frontline rotation guys, go into the bullpen for you, because you're going to need some big arms if you're going to continue to contend here. You're not going to be in ball games every night where you're scoring 20 runs and 16 runs. But Quas, certainly an interesting guy, very articulate guy, down-to-earth guy, the everyman story, David, as you pointed out. And I think we're going to try to have him on Saturday on Inside the Clubhouse just to talk about his journey and the fact that he's thankful to have this chance, but he's such a down to earth and regular guy. He says, hey, I'm happy to be here right now, and life doesn't always deal you the same hand here, but I'm going to take this opportunity. Really good arm, sidearm delivery, should help them in the pen. But gosh, if you guys know any left-handers out there delivering anything, tell them to call 1060 West Addison and Wrigley Field and tell them, we need your help. If you're any good at all, they're going to need some left-handed pitching there.
So you look at what the Cubs have done the last couple nights. It's been extraordinary. And really, in this series, I believe that the Reds have allowed 45 hits and have a 13.32 ERA. They got Luke Weaver on the bump tonight, and he's had, I think, 2 quality starts and 18 attempts this year, and they're 4-5 now in their last 9. If you can win this game, you could really help them into their tailspin. They won 5 in a row up until the last week of July, and now they've been struggling in the last 9. And you got a chance to really kind of put them on their back heel, especially when they did nothing at the trade deadline. This is a really important game tonight.
I think you're right, Mike, and that's why the Cubs front office felt, look, Milwaukee's a decent team. Cincinnati is an up-and-coming team with outstanding offense. We've seen that as well. And if Joey Votto stays hot like he's been the last few days, that's going to be a big help. But they don't have a lot of pitching. They have a couple of young starting pitchers that are due back really soon. But the pitching is what most of the experts in Major League Baseball tell you is going to prevent Cincinnati from being a serious contender for the playoffs. That said, we're 106, 107 games into the season, and there they are right near the top in the Central. So you can't look by them, but you can say that they're catchable and that their starting pitching is going to possibly prevent them from winning that division. Look, by all reality, if the Cubs can continue to pitch well, they should be able to stay with the Brewers and be there at the end. And who do they play the last 3 games of the year? The Milwaukee Brewers. Those games look to be really important as you're looking at the schedule with about 55 games left in the season. So I think Cub fans should be excited about where their team's at, and they don't know that they're not supposed to be there at the top of the division. There's an awful lot of good things going on over there in Clark and Addison.
Bruce, do you think the addition of Candelario to the lineup means fewer at-bats for, say, a Suzuki, or who does it mean fewer at-bats for?
Well, I don't know. David Ross has been stealth about his lineups. Suzuki has hit the ball pretty hard. Two nights ago he hit 3 line drives, nothing for it. Yesterday finally had a big hit. But it's a great question, David, because Suzuki has been a disappointing player. There's no other way to say it right now. He's been adequate defensively. Offensively, he hasn't been anywhere near what they thought he was going to be. And if he's going to pick it up, this is the time to do it. But you're right. They have some other options there in right field. They want to continue to get Tauchman out there. I mean, he's been one of the great stories of 2023. Just not only just the big catches and the big hits, but the at-bats that he's had is just sensational. I mean, you see how Ross likes to lead him off. And, you know, this guy's been a good journeyman extra guy, but he's been an essential part of their at-bats and their lineups in 2023. So there are other options there, and Suzuki needs to get it going, or else he will find himself more on the bench as these games continue to be more important.
Great stuff, Bruce. We talk about the White Sox, but we've decided to give up on them until they are competing next year.
Thanks, Bruce.
We can let's talk about Dane Dunning next time when I'm on. Okay.
You're the best, buddy. That is Bruce Levine. Always fun to talk to Bruce. We got Coach Wannstedt joining us next. Mully and Haugh on The Score.
The Parkins and Spiegel Show on your ride home. Afternoons 2 to 6 on The Score.
Gotta say, Candelario crushing the ball, and Bellinger crushing the ball, and Tauchman crushing the ball.
Dansby Swanson crushing the ball.
And everybody in the damn lineup.
You and Tanny all last week trying to have conversations about this movie that I was dying to see, and you were very often very careful, very cautious. I respected it, and you would say, well, let's not spoil it for Spiegs. Let's not do that. I won't do that. And then I'd leave the room, and then maybe you guys would talk a little more.
Yeah.
There was one moment where you said one thing, and it was like the equivalent when somebody has seen a game that you have on the DVR, and they're like, oh, I won't spoil anything, but stay to the end.
Okay, so we're going to play something here, and Speaks is going to tell me off mic what I said
I'm gonna tell you.
to spoil it, so that we don't spoil it for the audience. And then when we come back from this clip that Tanny's going to play, I'm going to have been told what I told to Spiegel. I genuinely do not know.
Yeah.
And then I will determine whether or not I believe that I actually spoiled it.
And if you're watching on Twitch or YouTube, you'll see us talking about it, or you can jump there right now to see this.
all right,
okay?
go ahead, Tanny.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah.
I disagree that it's a spoiler.
I'm telling you.
I'm saying it. I'm saying it.
No, I don't think you should.
Tanny,
I really.
can I get some validation?
I
don't know what
he doesn't know what it is.
It's been a week and a half now, right? The movie's been out for a week and a half.
I really don't think you should say it.
Such an innocuous thing.
I disagree. I disagree firmly.
Well, you want to tell me in cue while I play the music?
Hold on. Yes.
Oh, that's ridiculous.
Come on.
Thank you.
Come on, Speaks.
Thank you.
That's not anywhere close to being a spoiler.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
And that's why I'm going to say
The way he said it, the way he is.
I said that on the Friday show right after I saw the movie with Spiegs
Jesus
wasn't here.
Christ.
I said
it was a reason to see the movie.
I'm saying it. I'm saying it.
Yes, you said
because now people will know.
Yeah, exactly. We want people to know
It's the
how
way
wrong
that he
you
said
were.
it. It's the way that he said it.
I said Robert Downey Jr. is going to win the Oscar.
Why are you cringing?
How does that spoil the movie?
Put your glasses back on, Speaks.
It does spoil the movie.
Spoiled the movie.
So you're upset that you went and saw a good performance by Robert Downey Jr.?
Oh, no, it was good.
He's
it was
an
good.
A-list actor.
There's a lot of other people that were good, too.
Did you want to hate him going into it after hearing what Danny said?
No.
And all of a sudden you were disappointed that he was so awesome in the movie?
As long as we're talking about it, let's talk about it. Here's the deal. Here's the deal. Forget it. Here's the deal. Now, this is going to be a spoiler. Telling people right now.
No.
Yes.
You're the bad guy.
I'm spoiler.
This might be Spieg's definition of a spoiler.
No,
so
the bomb goes off.
This is 100% a spoiler to indicate to you why that was a spoiler. Okay?
No.
I don't love it.
No.
Yeah, I don't love that.
No, that's
All right,
crazy.
Forget it.
Okay, yes. All right. Someone who won an Oscar, or who I think could win an Oscar, who probably cost 8 figures to get in the movie, has a pivotal role in the movie.
Speaks. A spoiler would be Robert Downey Jr. shows up in the Iron Man suit to stop the bomb.
A spoiler
Hanging out with Mully and Haugh on 670 The Score.
Open up the door. It's Dave. Who? Dave. D-A-V-E.
Dustin, we're not going to waste airtime on that, okay?
Thank you.
Next question.
Thank you.
Next question.
Thank you
Next
very
question.
much.
Dave Winstead.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. Always a delight to talk to Coach Winstead, especially when he's been out to practice, and he has been, so he joins us now on the Score hotline, powered by IBEW Local 9, Chicago's original powerhouse since 1892. Dave, good morning. How are you?
I'm doing good, Mully. David, yes, it's all's good. All's good. I mean, we got a Hall of Fame game tonight, I guess, on TV, and that's the start. Whether I was coaching in the NFL or college, whenever you got to Hall of Fame week and you saw that game on TV, you knew that there was no turning back now. Here we go.
Football's back every weekend until February. That's a great thing to consider. All right, Dave, so you're at Hallis Hall. What'd you see? What were your impressions? What'd you like?
Well, I liked what I saw, and I know there's a lot of talk about the inconsistent of the offense. The day that I was there, I thought the offense was sharp. Fields was sharp throwing the ball. The only thing I couldn't really tell was their ability to run the football out of the running back position. Justin made plays on his feet. He's going to make plays on his feet. Naturally, some of them are going to be called plays. I thought the receivers, tight ends, all made plays. I was impressed. I thought they were right where they should be. And I'll go back now, guys. I have never, all my years of coaching, and whether, again, college through the NFL days, if you start training camp like the Bears are, and your offense is ahead of your defense, you're not, in my opinion, you're not going the right direction as far as having a very good football season. Your defense should always, in my opinion, always be starting ahead of the offense. Why? Because obviously defense is a lot of just energy. Defensive is a lot, just enthusiasm, letting it fly. It's simpler. There's not as much learning for new guys coming in, whether it be free agents or rookies. So every great team and good team that I've been on, let's use good team, when we started training camp, the defense was always ahead. And if it wasn't, I was concerned. So I'm not concerned about the talk coming out of the Bears camp because I didn't see it.
Dave, we had a conversation this morning about, some injuries going on. The offensive line is a little banged up already, and they've got, obviously, 4 guys playing different positions than they did a year ago. Nate Davis is brought in, and he's not available. And then Tevin Jenkins ends up leaving practice with a trainer yesterday. This is early days. This is nothing to really be concerned about until you get to a point where you got to be concerned about it. We talked about this idea of creating this sort of choreography you need on the offensive line, and the best offensive line are always guys that play together, stay together, kind of are the team within the team. Is that any kind of warning bell, or is that just something to ignore until the time comes?
I can't believe that Jenkins got hurt because when I was up there in the spring, I think I made the comment to you guys, I was amazed how big this guy is. So when I was up there day before yesterday, I walked up behind him in one of the drills. I was down there on the field talking to the offensive line coach. I just wonder, the guy is a monster. I don't know how he can get hurt, but Nate Davis did not practice when I was there, and he has been banged up a little bit throughout OTAs a little bit, the camp here. So they are anxious because I wanted to see what he looked like, comparing him to some of the other guys, Cody Whitehair and Patrick and some of the other guys we got in there. He was not out there. But I will say this. I love the offensive line coach that they have. Okay, he's a tough. He gets after these guys. And keep in mind, once we get to the regular season and preseason, guys, it gets shut down. All your live work. The receivers are still running routes. The quarterbacks are still throwing. The DBs are still covering people. But the offensive line, no pads. Let's get the pads off. Let's do this. We got to back off. We can't have contact. That's the new, the new labor agreement here in the NFL, the new mentality. What position suffers the most is your offensive and defensive lines. And so the offensive line coaches, I mean, they're working these guys. They're trying to, and this is around the league. I talked to Tony Wise yesterday. He's out of San Francisco with Verster visiting, and he said the same thing. He says these line coaches are trying to squeeze every minute of work they can get with these guys, because once it gets going, they get shortchanged, in my opinion.
Dave, let's talk about the defense for a moment, because you are obviously an expert on that side of the ball. We heard from Scott Pioli, and he's talking about the great culture and enthusiasm, and you hear it from Matt Eberflus. And there is a sense of belief from Tremaine Edmonds yesterday, a sense of belief that they're going to be good. They're going to play with an edge. You can play with an attitude to control those things. But how does that help you stop the run? How does it help you get to the passer? Where do you find the balance between believing the Bears are capable of being better defensively, but knowing that no matter how much they might believe that to be true, they still need some talent?
Well, I'll say this, I liked, and in fact, I was walking off the field afterwards, and I was talking to Flus, and I said, you know what? Your two rookies, Pickens and Dexter, both these guys have some ability. They can use their hands. Pickens actually has a little bit more, we call it sliver, getting off a block. I liked both of these guys, and where they're going to be better for sure. And I'm going to stand on the table now. I mean, you put Billings in there, you put some of the guys that they've signed in there, Jones, Holmes, some of these guys, however it works itself out, they are going to be stout, or they're going to be better against the run. I think they're going to be a lot better against the run up front with their four guys. Now, getting to the passer, that's another whole story. But the starting point for any defensive coach, if you can't stop the run, you're not going to get into third down and long, guys. That's as simple as that. We have to be able to stop the run. And they were going one-on-one blocks against the offensive line. I mean, it was a lot of old school drills when I was there. I loved it. 2-on-1, 1-on-1, combination blocks, full speed. And I liked what I saw. I think I know they will be improved. I know they will be improved against the run with the combination of the free agent guys and the draft picks. I'm not ready to really get into the pass rush yet. Give me another week, guys. Okay,
right,
please.
We'll do that.
You make sure you sign one, though, Dave.
Yeah, well, I think a little birdie told me I think they're pretty deep in some negotiations to get a guy, so maybe something will happen. The two guys that I think they're talking to, and these are my two favorite guys. I might have done the show with you, David, on football night, and we were talking about the best pass rushers available, and I watched all these guys, and the guy that's got youth to him, and he's a kind of a pass rush specialist, is the Yannick guy.
Yeah.
And the other guy that's really productive, and he's a little bit older, is Houston. And Houston was with Flus at Indy, but Houston was kind of a 3-4 outside rusher. Yannick's been a 4-3 guy. So I think that they're probably the two guys that they're looking at. Whether they do something or they don't, you got to give your guys that you have right now a little bit of a chance, in my opinion, unless they've evaluated. Unless Ryan Poles sits down with his guys and says, and the coaches, and says, you know what? We need to improve this area. If they've done that, then go get a guy. If they haven't done that, then give it a little bit more time would be my advice.
But Yannick Ngakoue is not going to get in anybody's way. He wouldn't be blocking any developmental pass rusher. That'd be why it makes sense, Dave, to get a pass rush for hire, somebody like that who's a veteran and well-traveled.
Yeah, it would. And it comes down to contract years, too, because they got draft picks next year. They're looking at the future. They want youth, even though Yannick is, 28, 29, I think he is. He's had, I think his last 3 stops have all been one-year deals. So I'm sure if they sign anybody that they're going to be looking to get a veteran guy for 1 year. Hey, let's see what he can do. The Bears then aren't on the hook for a long-term money deal. And this guy knows that he's got to play at a high level to get his next contract. So I'm sure that's what the Bears are trying to get done with whoever they would go after.
Interesting to think that the receiving core is vastly improved, that they have a chance to make some plays, be it down the field, be it yards after catch, or maybe even, with the tight ends, and you could argue Chase Claypool kind of plays with body position and can get a ball when he's defended. Are you noticing that they have different ways of attacking with that receiving core than they did a year ago?
Yeah, I'll tell you what, Mully. I was so excited. I was not positive that Darnell Mooney was going to be out there. The day that I was there, they were in full pads. He caught a ball coming across the middle. I don't know if it was Brisker, one of those defensive guys, hit him, jacked him up, knocked him down to the ground, and he jumped right up and went back in the huddle. That was the most encouraging thing that I saw out of the receiver group, to be honest with you. The second thing was Claypool. Claypool was competing now. I mean, he was getting knocked around, and he was competing, and he made some great catches. So I think they got him right where they want him. I mean, the guy's got to show up this year and play, and having Mooney out there is putting a little bit more pressure on him. And I'll tell you, the rookie Tyler Scott from Cincinnati, he caught a bomb. The first mini camp, they were using him kind of on gimmick plays because he is so quick, guys. I mean, he is I can't wait to see this guy if they use him on the return game and so forth.
Yeah.
But I mean, he will. And then they sent him deep at the end of practice. They were doing a 2-minute drill, and they sent him deep, and he gave him a little stutter move, the defensive back, and got a step on him, and he went the distance. He got behind everybody for a touchdown. So I think they're looking at this and they're saying, boy, DJ Moore's everything and more that we wanted. This is great that Mooney's back. It's Claypool. And now, you know what? How do we want to use Tyler Scott? Where do we want to use him? How much do we want to use him? The guy that's got to make up some ground is Velus Jones Jr. I didn't see him get much action, although, again, it was one practice that I was there. St. Brown was in the mix. He made a few plays. But that's kind of the nucleus of the guys. The real positive stuff I thought was that Claypool is competing like a madman right now. He knows what he's in. And I think Mooney being out there is a huge plus for Justin Fields and for the Bears.
Scott runs a 4.4. At least he did at the combine. That's quick.
It's easy to coach speed. Yeah. Yes.
He looked like, we used to always say that. Let's recruit those guys that do things that we don't have to coach. You don't have to coach. You don't have to coach him to run fast. I mean,
great stuff, Dave.
That's for sure.
Thank you, Dave. Great catching up. Appreciate it.
Okay, guys. Talk to you later. Bye-bye.
That is Coach Wanstead. Always a joy to talk.
They stay healthy. That receiving core, pretty good.
I'm very curious to see what Velus Jones is. I don't think he's a receiver. I think he's weapon, and I don't know if he's a guy coming out of the backfield, running the ball on occasion, gimmick play, or if he can catch the ball out of the back. I'll be
totally honest. I'm not curious at all.
I don't know that he's.
I've moved on.
So he's not on your team right now?
Well, he might be on my team, but I'm not making that big of an effort to get him on the field until I find out more about Tyler Scott. I'm infatuated by the speed of the rookie.
I was told Tyler Scott looks really natural catching punts.
That is
if
accurate.
That's the case.
And it sounds like that may be something that he works his way in. And then if that's true and that's the way it goes, I'm not worried about how to fit in a third-round draft pick from last year.
Yeah, that's a high draft pick. And if that's a bust, that's not good. But he's also like 36 now, right?
When they drafted him, Claypool wasn't. He's 36 years old. Right.
He was 25 when they drafted him. All right, we'll get into it. 312-644-6767. Mully and Haugh on the score.
Hey, it's Dan Bernstein. And I'm Lawrence Holmes. You can check me and Dan Bernstein out every Monday through Friday, 10 a.m. until 2.
On this Thursday, we'll be joined at 11 o'clock by Jim Margulis of Sox Machine. He'll tell us what the White Sox got in all these deadline deals. We've got High Noon at 11:40. Jason Leisure with the latest on the Bears.
Every night, but I mean, it's like a 30-minute.
Okay.
Multiple books, multiple songs, brushing of the teeth, going to the bathroom.
Oh, I mean, that's what we do.
It's what you do. Right. Of course.
Hang on. Let me write this down. Go a little slower. Parents.
No.
When he said elaborate, I thought it was like, did someone show up and do a comedy routine? Is there a nightcap involved?
No. Guys.
Before I put him down to bed, I would make sure Owen goes to the bathroom.
We gotta say, I love you.
Yeah. I do that for Ruben all the time.
No.
I would say, Rue, it's potty time.
No. Okay, it's much more elaborate. The broad strokes. I can't turn off the light. He has to turn off the light. The animals have to be on the floor, and then we have to put them into the bed one by one. Then you put the diaper on him after he goes to the bathroom, and then as soon as you turn off the lights and you sing him the songs, he says, I feel a poo coming. And so then you got to go into the bathroom, and you got to take the diaper off, and now you're in the bathroom a second time.
Did you have to dump that or no?
And so, like, it's elaborate.
Okay, so have you considered that your son's going to be on a TLC show about OCD?
Well, right. So there's, and it's always just asking for more things before. So the bedtimes. So then you get him down, and okay, fine. Between midnight and 1:30 in the morning, he woke up 4 times. He will be screaming, top of his lungs, blood curdling scream, and you walk in, screaming. Oh, hi, Dad.
Yeah.
Can I have some Vaseline, please, on my lips? And you're like, that's why you're screaming?
That was the emergency?
And so you go in there, and then you like give him a little Vaseline, rub it on his lips, and he goes, oh, what, one more baseball song? Which means sing him, take me out to the ball game. And you're like, okay, fine, but like, lay down. And then so like you sing him, and he's like, hush, little baby. And then you're like, so I want you to sing Hush, Little Baby. And so then you're like, all right, so now I'm like, all right, Owen, good night. He goes back to sleep. 28 minutes later, you're like kind of falling back to sleep, but your blood pressure's all up. It's like kid was woken up. He sounded like needles were in his eyes.
Yeah.
Now the wife goes into the room. Hey, what was the issue? He needed a diaper change and a little bit of Vaseline. It's like, all right, diaper change is legit. 15 minutes later, screaming at the top of his lungs. One more song? He's playing me. He's just manipulating me. He's not really mad. He just knows that if he screams, I'll come in.
Yeah.
But if he screams, I can't sleep. And if he screams long enough, the baby won't sleep. So what do? He's got me completely trapped. He owns me.
Do you guys have any kind of like monitor or camera or anything in the room?
Yeah. Well, again,
so like when you got eyes on him, does that help? Or when you can, I mean, obviously you can.
He's in the next room. He's standing. He's screaming. He's, Dada! Mama! I feel a poo coming! That's a good drop for you.
I already got it once, man. I need 2 different versions, but I appreciate it.
It's just insane. It's insane.
Rambling grimace.
Oh my God. I'm never going to sleep again. And people are like, oh, Shane's right. You got to just let him cry it out. Okay. Awesome.
Hey, you want me to sleep train your kid? I'll stay over there for a few weeks, and you go take care of Willie for a little while. I'll sleep train Owen.
All right.
I'll get him a crate.
That's page 1, by the way. Raising a Boomer 101.
Yeah.
Ignore him.
Just ignore him. Just ignore him.
Money at Menards.
We don't play touch football, so I'm okay. I'm not gonna overreact. I got probably more emotional than anybody else did because I was getting. But yeah, that was touch football. That wasn't real football. So we're a physical football team. We run through tackles and all that stuff. So I'm not gonna get too overworked about that.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670. The Score. That is the voice of Luke Getsy. He is the right Packers assistant coach to have brought into Chicago.
Yes, he is.
And he's not. They're chirping. I believe at one point Jaquan Brisker chirped at him.
He did. Based on reports.
Yes.
Jaquan Brisker had a lot to say. Jaquan Brisker has had a terrific start to training camp.
No surprise.
That's a good sign for everyone.
Emotional football player.
And Luke Getsy's going to be a little
vocal
bit
leader.
Emotional. I think all things can be true. Here's why I don't really worry about what Justin Fields had to say about his offense being flat and all of this other stuff. Defense is about, number one, Dave's right. Dave Wanstead is right. They're going to be ahead of the offense. That happens every year. But defense is all about attitude, energy, and in mentality. Your offense, do you really want those guys being worked up into a frenzy, whipped into a frenzy like that and be all? No, I don't think so.
But you don't want them flat. You don't want them dead arse.
There's a happy medium there. You got to find it.
Right.
Because you don't want your offensive line to play with an edge. You want them to play nasty. You like that in Tevin Jenkins. You like that in your other guys in Darnell Wright. All that can be true. But I think there's a precision that you need. I'm not sure how much emotion is related to execution when you talk about offensive football.
I noticed, I think it was Courtney Cronin tweeted out that your guy, Velus Jones Jr., threw a punch at one point in practice after Jaquan Brisker had broken up a pass.
So you can't be doing that.
Well, I mean, here's the thing.
You can't be doing that.
If you're about to get kicked off the roster and one of the premier Bears experts in the city could care less about what happens to you, maybe you need to get a David Haugh's attention by throwing a little bit of a punch at somebody.
I'm not going to pay attention to somebody who's losing his cool by throwing a punch and breaking his hand. That's how you end up on.
Okay.
Yeah.
You are one.
No, I'm
tough
not.
kid. This guy can't do anything for you.
It's nothing against Velus Jones. It's just I really like Tyler Scott and like the way that
I
he
agree.
fits onto this roster.
Yeah.
I think is a really smart pick. And here's the other thing, and this is where I'm a sucker for. When you hear Tyler Scott speak about being a professional, learning the offense, learning how to run routes based on the way Jalen Johnson defended him in an OTA, this is a kid who's going to get it. He reminds me of Darnell Mooney as a rookie. And Darnell Mooney as a rookie spoke like a 5-year vet.
Yeah.
Tyler Scott does too. And so I could see him maybe if he can play a role. It's more defined. He can return punts. He's got pretty good hands. He runs good routes. And he also is something they don't have, a burner.
I am not arguing any of that. I don't believe Velus Jones, as I said, is a real legitimate wide receiver. I think he's a return guy and maybe a specialist type of, gimmicky kind of various out of the backfield nonsense.
Yep.
He doesn't really, his speed doesn't show up as much as it should. He should be, he's super fast too. And again, the more speed you have, the better the team is.
Tyler Scott.
Yes.
Plays fast.
Yes, he does.
Velus Jones is fast.
Yes.
And there's a subtle difference there.
It's not subtle. It's a huge difference, and you make a good point. I'm not promoting anyone throwing a punch, but do they have enough? I know you don't want a lot of emotion on offense, but you do need a certain nasty, mean kind of. There's nothing wrong with having an emotional leader in your locker room on the offensive line in particular.
I agree.
And I think that, helps you a ton if that's the case. You don't want to have a feeling that, we were just flat in this practice.
Well, no,
you
right.
want a guy that keeps that from happening.
I don't diminish that.
Yeah.
That's football. I mean, that's what you love about practice. That's what you love about the game. There's a line, though. And what you want to do is figure out how to get as close to that line without crossing it.
Right.
And yesterday the Bears were well short of it because they weren't intense enough and they weren't professional enough. And I think they were called out by the quarterback, and good for him. That's good leadership. That's a guy who gets it and it leads the league in intangibles. That's great for Justin Fields. I just don't believe that you need everybody in that huddle to be as whipped into a frenzy as they will be in the defensive huddle. I think on defense, you can connect emotion to execution. That's part of being a defensive player and having that mentality. On offense, I want you to be precise more than passionate. And that's what I think every coach is going to tell you, right?
No question about it, and I'm not arguing with that. But you better be able to respond if someone starts kicking your rear end.
You can't be soft.
If somebody takes a gratuitous shot at your quarterback,
you can't be soft.
You better be right in their face, and you better be ready to throw down if that is indeed the case.
Yeah, they got those guys. I think Tevin Jenkins is that guys. Is one of those guys.
He's out. I thought he left practice.
He did leave practice. I hope it's not a long-term thing.
Oh, I agree.
Darnell Wright, I think, is one of those guys.
Yeah, he has that reputation.
He does.
And it's hard for a rookie, though.
But I like that in him. And you can see that he is purposeful in the way that he prepares, because he was preparing for like he was going to be a wide receiver. This is a guy that you figure he's got the mental toughness. That's what I think that is the way to describe it best.
Mhm.
You want an offense that has mentally tough guys.
Yes.
Sometimes they may lose their cool, but you don't want that to happen too often because you have to play within yourself. So it'll be fun to see how that evolves. I want to get to what Dave Wanstead also said, because this is the news
that was
portion.
the news.
Yeah.
Yes.
A little birdie told Dave Wanstead that the Bears are deep in negotiations.
Yes.
With a pass rusher.
Maybe Yannick Ngakoue,
That Yannick
maybe
guy.
Justin Houston. One of those guys. And you know what? They better be. They should be way down the road with that, because they need to add an element of that. They need a veteran pass rush specialist who knows how to get to the quarterback. I don't care if the guy can stop the run. A guy that is needed on passing downs.
Third down.
Yes.
Second and long.
Yes.
Whatever.
Passing downs.
You want a football mercenary, a pass rusher for hire.
Exactly.
A guy that, okay, is he going to come in and not be a distraction and not be a problem, easy to coach, easy to spot. This is what these guys are. Now, Yannick Ngakoue is well-traveled.
Yes, he is.
I don't know a lot of the reasons why when he gets here, if he gets here. Maybe we'll explore those. But you're right. The job description is fairly simple when it comes to a football field. Here's point A. Here's point B. Close that gap and distance as quickly as you can. And if you get 5 sacks this year, you would have led our team last year.
Hey, it's go get the quarterback. That's your job. Get the quarterback. Get him now. It's time to go get the quarterback. Go get him. But he's not doing that. He doesn't. He's not helping. If he gets the quarterback.
But what about? Do I have to read this guard and read this back in this blocking scheme? No, you don't. Put your hand in the dirt. Rush the passer.
Yeah, don't worry about anything else. Just knock that guy down.
That guy who's throwing the ball.
Yes.
Put him on his back.
And here's the thing. Like, so many good things happen when you can do that, right? So many good things. You get strip sacks. You get, interception. If you can get to a quarterback, so many good things happen. If you can't get to the quarterback, as I said 1,000 times, I've never seen a good defense that had that issue. You've got to be able to get to the quarterback. And in this scheme, the way that they want to line it up, they need somebody that can do that can go get the guy without them trying to blitz to get it done, without putting more investment into that. They need guys that can win off the line of scrimmage, and both those guys would be able to help them in that area.
Justin Houston, a little bit older.
Yes.
And Ngakoue had 9.5 sacks last year with the Colts, so he is coming off a season where he was productive, and I think that you got to keep that in mind. The other thing I think is worth repeating, as I said to Dave, it's not as if you have drafted somebody and you're trying to get that person snaps on a field in a developmental season. This is a season that you have to begin and conceivably think that you can make a run for the division. It's up for grabs. And in that context, I'm not saying it's realistic, but that's the way the Bears have to approach this. And as they construct their roster, there's nobody that Ngakoue or Houston would be blocking on the field or blocking his path to get on the field the depth chart.
They have invested in and spent a lot of money in linebackers. They've got a linebacker mentality from their linebackers now. They've got their secondary playing with a linebacker mentality. Maybe if you could get a defensive end that had that kind of mentality. I think we have known the last few years exactly what the Bears were going to draft and what they needed. We knew that they had to improve their defensive backs, and they did that. We knew that they had to improve their offensive line, and they did that. We also have talked about you need a pass rush. You got to get a pass rusher. They haven't gotten there yet. I feel like 100% certainty that with one of their number 1 picks next year, they will be drafting a pass rusher. I think they have to. So that we know what they need already before you even get there. Mm-hmm. And we'll see if that turns out to be correct.
That's why
one year contract,
exactly. wouldn't change that equation at all, and it would make you more competitive this year. It would help you replace Robert Quinn, who you never replaced. Robert Quinn went to the Eagles. That was a draft or a trade they had to make. They were unloading at the time. It was designed that way. But now Why not go get somebody who is the same role, the same? I'm not going to say same production because he set a single season sack record in Chicago.
Yeah.
But Yannick Ngakoue, Justin Houston would fill that need that exists. And again, the way the Bears defense has begun training camp, and we're only a week or so into it, but they feel very good about themselves. You heard it from Tremaine Edmonds yesterday.
Yep.
You hear it from the secondary all the time. This is a confident bunch. It's the most confident team or defense coming off a 14-loss season that I could ever imagine. They believe in themselves. They believe that defense is going to be the strength of this team. I really think they do, Mully, as delusional as that may sound. So if you're going to talk that way, act that way, and believe that way, back it up by going and get a guy that finishes your depth chart and completes it that way.
And Dave says they're down the line. So a little birdie has told him, so you can expect that. 312-644-6767. Shad is on the south side. Hey, Shad.
Uncle Mully, what's up, fellas? Dave, cousin. Hey, look, man, I'm gonna be the voice of reason this morning, okay? Now, first I want to talk offense. Luke Getsy is the key to this year's success in terms of being able to kind of manifest what we're hoping to see with all this collection of parts, okay? Because we really don't know what to expect from the second version of this Kyle Shanahan version of Luke Getsy's offense. We really don't. We hope that it's led through, adding, more volume to Cole Kmet to help between the 20s. But I think the production or the overall efficiency comes near the red zone. And that's where this team is going to hit their ceiling or show us their floor. Defensively, Allen Williams didn't do anything last year. He didn't have anything in the toolbox. With the back seven that we have, I'm pretty confident that we don't need a Khalil Mack, especially considering the fact that we didn't go get a defensive 3-tech in the draft because of red flags, and we're talking about Ngakoue, who's the king of red flags. No surprise why Ryan Poles hasn't acquired him. I think with that back seven, they're very confident that they have enough collection rotation up front that they'll be able to handle that pass rush perfectly fine, Uncle. Y'all go ahead and have that time low.
I don't know what you would think that. Why you would think that, Shad? Come on.
What do you mean? What do you mean? They look from the circumstance that last year, when you looked at the reason that they didn't have a pass rush after they got rid of Roquan and Robert Quinn, is because their secondary was depleted. If you go back and look, that's when Jalen missed games. That's when Brisker missed games. Eddie Jackson went out, and they only had Kyle Gordon out there. So from that standpoint, if you improve that linebacking core the way that they have, with the playmaking ability, also versatility to go and rush the passer, we didn't see what kind of blitz game that Allen Williams had. And considering that the teams are in this division are not as explosive as they were last year, a la by Devin Cook from Minnesota, by Aaron Rodgers from Green Bay, we're looking at a situation where they can be in a new scheme, so to speak, because of the talent being better.
Yeah,
okay.
I hear what you're saying.
Thanks for the phone call.
Here's the thing. You never, ever, ever have enough pass rushers. When you think you have enough pass rushers, go get a pass rusher.
That's a great point. Also, let's be honest here. This is not a scheme that relies very heavily on the blitz at all.
No.
By design, the purpose is to get to the quarterback with your front four so everything else can happen after that. And they're lacking an edge rusher. You want to make the most out of having what you think is a good secondary, might be your best position group. New linebacking core, which has Tremaine Edmonds, which is the closest thing that you have to a Khalil Mack type of a player. Why not supplement and make those guys, put them in the best position? Because we all know that pass defense is related to how quickly you get to the quarterback. I don't think you're wasting anything but money here.
Yeah, I mean, listen, you got money, spend some. I think that the other thing that Dave said, which I thought was interesting, and I've been kind of wanting to talk to different people about it, and we will do so. We're gonna talk to Dan Weeder at 9:00. I'm very curious to see how they're using Chase Claypool, because to me, he's a different type of receiver than other guys that they have at the receiver position. He was a college tight end turned receiver. He still has some of that tight end ability. I think that when you have a guy like him, and he's a big, strong guy, all that stuff, but I like that they're using the tight ends. I think that they'll get a lot out of that position as they open things up, and it's great to have speed. And we know how important DJ Moore is. But if you use Claypool correctly, That is something that he has a capability that other guys don't have.
He's 6'4", 238.
Yes.
He's a big body guy who knows how to use it. He's got to be able to stay on the field, and I do see him as being somebody that can work in a lot of different areas, especially in the red zone. It's Luke Getsy's challenge to figure out the best way to utilize both of his tight ends, one more of an inline blocker like Cole Kmet, and Robert Tonyan, who's very good in the red zone.
I like him. He's good down the field, too.
He's good down the field, and he's got excellent hands. And then you've got 3 wide receivers that can be utilized in a variety of ways and options. But Chase Claypool doesn't – to me, he doesn't fit as much of a deep threat, as you're saying, as he is an intermediate target by using his body and being a guy that could develop
Rebound the ball. Jump ball on the sideline type thing. He could do that, David. This is a guy we saw nothing from a year ago.
And his catch radius is big enough, and his body is big enough to where I think this is the hidden value of some of these receivers the Bears have. They are going to help Justin Fields be more accurate because they are going to be more likely to go up and get it. They have more aggressive pass catchers, if that makes any sense. They're not going to be guys you have to hit in stride. DJ Moore, great hands. And he showed that again, I think it was yesterday. Yak after the catch. The tight ends are very good at doing that. And I think Chase Claypool, again, I don't want to get it.
Yeah.
He's showing that he can be that guy if he can stay on the field.
And, he is in a contract year. So
lot to prove.
He's got to do it.
So is Mooney.
Yeah.
Darnell Mooney, we'll talk to Dan about this. He has observed about Darnell Mooney, does not look like a guy who hasn't played football since November. He's seamlessly transitioned back from the injury and looks like the guy he was before the surgery or before the injury.
All right, we're going to bring in Jim Callis next, and we're going to find out what happened at the trade deadline. Now that we've had a couple days to breathe a little, what is it that we're looking at, and what should we expect as soon as next year? It's Mully and Haugh on The Score.
Hey, Cubs fans, this is Nico Horner.
Horner drives one to deep left. It's going to sail on out of here. A home run for Nico Horner.
You're listening to the Mully and Haugh Show, mornings 5:30 to 10 on 670 The Score.
This segment's brought to you by Amco Transmissions and Total Car Care. For a limited time.
Can you tell us a little bit about the Cody Bellinger project? Do you see him strictly as a center fielder? Is he going to cover a little bit at first base? How do you imagine deploying him?
You certainly could, but we imagine him could play first. We imagine him being our center fielder. And, for us, going into the offseason, you mentioned, adding one of the 4 shortstops. Like, one of the things that we really, focused on is defense, and we had a, significant hole in center field this year. We felt like Cody was really a perfect fit. Left-hand hitting center fielder. He can really play defense. He's really athletic. Obviously Dansby, shifting Nico over to center provides tremendous defense in the middle of the infield. And, I always think that there's a lot of ways to do run prevention, right? And, I think catching a ball and, turning plays into outs is a big part of it. And I think when you watch a really good defensive team, I thought, we had a great defensive team, in 15 and 16, you saw the results. I thought, frankly, watching the Cardinals last year, they just converted everything into outs, and that makes a big difference. So that's really how we see Cody. Obviously, he won an MVP award in 19. I think with a shoulder injury, it's impossible to say what percentage of his struggles have been health related, which part are getting into bad habits based on those health issues. But that's our focus. Our goal is to get him back, and I think we have a lot of optimism that he's going to provide real value with his defense and his legs. And if we can get his offense back, I think that feels like a really great mutual interest. Like, he comes to Wrigley and really tries to get his career back on track, and we get a left-hand hitting center fielder that can really help us.
going forward. And based upon what we were able to do in this year's draft and now what we've been able to do at the deadline, the organization is much, much stronger for 24 and beyond.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. That is the voice of Rick Hahn, and he's talking about the improved system for the Chicago White Sox now that they've traded 6 pitchers and a position player that was under control till 2028, and we are delighted to welcome in Jim Callis. He's with MLB Pipeline, and of course, you see him on the Marquee Network, The Road to Wrigley. Jim, good morning. How are you?
I'm doing good. It's like I can finally see the light at the end of the tunnel now that we're through the draft and the draft signings and the trade deadline. I just need to update my top 30 prospect list for 10 clubs, and then I can go into relative hibernation for a little while. So I'm doing well. How about you guys?
Doing well.
Yeah, we're enjoying what's happening with the Cubs, and we appreciate that they became buyers as opposed to sellers. And I think that when we saw the trades they made, we tried to keep in mind this idea that while you're giving up a couple of guys to get something, you are also you also are kind of heavy in different tiers of your system, and there are other prospects that are blocking the prospects that maybe you had to move. And as much as you hate to see a number 14 player or 6, whatever way you rake them, you understand that they've got a lot. They have a pretty good system and a lot of duplicate pieces that you can move and not really suffer in the system.
Yeah, well, I mean, shoot, if Candelario keeps hitting 889 the rest of the season, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what you gave up anyway. But no, I mean, that was an easy trade, I think, to make for them. I mean, look, they like Kevin Monday and DJ Hers, and I like those guys too. But like you suggested, they're more. If you were breaking the Cubs prospects up into tiers, those are probably on their third tier prospects, and neither one is a sure thing. They're both interesting. DJ Hers, I think, is going to be a lefty reliever at the big league level. He's got a crossfire delivery. He's got one of the best changeups you'll see in the minor leagues. But he's never thrown consistent strikes. He's never worked deep in the ball games. I just think he's a reliever. And look, I mean, there'll come a time where maybe you wish you had a reliever like DJ Hers, but you give him up to get Candelario. And then with Made is one of the better defensive shortstops in the system. I think the Cubs, if they were honest, they would admit to you they've rushed him a little bit because they had a bunch of young shortstops coming out of the pandemic, and they had to accelerate a couple of them. And they accelerated Made and Ed Howard, and those guys' bats have yet to really kind of catch up to that. And, you know, Made's interesting, but you could kind of get some split opinions on him where there's people who think he has bat speed and he'll get stronger and he'll become enough of a hitter to be an everyday player. But you also get people who say, I don't love the exit velocities. I'm not sure he ever hits enough to really be a big league regular. So they traded 2 kind of third tier prospects who are both interesting, but it's not, and I mean, I'm not claiming that they're going to win the World Series this year, but this isn't giving up Gleyber Torres to get a role as Chapman. This isn't giving up Eloy Jimenez and Dylan Cease to get Quintana. You're giving up like some lesser prospects, plug a hole, and I would endorse that trade every time.
Jim, the White Sox trade 6 pitchers and Jake Berger, and they get a slew of prospects in return. The closest to the majors are probably Jake Eater, the lefty they got in the Berger deal, maybe Corey Lee, the catcher they got from the Astros. Maybe the best player is Edgar Caro, the switch-hitting catcher. What do you think in terms of the overall haul the Sox got in return in all of their deals, and who is the closest to being maybe that guy?
I thought they did a nice job. I thought like the last time we saw them have a massive trade-off of, I mentioned Quintana and Sale and Eaton, they did well. I think they were very opportunistic. They traded with teams that had various sense of desperation and, got pretty good returns for guys who were essentially rental players. I think the one that's got maybe fans most up in arms that I've heard around here is, trading Berger for Eater. And I've always been a big Jake Berger fan. I love the Missouri State program. I think that's one of the better unsung programs in college baseball. Him coming back from the repeated leg injuries, great story, perseverance, photogenic wife. And I mean, he's like one of the best things about the White Sox this year was watching Jake Berger. That said, he's kind of a one-trick pony where it's big power It's limited defense. He doesn't hit for average. He doesn't get on base a whole lot, and I think they sold high on him. Jake Eder is one of the best left-handed pitching prospects in baseball, and would have been the majors already if he hadn't had Tommy John surgery a couple of years ago. His last start for the Marlins, guys, he leaked. Like I had a scout in 2021 tell me he was the best pitcher he saw in the minors all year, and that might have been a little bit of hyperbole, and the guy didn't see every pitcher, but I did have a scout say that. And his last start, I guess it was about a week ago before the trade, he looked like 2021 Jake Eder. He struck out 10 in 5 innings. So I think that's going to be a steal. I agree. He's pretty close to the big leagues. Corey Lee we'll probably see in the big leagues, the catcher they got from the Astros. I'm not the biggest Corey Lee fan, but he does have power. He does have arm strength. His approach kind of gets all over the place. But what I liked is they addressed two of the biggest needs in the organization too. They didn't really have catching for the future, the immediate future, and they got Corey Lee and Edgar Cuero. Cuero is only 20 in Double-A. The Angels rushed him a little bit, but I like him more than Corey Lee. But they can figure out what they have the next couple of years with those guys, and they got three of the best 4 pitchers who were traded at the deadline. The Cubs got 3 of them. They didn't just get Jake Eder. They got Nick Maestrini from the Dodgers. They got Kai Busch from the Angels. Are all 3 guys going to work out? Probably not, because it's pitching, but all 3 guys have the chance to, Eder could be a guy who pitches in the front half of your rotation. Maestrini could sit there in the middle. Maestrini's got really good stuff. It's about consistent control and command. It's kind of not as overpowering, but kind of the same questions you still faced with Michael Kopech and you did when he was coming up through the minors. It's great stuff. Is he going to throw enough strikes to be a starter? Does he wind up being a late inning reliever? And then Kai Busch is a little bit more polished, maybe a little less ceiling, but I really liked what they did. And getting back to the first part of the question, I think we'll see Corey Lee in the big leagues pretty soon, because it really doesn't there's no reason for the White Sox not to get him acclimated to Chicago and figure out if he's a catcher for next year.
I was interested, Jim, in looking at the top 30, and Caro moves in at the 2 spot, Eder at 4, Maestrini at 5, Kai Busch at 7. I mean, it seems like all of a sudden this barren minor league system, given the draft, and I know you got to work through that stuff, but it looks like they suddenly are. I think they moved from 27 to 13 or something. I mean, they took major.
Yeah, as I said, we haven't updated our rankings yet, but we did have them 26 coming into the year. Okay. And my guess is they will kind of jump to middle of the pack. They did exactly that. And I'm working on it's funny, when we do our new list, which will be out next week, for now, when the guys go to the switch teams, we put them on their new team, which is why we added all those guys to the White Sox list, but the draft guys aren't on there yet. Cuero, because of where he is on our current top 100, is ahead of Noah Schultz. I will actually flip those. I would put Noah Schultz ahead of Cuero going forward. But my in-progress list, which counts draft guys like Jacob Gonzalez and Grant Taylor and Seth Keener and local product George Wolkow, of their top 15 prospects, 8 of them have joined the organization since the beginning of July, either through the draft or trades, and it's 10 of the top 20. Like the reliever they got from the Dodgers too, Jordan Leisure, I've got him at number 20 on my list right now. And the White Sox season has not gone like any White Sox fan wanted it to go, but I will give credit to the front office. They did what they needed to do. They, look, I mean, we saw some teams that had guys they should have traded to sit on them and not get anything for them. And the White Sox didn't do that. And I think they took advantage of some desperate teams like the Angels, I think, are desperately trying to win to show Shohei Ohtani that they can be a winner and he'll stay. And they gave up arguably, 2 of their probably 3 or 4 best prospects to get Giolito and Lopez. And similarly, the Marlins have made the playoffs, I think, twice in 29 years without a pandemic. And they're desperate for power. And I think a couple of years from now, and I love Jake Berger. I root for Jake Berger. But I think a couple of years from now, there's a very good chance people are going to look back and say, I cannot believe the Marlins traded Jake Eder for Jake Berger. I think it could be similar. Not as bullish, but I was not as bullish on Pete Crow Armstrong when they traded him. But at the time, like Pete Crow Armstrong with the Cubs, when he got traded, the Mets traded him for 2 months of Javi Baez and Trevor Williams. Pete Crow Armstrong could barely play because he got hurt his first pro season, and there were questions about how much impact he'll be, and he's become a much better player. But I remember at the time talking to an executive of another team who was like, I cannot believe the Mets just traded Pete Crow Armstrong for Javi Baez. Like, that makes no sense. And I think we might look back if Jake Eater becomes what I think he can become and say, I can't believe the Marlins just traded Jake Berger for Jake Eater. Although they will control Berger for a longer period of time.
Quickly, Jim, it's promotion season too. So PCA, as you mentioned, he's at Iowa now. But the Cubs also promoted Cade Horton, who debuted for Tennessee, through 4 innings, struck out 6, 2 singles. How fast is the track for him? Because this is somebody that Cub fans look at like, whoa, okay, he's a AA now.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think outside of maybe Cubs scouting director Dan Cantervitz, there's nobody who's been a bigger Cade Horton fan than me. Like, going back to last year's draft, I love that pick. And it's interesting. I mean, with the Cubs playing well, look, I mean, they're in it to win it, and you want your best players in the big leagues. I mean, I don't think it's out of the question that we could see if Cade Horton keeps pitching like that. I don't know what his innings limit is for the year. It's his first, really full season in pro ball. But like, I could envision Cade Horton up in September. I mean, if you have your best players on your team, maybe PCA's up in September. I mean, PCA is better defensively than just about any center fielder in baseball, and he can do some other things too. I mean, we might also see Ben Brown. So it's kind of interesting. Not only did their turnaround kind of switch their strategy at the deadline, I think it might accelerate the timetable for some of these guys. If you're in it and you have a chance to win, and Cade Horton has innings left, like, Cade Horton looks to me like he could get some big league hitters out right now.
Wow, that's awesome. Final question for me: the White Sox, they bought Luis Patino. They basically purchased him for cash from Tampa, and I know that guy was once a top 100 prospect, and he fell apart for whatever reason. What can you tell us anything about that move? And is that just kind of a scratch-off ticket?
Yeah, no, but I mean, that's the type of lottery ticket you should be doing if you're not contending. Yeah, Luis Patino, I'd have to go back and look. I mean, I think he ranked in the top 20 or 30 prospects all of baseball. I mean, there was at one point he was one of the very best pitching prospects in the game. He was one of the keys to the Blake Snell trade that sent Snell to San Diego. And look, I mean, Tampa Bay trades as better as anybody, and for whatever reason, it didn't work out. I mean, the stuff's backed up a little bit. The commands backed up a little bit. But to get him in a straight cash trade, I mean, why not? I mean, because when we talk straight cash, it's not like they sent $5 million to Tampa Bay. And usually cash considerations is more, hey, we're doing you a favor, do us a favor later. I mean, it might be $5 for all we know. But yeah, I think it's purely a lottery ticket. But why not? I mean, shoot, I'm going to go buy 5 Mega Millions tickets today. Why shouldn't the White Sox buy the Luis Patino lottery ticket? It's going to cost them nothing if it doesn't work out.
Great stuff, Jim. Thank you a ton. It's always a joy to catch up with you.
Thanks, Jim.
Yeah. Hey, always great talking to you guys, too. Take care.
That is Jim Callis. He does a remarkable job. He knows all these guys inside and out. I love what he had to say about those Cubs.
Very interesting possibilities for the Cubs.
No question about it. They're ready.
Those guys, if they came up in September, goodness sakes.
10 of the top 20 for the White Sox acquired since July via the draft or these trades.
The bad teams do.
Yeah, well, that's no doubt about it. I mean, no one's arguing that. I'm just saying, at least they're getting better somewhere. Not here. All right, we've got Taylor McGregor. We're going to talk to her next. We're going to enjoy a little Cubs talk. It's Mully and Haugh on the Score.
Dan Bernstein and Lawrence Holmes, middays 10 a.m. till 2.
David Ross, manager of the Chicago Cubs.
Morel be in the lineup consistently.
Where?
Wherever I decide to put him.
Okay, but I mean, is he your DH?
Yeah. Yes, Dan, you're good at numbers. Why don't you look up what he's been hitting at DH?
Batting .313, on base .360, slugging .588. That works.
Let's go.
And that adds
Maybe that is.
The Rivers read now says, add some personal flair.
Oh, yeah,
and
no.
I almost added flair to it. I was like, oh, God, don't read this.
Mully came
personal.
running out of the studio yesterday.
That was mine.
You did that one.
Yes.
I did.
Please make this personal. Yeah, an Uber ad.
There it is.
Yeah.
Please. Play it again, Teddy. That's glorious.
Fantastic. Oh. Please make this personal. Yes.
That's what it says on the copy.
Parkins told me to make it personal, and I'm going to. I'm much more likely to use this product or service.
I'm going to make it personal when I head on over to Polish Fest. That's kind going to be a great weekend.
Well, there's a read for the wrestling
Please
thing.
make this personal and talk about what's going on when you're getting in there and you're going out and you're catching
Nice
an
save.
Uber. You're
Nice save.
I tried.
You worked through it.
So Albert Pujols last night becomes the fourth man in the history of baseball.
Hey, if you and your partner want to step it up in the bathroom, we were just talking about bathrooms. That's a place that you could use Blue Chew.
You want to step it up in the bathroom?
God knows I do.
It was a Metamucil spot.
If only.
That's my bad. I started talking sports.
No, yeah, get that out of here.
.com.
That's the greatest.
Yeah.
Well, the
my
exchange is the greatest because
Yes.
if you actually hear Russ say,
He's very kind.
Hey, Dave, I think that might be a period.
All right, I'll just say .com then.
Okay, then it's just dot.
.com. Dot. Do I have to say .com dot?
They have another dot on there?
I might just say .com, huh? Or is this .com dot?
Yeah, no.
I think I should say,
I think they just got a period
Yeah,
on there.
okay.
So, yeah, just .com.
Coach Wanstead. Coach Wanstead here.
He's so kind.
I know.
Russ.
That's the best. I think they might just kind of just have a period there.
Oh, yeah, they got some runs, all right. That is Taylor McGregor, and she does a great job, Cubs reporter with the Marquee Sports Network, singing the great seventh inning stretch, Take Me Out to the Ball Game, and she joins us now on the Score Hotline, powered by IBEW Local 9. Chicago's original powerhouse since 1892. Taylor, good morning. How are you?
Guys, I love that you had to play the whole thing. Couldn't just do the entrance, the whole thing. That was a lot of fun last night. I resisted doing it for a really long time, but we ended up having a blast. So glad we did it.
Well done.
I picture you driving around with that playing in the car.
Well, I might, but that doesn't mean that I want to get up and sing it in front of 40,000 people and more people at home.
Great time to be at Wrigley Field, having a lot of fun this week, Taylor. The Cubs are scoring runs in droves. They're welcoming in back Jeimer Candelario. You had a great nugget yesterday, and I wonder if you could retell the story that links Jeimer Candelario with Juan, the assistant pitching coach. Yeah, exactly. Cabreja, and how far back they go.
Yeah, so Jeimer said he was 14 years old when he met. We call Juan Pee-Pee. So when he met Pee-Pee, and I was asking Candelario, what initially drew you to Pee-Pee when you were 14 years old? And he was talking about he was having to try out with the Cubs. And you can imagine at 14, you're nervous and you go to the Dominican Academy and you want to make an impression. And he ended up meeting Pee-Pee. And I guess Pee-Pee had this really nice Cubs shirt on. And I guess everybody at the camp thought it was really cool. And he ends up meeting Pee-Pee, having a conversation, telling him that he liked his shirt. And Pee-Pee took the shirt off of his back and gave it to him. And so that meant a lot to Jeimer at the time. And then eventually the Cubs signed him. And then, they kind of have been lockstep ever since. And he says that Pee-Pee is his baseball dad and has taught him a ton about the sport. So, yeah, it's really cool for Jeimer to be back. And there's a ton of familiarity for a lot of different reasons. But I think he's most excited to be reunited with Pee-Pee and have that relationship. And we showed a shot in the dugout. I think it's pretty cool. He comes back to the Cubs and they talk all game. I mean, I see him after his at-bats come out and immediately go talk to Pee-Pee. So just that familiarity and kind of that history that dates way back to when you're a teenager is pretty cool.
And he apparently told him last time he was in town, hey, maybe you guys trade for me. And I mean, it's just, there's so much fun with Candelario's story, including, what is it, 8 of 9. I mean,
I know.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, I remember last night somebody asked David Ross, could you have dreamt it better than this? And he said, no, we know he's going to get out eventually, but we're going to ride this wave right now.
What do you think we should expect? I mean, I guess the Marcus Stroman issue is something that has obviously kind of been overlooked a little bit in this winning streak, but when you heard from him yesterday finally, what was your reaction to the injury and the hip, and as maybe an explanation for why he has struggled?
Yeah, so I think with Marcus, he's very in tune with his body, and basically what makes him go is he has to be 100% right mechanically. And I think back to the beginning of last year, he came to the Cubs and he struggled at first. And he talked about it a lot. He just didn't feel like mechanically he was right. And I kind of compare that to where he is right now. And I had asked Marcus a couple weeks ago, how you feeling? And he had said he had felt off, but he was like, look, it's a major league season. He's like, I've always gone through a stretch where I don't pitch as well. And so I think for him, this is kind of that stretch. And I think being able to get healthy, get some time off, get right mechanically will be really good for him. Because, yeah, like you said, it has been overlooked a little bit because the Cubs have been winning. But in order to win down the stretch, they're going to need him to pitch well again. So I want to sit here and say that I'm not concerned because I don't feel like I'm really concerned. I think he'll be able to get back in sync and find his rhythm again. And I think putting him on the IL allows for him to have the time to do that.
36 runs in the last 2 games, and you look at tonight and you say, this is a chance to win this series. Those guys are 4-5 in their last 9. The Cubs are feeling real good. You win this game and you sent them kind of into a tailspin a little. You really need this game. This is a huge game for I think you can still win the division. You can still make a wild card, but boy, it would help a ton if you got this done with Atlanta coming up next.
Yeah, you always want to win the games in the division, especially with where the Reds sit right now. So I think it builds a lot of confidence. I mean, not that the group doesn't have a lot of confidence right now, because they certainly do, but I think even more so if you can show yourself we're good enough to beat these other teams who we're competing with a division for. And I would say the same thing about Milwaukee at the end of the month before they go back to Cincinnati. Like, that's just such a huge series to be able to set a tone. And especially when you're only, I think Cubs are 3 games back now, every single game matters. So yeah, it means a ton. It's going to be another electric night at Wrigley. And then I think an amazing weekend too against Atlanta.
Taylor, how much fun is it interviewing Christopher Morel after a game like last night? And how much better has he gotten it in those situations, communicating in a way that makes it clear? Obviously, his enthusiasm is infectious, but boy, he's really getting better in front of the camera.
Yeah, I'm super proud of him, and how hard he's worked to work on his English, and he's just a joy to be around. And not only has he put in a ton of work there, but obviously the more important, he's put in a ton of work to be a better baseball player. And I think it was a great story last night. When you looked at Morel versus lefties this season, he actually hasn't hit them well. Now, granted, very small sample size. I think he only had 57 at-bats going into last night, and then he comes into last night and, hits a homer and then a double off a lefty, and then, kind of the offense explodes there. So he's just another phenomenal story on this team, and he's been a ton of fun to be around, as I feel like we well document on the air. He's just such a positive personality, and always fun to interview.
Taylor, who's your favorite first baseman now?
It's a good question. I was not working the game when Jamer was at first, but listen, I think the thing about the way this team is constructed is you do have options. And, I've said this multiple times on the air, the fact that Cody Bellinger can play first, I truly believe is a big part of why this offense has been able to take off, because you've been able to slide in your best hitters and platoon them against different pitchers. And so, we obviously talk about the Palatine Pounder and Mike Tauchman, being able to put him in center field and then move Bellinger to first makes the best lineup that day. And then, last night we see Patrick Wisdom and Bellinger moves back to center field and Candelario over at third. It was the best lineup for last night. So I don't think I have an answer to that. I just think, they've kind of made it work with some versatility, and I like them all equally. I'm like a parent. I like them all equally.
How big was that moment in St. Louis? You were down there for that. Was that the highlight of the season to you?
Yeah, honestly, yes. And I think there's a little bit of recency bias for sure. But, I mean, really the road trip, I sit here and I say that. I think the comeback against the Sox is pretty remarkable. And just the energy in that stadium with Crosstown, that was incredible. And then the St. Louis catch was crazy because, so it was, obviously the final out. And I'm right down there, and I think I was going to get Ian Happ. I think that was who was the offensive star that night. So I'm running through questions for Ian, right? And I'm thinking out what I want to ask him. And then that ball's hit, and honestly, and I think you could talk to a lot of people on the field, I thought it was just a pop-up. I did not think it was going to turn into what it is. So it's a pop-up, whatever, and I'm right there on the stairs right next to Rossi. And I kind of see him looking, and then I'm looking, and I'm like, oh, please don't go out. Like, is this ball about to go out? And then you see Tauchman go back, and he makes the grab, and I'm like, oh, my gosh. And then I step up onto the field, and I get in my producer's ear. I'm like, I'm going to get Tauchman. And I was like, and I think we should do it live. And he's like, yeah, let's do it. So, when I started interviewing him, that was fully just reacting. I mean, I hadn't even thought about what I was going to ask him because, again, it was just split second. So, moments like that are always super fun. And the emotion that he showed, because this guy doesn't show a ton of emotion, was special. And then the whole team getting in with the Gatorade Bass. I mean, yeah, that was probably the highlight. And I think just, again, to kind of continue the win streak, it just made it all the more better.
It's a great answer, Taylor, because that's also what Jed said is the reason that they decided to buy. So that's those 2 games. That's fantastic.
Doing a great job.
Yeah, loved it. Thanks so much, Taylor.
Thanks, guys. Thanks for having me on.
That is Taylor McGregor with the Marquee Network. She does a great job.
She's right there next to
Isn't
Rossi.
that something?
She's always right there.
Yeah. Wow, that's something special. All right, we got our guy Dan Wiederer. We'll talk to him next. It's Mully and Haugh on The Score.
This is Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. We're live from Chicago, talking Chicago sports. Listen on your radio or through the Odyssey app. AUDACY. We are 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
From town councils to Capitol Hill.
I hope that if people are on Twitch and are seeing Danny, they would perhaps understand why when this text came in from Peoria Matt, every single one of us here on the show
It's a great text.
was just dying. Peoria Matt says, just got on the Twitch stream. Does Danny have a skateboarding appointment?
It's a great text.
He's wearing a loose collared T-shirt.
Oh, there's no collar.
Yeah, and a white non-fitted baseball cap backwards. It looks like Dennis the Menace.
Well, he looks like one of the kids in the educational videos about drugs you watch in grade school. Hey, man, you ever try any weed? It'd be cool if you did.
Okay. Shane, what do I look like?
You look like an extra from Disney original channel movie Brink.
All right, I like it. You guys are doing a good job here. What does Parkins look like?
It's
This
just
hat
tremendous,
is
but
really nice, by the way. It's a melon hat. It's very, very stylish. It's very in.
Fix Your Melon? Is that what it's called? Fix Your Melon?
MELIN.
Oh, okay, whatever.
But I don't know if you noticed this, Danny. We're wearing basically the same thing today, just different colors, and nobody has said the same about me.
No, it's the white. It's the fact that it's white. It looks
a great hat.
It looks brand new.
It is brand new.
Okay.
I got it in Big Sky.
It also looks mesh. But
That's what the hats
my
look
favorite
like.
part about the text is the word appointment. Skateboarding appointment.
North Shore Winnetka frat boy.
Not from Winnetka, not in a frat.
He's like, let's see. Let me make my skateboarding appointment for 5:45.
Right after I spike my tips. Yeah, it's not good, okay? It's going to be fine. I like the hat.
Spike your tips or frost your tips?
Frost your tips. Spike
your frosted tips.
Spike your frosted tips.
Frost your spikes.
That was what it was.
A little bit later on.
Tip your frost.
Oh, yeah.
All right. Good job, Peoria, Matt. People can get on the Twitch line and tell.
I did one of those earlier.
did.
Did I do it? Was it to Euclid? It might have been to you.
Yeah, maybe.
Live from the Hyundai Studio, presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago, WBMX HD2 Chicago, and always live on the free Odyssey app.
This hour of the show brought to you by Menards. Save big money at Menards.
Dan Wiederer
you've got a guy with credentials, you got a guy with some qualifications, and now there's just, when done at its best, provides a level of steadiness and stability that helps create and stimulate success.
On-air contributor for 670 The Score.
Listen, we're not going to accept the status quo. We are going to push for more. We are going to strive for more.
Co-host of the Take the North podcast with our own David Haugh.
We're going to take the North and never give it back.
Dan Wiederer with Mully and Haugh on 670 The Score.
Bear down. Let's go.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. Dan Wiederer does a great job covering the Bears for the Chicago Tribune, and he joins us now, as all guests do, on the Score Hotline, powered by IBEW Local 9, Chicago's original powerhouse since 1892. Dan, good morning. How are you?
I'm doing great, Mully. The new CBA is glorious. We have an off day from practice today at training camp. We'll get back to it tomorrow morning at Haugh, but it's a good day to catch our breath. I'll do a little work this morning, get some life maintenance in, and then hopefully maybe get out to the golf course this afternoon.
You got to get off your feet, though. We're worried about everybody being on their feet too long, so make sure that you, as much as you like golfing, make sure that you give yourself plenty of time for rest and recovery.
Yeah, that'll be a cart. That'll be fine.
Well, now I know why the podcast was moved up to Wednesday. Dan had a tea time. Apparently.
Hey, David, you got to get your rest and recovery in. It's a long grind through August and July in the NFL.
So let's start with yesterday. How would you describe obviously the offense had a bad day, the defense dominated, but Justin Fields owned it afterward, called a meeting, and then he faced reporters, thought he handled himself pretty well.
Yeah. I mean, he handled himself well after the practice. Within the practice, the offense was really sloppy. It was clunky. It was inefficient. And for anyone that was there watching what to date was the most intense, longest, just the second padded practice at camp, it was a little bit worrisome because not only was the offense kind of choppy, but they lacked the energy, and they certainly weren't matching the quote unquote juice that the defense was bringing every time that they made a play against the offense. That was, for a stretch, it was, the ones versus the ones in 7-on-7s and 11-on-11. The first team offense was having struggles against the second team defense, and they were getting told about it. And so at some point, you've got to fight back. You've got to match that energy. You've got to bring the intensity. And that was a lot of the discussion, David, after practice yesterday was how do we create that energy when we come out a little flat? And how do we not wait till the last 10 minutes of a 2.5-hour practice to get there? And so it's a good lesson to be learned in August. It's much better learned now than in September or October. But it's another thing that you have to add to the checklist for Justin and the Bears offense to understand that this is something that requires an everyday focus and enthusiasm that is really, really demanding.
Dan, what's going on with Nate Davis, the right guard? Is he there? You just haven't seen him? Where is he?
Didn't see eyes on him yesterday, and for a guy that missed 2 weeks of OTAs and has a little bit of a reputation of not loving practice, you kind of scratch your head a little bit and say, okay, this is something we're going to have to keep an eye on through the remainder of the month, particularly when you get into pads for the first time in the very first 2 padded practices of your first training camp with your new team, you're not out there. And so, certainly a head scratcher there. And then Mully, as you know, on the other side of Cody Whitehair yesterday, Tevin Jenkins had to leave practice early. And we've talked about for years now that the biggest question that Tevin has to answer to establish trust within the building is his ability to go 3, 4, 5 weeks without getting hurt. And so for him to leave the field, it's another one where you say, man, we've talked forever through the offseason about all the best case scenarios for the Bears. And then you get a couple of glimpses of, what happens if this scenario plays out? And you say, man, this team is going to face a steeper climb than we originally thought.
What was your biggest takeaway about the way that Luke Getsy handled the poor performance by the offense and the lack of focus? I think that's the right word too. It's the focus and maybe the professionalism that you should just assume is going to be there on the second day of practice.
Well, I think Getsy was most bothered in the team period when the first team offense went 3 and out a couple times, and they were just kind of dragging back to the huddle, and that was unacceptable to him. And he let them know that, and he let us know afterwards that his emotions got dialed up a little bit there because it's really frustrating to watch that, where it's like, okay, I know we've hit a bumpy patch in the road here, but you got to get back in that huddle and treat the next play like it's the play that's going to win the game, and you got to have that again, that energy and that juice and that focus to go execute. And you can't just say, yes, it's going sideways on us and, oh, well, And so I think that's some of the demands that came out of yesterday's practice for the offense. Look, like they understand that they're not getting the opportunity with the backs or the receivers to break tackles. That's not the part of the preseason that we're at yet. They're not getting the opportunity to game plan. And so there are some handicaps that you have as an offense that you have to acknowledge and use as you're kind of grading on a curve here. But the one thing that you have to grade every day is the precision and the focus to assignments, and then the level of enthusiasm that you bring to every single play, because it's important for a team at this state to not take a breath, and understand what they have to push through to get to where they want to go.
Dan, we talked to Dave Wanstead earlier in the show, and he said that a little birdie told him that they were pretty far down the line with negotiations with a pass rusher, that they're probably bringing in a pass rusher. He didn't name names, but he did mention Yannick several times.
He said that Yannick guy.
Yeah, Yannick Ngakoue, I'm assuming. I don't know if there's another Yannick, Joakim's dad. But that would be a welcome addition if they did that. Are they waiting to see who frees up, how they look at that position? What are your thoughts on the possibility of being down the line with someone? Wouldn't be a surprise.
Well, if it's Joakim's dad, he's got a good first step and a nasty backhand. So, that certainly brings something to the table there. Look, like that's the name that's been kind of floating around now for the last probably month and a half since the end of the off-season program and OTAs and minicamp. And Ryan has stayed disciplined with this, and he wants to do it in a way that makes sense financially for the team. And obviously, Ngakoue's been kind of seeking some sort of longer-term deal for himself that hasn't materialized. And so there comes a point where the sand in the hourglass starts to run out for the player, and now you've got leverage as a team to try to make that happen on your terms. Look, like the Bears have money to spend. They can put together some sort of short-term deal that doesn't handicap them for the long haul, but gives them a chance to be more functional and more competitive up front defensively. And with what we're seeing on the other two levels of the defense right now, you say, man, they really need to find that edge. DeMarcus Walker missed practice again yesterday after leaving the previous day's practice. And so you need some teeth up front, because the secondary right now is flying around and playing really, really well, 1 through 5 in terms of the starters there. And then you've got these linebackers with Edwards and Edmonds bringing that veteran experience and presence there, where you go, man, there is a potential here for this defense to take a significant leap, but it is going to require a pass rush, and it's not there yet. And so at some point, Ryan's going to have to figure out a way to make that happen, and we'll just stand by and wait to see what it is.
Let's assume that Dave Wanstead is right, and let's assume that they do get a veteran pass rusher, whether it's Ngakoue or Justin Houston. And Dan, you know the enthusiasm is going to be as high as it's going to be in early August, especially on the defensive side of the ball. Defense is always ahead of the offense. Is it conceivable, or is it crazy that the Bears' defense could be the strength of this football team?
Well, I mean, it's certainly conceivable, because neither side of the ball has established itself as a top-tier unit in this league. And like I say, when you see at full strength the starting 11, or really the back 7, and the way they're playing right now, you're like, there are playmakers here, and there are dogs, and there are guys that are setting a tone, and it's Eddie Jackson, and it's Jaquan Brisker, and it's Edmonds, and you see the plays that even a guy like Kyler Gordon is making clearly more comfortable in year 2, and you go, man, this is clearly an arrow up. I see an arrow up on offense as well. It just doesn't seem to be at the same, steepness. It doesn't seem to have that same momentum right now. And so we'll see where it goes here. Look, I think defensively they feel good about their chance to be a lot more competitive than they were a year ago. But now you've got to not only establish kind of your top unit, you got to have depth there, and you got to find some way to make an opposing quarterback uncomfortable. Because if it's not, then it's just a long day for those guys on the back end.
Dan, we know that the Bears have the number one pick in the draft and traded it, and as such, they have first choice on waivers for guys cut. Do you believe that they are going to be once this group, you're just looking at them and looking at the roster, do you believe they're looking to add at the end of training camp like they did last year? Will they be what did they add? 6 or 7 guys?
Yeah, I was going to say, I think it was a half dozen last year, and all of a sudden you walked into week 1 with,
right,
a
whole
big
new
chunk
group.
Year 53 that were totally new. I don't think it'll be to that level, but I wouldn't be surprised if it was 3, and maybe 4, where you're looking to find again, some of those depth pieces, guys that can help you if you're in a pinch. And so, yeah, I think Ryan and Ian understand that they have to be in touch with their pro scouting team on a daily basis and figure out what that board looks like and just keep their fingers on the pulse of that, because that's coming up quicker than we think. You know, we're in August now, and we're about 4 weeks away from some really significant decisions needing to be made, and so they'll have to be actively exploring everything that makes sense.
Dan, I thought your observations about Darnell Mooney and the progress he has made were very interesting when we did the podcast. What has stood out most about the way that he has practiced early on?
Yeah, well, you listened to me a lot, David, before camp saying, look, like, I need to see this with my own eyes. There's only so much I can trust from a slow-motion hype video of routes on air from some workout in Miami, you know, and we hadn't seen Darnell out in the field during OTAs and minicamp. I want to know that he still has that quickness and that burst there, because if you go from really, really good in those categories to just good, now all of a sudden your superpower is diminished to a level where you're not what you once were. Well, that hasn't been the case. You know, Darnell Mooney has gradually mixed back in. We've seen him go through one-on-ones. We've seen him go into 7-on-7. Now we're seeing him in 11-on-11. And when he goes up against a quick guy like Tyler Gordon and puts him on his heels and makes a break off that surgically repaired ankle and cuts like nothing ever was wrong, you say, man, this is cool. You know, like he definitely attacked this rehab. He looks like the old Darnell that we're used to seeing, and that should be really good news, obviously, for Justin and the entire offense.
You know, Dan, I'm wondering, my brother called me and wanted to know what I thought of the MVP voting, the betting for the MVP, and that is a form of voting. And Justin Fields has more MVP bets than Mahomes, Josh Allen, Herbert, all of them combined. And then someone said that happened with Mitch Trubisky in 2019, which put a shock through me. Is he looking like he can make that leap? I think everyone is looking for, Hurts. Does he look like he's getting to a point where he can make that move, or are you still seeing? And again, we need the guy to be good. You don't necessarily need the guy to be the MVP, but right. What do you think of when you see that kind of hype go?
So I like the way you said that, because right now the hype train has left the station and it's got an open bar. And people are pretty buzzed up on the open bar right now. And they're sort of clinging to a hope that's not rooted in what's happening on the field. To your point, to what you just said there, it's like, try to become a solid starter on an average team first, and then we'll try to find our way to MVP levels. Mike Sando talked to 50 people around the league for The Athletic, over the last few months, and Justin's got 20 guys on that list who rate above him. He's in tier 3, and then, you got to scroll past Kyler and Derek Carr and Jared Goff and Daniel Jones and Geno Smith before you even see Justin's name. And so I think league-wide there's an understanding that Justin is about 5 or 6 steps away from anything that resembles MVP-level quarterback play. That's okay. Try to become a solid starter on an average team here. I'll tell you guys a story that always is kind of off the rails here, but you can buckle in for a few minutes. The 2015 Masters, I was covering that, and it was a year after Ricky Fowler had finished second, I think, in all 4 majors. And there was a small group of us talking to him under the tree outside the clubhouse and saying, hey, what's it going to take this week to go from second to first in one of these majors, particularly the Masters? And he said, okay, well, all I have to do this week is hit it straight off the tee. I'm going to have incredible precision with my irons. And if I miss a few, I got to know where I can miss and where I can't and be calculated. When I have opportunities to score, I'm going to have to make a whole bunch of long and medium range putts. And if I'm good enough to be hanging around on Sunday, I'll have to have the grit and the mental toughness to navigate all the pressure that comes with that. And somebody just kind of laughed and said, that's it. And Ricky just looked at us and said, well, yeah, I'm trying to win the Masters. This isn't the Honda Classic. And I always think about that when we're talking about trying to play top-tier quarterback in the NFL, because I think it's really easy for fans and a lot of the media to underestimate and underappreciate the degree of difficulty of what we're asking these guys to do. I mean, this is a really, really difficult job in a hyper-competitive, cutthroat league. And I think what happened in 2022 that was here in Chicago that was a little bit misguided was we pushed Justin to levels and proclaimed him to be something when he hadn't passed like 5 or 6 checkpoints that are required to pass to get there. Now we're having conversations on like, can he be an MVP? And my thing is like, all right, let's try to throw for 250 yards 2 or 3 times in a month. Let's try to get to 10 career wins as a starter. Let's take these incremental steps, and eventually we can have the MVP discussion. It's still in there. That potential is in there, but to be talking about it here in August of 2023 is just, it's a little bit misguided, and hopefully the outside world can accept that and appreciate that and just go along for the ride with Justin where he is at now, not where we hope him to be 5 steps up the road.
Okay, fair enough, Golf Writer. So if we look ahead to a year from now and we look ahead at what's realistic then, I'm with you, and you know that because the MVP stuff is off the rails. But realistically, a year from now, where can he get to from Tier 3, the 21st ranked quarterback? Where do you think that is the spot where he'll be ranked next year at this time?
Like this is part of the discussion, right? The next step for Justin is getting his general manager to believe that he should be the undeniable starter in 2024. Let's get there before we get to MVP talk. And so that requires him to make the strides we've talked about for months now. It's becoming a better passer from the pocket. It's being able to process quicker and be more decisive and be more accurate with the throws you make when you are decisive. And so, look, there's certainly the potential for Justin to take a big leap this season. He's got weaponry around him. They've got an upgraded offensive line. They've got an offensive coordinator who's in lockstep with him, understanding how to use his best gifts properly. And so now you have to just go through the process, and you have to take really rough days like yesterday, and you have to accept them for what they are, and you have to just get back in the lab and grind and understand where your inefficiencies are and where your footwork needs to be better and how your eyes need to be better. And I thought Luke said something really interesting yesterday that, there were a few choice routes yesterday where you can draw it up on a whiteboard all you want, but now Justin's got to understand what his receiver's seeing, what decision he's going to make, and then how he's going to run that route tailored to that individual receiver to make that play and that throw work. And so, again, the complexity of this position is so difficult. And it's not a criticism of an individual when you say they're not there yet. It's just an acknowledgement that this is a really difficult position to play at a high level. And Justin is playing it, in Tier 3 right now in the league. And yeah, David, I think maybe he can get to the middle of Tier 2 by the end of the season if all breaks the way that people at Haugh want it to break.
Dan, I'm curious, do you look at David's guy, Velus Jones Jr., and say he's really getting it done? He should be throwing punches in practice. That's a good thing. Or do you think, wow, that guy really is only good out of the backfield and his speed doesn't show up as much on the field as a wide receiver as it does as a return guy and a running back?
Yeah, I think we've lowered our expectations for Velus so much that any little taste of success feels good because of how disappointing his rookie season was. And he's looked fine at camp to me. He hasn't looked spectacular. There's nothing that tells me he's going to be one of the main pieces every week in the offensive game plan. But you want him to have a role. You want him to be able to use him, as you said, on some of the gadget stuff. You want to be able to rely on him in situations. And I was okay yesterday with him kind of sticking up for himself because he pulled up on a route and the defense let him know about it, and then more of the defense let him know about it, and then more of the defense let him know about it. And Velus was on an island. He was in front of the defensive sideline surrounded by 6 or 7 dudes barking at him and telling him he was soft. And so if you're not going to, puff your chest out and stick up for yourself there, when are you going to stick up for yourself? And so I think that was some of the fire and the juice that the offense was lacking yesterday. But it starts with running the route right and catching the pass and then not having to get into that situation.
Receivers who throw punches break their hands. Their hands are the way they make a living. No receiver should be throwing punches.
I didn't see any sort of hand jeopardizing punch thrown from what I saw with my eyes.
Let's be honest.
Skirmish, a little pushback.
Yeah, he was slapping. Who are we kidding?
Right. Yeah, no doubt about it.
That's Mr. David's point.
But let me tell you, because the guy who was in his face the most was Jaquan Brisker, and I just love the camp that this dude is having. Like this dude is playing the game with the type of speed and tempo and instincts and fearlessness that you want for, and he loves it. Like every single day, you know that Jaquan Brisker loves it, and you know that he loves telling everybody that he loves it. Whether it's a receiver, he just showed up. He ran past Luke Getsy after one play yesterday and said, call something different. It's not working when you come at me, and I love that. It's that edge that defense needs, man.
Yeah, that's great stuff. Hey, Dan, thanks a ton. Great catching up with you.
Thanks, Dan.
Hey, guys, have a good day. We'll talk to you again next week.
Hit him straight.
Yeah. You called him a golf writer.
Yeah, well, he's telling master stories.
But you did it like it was.
He's telling master stories.
The guy takes notes properly. He doesn't use the golf pencil. Back off.
Good stuff from Dad.
It's great. Yeah, no question. It's Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 6-7 The Score.
We are Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. We're live from Chicago, talking Chicago sports. Listen on your radio, your laptop, your mobile device through the Odyssey app, AUDACY, or tell your smart speaker to play 670 The Score. We're live and we're local. 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
This segment brought to you by Whole Foods Market.
You and Tanny all last week trying to have conversations about this movie that I was dying to see, and you were very often very careful, very cautious. I respected it, and you would say, well, let's not spoil it for Speaks. Let's not do that. I don't want to do that. And then I'd leave the room, and then maybe you guys would talk a little more.
Yeah.
There was one moment where you said one thing, and it was like the equivalent when somebody has seen a game that you have on the DVR, and they're like, oh, I won't spoil anything, but stay to the end.
Okay, so we're going to play something here, and Speaks is going to tell me off mic what I said
I'm going to tell you.
to spoil it so that we don't spoil it for the audience. And then when we come back from this clip that Tanny's going to play, I'm going to have been told what I told to Spiegel. I genuinely do not know.
Yeah.
And then I will determine whether or not I believe that I actually spoiled
And
it.
if you're watching on Twitch or YouTube, you'll see us talking about it, or you can jump there right now to see this.
all right,
okay?
go ahead, Tanny.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah.
I disagree that it's a spoiler.
I'm telling you.
I'm saying it. I'm saying it.
No, I don't think you should.
Tanny,
I really.
can I get some validation?
I don't know what it is. He doesn't know what it is.
It's been a week and a half now, right? The movie's been out for a week and a half.
I really don't think you should say it.
Such an innocuous thing.
I disagree. I disagree firmly.
Well, you want to tell me in cue while I play the music?
Hold on. Yes.
Oh, that's ridiculous.
Come on.
Thank you.
Come on, Speaks.
Thank you.
That's not anywhere close to being a spoiler.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
And that's why I'm going to say...
The way he said it, the way he is.
I said that on the Friday show right after I saw the movie when Speaks wasn't here.
Right.
I said
it was a reason to see the movie.
I'm saying it. I'm saying it.
Yes, you said it.
Now people will know.
Yeah, exactly. We want people to know
It's the
how
way
wrong
that he
you
said
were.
it. It's the way that he said it.
I said Robert Downey Jr. is going to win the Oscar.
Why are you cringing?
How does that spoil the movie?
Put your glasses back on, Speaks.
It does spoil the movie.
Spoil the movie.
So you're upset that you went and saw a good performance by Robert Downey Jr.?
Oh, no, it was good.
He's
it was
an A-list actor.
There's a lot of other people that were good, too.
Did you want to hate him going into it after hearing what Danny said?
No.
And all of a sudden you were disappointed
No.
that he was so awesome in the movie?
As long as we're talking about it,
All
let's
the
talk about
criticisms
it.
that
Here's
I've
the deal.
taken.
Here's the deal. Forget it. Here's the deal. Now, this is going to be a spoiler. Telling people right now.
No.
Yes.
You're the bad
I'm
guy.
going to spoil it.
This might be Spieg's definition of a spoiler.
No,
so it might not be.
The bomb goes off.
This is 100% a spoiler to indicate to you why that was a spoiler. Okay?
No.
I don't love it.
No.
Yeah, I don't love that.
No, that's
All right,
crazy.
forget it.
Okay, yes. All right. Someone who won an Oscar, or who I think could win an Oscar, who probably cost 8 figures to get in the movie, has a pivotal role in the movie.
Speaks. A spoiler would be Robert Downey Jr. shows up in the Iron Man suit to stop the bomb.
A spoiler.
be with everybody, and we just got to keep continuing doing this, and hopefully we're going to be really well.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. That is the Candy Man. He's talking about the Chicago Cubs. He's talking about his new team and how they need to get going. He's also going to be on the afternoon show today. Did you know that?
I did not know that.
We are also having, if I'm not mistaken, I believe Jed Hoyer will be on at 1 o'clock.
This is great.
And 1 p.m. Will be Jed Hoyer, and he'll answer all the tough questions. And then there'll be some fun with Jamer Candelario in the afternoon.
That's terrific. He deserves the attention. He's hitting .889, 8 hits in his first 2 games as a Cub. He'll cool off. I think
move him up in the lineup.
The score has learned. Move him up in the lineup, fine. Bat him wherever. When you are doing what the Cubs are doing at the plate, you really can't quibble with any lineup construction. It's working. And you know what? Because of the last 2 nights, 36 runs in 2 consecutive games, the biggest outburst since 1897, Mully, they now, since the All-Star break, lead the majors in runs scored with 145 since the All-Star break. The Cubs are the most productive offensive team in baseball since the All-Star break. 145 runs. Candelario is a big part of that. Wherever he plays, wherever he bats, he's happy to be here. Great pregame interview with Zach Zaidman last night, talking about the path back to Wrigley Field, it being signed, developed by the Cubs, traded to the Tigers, going to the Nationals, and now being the missing piece, maybe the best bat available during the trade deadline. The Cubs got it, and they are really happy about that.
Yeah, I think that if you look at what's happened since he arrived, I don't think you
Good move, Jed.
Yeah, there you go. I don't think you can complain.
No wonder Jed's on our show on the afternoon at 1 o'clock today. He's taking a bow, and he should. He'd be there if he didn't make a trade too. He's accessible. He's very accessible.
Yeah, he's a good dude. I got to tell you, I think about this game tonight, and it's been fantastic watching the 36 runs the last 2 innings, the first time in MLB history that a team has 10 extra base hits and at least 5 homers in consecutive games. First time in league history, incredible. But man, you want to make sure you take care of business tonight. I don't know how to underline how important this game is. I get it. You could lose this game and it wouldn't matter. It's baseball. There's another game coming. It's always the case. But imagine the psychological damage you could do to these guys if you could jump on them tonight, make another pitcher regret he ever got into the profession, and maybe send this team out of town with a. I think they've only won 4 of their last 9. You could be nice to make that 4 of their last 10.
Luke Weaver is the pitcher who is on the mound for the Reds, and he has a 6.8 ERA. So he is there for the Cubs to take advantage of. Jamison Tyone, as you point out, can continue his nice little mini resurgence. Hopefully he can keep that going, and it's going to be another cool night at Wrigley Field. But let's go back to the beginning of the series. I think we talked about it. You'd been happy with a split. Yes. Everybody was kind of happy with the split. You've won 2 now out of 3 now.
Well, we said if they swept, they'd be in first place. So I mean, we did balance it a little bit.
Yeah,
right?
A split would be acceptable. A sweep would have been terrific.
Yeah,
winning 3 out of 4 sends a message. It sends a message to the Reds.
Yeah,
that you might be more pretender than contender after all.
Yeah.
And so leave it to the Cubs and the Brewers to fight down the stretch in the rest of August and into September. That would be a great little race in the NL Central. I think the Reds will stick around, but when you just objectively look at their starting pitching and you realize they didn't do anything at the deadline, you're like, how long can they really stick around?
Right.
How long can they do this? And they have been a big surprise, one of the best ones in the National League, but I just don't know how sustainable it is.
The Cubs have Atlanta coming in for the weekend. We'll get into that tomorrow. We'll talk about the importance of that series. And as you said earlier, a potential playoff matchup. Who knows? The Atlanta Braves are one of the best teams in baseball, and they look like, as much as anyone, they look like the class of the National League. So I think that's a big series and an important one. But there's nothing like playing in your division. There is nothing like making a statement, knocking a team out of first place. And I don't know if that's going to happen. Didn't the Brewers lose in a heartbreaking fashion yesterday? Yes. And they're half a game behind them. So if they could lose again and the Cubs could win again, that you could remain only you get to 2 games back instead of 3, and 2.5 is what they are right now behind the Brewers.
It's a lot of math.
Card. No,
they said there would be no math.
Hardly. Just take off your shoes and socks and count it up.
So the Cubs are going to be at Wrigley tonight. That'd be a lot of fun. And the Sox are going to see Max Scherzer make his debut for the Rangers. How about that?
Wow.
I mean, that's an exciting night.
Are you looking forward to tuning in?
Maybe.
Yeah, okay.
I mean,
I don't believe you.
I
don't think you're watching. Is it going to be stormy this weekend? We've got stormy weather. Is that true?
I'm not sure about that.
A wet weekend in Chicago? Is that what I'm
You're not interested in Max Scherzer making his debut against the Sox?
No.
Against Tukey?
No, not at all. I love Tukey. You know how I feel about him. But no, I'm kind of a little.
I'm kind of curious.
I'm a little damaged.
Yeah, I get that.
Did you watch the game last night, David?
No.
We haven't talked about it yet.
No, I did not.
And,
I did not spend
there's no need
one moment watching the White Sox.
Dylan Cease was doing his Lucas Giolito impersonation.
Ooh, that's a tough one. How do you think the Angels feel? Lucas Giolito got rocked yesterday.
He gave up 9 earned runs, which matches a career high.
That's not good.
And
he's had a tough week.
He was like the worst pitcher in baseball at one point. So that's got to hurt.
He said goodbye a week ago today, I believe. So he's had quite a week traveling. He's probably fatigued. That's not an excuse, but he got rocked.
It's a long plane ride.
Bad day for Lucas Giolito.
Dustin told me that plane ride would take it out of a guy.
Well, it's grueling. How about Jake Berger, though? Goes down to Miami.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, on the other hand, Jake Berger, it's $5 burger night at the Marlins home game in Miami. They fall behind 5-0, I believe, and win in walk-off fashion. Their 7th walk-off victory of the year for the Marlins. And you know what I forgot about when we were talking about the Berger trade, which Jim Callis made sound like a really good deal for the White Sox.
Yeah, they got the right Jake.
They got the right Jake. The Jake Berger joins another former White Sox teammate in Miami. Did you remember Avi Garcia?
I remember who he is.
Yeah, but he's down with the Marlins.
I didn't know that.
How about that?
He's
Avisail Garcia. He used to be the next great. He was supposed to be the next big thing.
He's dead to me.
Kind of like I've discounted Matt Mervis and Velus Jones. I'm just like, let's move on. Let's move on. I get that, though.
Yeah, I can't believe. I mean, you turning on Mervis.
I'm not turning on Mervis.
No, you turned on him like a dog.
This is what
it was incredible to hear you say that earlier. The Velus Jones thing, I never thought you were really all in on that. But Mervis.
Can I explain my Mervis philosophy here? See,
Mash
clearly,
Mervis, David. Come on.
I know. I was calling him Mash at the beginning. I was clamoring for his promotion, and then, like a lot of Cub fans, really struggled watching him struggle. Here's why I'm not in on Matt Mervis being a factor the rest of this year. I don't want him to feel any pressure. I don't want him to feel the weight of any expectation.
It's all for his own.
It's all for his own benefit. I have moved on mentally because I don't want him to have the weight of my expectations. And I think all Cub fans should look at it the same way because he's not there. They don't really need his help. They made the trade. They got the Candyman. The Candyman can. And Tachman is there. And Bellinger is there. You've got all your left-handed pop at the right spots in the order in the lineup. You don't need Mash Mervis to mash until 2024.
Okay. All right. I'm willing to listen if you want to go that way.
So I'm talking my way through that.
Yeah. No, you're being quite kind to him. Your only concern is for his well-being.
It is.
It has nothing to do with being disappointed in his performance.
Oh, I was disappointed in his performance. I mean, a lot of people were. Don't you think the Cubs expected That would have been a interesting scenario. Would the Cubs still have been in the Candelario market? Yeah, because he would have been probably third base. So they wouldn't have, but they needed that left-handed bat because Matt Mervis didn't really supply the power that he was, maybe going to supply, or they counted on. They're rolling now.
Yeah, I mean, listen, there was a time earlier in the year where there was a lot of harsh language about Mastroboni, if you remember that.
I do remember that.
That wasn't all
Take
that
him off
long
the menu.
ago. Oh, yeah.
Take Mastroboni off the menu, please.
Yeah, people would call in and purposely
call in.
mispronounce his name.
People would hit
Miles Rigatoni.
Yes.
People would hit the on button in the studio.
Yeah. Dustin was known to get triggered.
I don't know anybody who disliked the idea of Miles Mastroboni in the lineup more than Dustin Rhodes.
He did hit one big home run on a Friday at Wrigley Field against the Cardinals.
Were you there?
One.
Okay.
As many as Tim Anderson. I mean, he hit it before Tim Anderson, actually.
Do you think that upsets me in any fashion?
No, I'm just pointing that out.
First of all, I don't even know who you're talking about. I'm not even following
the fourth
any
best
of that
shortstop in Chicago.
Who's that?
Ooh,
Tim Anderson.
He's now fourth. Wow.
Well, there's
I had him at third.
Dansby, there's Nico, there's Elvis, and then there's TA.
Now, Elvis hadn't had much of a season.
Yeah, he hasn't had much of a season. I was exaggerating for your benefit.
Is he still on the roster?
Tim Anderson?
Just curious.
Yes.
Not Tim Anderson.
Oh, Elvis?
Yeah.
Why is he still on the roster?
Oh, I didn't say that. I care deeply about him.
You're leaving me to be the heavy today. Okay,
I'm not
moving on
leaving
from Elvis.
it to you. You've chosen to take
I'm
this
moving on
route.
from Elvis, too.
All right.
I'm done.
Well, I think we all have.
We're kind of done with the whole White Sox thing,
The only guy we're hanging on to is Yasmani Grandal. Jimmy is on the road. Hi, Jimmy.
Morning, guy. Good morning, guys. It's been a while. Great to speak to you again. I got a comment and a question for you guys. You guys can throw it around. I'll listen to your comment.
Okay.
As I'll hang up for you. Comment is, tonight's Cubs game is a must-win. You cannot let this team beat you after they swept you earlier this season. Jamison Taillon might be pitching the biggest game of his career tonight, knowing who you also got scheduled coming in with Atlanta and Toronto. And my question for you guys to kick around is, how is this a night game when you have a day game on a travel day with the Atlanta Braves tomorrow? I'll listen to your comments. Have a great day, guys.
Thanks for the phone call. First of all, the schedule, I don't think is I'm not quite sure about that. I love Fridays at Wrigley Field are great. It's a great Cub tradition. It's a wonderful time. Does he think that today's game should have been played during the day? Was that the point? Perhaps, but I don't think that at this stage of the season that's big of a deal, especially with 3 off days before August 16th. And as for the must-win versus statement game, I'll leave that for you guys to quibble over. I think they need to send a statement. It's more of a statement game than a must-win.
Yeah, I understand that because it is baseball and it won't determine the future of mankind. There is always another game. But if you really want to win this division, if you really want to make a move and be in the playoffs, go ahead and win this game tonight. That important.
773 texter. Slow down, Mr. Baseball. They also have faced some of the worst pitching staff since the All-Star break.
Who's Mr. Baseball?
I think it's maybe a derogatory shot at me when I was talking about the Cubs, perhaps. I don't know.
Hey, listen for a chance to win a pair of passes to see Stacey King's Gimme the Hot Sauce podcast. That's live with Mark Shanowski Thursday, August 10th from 11 to 1:30 in the Blue Cross Blue Shield Performance Stage. Join us for the podcast. You'll have a meet and greet with Stacey King, Blue Cross Blue Shield through it all, and we will be giving that away soon. We also have Dan and Lawrence who will be joining us soon. Can I just close with telling you the one thing I learned today that I never thought would happen? I learned something I think crucial today, and I will share it with our listening audience because we talked a lot about the fact that the Cubs haven't had this sort of run since 1897.
1897.
So I looked up 1897, and I was going through different facts, and you told me to stop it because I was getting carried away.
I said you went down the rabbit hole.
I did go down the rabbit hole, but here's what I learned.
Okay.
In 1897, there was a Mexican beer that was created called Dos Equis. Dos Equis means 2 X's. And they created the beer because it was the turn of the century. And in honor of the 20th century, XX in Roman numerals, Dos Equis was first brewed in 1897. I did not know that beer had been around that long or that it was a tribute to the 20th century. And now I want to go and stop and get a 12-pack of Dos Equis on the way home.
That sounds very appealing.
Just to celebrate the Cubs.
That's a really good bit of trivia.
Thank you. That is an excellent piece of trivia. That is honestly something I didn't know before today.
My sense is that it was flowing wherever the Cubs were playing on June 29th and June 30th in 1897.
All right. We've got that now in our hip pocket. You've learned something. So please remember it. The next time you're in a liquor store, stop into Binny's and just mention, hey, do you see the Dos Equis? Did you know?
In 1897, when they invented the computer.
Well, the word computer was first used for an engineering magazine. It was first used for a mechanical counting device.
Oh, was that during the McKinley administration?
Look at you.
Okay.
Well, apparently we learned a ton.
We learned a lot today.
But we thought it was really interesting to mention the computer because, of course, that is the start. And as a texter said earlier, the same computer was at Wrigley Field from 1897 until Theo showed up.
It was really the beginning of the analytic era. Yeah.
All right. Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio, 6-7 The Score.
The historic offseason has come and gone. Now it's time to put it all together as training camp begins. As the team prepares to unveil their new look roster, The Score will have you.
My goodness gracious, has Christopher Morel been a great player for the Cubs, and now he is up and he is there for good. Why did it take so long?
Good question.
Why 8 of 11? Why not more for the whole damn? They played 40 games, something like that, right?
Where was he in April?
Thank you.
He was in Iowa. He needed to work on some things. There wasn't a room for him on the lineup. Really? I think the better he hits, the more you wonder. And so he has done, to put it into context, modern records, whatever the case may be. You think about Cub power hitters who've started seasons, the first 11 games. Ernie Banks, Andre Dawson, Dave Kingman, Sammy Sosa. Christopher Morel has more home runs in his first 11 games than anybody since 1901, right? That's how far back it goes. Where was he in April? I love that he took Kimbrel deep. I love that he went the opposite way. He's doing everything right. Now, in the outfield, in the field, still there are challenges, but you've got to find room for his bat.
Well, and I mean, he's a guy that has been consistent, and I don't know how long he can keep it up, but this is historic. I mean, it's crazy that the first Cub in franchise history, and that began in 1901, to record 8 home runs in the first 11 games of a season. And by the way, he's scored a run in every one of those 11 games.
Yeah, and that is also historic. This pace, he's bringing it in terms of intangibles with his charisma, and he's producing at the plate. It's probably the hottest streak he will be on all season, but you do wonder what the ceiling is now. You do wonder where this is headed. Once the league, again, adjusts to him, how does he adjust to that?
Bro 0670, and you'll win a pair of passes to see Stacey King's Give Me the Hot Sauce podcast live with co-host Mark Shanowski Thursday, August 10th from 11 to 1:30 in the Blue Cross Blue Shield Performance Stage. Join us for the podcast. You'll get a meet and greet with Stacey King. Blue Cross Blue Shield through it all. We, of course, broadcast live from the Scores Hyundai Studios, brought to you by your local Hyundai dealers. Want to thank them for their contribution. Thanks to Evan Thomas for getting us up and running and motivated and twitching every morning. And thanks to everyone for calling and texting and emailing.
Most of all, thank you for listening on this Thursday.
Thanks to our executive producer. He is Mr. Dustin William Rhodes.
The clubhouse was awesome. You know, they welcomed me with open arms, and you know, not all the way there on the names yet, but you know, we'll get there. But no, that was so fun. You know, I just texted my wife after this game. It's the most fun I've had on a baseball field in a really long time.
That's Jake Berger.
Ouch.
Telling you how not fun the Sox are.
With arms wide open.
And thanks to Brandon Fryer for his great work, as always.
The Yannick guy.
The Yannick guy. That is Coach Watstead telling us a little birdie told him that the Bears are down the road with a pass rusher. And
isn't it Yannick?
Yannick Ngakoue.
Ngakoue.
Hey, Yannick guy.
Yannick guy.
Leave Dave alone. He gave us good information. Maybe it's Justin Houston.
Could be.
Either way, you're getting better.
Either way, you got to get better.
Yeah. Either way, you're getting a guy that's going to be in nobody's way. 1-year deal.
Right.
Sign him. Get him in camp.
You don't need any help against the Bears offense, however.
Let's welcome the great Lawrence Holmes. Yes, Lawrence. And, of course, Dan is here, too. Welcome, Dan.
How's it going, guys?
To your show.
Yeah, I heard you guys talking with Dan Wiederer on my drive in as I was making my way through the Lollapalooza traffic.
Oh, wow.
Oh, looking forward to
How
that.
bad is that?
It wasn't
awful.
It wasn't as bad as I thought.
The Randolph Street exit off the drive coming south is backed up a bit.
Yeah, but, you know, like, it was kind of weird because I think there were a lot of people that didn't know about, like, Columbus being shut down.
Right.
Like, it was one of those things where it's like, wait, what?
A lot of U-turns.
Yeah.
Not worried about the traffic with Lollapalooza, just the parking garage.
How about
Tends to be a housing complex for
Oh, that's right.
for
People
the
just kind of
weekend.
hang out.
Not this one.
Oh, yeah. This
In this building?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
It turns
It can be a little
very
crazy.
Really? I thought this was too expensive for that crowd.
No. There is a spot that I have about 5 different spots I like to park in the morning. I just like to vary it. But there's one that I really like, and it looks like someone poured like some sort of like vomit cleaner on this entire
stop
spot
vomiting there.
From the Taylor Swift concert. Like, it's almost like a bunch of Swifties came in and just vomited in the entire parking spot.
See,
they're too polite. They wouldn't. Swifties wouldn't do that.
I'm telling you,
Yeah, Swift. That
something leaked somewhere.
That's not Swiftie
And they
behavior.
Maybe it's your soccer fans.
No,
Maybe it's your soccer fans
Yeah,
doing
it's your
that.
Dortmund fans. That's what it is.
Borussia Dortmund.
It's Borussia Dortmund. They were all over the
Yeah.
lakefront yesterday in their yellow jerseys.
You're blaming the Swifties. That's great.
Again, they may have been here yesterday, whenever they were here. This was right after the Taylor Swift concert.
And,
that
you
morning
did see
coming
a
in.
surge in people in that parking garage
You
that
did,
weekend.
no
That
question
was
about
something.
it. And there was apparently some heavy vomiting in one particular
And we do
parking
come in at a time
Confirmed.
in the morning.
Sources say.
Dan, we do come in at that point. People are often either arriving or leaving.
That's true, but you get your run of the place though. You can really choose the spot that fits your mood.
You can have 5 different spots
in
to
most
choose
cases, but that's the point. What I'm saying is that during Lollapalooza, based on recent history, there have been a lot of activity there between 4 and 5 a.m.
It's very true.
Yeah.
And
A lot
it's
more.
not, it's the sort of thing that needs a cleanup. Not good. I came in the other day. I told David, I pull up and this guy, there's a lot of workmen that are in the building.
Those guys.
They're unbelievable.
When are they leaving?
So this guy, I mean, whatever time it is, it's probably, 4:45, let's say. And I pull in and I look over and this guy's got his door wide open and he's just like having himself a cigarette.
Having a moment.
And he lit a cigarette off a cigarette. Like he's like chain smoking.
That would
in
be
the parking
fine
garage.
if it were legal.
It's not legal.
I
We're
know.
indoors.
I know.
I looked at him and I thought, dare I say, you're really not supposed to do that.
I've seen people relieving themselves in the parking garage.
That is also not legal.
Just standing up against a wall. I mean, what do you? I don't want to say something because the guy probably turned around and shoot
the guy
me.
smoked his way up the elevator. Did
Oh.
you get in the elevator?
What?
There's smoke in the
Not
elevator.
good.
Well, my whole thing is
Not
you could
good.
like it's such a short distance between the parking garage and outside.
Well,
It's right there. Like you could just go right there.
But I didn't. I looked
It's
at
right
him
there.
and I thought, about 6'4", maybe.
I don't think you want to do that, though.
225.
You don't wanna
it doesn't
engage.
matter.
I'm just
Everybody's
going to
armed.
work. I'm just going
At
to go.
that hour, you don't want to engage.
No, somebody will just shoot you.
No,
With a nail gun.
It doesn't matter how big anybody is.
Yeah, with a nail gun. Maybe.
Or maybe he's got a hammer. If I had a hammer.
He'd hammer in the morning.
That damn right he
I
would.
had a hammer.
All
I'd
over
hammer
this
on
land.
Molly. All over this parking garage.
Best version of that song, by the way. Best version of that song, Elvis Costello's father.
Oh yeah, he was a torch singer.
Oh, he does an incredible
Really?
version of that song. It's like a calypso version. It's fantastic. Full band, maracas, the whole thing. It legitimately, it's great. Look it up.
I will. Was it Burt Bacharach toward the end did an album with Elvis?
Yeah.
Elvis Costello.
Yep.
That was
Yep.
just phenomenal. And Burt, of course, one of the worst singers ever among our great.
Yeah, look up Ross McManus. Who was Declan McManus's father.
That's right.
But yeah, Ross McManus was, and look up If I Had a Hammer. It's so good.
Well, I won't do that, but
I'm telling you.
Thank you for the
I
recommendation.
won't do that with my free time.
Yeah,
but
I
other
will
than
do
that,
He was an English musician.
Yes.
Singer and trumpet player
Yeah.
of Irish descent.
is
There
it
you go.
wrong of me, Mully? Like, you're king of the White Sox fans.
Oh, stop yourself.
Is it wrong of me to just kind of live through the joy of the ones that escaped?
No, that's a good thing to do.
Like
Right?
Jake Berger?
Yeah. I'm
although
Lance Lynn-
Lucas
Lance
Giolito,
Lynn?
not so much.
not so much
Okay,
for him.
Lance Lynn, nah.
Lucas, yes.
Oh, that was rough.
But Lawrence Lucas
struggled.
When is he going to have a good moment?
Well, he might.
Between him and Dylan Cease yesterday.
He's
oh,
easy to root
yikes.
for. Giolito is easy to
I
root
agree,
for.
but-
Jake Berger, same deal.
Yes, Jake Berger, great.
But for Jake Bird to be like, hey, oh yeah, baseball's fun.
Oh my God, I actually had a good time.
Right.
That's funny. Boy, this sucks.
Well,
It wasn't a slog for me. And I love the juxtaposition of the statistics that were going around yesterday, where you go, here are the Cubs, and Sarah Langs is like going through all sorts of historical stuff.
Yeah.
Oh, they've scored 15 runs in back-to-back games, and they've scored 36 runs in the last two games. And the White Sox hadn't scored a run in
25 innings.
I think it ended up being 29 innings.
It's 29. Yeah. That's an unbelievable. But the Cubs, what the Cubs are doing 2 games in a row. I don't know that the Bears will score 36 2 games in a row this year. Maybe,
I mean,
depending on the schedule, they could go 2 games without scoring 36.
Well, remember though, David, they had that stretch where they were
Did you
scoring
see that offense
points.
yesterday?
I heard about it. It didn't sound great. It doesn't sound great when it's like your quarterback has to, on the second day of pads, be like, hey, could we, keep up the same energy as that defense that doesn't have any defensive ends?
Did Darnell Mooney say something like Justin Fields has so many things going on, maybe he forgot to get everybody fired up for the practice? I mean, it was...
He didn't necessarily say that.
I'm just saying. I'm
here, but you mentioned that, so
Yeah.
we alluded to it on the pod too. But
Yeah.
I think CHGO on their website took one sentence of that and Darnell Mooney said something like the quarter. It starts with the quarterback. He's got to bring the juice.
Yes, maybe
into the huddle or something like that.
He forgot the juice.
And,
He don't like it a juice.
And it sounded worse than I think it read worse than it sounded, and the whole context. So they actually took that down and put up the entire quote.
Okay.
Because Mooney is the guy that would be the last guy suspected of pointing a finger at Justin
He's
Fields.
an inspiration.
Well, I don't know about that.
He is. Justin Fields said that he learned more from Mooney than anyone.
So that you wouldn't think that would be somebody who would be stirring it up
Calling
a
out
little
the
bit.
QB.
But there might be guys out there who would. I don't know. Day 2 of camp was not a good day that you would expect the Bears
Day
offense
2
to
in
lack
pads.
focus.
Yeah.
Day 2 of pads.
That's a like day 8.
Yes.
Like that's a day 8
There's
where
nothing
people
to
are
be lethargic
dragging.
Dead arm period. Right?
I mean, we've all covered it. Like 2 weeks into camp, you watch a practice and you're like, oh, guys are sore or not ready or whatever.
And coaches love it, and they can't wait to jump on them that day. This kind of thing can't happen. This is what we talk about when we talk about it. And like, okay,
You don't expect it at day 2.
I mean, they were so bad and so dead arse that they have today off.
CBA.
It was
Thank you,
scheduled
CBA.
anyway, but wouldn't you want to have?
But it's so
practice
early in
again?
camp. Nate Davis hasn't even shown up yet. So that's a problem.
Can't ask about injuries because they're not going to say anything until the injury report Wednesday before game 1. But guy missed a lot of time.
Don't people
And
bet on preseason games? Don't they have to say something before the?
Good question.
I don't think so.
'Cause you're pounding tonight, right? Everybody's on board.
Yes,
Cleveland's
fine.
gonna win.
I'm taking Cubs over. That's the only thing that I'm looking at.
Yeah, Luke Weaver on the mound. Yeah, it's a good bet.
Yeah,
Is this your king?
According to Fangraphs, the Cubs have a 65% chance of winning the game already.
I mean, their offense looks amazing right now.
And especially against a right-hander tonight, you wonder how Rossi's going to stack the lineup. Who's out? Who do you think? So Bellinger
who's first
in
base?
first.
I think Madrigal's
Candy
out.
Yeah, I think Madrigal's out.
Candelario at third, Talkman in center.
Yes.
There's your lineup.
And Saya's going to stay in right.
How about it? Way to go, Saya.
Oh, he was due, though.
He was due.
Come on.
If you're not getting hits in this environment, and I don't know when you're going to get hits.
What have ye today?
Busy. We're going to talk a lot of Cubs early. We're actually going to take some phone calls today. We want to take the temperature of Cubs Nation, so buckle up, Buttercup. We'll be pushing buttons. Jim Margulis on the White Sox at 11, high noon, 11:45. Doug Glanville at noon. Nick Baumgardner on everything going on in college football right now, for better or for worse. And then we look forward to talking to Jed Hoyer at 1.
Have a great show.
I guess.
If I had a hammer, and hammer in the morning, and hammer in the evening, all over this land, and hammer out.
You guys happen to see what broke while we were in with Boomer? Did you see the terms of Cody Bellinger's contract?
I did. As reported by the great Bruce Levine, that the Bellinger deal is official. It's 1 year with a mutant option. So after the 1 year deal, if they want, they can turn him into a mutant. It's like a turtle? Is it like a Ninja Turtle thing?
there's ooze involved.
Well, clearly there's ooze.
Yeah, he's like Splinter, Shredder, Bellinger.
They have to move
him so much.
They have to move.
He's the greatest.
They have to move the locker down into the sewers. That's what they have to do.
Just no regard for any proofreading whatsoever. None.
The mutant option. He's going to be such a better center fielder if he was a mutant. I mean, I would assume.
That's why they're not spending on shortstops. They have a mutant in center field.
He's playing multiple positions.
What a bargain.
Oh, God. Amazing.
They're going to be fine.
He's going to be able to teleport and crawl on walls.
Yeah.
And after year 1.
The rest of this is Correa.
Well, hold on. You guys are assuming that the Cubs are going to exercise that mutant option.
Well, wouldn't you?
But no.
If you put it in there.
There's a lot of unknowns there.
No.
There's a lot of unknowns. What kind of mutant are you getting? Is it going to wreak havoc? Is it dangerous for the fans, Danny? Think of the fans.
I don't know many mutants that mutate into something worse. They become super fighting turtles.
You'd think.
And rats and things like that. My experience with the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles has taught me anything. It's once you mutate, you're a more lethal version of yourself.
How about Vincent?
Cody Bellinger next year is going to hit 50 homers for the Cubs.
Next year, not this year.
That's when the option picks up. This year you get Cody Bellinger.
Yeah.
Next year you get Cody Donatello Bellinger.
Yeah.
Next year it's when he
Man,
mutates.
That's going to be awesome.
It's going to be awesome.
I can't wait.
Yeah.
Took your car to the shop, and they said your engine's gone.
I'm here for the Civic. The brake drums are shot, and you need a new transmission. What? All I wanted was an oil change.
And I'm like, thanks, Dad.
What would be the Russ Dorseyest possible car?
Simple. Mercedes.
No, the Ford Thunder Cougar Falconbird.
The Mercedes sedan.
Thunder Cougar Falconbird.
Yup, Twitch got it.
What?
Pontiac Fiero.
But those are the ones that exploded, right?
What country is this car from? It no longer exists, but take her for a test drive, and you'll agree. Zagreb Evnim Zlotigdiev. Put it in H!
Bernstein and Holmes, middays 10 a.m. till 2 on 670 The Score.
That was episode 1 of Find Russ Dorsey a Car. Further updates as events warrant. We will make sure he gets taken care of. I'm telling you.
I stand by my choice on the Volkswagen Jetta TLI.
I'm saying that if you are a local purveyor of cars in one way or another, you want Russ Dorsey driving your automobile.
I would agree.
You want to say, hey, here's your car. Tell people, Russ, that you drive one of our cars. Just show people.
I agree with that.
That's what you do.
And a convertible, because he's got the cool hair. So you want to see that hair blowing in the wind as he's driving down the streets, and he's in these streets. Because Russ stays in these streets.
Yeah, you want to make sure that he is set up and hooked up. A very, very pleasant good morning to you on this lovely pre-Lollapalooza Thursday in Chicago as we broadcast live from the Hyundai Studios. Wink, wink, hint, hint. Hyundai, huh? Maybe. Brought to you by your local Hyundai dealers. Ray Diaz in full space command on the other side of the glass today because Adam Studzinski is out camping.
He is.
And,
he's trying to find more places that Lincoln
founded or
surveyed or
he's going home.
He's coming on home. Come home, Studs. Come home to the wilderness.
Mecca calling.
Come home to the wilderness, Daniel Boone. He's got his coonskin cap on. He's got his musket slung over his shoulder.
I mean, with Studs' look,
Oh yeah.
I mean,
oh no, that's about right. I mean, if you like saw him in the back of a Circle K, you'd probably give him a wide berth.
But he's like the sweetest
Oh,
guy.
I know. But if you kind of just like happened upon him somewhere, you'd like pull your kids, toward you.
Get over here.
Right.
Get over
We
here.
could add him to the action figures. We had the coaches action figure
Right.
set we were talking about yesterday. It could be outdoor Studzinski.
Yeah, no, but he looks. I think that's his natural setting, really. Even though now he's sort of an urban guy, but I just told him. I said, just don't get eaten by a bear. That's another low bar for camping.
Don't get eaten
with
by
the
a
buds.
bear.
Just don't get eaten by a bear.
Yeah, I'd be so sad if he got eaten by a bear.
Right. That'd be a bad day. Right.
Yep.
That'd be too bad. So we
especially because we warned him. Don't get eaten by a bear.
Right.
What do you go out and do? You go out and get eaten by a bear.
It's the one thing we told you not to do. I know. I'm sorry. So it is Brandon Fryer helping out. I think our guy Ryan Porth.
Oh, he's in a mood today.
Who is actually a bear, we believe. He's going to be helping out too.
He's in a mood
because
today.
his baseball team blows, and he knows it.
Should have gotten some pitching.
Yeah,
man, I think I'm going to go over to Wrigley after the show. Shake hands, kiss babies, that sort of thing.
Okay.
And I'm just sitting there like, this has already turned out a little bit better than I was expecting it to turn out for the Cubs. I'd like for them to follow this up with continue to score runs. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I think that's kind of what they do now.
Yeah, that would be cool
Although
if that was the case.
You know the way baseball works, though, that they could end up getting free hit.
Right. It could end up being like an hour and 45-minute game where they lose 2-1. It could be one of those.
And all the hittable pitches they just miss. It happens all the time. Happens to the White Sox every game, actually. So we know that. It never stands in their way.
They don't like scoring runs at all anymore.
They don't
Hey, they scored one.
You're right, Ray. They did score one run.
They don't like baseball. That's the thing about the Sox.
Look, if you're the guys that are left in that clubhouse, aren't you just kind of going, let's get out of here. Now my goals are different. If I have some sort of escalator numbers in my contract,
I'm getting paid.
I'm trying to get those, but I'm also trying to stay healthy in case they want to trade me in the offseason, Tim Anderson. Like, I'm just trying to stay healthy now, Dylan Cease.
As unrealistic as it may sound, I did really have the thought about how Tim Anderson started playing better ahead of the deadline. Like, oh, this man wants to get up out of here.
And then immediately after the trade deadline, stopped hitting. One of these days, Alice, I'm hoping that we get a real honest, like, assessment from people inside the clubhouse about the 2023 season.
That only happens after the year.
I know.
It always only happens after the year. You know that.
You
know that.
I know, but now I'm trying to figure out, like, where does it come from? Like, ideally, that's a James Fegan, you know what I mean?
Yes.
Type thing. Is the Dutchman going to have enough room in the paper to do, like, the Dan Wiederer deep dive into
10,000 words? Yeah.
Because now I need it. Now I need to know about every vantage point of the White Sox as a team, of how this went so badly.
What the hell was this?
Right.
And who was in charge?
After a season of what the hell was this?
It's just the Sox, man. It's just the Sox. It's not competent.
It doesn't seem that way. When you look up and you're like, oh, so Liam's getting TJ surgery.
Yes. But even
that would have been nice to do at
yesterday,
a point when the general manager was available to talk about such things.
Uh-huh.
And maybe could have answered some questions about.
But the moment he gets done speaking, then you find out? Come on.
Yeah.
Come on.
It's very slick.
That's not good. That's not how it's done. It's just not how it's done.
But guys, maybe he didn't know.
It's very possible.
They rushed him into surgery. It's like, hey, what's up? Oh, let me check it. All right, let's go do surgery right now. Oh, you sure?
Sounds great.
Yeah, come on. That's just not how it's done. That's not right. Because then people could ask questions about the schedule with which he came back and how quickly he came back from this, knowing he had a partially torn UCL already when you signed him. He's done as a White Sox, right? That's it, because you're not picking up the option now.
Yeah, he's got a whole year of rehab.
But it's an option year.
I know.
So with knowing the White Sox, knowing Reinsdorf, they will, if not pick up the option.
They're going to pick up the option. They're going to. They can't not pick up the option.
Sure they can. I mean,
not after everything they did. Not after the spectacle that they made.
They will pick up
of
the
Liam
option.
coming back. They can't do that.
But he's not. I don't think he's going to be a White Sox.
I think after that, you wish him luck and you hope that he rehabbed and you hope that everything's cool with him. It sucks because he's one of your best ambassadors. He's not just one of your best players. Liam Hendriks is one of your best front people. I actually like and believe him. It really, man, that was one of those things where it wasn't even like a blood boiling thing. It was more of a, really?
Yes, but that's
so White Sox.
Right. And to hear Jake Berger's like, whoa, it's so much fun.
Baseball's fun again, y'all.
Oh, that's right. I like baseball. Okay.
But that's
all right.
But Dan, that's what I mean. That's where I'm saying a 4-part series that Scott Greger does or someone does where they're getting the verbal history of the 2023 White Sox and they're just breaking it down and here's what Tim Anderson thought. Here's what Lucas Giolito thought.
And you know what the response when this all happens inevitably? What is the response going to be? Of course, of course, of course. And stuff that we were even going back to April, even March, when we realized things weren't what they were purported to be on so many levels. If you listened carefully to this show, you learned all kinds of stuff about what was really going on with this team, what was going on organizationally, what was going on with morale at every level, all over the place. And we were reading this snarky stuff that was coming from their sales department that people were getting when they were canceling tickets and not buying stuff. You're like, we have Pedro Grifol. How dare you not? And really?
But you know what? I in those people's defense, the non-baseball people's defense, there's been a lot of cutbacks over there. The stuff that you're seeing on the field and them taking half-stepping on baseball stuff, there's been half-stepping going on all the way through the organization. So
I was told there ain't no half-stepping.
Well, there is when it comes to the White Sox.
Well, that I was misinformed.
They're not Big Daddy Kane.
I was misinformed because Big Daddy Kane told me there ain't no half-stepping.
For him.
I listened to Big Daddy Kane.
If Big Daddy Kane was running the White Sox, there'd be no half-stepping.
And it would be awesome as hell.
It really would.
We have announced our new general manager. Who is it? It's Big Daddy Kane.
I'm in.
Okay, now there
season tickets.
Yeah. Now we're
those throwback concerts would be much better than a headliner of Vanilla Ice.
Yeah, a couple of phone calls. We'd have some real throwback concerts, right? But yes, that you could absolutely rescue the world of the White Sox for me if you made that one move.
This texter says, Lawrence, you're killing me propping up the Cubs. I'm not propping up the Cubs.
Who's propping up the Cubs?
The Reds pitchers are propping up the Cubs.
Yeah.
Hurts me to hear you take out your anger with the Sox by complimenting the Cubs. No,
What the hell is wrong with you?
Those things are
weirdo.
Are different. I am angry at the White Sox and taking it out on them. I am complimenting the Cubs because they're playing good baseball. Ta-da!
What a weird thing to think.
Ta-da!
Right, the Cubs are fun.
And nice, actually.
Yeah. They're fun and nice.
There's that part. Look, I'll tell you this. The president, how about this? Texter, 219er. The president of the Cubs is going to be on this show at 1:00. There's an open invitation to pretty much anyone from the White Sox who would like to come on to this show.
Sure.
Especially their general manager. Would love to do an interview with him right now. especially considering the chicanery that was going on with Liam Hendricks's TJ surgery, where he made his media availability before, and then, well, here's a statement on our most important bullpen guy going under the knife for one of the hardest surgeries for an older pitcher to come back from.
Come on. Or the executive VP, longtime executive VP. Standing invite.
I'd also love to talk with him. And the problem is that they think that it's going to be some sort of fire and brimstone interview. I just want to ask some questions and see how you react to them. But when the sports editor of the Sun-Times asked some pointed questions, what did you end up getting? Some snark. Because you probably knew you were hiding something, but whatever. Can I run this past you real quick before we...
Yeah, here's what's funny. That we sat in a pre-show meeting and said, how do we want to start the show? And I said, I want to start the show on a downer with the Sox, because the Cubs are out there just plock-a-tying everything, kicking everybody's ass right and left. It's a party at Wrigley Field. And what do we end up doing?
Well, we did talk about Big Daddy Kane.
Yeah, but that's just a fantasy. It's not the real thing.
That's a different song.
Oh, sorry.
This is an image in a magazine. That's Teddy Riley and Guy. You know what? I'll save it because it takes a little.
What?
Okay, so I got a text message from a mutual friend of ours. This person no longer lives here, but used to. And now they have kids. They live in the South. They're thinking about coming back. So they had asked me, well, where do you think? And, we're thinking Evanston and a couple other suburbs. And I said, you guys should check out Ravenswood Manor in the city. They can afford it, which is why I mentioned it. Like they can very easily afford it.
Okay.
So then it was like, well, the city, and I was, and so then I was like,
the Ravenswood Manor, boy.
And that's what I was like. I said, I picked this neighborhood specifically.
Yeah, you're always ducking and covering, and oh boy,
because you guys could afford it. And you're not going to be terrified. And then I kind of got mad because I'm like,
I hate that.
Me too.
I hate that.
And I said, Dan raised both of his kids in the city. And yes, there are some gymnastics that have to be done when it comes to the schools. I get that as someone who doesn't have kids. And I said, look, if I had your money.
If your kids have half a brain and you can write checks, you'll be fine.
I said to the guy, if I had your money, that's where I would live. And I live in the best neighborhood on the South Side. Like, I love my neighborhood. And if I had your money, I'd live in Ravenswood Manor. And so then he's like,
I don't know, all the crime.
And
crime.
I was getting ready to mess with him and be like, if you move to Evanston, you're going to have to pay reparations, right?
And you pay for schools there too. It's just
right.
the property taxes are a little bit higher.
So I got real snark. Mm-hmm. And I said, if that's how you feel, then don't look at Evanston and Oak Park. Just move to Naperville and be done with it.
Go to Naperville.
Just go.
Go to White Flight Central.
And he was like, no, it's not that. I said, it kind of feels like that, man. It kind of feels like, I'm on boots on the ground. I'm telling you. And so then he was like, okay, you're right. He's like, can I find a single family home in Bucktown? Or I was like, sure you can.
But if you want to have a driveway,
that's what
and a front lawn.
That's why you're my man. $50,000, Dan.
How about Budlong Woods?
Sure.
While we're talking about it there too, back by Legion Park.
Absolutely.
If you want a freestanding single family home that you want to maintain, and you want gutters, and you want a driveway, you're going to walk to the end to get your newspaper and bring out your garbage cans you want all that in the city? There's all kinds of places you can go.
And here's the thing, like Texter, that's a really funny line about Blago. Blago lives in Ravenswood. He does not live in Ravenswood Manor. You see what I'm saying? And what I said to him was like, that's a hidden name. I'm sure the people in Ravenswood Manor that are listening to this show are like, hey, shut up. Yeah. Hey, Holmes, shut up. Don't be telling people about our little neighborhood where we got boat slips on the back of our houses.
And walking access to the Brown line?
It's right there. Street level. You don't even have to climb stairs. It's just there.
And Horner Park?
And you have all of these incredible like bars and restaurants and bakeries and all this. And if
I think Blago did live in Ravenswood Manor. I think it was Rom who lived in Ravenswood. Rahm Emanuel was in Ravenswood. I'm pretty sure Blago was in Manor.
I think Blago was too far east because he's on Sunnyside, right? He was like Sunnyside in Lincoln.
No, that's Lincoln Square.
Yeah. So it's not, my point is that it's not Ravenswood Manor. I don't think so,
I
Dan.
thought he was.
I think you could just go right up to his house right there off of Lincoln and be like, hey, how's it going? He'd be like, hey, I'm a criminal.
I don't think that's the first thing he says. So, like, right near Gideon Wells,
right by
the
Rockwell's the bar, right there.
Okay,
just go right. Not Rockwell's on the river. That's different.
Right.
Rockwell's bar. Just go right there. Look at the houses. Go be on the river. And if you had some adventure to you, and you weren't scared to walk a few blocks into Albany Park, you could also have great bars and restaurants and shopping and all sorts of stuff. We found détente. Like, this is a friend, so I was able to go a little harder than I would with someone else on the subject matter and shame them a little bit.
Good.
But I was like, Dan's lived in the city. He raised kids in the city.
So do a lot of people.
Yes.
It's a thing that can be done. There are millions of people in the city.
Someone said, tell your friend to move to Mount Greenwood. Sounds perfect.
That's right. So my dentist said he was at a wedding in Pennsylvania. He's at a wedding, and they called an Uber, and they said, the guy said, you're from Chicago? You live in the city of Chicago? So, and my dad's like, yeah. And he also, same thing, kids through CPS in the Ivy League schools. And the guy said, my son moved to Chicago. He goes, maybe you know him. His name is Steve. This is in a tiny town in the mountains of Pennsylvania. And my dad was like, I don't, that's really not how it works. Maybe you know him. He moved to Chicago. Maybe you know him. Oh, by the way, yesterday I was fishing in the harbor, and this guy walks by me, and he's got one of those backpack speakers. And usually the backpack speaker is like super fast reggaeton or something.
Was he on a bike?
No, he's just walking. It was the Score.
Get out of here!
It scored really loud, and it was your FanDuel read.
Really?
Yeah, it was like FanDuel.com/Loho, and I'm like, what? Because I just don't expect that coming out of one of those backpack speakers. And he gives me the double look.
He's like, "Are you?" Nah.
He gives me the double look because I'm just standing looking like a weirdo. He probably doesn't want to bother you. Like, yeah, you do it. And he's like, usually people standing there fishing in the harbor are crazy people. So he kind of gave me a look, gave me another look, but he was pumping the Score.
I love that. Yeah. All right, Texas are saying you're right. Blago was in Ravenswood Manor. Rom was in Ravenswood.
That's what I thought. And 773 goes, oh yeah, Pennsylvania Steve.
I look forward to seeing his thoughts on Groundhog's Day.
Of course. Everyone knows Pennsylvania Steve. All right, let's talk about the Red Hot Cubs next on The Score.
Hey, Chicago, this is Ian Happ.
Happ drives it on the air, deep left center field. It's got a chance. Gone.
Right now, you're listening to the Bernstein and Holmes Show, 10 to 2 on 670 The Score.
This segment is brought to you by Amco Transmissions and Total. You never know what you're going to get on this show. Miss a little, miss a lot. That's what I'm trying to say.
Twitch stream suggesting an I'm a Fat Fish podcast coming up. I like this idea.
I don't know how to interview a fish.
Just make it up.
Who's gonna voice the fish?
Somebody at our
I
station.
think you can do it, Layla.
What do
could be a
fish sound
guest.
like?
You could be the second guest on Between Two Fats.
I've wanted to be on the I'm Fat podcast for a while. I think I even asked about this in like 2018 or something.
You are not qualified.
I need you to find the actor who played Parkins, the Jedi. I know it was Y-wing fighter. Was he in?
Gonna blow up the Death Star.
No, it's on Parkins. The photon torpedoes. It's a design flaw. Many Bothans died to bring us this information.
His real name is William Hootkins.
Fully operational.
That's a great name. And he won't be on because he's dead. He died in 2005.
The actor died?
Yes.
Parkins from Star Wars.
From Star Wars. Mob. Like I always wanted the I'm Fat podcast to have, the fat X-Wing fighter guy.
Oh my God, you lost me to Parkins from Star Wars.
Please make this personal.
Let's go to Hammond and welcome Ryan to the score. Hey, Ryan, what's up? Interesting.
Is that a caller version of being rickrolled?
That's like a ringback tone, I think.
Is that
Obviously,
like
that wasn't there when I streamed it.
So some bit has happened?
No, I think maybe he put us on hold while
Starships are meant to fly.
Yeah, maybe he put us on hold while he's at work. He put us on hold.
Alrighty then.
I thought it was a rickroll thing.
Yeah, no, we're not getting rickrolled. He had a point.
He had a thought. Well,
you there, Ryan?
No, he's not there.
Bilal, you there?
Bilal, you there?
All right, man.
All right, man.
All right, we're going to get rid of Ryan.
Yeah, let's get rid of Ryan. 1 for 2. All right.
1 for 2 in terms of fighting a human.
Yeah.
I'd go to my guy Skillet out there in Effingham.
Okay, yeah, sure. Skillet. Where you been?
Hey, I just been driving my 18-wheeler around. I just got one opinion on this hire.
Okay.
You get some management that's going to put on a no-name coach like that, and to me that just kind of sounds like they're trying to save money. And I don't know if that's the recipe to win a division when Rodgers is out the door and the Bears are as good as the Vikings. I mean, they're knocking on the door here. They got a real shot at it to win. And I think that if you get a top-notch OC, then this head coach's hire is just a moot point. But now look at this guy, Urban Meyer. I mean, he didn't really do nothing that wrong.
Okay.
And all he has to do is go coach this Fields kid again. He won a national championship with him. Why wouldn't you pay him $10 million and go try to win a division?
Where are you really from, Skillet?
Thank you. All right.
In NFL news, Urban Meyer, what a piece of crap.
The less lever has been pulled.
The less lever.
Love the less lever. All right. Well,
Skillet. Effingham is where they have the giant cross down there, right? Off the highway. And so Skillet.
There are 3 of them. 3 wooden crosses on the right side of the highway.
Is that there? Yeah. There's a few.
All right,
of them.
1 for 3.
All right.
That's a music reference you didn't get.
Available for reporters after the game yesterday?
I know why he had to get out of there, so no.
I'm sure he'll be able to explain himself today. He'll be at his locker today, and they'll be able to grab him. But I definitely understand where you're coming from.
And then we listened to what Haugh was saying.
I think this time of year, it's tough because everybody's kind of dealing with something.
Doesn't it start to feel like perhaps a guy was maybe getting treatment after the start?
Just say so.
I'm going to, for now, give Marcus the benefit of the doubt that there is something physical going on. And I would hope that if there is something physical going on, that the IL is coming.
Sounds like it's real and not quite phantom IL if he's indeed had the cortisone shot in those hips. I can't quite do I just don't have it in me to do the whole thing.
Who's Shakira dating now?
Jimmy Bucket.
That's right, Jimmy Butler.
Lucky man.
Gonna help her with her tax problem.
Yeah. Miami bank account, baby. Dan, why are you busting out laughing at the thought of Jimmy Butler?
The reason why he's laughing is because this is the way that we're finally going to beat Wojo.
See? I should have this in my backpack speaker. Walking the lakefront. Eating my lime popsicles. That's a day, man. So Marcus Stroman did meet with reporters, and he did explain what's going on, that he has had a bad hip.
For a bit now, just kind of one of those things that just lingered, progressively kind of got worse, and got to the point where I couldn't fire my glute, my quad, nothing kind of around my hip at all. So it's just a good point to just, I think, miss one start and do what I need to do in the weight room and get back out there.
How much do you think it impacted you the last one?
I think it's just been impacting me overall. I've been trying to change mechanics and do a lot of things, honestly, to get around it. So just at the point where I couldn't do too much more to change and feel like I wasn't throwing at like 140, 50% out there. I felt like I had to do so much, essentially just throwing all upper body and arm. So I just think it was at a point where taking the break and getting in the weight room and doing what I need to do, I feel like it's just going to springboard me and put me where I was and where I need to be.
Was there something that happened specifically?
No, just gradually, just progressively got more pinchy to the point where it's really uncomfortable to just sit and to be in a seated position where kind of my hip is kind of in that flexion, which kind of relates to my delivery and lifting my legs, so it all kind of correlates. And like I said, I just got to the point where I was doing too much with my upper body and trying to do so much without having a lower half. Yeah, it's impacted me a lot. Like, I've been trying to get around it, so I've been messing with my hands, been messing with my timing. I've been trying to drive different ways to the plate, so just got to the point where I'm realizing the root of it is coming from the hip. So once I address that, I should be good.
You had a really good start after the All-Star break.
Mm-hmm.
Did that rest get you on the right track?
Yeah, I've just been, I feel like my workload has been pretty high and I haven't had much rest. Even the All-Star break, I think I got 8 days. And yeah, going to London and back, I pitched on 5-day after that start, going into that start, after going 9 innings, 8 innings, and then 7. So I think it's just a matter of just the workload. And sometimes, just like I said, being able to like step back, address the hip, and do what I need to do, I feel like I'm not gonna have to think about my mechanics. It's gonna put me right back to where I need to be. Yeah, I mean, mentally I'm pretty solid. Like I've been through plenty of ups and downs at this point in my career, so I'm very confident in who I am as a pitcher, and I know when I'm right, what I'm capable of. So it's just a matter of getting right and getting strong so I can help this team in the push.
Was there frustration, though, that you weren't getting the results that you couldn't kind of overcome?
Oh, beyond frustrating, you know? Because like I said, I do so much in between starts to get right and to focus on things. And like I said, when everything you're doing is not fixing, like I said, I feel like I just had to go to the root of the problem rather than trying to get around it. And I'm not even slightly worried. I know after this, I'm going to feel strong. I'm going to get on a program with the trainers, and I should be right to where I was.
Were you feeling it as far back as London?
I've been feeling it for a bit. I mean, I've had little hip things here and there. Nothing too aggressive, but yeah, I'm a smaller guy. I use my hips pretty well, so at times they just get pretty fatigued and worn down. So yeah, stepping back, seeing the doctors, and going through what we're going through, like I said, I feel like I'm going to be in a much better position.
Okay, good.
Makes sense to me, especially since I've been dealing with something similar. Like, I totally feel on the idea of like sitting in a chair. It's bothersome. And I've been doing like hip flexor exercises and
yeah,
hip
I've been
stretches
noticing
stuff.
that you've been doing a lot of this sort of like, the open up and with the abduction,
Yeah.
as well as the adduction and all that. Yep.
It really, because like you're like, I think I could do stuff if I really needed to do it, but it hurts a little bit to do it. So I get it. I hope that this is exactly what's going on with him and that he can fix it and then get his stuff corrected.
Meanwhile, did you see what Jan Gomes is doing? Are you paying attention to that?
Yes.
Because this is a guy who's here as a handler of pitchers, right? He's here as a receiver.
Yep.
Primarily. And out of nowhere, he's just starting to clobber the baseball. Like every time. It's a ringing shot into the corner lately. What's up with that? What's this guy doing?
Well, Rossi told us that too, right? Like Rossi had mentioned that when we brought up the idea of how good Gomes is as a receiver.
I think Jan's breaking right now, by the way, and you know, they've gotten really big hits. Been a big part of our win streak and a lot of the success we've had as of late. I think he's been in moments and reads swings really well. I think he gets the most out of pitchers and understands what pitches to throw and what count, even in moments where you think like you should just challenge somebody. He just knows the strength of the pitcher and knows how to get the most out of them. I think he does a really good job of, you know, when you're a catcher and the game is tight, you're managing the game, you're managing the lineup. What is the strengths and weaknesses of the hitters coming up and your pitcher, and where do you feel like those bad matchups might be? Those are little details that there's a feel aspect of the game, and he has great feel behind the plate.
Yeah, that's all great. His slash line in July, Jan Gomes, 329, 369, 553, OPS 922, WRC plus 142. That'll work.
That's real good.
That'll work.
Dan, you want to talk to Cubs fans?
312-644-6767.
Did you do the thing?
Oh, yes, it's open.
Oh, okay.
And
I just want to make sure they weren't locked and that the brooms are put away.
The brooms are put away for now, but the lines are open. So what's the level of buy-in here? Is that what we're asking?
Yeah.
What's the belief level?
How do you feel? How do you feel about this? Because look at where we were a week ago, and now that they haven't been a seller, they've been a mini buyer. How do you feel about it? 312-644-6767. We'll take your calls next.
We are Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. We're live from Chicago, talking Chicago sports. Listen on your radio, your laptop, your mobile device through the Odyssey app, AUDACY, or tell your smart speaker to play 670 The Score. We're live and we're local. 670 The Score.
Nico Horner is playing some brilliant baseball right now.
Dude.
And you shouldn't be surprised to know, with 1.2 wins above replacement, he is the 11th most valuable player in the game right now.
When he signed his deal, I was like, oh, I was a little surprised because, you know, I was trying to figure out the math on what do you do with a guy who played shortstop now that guy plays second base? Like, how do you value it? And we kind of got our answer. And now I'm sitting there going, man, the Cubs may have gotten themselves a deal. And the peace of mind aspect for Nico Horner seems to be working out pretty well too. But this guy's a ball player.
Horner's batting .355, on base .400, slugging .473, which works out to a WRC plus of 142. He is a plus player in base running runs above average, offensive runs above average, and defensive runs above average. He has only struck out 7% of the time.
I think figuring out when you have a shortstop playing second base and there being no more shift rules, does that position become more important? And do you end up having to pay more for that position?
Like in general?
Yeah, in general.
If you're an agent, are you going to say, hey, this is now there's a new premium for second basemen who can field like shortstops?
Right. Athletic second baseman that can cover a lot of ground, where it used to be you kind of had a guy that was decent enough.
Or not. You had guys like
Daniel Murphy.
Well, like the Jeff Kent model where you could, Dan Ugla, that you could just have a stick.
Just go over there and we'll shift into situations with tough lefties and we'll put you here and put this person there. But I think the Cubs may have gotten themselves a deal.
It seems like it. If you ask where does that 7% strikeout rate rank among the 178 qualified MLB players, the answer would be third. Luis Ariz strikes out 4.9% of the time. Mauricio Dubon strikes out 5% of the time. And then there's Nico Horner tucked in at 7.
The bat of Suzuki. Get out the tape measure, long gone. Suzuki with his 9th of the year. And the Cubs have a 10-run lead here in the 8th inning.
Is this your game? Huh? Is this your game?
That's all I kept thinking as I'm watching these last 2 games. This is the team that I'm supposed to be afraid of if I'm a Cubs fan?
According to Fangraphs, it's the Brewers, and according to me, it's the Brewers. They're better than the Reds.
How did the Reds not go get pitching?
I don't know. And but when Pat Hughes is giving you the 65% call on the get out the tape measure, that was just a perfunctory like
get out the tape measure.
Get out the tape measure, long gone.
Because I mean, he kept having to do it.
I know, but that's just like, oh, well, they're up 10 runs again. I guess we got to get out the tape measure again. We asked for calls. You know what we got?
Calls?
Calls.
Sweet.
Robert in Quad Cities on the score. Hey, Robert.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Good. What's up?
No, not much. I just want to say, man, I think the thing that's going to propel the Cubs is what Christopher Morel said last night. That post-game interview was awesome. I think that kid is having the time of his life, and he's bringing the energy to this squad. Announcing that they're making the playoffs, I think they got it put together.
I was a little surprised, but he is a young man who has a lot of joy in the way that he plays. And
I'm
I like
surprised we go to the playoff. I say today.
You just called it. You're going to the playoffs. Why do you believe that?
I believe.
He believes.
You want to know why? Because I believe. Next question.
Ted Lasso, I believe.
That's right. Baseball is life.
I mean, doesn't he have a little bit of Danny in him?
Totally.
Totally.
Like, really good. He seems like a sweetheart of a kid, but that man is a killer.
And Candelario's got some of that ebullience to his game, too, to his style. In Elmhurst, it is Steve on the score. Hello, Steve.
Yeah, good morning. One of the things that occurred to me as the trade deadline was approaching is, for the first time in a few years, fans and players had hope. All right. And as we know from Shawshank, hope is perhaps the best of things. And, to take that away by trading away guys like Bellinger, would just it'd be tough, because then it's a signal that, okay, I can give up on this season. It's just not going to be a year where anything good is going to happen anymore. And so instead we get hope, maintained. And on top of that, you look at the team has now got this new streaming service. Okay, they've enjoyed significantly better ratings on, cable this year with Marquee. Well, what does that mean? That means better ad revenue. Now you want to sell streaming service to thousands of people. Well, if you got a crummy team, how's that going to go? So it makes sense financially for them to have done this too. And it's just a lot of fun. So I just think for all kinds of reasons, it was the right thing to do.
Okay. Thank you, Steve. Appreciate the phone call. Keith in Shorewood, you're next on WSCR.
So I'll follow Steve and say I echo what he just said, but I read something from Jed, and I think he's even said it to you guys in the interviews you've had, that, they were so close to blowing this thing up. And what really makes me happy from a Cubs fan standpoint is that they went forward and they actually go in for this division. And that acquisition for Candelario is amazing, because look what he's done in the last 2 days. And it allows the Cubs now to keep some of the strikeout bats on the bench where they belong, and lets the Cub lineup be a lot longer in terms of how they're able to produce. And we're seeing that in the last 2 days. So
for sure,
I'm really
like the lengthening of the lineup. I think you're right on with that. Like adding Candelario to the lineup, it brings a power bat. And it just makes the whole lineup more dangerous. And what you saw yesterday, because we had asked Rossi about Seiya, you're batting him second. He's like, I make the lineup. And then all of a sudden,
I make the damn lineup.
And then all of a sudden, Seiya was batting seventh. And you're like, oh, interesting. It can work there too. And Seiya had a really good night last night. But yes, you're absolutely right.
Atlanta, our next stop, interestingly. It's Adam on the score. Hi, Adam.
Hey, guys. I'm getting 2003 vibes from this team, and I've been getting 2003 vibes from them as somebody who was here. I was like 11 when they beat the Braves 20 years ago. And I know Jamer probably isn't a Ramos Ramirez 2.0, but it just feels like they're onto something here. And it's awesome seeing all these things happening, like Jan Gomes turning into Yanni Bench.
Oh, we're stealing that, Adam. We're stealing that.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh,
did you coin that, or did you?
No.
Okay.
No,
one of your friends did that?
No. I came up with it independently, maybe, but I was Googling it, and I think somebody may have called him that in 2013. But he's just been amazing. He's just been absolutely fun to watch. I was so concerned about losing Contreras' bat, and to see him just turning into this has been just so much fun. And Christopher Morel being Danny Rojas of baseball, just. This team has so many good vibes. And if you told me in 2021, when I was, lamenting the teardown on the Twitch stream, that this is where we were going to be, man, I wouldn't have believed it, but I'm happy we're here.
Thanks, Adam. And the reason I said interestingly from Atlanta, because there were texters who are saying it's one thing to do it against the Reds. You do it against the Braves, things don't get crazy.
Yeah, it's a good weekend for that, right?
Things can get real crazy around here.
But remember how this went. Well, it's one thing to do this against the White Sox and the Cardinals. Do it against the Reds.
I know. Well, they're not the Braves.
I get that, but they're the team that you're chasing.
This segment's brought to you by Grand Appliance. Get double rebates on top brands like LG across all 28 Grand Appliance locations to celebrate their grand opening in Joliet. Visit grandappliance.com or their 10 Chicagoland showrooms for details. That's Grand Appliance, the appliance experts since 1930. Springfield next. Here's Brian on the score. Hey, Brian.
Hey, guys. Yeah, I'm just for one sake, our sports psyche. I mean, this news out of Haugh, our offense seems to suck once again. I need the Cubs to be good. I'm all in it. And by the way, Studs is burying so many leads down here in the 217. New Salem, every kid down here has went through that in 5th grade. It's always 102. There's no shade. You go through these old cabins, and there's a sign every 10 feet that Lincoln took a leak here, and he had a sandwich over here, and it's everything he's talking about it, but there's so much more. Thanks, guys.
That's scary.
Bent somebody over a barrel out here.
Clearly.
Yeah.
Founded a town
Yep.
with his progeny.
What's Abe doing? He's surveying.
He's
well, that's what they're calling it these days.
He's founding. That's what he's doing. He found something.
Oh, he found something, all right.
He found something, and he's going to,
Whole honest Abe. All right.
By the way, just to be clear, we don't know that the Bears' offense is bad.
And we don't know exactly what Abe Lincoln did.
We're just kind of know that the Bears' offense had a rough day yesterday. Maybe they have a good day tomorrow.
It sounded like everybody was just kind of drunk yesterday. I don't know what was going on.
On offense?
Yeah, that they didn't know what. And they're dealing with the fact that apparently Tremaine Edmonds is
his arms are too long to box with God.
Jack Lambert all of a sudden. In Indy, it's David on the score.
As a Cub fan, you have to believe in hope springs eternal. I got a big buy-in on the club, making moves to at least make the end of the season interesting. They're not going to win the World Series, but I expect my team to make moves to make it interesting if they're at all in it. So big buy-in, enjoy the show. Always been a pessimistic Cub fan. They're a very infectious team to follow.
I will say that as much as we've talked about the way that we haven't liked this year's White Sox team, we have liked this year's Cubs team. And it's not even before they started like winning. We like them. Like it's a good group to choose from, and they do seem to have some baseball joy even when they were below 500. They had baseball joy. So, yes, I agree that for now, this looks like a very likable team.
Speaking of baseball joy, several people have sent in this video from last night. Did you see what happened between Nick Madrigal and Seiya and Willie Harris?
No.
It's the top of the 7th. Cubs are up 13-5. There's a foul ball, like a little dribbler over to the side, and Madrigal picks it up. And instead of throwing it to a fan, he walks it over to the dugout and he hands it to Seiya Suzuki. And Seiya pretends like, oh, thank you, sir. And he does like this little bow and he cradles it in his hands. And he's doing this whole bit. And Willie Harris, with a scowl on his face next to him, reaches over and snatches it out of his hands. And then Seiya pretends to be like a crying toddler. And Willie gives it back to him. And Seiya's like, yay, I got my ball back.
You gotta see that.
I'm retweeting.
That's why there was a day this week where I texted you guys like, he's so fun. I hope he gets it together at the plate.
Yes,
because he's a character.
Yes,
like Morel. Like the two of them and they're buddies.
Yeah, Seiya's cool. Hilarious.
You need to have that fabric in a winning team, and that's in place at least. So
he's not Lance Lynn,
right? Exactly. You don't have those bad vibes, babe.
Yeah, I just retweeted it. It's 13 seconds of silly baseball joy.
All right, I got to check this out.
It's really funny. While you're checking it out, let's welcome Tim. Tim, you're on the score.
Hey, guys. How's it going today?
Fine.
Good. Hey, so, yeah, I'm from down in Champaign, and just a side note, like, I live in a house divided, Cubs and Cardinals, because it seems like I-72 is that magical line where you start drifting over, and in Champaign you got like half Cardinals, half Cubs. It's the Sox that don't really get represented very well down here.
We don't care.
But that's, yeah. Anyway, but as for the Cubs, I guess I felt like during the Cardinals rain delay they had the other day, they were sitting around the table talking, and, a couple people are like, we should sell. We really got to get to the future. But I'm like, this team is fun to watch, and we do have a shot. We don't have a very good division this year, but yeah, I'm all bought in. I'm like, let's go for it. I mean, they're exciting to watch. They're playing hard. I just don't see. I could not understand a reason why you would bust it up when, yes, we do have a shot to. You certainly probably get a wild card this year, at least.
Well, we're going to talk to Jed about that later. The heart and the head. I think it's really important to talk to Jed about his awareness of some feelings here, because that's what I'm hearing on the phone lines.
Mm-hmm.
I'm hearing a lot of feelings.
A lot of people happy because we've seen the people, the Galaxy Brain folks, and we'll talk about it next week, but we've seen no, you have to get prospects. I'm ready for the 2025 World Series.
It's not time for me to enjoy this yet. I can compartmentalize my joy, and I know my joy is coming later. I'll get more joy later, so I don't need joy now. I don't need to be happy. It's baseball. It's not supposed to be happy. That's why I follow the White Sox, because they make me completely miserable.
We're going to talk with Jim Margulis. There is some good news about the White Sox and what they got back in trade. Dan, were you late to this break so you could go see their concert?
Joy Ladakun?
Yeah.
Maybe. Concerts never on time.
Here they are. We'll talk White Sox with Jim coming up next here on The Score.
Hey, Chicago, this is Cody Bellinger.
Deep right field, way back. This could go. It's gone. Grand slam, Cody Bellinger.
How is your relationship building with Seiya Suzuki? Because I know that there was experience with you, Darvish, and who had an interpreter on occasion. Suzuki's interpreter in games is noticeable, where there are all kinds of conversations where Wilson Contreras was in there, and just seeing how Suzuki appears, because he's a position player and not a pitcher, it changes the dynamic a little bit. What has it been like, and how do you see him growing into a role as a teammate?
Yeah, I've been calling Sam my best friend. I'm really trying to establish that I'm his best friend here. He is hilarious. He is so funny. His translator toy is awesome. I think maybe they're going to catch me in the dugout one of these days. Whenever Say hits a homer, I'm picking Toy up and putting him on my shoulders because he's the happiest dude in the dugout. But he fits it. Say's fit in super quickly. The way that he played right field, I thought, with three completely different weather days at Wrigley, three different wind directions, different sun patterns. I thought that was super impressive. And his plate discipline against three really good pitchers, I thought, was outrageous.
When you say he's funny, what describe his sense of humor? Is it goofy? Is it witty? What? How is he funny to you?
Yeah, I mean he's got a lot in there. He can be a little goofy at times. He has really good quips, and it's funny because the delivery comes through Toy. So, he'll make a joke to Toy, and then before Toy can translate, he has to let out a pretty hard laugh, and then he'll finally get to the joke for all of us. So there's an element of suspense there too with the delivery.
This hour is brought to you by Golf Mill Chevrolet.
Sox Machine. Jim Margulis, co-host of the Sox Machine podcast.
I think the big picture guy, the guy that, you want to say, like, we can DFA Lance Lynn, that guy isn't quite around. And Lynn, I think, watching his starts, really struggles against lefties. Like, that's becoming an unsolvable problem for him.
The internet's longest running White Sox podcast.
That period of time where the White Sox were spending over $50 million on the bullpen makes me think there was some mismanagement. And I think the Kimbrel trade bailed him out a little bit.
Managing editor of SoxMachine.com.
Rick Hahn often manages the team like he's going to be the one cleaning up the mess 8 years from now. If they do sign that Marcus Semien deal, if they do sign that Manny Machado contract, like other GMs would say, I'm going to go for glory and at least have a ring to show for it.
Jim Margulis with Bernstein and Holmes on 670 The Score.
We want machine.
Sox Machine.
We want it. We've got it. We've got Jim Margulis, who joins us on the Score Hotline, presented by Circa Resort and Casino in Las Vegas, home of the world's largest sports book, and twitch.tv/Chicago 670 The Score. Well, where do you want to start, Jim? Do we want to talk about what was objectively a productive and probably positive trade deadline for a team that finally admitted that its 2023 season is toast?
Yeah, I think there are two conversations. One, what they did, and then two, where they go from here.
Okay. What did they do?
They did the best of, I think, what they could with their rental players, with the players who are expiring contracts with, like, guys like Joe Kelly, who might not have been a rental because of the option coming up at the end of the year. Like, they had the option of, like, retaining him. Kendall Graveman had another year left, but, were the White Sox going to see the decline on him? Or if they are going to retrench a little bit, would they get a whole lot of value from having a veteran reliever when maybe the bullpen is one thing they can churn through? So when you look at who they had to deal, you add Giolito and Lynn on top of that in terms of guys probably not going to be back next year. The White Sox did a pretty good job, I think, of restocking a major position of need, which is like AA pitching talent. They really were short on arms to where, like, Christian Mano was maybe the most interesting pitcher around. And he's like 20 years old and barely surviving at Birmingham, which is not his fault. He's young for the level, but also, like, that's an undue amount of pressure to put on him. So they've defrayed that pressure by increasing the number of options at AA. And also with the Yasmani Grandal era winding down to an end, there are suddenly a few options at catcher besides Sebi Zavala, besides Carlos Perez, who might be able to shoulder the load over the next couple of years while the White Sox figure out which one of these internal options is their best long-term play.
Heard Jim Callis this morning say the White Sox have gone from one of the worst farm systems in all of baseball to right in the middle of the pack. What does it say about their own drafting and development that they needed it to have a lost season that closed their window of contention to just get back to average in their system?
Yeah, that was the, even if the rebuild went well in terms of, like, Eloy Jimenez, Yohan Moncada, and Luis Robert being healthy at the same time, and, Lucas Giolito and Lance Lynn, and, just the pitching staff coming together, Michael Kopech making strides. Like, even if they all close the gaps in their game to be healthy and reasonably productive all at the same time, there was still this undercurrent of, well, what happens if Giolito becomes a free agent? What happens if Lynn becomes a free agent? Where is the pitching? Where, is this next core? Where are these waves of sustainable talent the White Sox thought they were building? And there seemed to be a gap, like having very little to show for the Andrew Vaughn draft, having very little to nothing to show for the Nick Madrigal draft when they were drafting the top 5. Those were two big missed opportunities. I think, what the White Sox have gotten, or the early returns from the last two drafts, this most recent one notwithstanding because they barely played, but like Noah Schultz and Colson Montgomery, those were, intriguing directions to go in. And so far, like, the performances have been worthy of first round picks. Like, those have been on the right track so far, but having the two missed opportunities in the top 5 and just, maybe Davis Martin might be the best or most productive White Sox in the end. Maybe Andrew Vaughn, it continues developing and he's just on a slower track than everybody thought, but there's just very little to show for those top 5 draft rounds that they had. And, when you look at just the White Sox still not being like fully operational in the international market, or not pursuing 17-year-old Dominicans and Venezuelans with the same, confidence that they pursue Cubans. They really don't have the traditional avenues to develop these sustainable waves of talent. So yeah, that was always something curious. Like even after like Moncada and Jimenez and Giolito and such graduated, like there were a couple of years to get their prospect list like out of the bottom 5, and they couldn't.
Okay. So we have kind of an idea of where things stand with the White Sox. And I was one of those people that walked away with the trade deadline and said, it did pretty well. I thought they did pretty well. The White Sox have said that they think that they can be competitive in 2024. In your opinion, what would it take for the White Sox to be competitive in 2024?
I think it would take Michael Kopech looking like a starter and erasing like the bullpen questions for good. And I think it would take Oscar Colas looking like he solves right field, because they still have a whole ton of holes beyond that. You have left side of the infield, not quite being sure like how healthy that's going to be. And then you have Giolito and Lynn departing the rotation when those guys were considered to be fixtures. And I mean, Lynn did not pitch like one this year, but going into the offseason, like last winter, like he seemed to be solid. Mike Clevenger will also likely depart. So like that's a lot of rotation spots to fill. So I am skeptical of that claim that they can contend. To me, I wonder if it's not necessarily like they're going to push hard for 2024, but they're not going to cut further. They're not going to be in total teardown mode where Anderson goes if they can't get like great value for him, if Cease goes if they can't get great value for him, and they're going to like leave a possibility that like if a bunch of things click, right field, one of their infield solutions at second, Moncada being healthy, and then these high minors pitchers that they acquired, these catchers that they've acquired, like if enough of them click and the division's weak, like maybe they can contend. But
that's just not a rallying cry. If that's what this year was, we're due for health because we were all hurt last year. We won't be as hurt this year. That just doesn't happen. And we know that these guys, if everybody hits the 80th percentile of their projections, look where we can be. And the people who make the projections for a living said, yeah, but that's not how it works. So essentially my observation is you're choosing to bring back enough of a core of a terrible baseball team and expecting it to be better than that because of variance. Like that, that's you really can't print the materials, your hype materials on that.
Yeah, you can't. I mean, like, that's just the way I see it, just because they have some contracts to wait out. Like Moncada, it's going to be hard to get anything back from him that doesn't pay like most of his freight. Jimenez, they have to wait out his contract if he just can't play more than 100 games a year in a fully functional form. So that's why I think there is only a certain amount they can tear down. And, with the upside that Jimenez possesses, even if we kind of roll our eyes at the concept of relying on Jimenez's upside, like that just might be around whether the Sox like it or not. So they may as well construct something that can take advantage of it if he looks really good. I still think that 2025 is the way to go because these prospects they've acquired, maybe aside from Corey Lee, who might get some run in September this year. Like nobody looks like they should be rushed up the chain in 2023 to prepare for 2024. So if they took 2024 as a retrenching and just said we're going to try to maybe, sign some 1-year deals, see if we can flip them, not block anybody because of all this, pitching talent we might have. We'll see how the rest of the year goes, make sure that pitching talent's still in line. But, there are ways that they can make 2024 productive without giving in and giving up and saying we're not contending. Part of me also wonders with saying 2024 contending, I wonder if that's a measure to maybe preserve Pedro Grifol a little bit and say, we're not going to give up on 2024 because if we do, and we're already seeing the White Sox looking like they're mailing it in. How are the last 2 months going to go for a manager they want to keep around or prop up if they say 2023 is dead and also 2024 is shot too. And good luck, Pedro, and keeping these guys invested.
Oh, Can I go back to Kopech for a second?
Sure. If you want.
What do you think turns Kopech into a starter that looks like he's found it?
It would either have to be like really consistent fastball velocity and life and command, because he is kind of like a 1.5 pitch pitcher, maybe sometimes 2 pitch pitcher. I think the changeup's more of a show me pitch. It really is fastball, slider, or somebody throws a curveball in the mix too, but really that fastball is what drives it. And some guys can get away with that, being like, Spencer Strider is one who can just get by with 60-70% fastballs. Most of them, where they are going, but nobody can really do much with it. And I think Kopech is, when he's on top of his game, when that fastball is 97 and riding, he can do the same thing. He can be a bully at the top of the zone, inside of the zone, and nobody can either get around on it or square it up or get the barrel on it. A lot of like useless contact with like jam shots and pop-ups. Even if he's not getting strikeouts, the contact isn't good. So like if he were healthy enough to like just show the ability to show up with the same fastball every time, then you could see a starter. But in this current mode where like every rotation turn is a roll of the dice, and not understanding like exactly, is it going to be 95 or 97? Is it going to be walking 2 guys or walking 8? It's such a hard way to get by every 5 days for 5 innings when every inning can feel like a 3-walk landmine waiting to be stepped on.
You have control of this roster right now, as far as I'm concerned. I'm handing it over to you. And if you want to make sure whether, and you get to choose whether this is optimizing your team for next year, finding out what you want to see from maybe some of these higher minor league guys. You've got roster expansion coming up in September. How are you making sure the rest of the season now, after a positive deadline perhaps, matters positively for the Sox based on the construction of the big league roster?
I think, I saw a lot of people saying like, Grandal and Andrew should be off the team immediately after the deadline because they serve no purpose. I don't think it's like that just because every team would be, ejecting their veterans as soon as the deadline were over. I imagine there are some like game planning things, just interpersonal dealings to make sure that, you just don't, alienate people as a whole and players as a whole. But like, I think over the course of August, I think you try to find a home for Grandal, who should like be a second catcher somewhere because catching is terrible around the league. Andrews, this might be the end of the line for him, but like, I think you have to get, Sosa a shot at some point just to see if there's anything there. Jose Rodriguez, if he picks up where he left off after missing a few games and looks like he's making a run for it, sure, give him some time in September. I think in right field, Colas giving him all the time, no matter how bad it looks, is probably prudent. And then like with the catching situation with Grandal moving on, I think you start with Zavala and then Perez, introducing him more because I think he's worth like 20 games to see what he can do. Corey Lee, if he bounces back from his oblique injury that he just returned from and looks worth it, sure, September call up there too. 3 catchers, maybe phase Zavala out. With the pitching, I think it's going to be like, Tukey Toussaint, see what, he's done as much as he can so far with his opportunity. Keep going. Jesse Scholten, same thing. Like, just keep going. I think at this point, you're looking for useful arms to round out like the 4th and 5th spots of the rotation with those guys who don't throw like 96, 97, 98. And then with the guys they acquired, I don't see any pitchers who should be in the majors except for maybe Jordan Leisure, who is now in AAA, had a rough AAA debut with the Charlotte Knights, but like he has a live enough arm to where like if he gets in gear and starts like mowing guys down at AAA, sure, give him a look because the bullpen has suddenly a lot of vacancies as well.
How would you describe Yasmani Grandal's tenure as Sox catcher? Like overall?
I think slightly disappointing. I also think the White Sox, the way they operate in free agency, like I don't think for most teams, Grandal would have been the position player to be acquired during like the height of the contention window. I think he would have been like a secondary big free agency addition. Like the White Sox could have accommodated his contract in most of their other payrolls. They were not like breaking down any walls in terms of like accommodating his average annual value. So like, it feels weird to take a catcher in his 30s and say like, you are our guy. And also we need you to be productive for like pretty much all this contract to have a real offense. Like most free agents contracts, you assume the last year is more or less going to be a wash, and you hope you get enough production for the first 2 years, the first half of the contract, most of the contract, what have you, in order to justify the inefficiency at the end of the deal. With the White Sox, like with the way they do business, they almost needed that contract to go 4 for 4 in terms of years and production in order for him to hit. So like part of the disappointment is like, yeah, he had a terrible third year. And then this year has been more or less like what you expect a mid-30s catcher to look like. But like he was great his first year. He was great his second year around a knee injury, like surprisingly productive and helped that team win the Central. So like he did what he needed to do in the front half of the contract. And like the White Sox just never supplemented it around like what you expect to be more or less an unimpressive back half of the contract. And so like it does leave him hanging a little bit in terms of like, wow, that was unimpressive. But like also, you know, they should have done more with just the size of free agent spending in order to like not make him be so important.
Okay.
That's you wanted a thorough
yes, that's why
analysis of the current state of the Chicago White Sox. You got it. It ain't great, Jim. It ain't great, and especially now with this the downer of the news about Hendricks, and then we go back and wonder, did they rush him back? Did they allow him to come back too hard from this because of the inspiring story? Because maybe they wanted to do right by him,
right? And maybe they needed it. Like maybe the organization and the team needed it because they were such a big part of his rehabilitation. I think it's fair to ask. I don't know if we'll ever get a satisfying answer on it.
Yeah, the only thing that I wonder about is like when Rick Hahn called it the most thoroughly vetted return that he can remember. And then a couple days later, Hendricks said that his elbow was kind of barking on him the whole rehab stint. That left a sizable gap there to be like, yeah, if it's thoroughly vetted and, he's saying it hurt the whole time, was he, it could be a case where like he just thought he was pitching through normal pain, normal rehab pain, because he's been pitching with the partially torn UCL for, I think, since like he was 19. So like perhaps he's used to some element of pain and just thought that he needed to push through it. And given everything his body had been through, maybe he thought that like, this is just, he needs to drive harder in order to push through like all the wear and tear that he'd suffered. So like, I don't think it's, easy to point a finger. I think you can have some suspicions and have some theories and debate it. But, if maybe the White Sox didn't do their due diligence, or maybe they did, and Hendricks was just, human and trying to be superhuman. And really, there's only so much his body can take. So yeah, it is unfortunate. And the last 2 months of the season, when people talk about like getting rid of veterans and playing the young guys, it's like last 2 months of the season are going to be really long. No matter how many games it is, it's going to seem like 20 games longer just because of the lack of new prospect excitement and everything like that normally you try to sustain your hopes with over the last 2 months, especially like if everybody's already tired of Pedro Grifol. So even if you want to see some new faces, like there's plenty of time to see some new faces, because like just the way things have been going, like there's a chance you might be tired of those new faces within about 10 games or so.
Okay. That's the thorough breakdown of the situation with the White Sox. Jim, as always, we appreciate your time.
I always appreciate you having me.
Thanks, Jim. That's Jim Margulis.
Next up is a little bit more of a less thorough breakdown of the White Sox and us talking about we were searching for the word thoroughly vetted. Those were the words that were used when we were talking about the return of Liam Hendricks. The most thoroughly vetted return.
You looked it up?
He just said it.
Okay, I just want to make sure that we are quoting them correctly when they were defraying and deflecting any possible responsibility for anything else that would happen to their middle-aged closer with the partially torn UCL.
Uh-huh.
And Jake Berger was released from Sox jail. And
that's a new segment on the show, Sox jail.
Well, that's what it is.
Just use the Law and Order clink clink.
They're all everyone's out of Sox jail. And they're running free in the streets, running naked, throwing flowers, Next on The Score.
The historic offseason has come and gone. Now it's time to put it all together as training camp begins. As the team prepares to unveil their new look roster, The Score will have you covered every step of the way.
Is Mark Burley a Hall of Famer?
In my mind, he is. Hopefully someday down the road, if this stuff continues where starters are going 3, 4, 5, they're going to they want to have induct somebody in there, but I think he deserves it. In my mind, he is. And, I told him this personally that, and this was when he was still on our team. I said, look, we're sitting there, and I remember saying, you're a stud. You're a stud. Just because physically and mentally to be able to go the years that he did and log over 200 innings every single year, you've got to be good, number one, because they're not handing those innings out, and that means you're staying in the game deeper. And physically, you're keeping yourself. So mentally and physically, you're pushing yourself to get that workload that he had. Anybody that how many guys threw 200 innings in the last 3 years? The numbers are like minute. This was a guy, and all of our starters were. We counted on them. We counted on them going out there and taking the bulk of the game, and they did. Like Thurber, and because of that. They carried us along. The coaches that were there in 2000, they carried us along to become world champions. They drove the bus, For that, I'm forever grateful for that. And Burley, but yes, Burley's, in my mind, I'd love to see him get in. I think, I'd love to think that maybe somewhere down the road that could happen. And I think to the city of Chicago, he's a Hall of Famer. To certainly White Sox fans in Chicago, but I think anybody that's got an open mind and looks at what he did and the services that he provided would agree with me.
a blurb from you that says Lawrence is wired to kick your butt. Even if you don't mean it, I just need you to say it.
Well, I got to get to know you better. I try to value my words, so I got to make sure that's what it is.
Bernstein and Holmes, middays 10 to 2 on 670 The Score.
To shortstop, weird hop. Smith handles it, and that seam ball ends the game.
It was hit hard, and that is that for tonight. It was all Rangers. It started early. Dylan Cease had a tough night.
He was awful.
Short night.
They were terrible.
Everyone's trying to get away from the White Sox. Pedro's getting thrown out of games. Cease is like, I just want to be here for like an inning and 2/3. And Jake Berger's like, yay, baseball is fun again.
I'm telling you, get out of Sox jail and everything starts to feel better. It's like, oh yeah, okay. This is good. We're allowed. And Berger's like, the most fun I've ever had. This is really cool. And Lucas Giolito probably wasn't having a whole lot of fun. But everything was, we mentioned it all year, how difficult this has been. The tribulations that this organization has faced on so many levels, how difficult it's been for so many people in this organization to find the fun. It's been hard.
You want to know a very meta moment that happened in the last 6 minutes of the show?
What?
So, Jim had said, they said, is the most thoroughly vetted return in history. And you said, well, wait, is that what they said? So I typed into the Google machine, most thoroughly vetted return. First thing that popped up. Holmes is skeptical that Liam Hendriks' return was
found yourself.
It's literally the first thing that comes back.
You found yourself.
June 14th, 2023. And there's us talking about the most thoroughly vetted return from Rick Hott.
Unbelievable.
My stupid face.
Unbelievable. And
totally believable.
And they would not have come out and tried to inoculate against criticism without worrying that the return might have been a little rushed.
Let me say this. I don't think anyone at the White Sox actively put Liam in danger. Okay? I don't think that's what they wanted. I don't think that's what they did. This felt like he does have the thing with the arm, but he's always had the thing with the arm. Mm-hmm. He says he's fine, and the cancer doctors say he's okay. We're going to cross our fingers and promote the hell out of his return. And then the return was spectacular, and we all felt really, really good. And then Liam started to feel really, really bad with his arm. And it just remember at the beginning of the season, Dan, where I was apoplectic about the White Sox having this feeling of nothing else bad can happen to us. All of the bad stuff happened last year.
Yeah, they kept saying that was my point, that we're due. We're due for things to be better, therefore they will be.
That they were out here looking for the cosmic scales to balance.
Uh-huh.
And I understand why. I understand after last season them going, well, none of this stuff could possibly happen again, could it?
No.
No, I mean, we're not going to have the closer with cancer or anything like that. No, we're just going to have one with Tommy John surgery. No one's going to get injured on this year's team. Why is Yoan Moncada's back hurt? Everyone will regress to the back of their baseball card, except for most of your starting rotation. Yeah, but we went out and signed this guy that no one likes. He's going to miss 2 months. Like,
no, he's fine. Remember the guy,
totally
the guy that no
fine.
one liked when they said we saw him exit the game immediately, holding his arm, walk right off the mound into the dugout and up the tunnel. And then they said they did the imaging and it came back. There's no structural damage day to day.
Yep.
No structural damage day to day. 2 months.
Yeah, it was 2 months later that we saw him, and then you couldn't trade him.
It's been a really, really hard year, and I'm glad it's over. I can say that.
I'm with you.
I'm glad.
I am with you
that they admitted defeat. They traded away a bunch of guys, and now they're licking their wounds and trying to spin it and say, "Oh, look, none of us are going anywhere. We're all in charge. Whatever this is next year, we'll compete next year. We've got stuff to sell you next year." And it's just it's the denouement of this is just sad. The current state of the White Sox is purely sad. They built it all up. They did everything right, and they signed this energetic guys, and the marketing campaign was right there, and they had us all rip-roaring and ready to go and change the game and flip the bats and embrace what we are. And they had it. And then they hired Tony La Russa, and everything went to hell in and around it. And it was partly causal because of that, but not entirely causal. That was more representative of everything else. And nobody knew who was running anything. And things got sour and hurt and weird. And now it's over. It's it. Now that was it. It's over now. Something is over. And it's sad. And now Liam Hendriks is done.
Yeah, like what a punctuation mark. That after everything that we've seen with the White Sox, we end at the place of, well, you know, Liam's career with the White Sox is probably over.
Mm-hmm.
So, wait, what? Like, it's so sad. Like, is a really great word for what we've experienced with the White Sox. And what's sadder is that I don't think that anyone can save them. That
not even Big Daddy Kane?
Well, I mean, now you're talking pie in the sky stuff.
Right.
Like,
because that's what we proposed earlier. Because there's been half-stepping, and if they hired Big Daddy Kane, there ain't no half-stepping.
Yeah. You can't have any half-stepping with Kane. You know why? Because then you get the wrath of Kane if you're half-stepping. And you don't want that. He's a smooth operator. I can do this all day.
I was going to say, sit back, relax, and strap it down.
Well, we do have that Rick Hahn audio if you want to go back to a non-smooth operator.
Sure.
Even though it's a Big Daddy thing.
At this point, based on everything we know, I feel confident in saying that the ramp-up and the return-to-play protocol did not influence this result. Has everything he's been through medically and physically over the past 6 months, let's say, potentially led us here? Maybe. I don't know if anyone's ever going to know that. But in terms of once he was cleared and how he was ramped up and how he returned to play, I don't think that's a factor based upon the fact that the number of medical professionals involved, ranging from our orthopedic people to his oncologists to rehabilitation specialists to the number of check-ins with where he was at physically along the way. And this was perhaps the most thoroughly vetted return to play of any player in certainly my recent memory. So I don't think that had anything to do with it. Again, from a medical or biological standpoint, what he's been through, could that have contributed to this specific injury? Possibly. I don't think anyone's going to know that for sure.
There it is.
Okay.
And as I said before, I don't think that anyone at the White Sox was trying to push Liam back to play just because. I think that it's probable that the White Sox were like, Liam, you all right to go pitch? We want you to go see an orthopedist. The orthopedist says you still got that thing that's been going on in your arm for a while.
And I know you're itching to get back out there, and this is really important to you. We want to give you every opportunity to do that. Let's just make sure we're not pushing it too hard.
Yep. And Liam was probably like, I've been pitching with this for a long time. And maybe not taking into account your body's going to be really different after all of this. And maybe you can't rely on it the same way that you could before. And there's nothing wrong with that. And by the end of this, maybe Liam will end up having a stronger elbow and he can come back and he can do some work for people for a couple years and be one of the lights out closer. I just think that if you believe in luck and if you believe in life after love, then you would believe that the White Sox do have nothing but bad luck or bad love. That's what you got. That's what you got. I'll keep going.
Wow, I was going to say you're on one today.
It's just that whenever we talk about this stuff, Dan, it's too bad. Because you're right. The White Sox had it. And I joke about this all the time. They had it while the Death Star wasn't fully operational. And guess what? Earlier this week, the Death Star became fully operational again.
Mm-hmm.
Good times are about to be had at Addison and Clark. Even if the Braves series doesn't go great, you can tell the vibration of the ballpark the last 3 nights has been completely different, and it was fine before. They're going to be singing the song. People going to be out there dancing. Christopher Morel's going to be a star. And you had it. You had people leaning. Folks going, the White Sox are cool. Tim Anderson is so cool. Did you see what happened in that baseball game in cornfields? Like, man, this is all right.
They ruined everything. That's what they did. They found a way to ruin everything.
White Sox baseball. And then they ruined everything.
They did. And then take it out by being snarky to everybody else and hiding, not doing interviews, trying to sneak in. By the way, Liam Hendricks had Tommy John surgery, which you knew when your GM was speaking, but they didn't want to have anybody ask questions about it. They ruined everything, but now it's over.
Yeah.
At least it's over.
Yeah, like that is good. And I will say that for me, they are relegated to I still enjoy the stuff surrounding White Sox baseball. So pre and post, I'm watching. If someone on Twitter or if I'm in the app because I'm looking up something, if something's going on, then I'll watch. But nope. Like it is, and it was a weight off my mind where I was like, I don't have to watch this. Why would I do that to myself? And that's for White Sox fans. Yes, that's good. Now, I will say I did just book a trip to go see the White Sox. Kind of.
All right, we're having all this fun at the expense of the White Sox. Wait, that's right, Colorado?
Mm-hmm.
That should be fun.
But I'm really just...
You're not going to see the White Sox.
I'm really going to Colorado. We're
not.
I'm going to go to have brunch in Boulder.
I have the most on-brand Cardinals fan of all time for High Noon.
Okay. Was it the one that was texting here yesterday?
Might be.
I have something. I have a... What? I'm just going to do the references all day.
You're like sub-referencing everything you say.
I was trying to explain to someone when I did the solo show that you kind of had to listen because I'm doing the show, but I'm also the ombudsman who's also doing the show.
Okay.
And then you have both things going on at the same time, and you have to listen with both ears. I'm going to talk about a television-themed golf experience that could be cool or might be really awful.
I've got something for you.
The Cubs were buyers at the trade deadline.
You realize this group believes in each other, and it's definitely the right thing to do to keep them together.
And now they're chasing down the Central Division lead.
Bellinger drives one in the air. Get out the tape masher. Long gone off the video board.
Tune in for every moment of the exciting playoff.
Talking about the Ely event yesterday made me so happy, and then I've been in a big JFK like wormhole lately. I saw the movie over Christmas break. I saw Oliver Stone's documentary about it on Showtime the other day, and then it brought me back around to thinking about Les and something funny that he did during the virtual scorehouse.
Les, what happened, unfortunately, to President Kennedy in 1963?
That was November 22nd, and we don't know if it was Lee Harvey Oswald or a whole big thing there, but he kind of got blown away. And I went to the schoolyard. I was in grade school, and I told everybody what had happened because I was watching Bozo's Circus. And then they said, "You're a liar." And I told the teachers, "Put on the radio, and if I'm not lying, then I get a whole week off without any kind of penalty." And they put it on. Sure enough, it had happened, and then we found out 5 minutes later that he was deceased.
Great story, Les.
Great story, Les.
Dude, I forgot about that. He kind of got blown away. what vivid imagery to discuss a generational defining moment. He kind of got blown away.
Les, what happened, unfortunately, to President Kennedy in 1963?
That was November 22nd, and we don't know if it was Lee Harvey Oswald or a whole big thing there, but he kind of got blown away.
Kind of got blown away.
Lee Harvey Oswald or a whole big thing there.
Yeah. And what
FBI.
a ridiculous question by Mitch. Remember Mitch hosting that score? We were like, we can't do Scorehouse because of a pandemic. Let's put all of the on-air people on together, and we'll just pretend like we're at Scorehouse. But Mitch Rosen is the moderator, and then he would go around to each of us and ask questions. Oh, my God.
Do you remember Spiegs during the Scorehouse virtual reunion? Out on the balcony of that restaurant asking the waitresses to turn the music down?
Yes. Wasn't he? Yeah, he was on vacation, right?
Yeah, again.
Yeah. Oh, my God. Hey, I'm doing something very important here. I'm on a virtual Scorehouse on Twitch that none of us are getting paid for. I had way too much wine. That's by far the most inebriated I've ever been broadcasting. It wasn't over the air, right? That was just the Twitch thing?
Just Twitch, yeah.
Yeah, it was just Twitch. That's okay. It's not regulated by the FCC. He kind of got blown away there.
It's time for High Noon, and we began by enjoying we began by lamenting some Sox, enjoying some Cubs, looking at what Yan Gomes has been doing behind the plate and with the stick. Really kind of cool stuff.
A texter reminded us we totally forgot about the fact that Schmovid canceled Sox Fest.
As far as we know. They still haven't explained why they canceled Sox Fest. There's no Sox Fest? Why not? There just isn't. We'll tell you later. We don't want it.
Other teams are having it. No, they're not.
Schmovid.
Trust him, it's been thoroughly vetted.
Thoroughly vetted. Wait, what? You said, what schmovid? We didn't say schmovid. Yeah, you did. I heard you.
I heard you say schmovid.
I didn't say it. Schmovid. Just talking about all the excitement. We actually took
Schmovid 23.
we took phone calls for a segment from excited, happy Cubs fans who are really pleased with Jen Hoyer's decision to add on and keep this vibe rolling. Cubs making some history with their offensive explosion the last couple nights. Jim Margulis picked over what the White Sox did at the deadline. It's pretty good stuff. Like it, outside of context, independent of everything else, it seems like some of their moves made sense, but that really isn't the point of everything.
Correct. This is from themessenger.com. Amanda Bell is the writer. Family Guy themed giggity golf experience opening in Los Angeles. Immersive fan experiences are all the rage lately, and soon Family Guy fans get in on the fun as well. On September 22nd, a giggity golf adventure will launch in Los Angeles, California, and it'll transform the City of Angels into the fictional town of Quahog, Rhode Island. This Family Guy themed putt-putt course will feature an 8-hole course filled with homages to... If Quagmire was reading this story, he would have said giggity like 100 times. Giggity, 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 giggity. All right. Yeah. Also on site will be a drunken clam bar and an Eat My Junk food truck for refreshments. Among the offerings, panini car sandwiches, hamburgers, and jelly donut. You know what? This actually seems really good. The pricing for Giggity Golf is $29 per ticket, and VIP tickets include a welcome drink. It'll be located at 613 Imperial Avenue in downtown LA. Giggity, 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 giggity. All right.
You want on-brand Cardinal fan?
I sure do.
Few things bring me more joy than things like this. This is from Craig Calcaterra's Cup of Coffee newsletter today. Federal authorities have charged a Cardinals superfan known as Rally Runner. You ever heard of Rally Runner?
No.
Well, Rally Runner was a fan who painted his face red and jogged around Busch Stadium. And he once told the St. Louis Post-Dispatch that he believed his running, quote, strengthens the spirit for the Cardinals to get the energy to win. Federal authorities have charged him now with being on the front lines of the mob that stormed the U.S. Capitol on January 6th, 2021. Daniel Donnelly Jr., 43, is facing 5 federal charges, including a felony count of civil disorder and multiple misdemeanors. Court documents say he donned his signature red face paint.
Oh, Lord.
And a Keep America Great hat as he held a riot shield and led thousands of protesters toward the building. I think we have reached the apotheosis of cardinaldom. There it is.
Yeah, that's pretty on the money.
He's Rally Runner, a self-created Cardinals lunatic superfan who made sure before committing these crimes in the uprising at the Capitol, wanted to make sure that he had his stuff together. He had his face painted red and his red hat on. Go get him, Rally Runner Daniel Donnelly Jr.
What is it with superfans in Missouri? Wasn't it the Chiefs fan that was robbing banks all over the place?
Yes, that was the Chiefs fan.
Must be something in the water. Sorry, that's a low blow considering that we're Chicago and what we did to the river.
But of course he was. Most people, and the correct question that you're leading up to here is when people are some kind of self-described, self-made superfan of a sports team, is there a Venn diagram that there's probably something else not quite right about that person?
Maybe let's not say it that way. Let's say it, they are more susceptible
same thing
to joining up and to really being a believer in something.
Like a cult, for example.
Once they get their team in whatever way you want to put that, they are loyal to a fault and unable to see some of the problems with their own team because
I think that's probably true, but I'm alleging something much more specific that involves there's something not quite right about someone who wants to make their belief in their team that
their
much
identity.
A part of their identity.
Yeah, I get it.
It's usually something that's needy in that regard.
If we took every fan of the 5 major, like every super fan, picked one for every team in the 5 major sports in this country, and then we started to talk to them.
How many of them stormed the Capitol?
I wasn't going to say that. How dogmatic are they in their political beliefs? Whatever those beliefs may be.
30% of them stormed the Capitol. And just haven't been caught yet. That's High Noon. Doug Glanville talks Cubs next on The Score.
The Parkins and Spiegel Show on your ride home. Afternoons 2 to 6 on The Score.
Gotta say, Candelario crushing the ball, and Bellinger crushing the ball, and Talkman crushing the ball.
Dansby Swanson crushing the ball.
And everybody in the damn lineup. That team, I like that team. I keep forgetting to ask Nico why they don't run the Grand Slam. You said that you want to defend David Ross on his quotes on Christopher Morel. I don't know that there's this big path for every day at bats. And he has 9 home runs in his first 12 games. And you want to defend the indefensible when you wanted him up here at the beginning.
I did.
So how are you going to defend your guy, David Ross? I don't know that there's this big path for every day at bats to the most exciting player in Chicago baseball right now, Christopher Morel. You have my full attention.
All right, good. Because, Ross is getting raked over the coals for having the audacity to say that. And you got to remember a couple things. It was May the 8th when he said that, and they called him up. Nico Horner was healthy. He got hurt that night. So it was before Nico got hurt, and the opportunity presented itself for more regular at-bats.
Yeah, no, it's fascinating.
And Cody Bellinger was also healthy, and so that was before that got exposed. The 3 outfield spots were set. Wisdom was still considered on fire after his hot start. There was no spot for him. Yeah. There were some offensive numbers in the second half for Morel.
Did you hear about the 9 homers? How about that number? 9 homers. He leads all of baseball if you combine AAA in the big leagues.
Yeah, it's 20.
In homers. It's 20 in 41 games? Pretty good.
You're an idiot.
Why am I an idiot? You're the guy defending the indefensible.
Because you're wearing Christopher Morel's style eye black on your face.
That's right.
Is this a thing now?
Every time he hits a home run, I'm coming in here and put it on. What do you think? What are these?
Tiger stripes?
Tiger stripes. I think this is a good look for me. I just took this black magic marker and put on the eye black.
Is that a permanent?
Under each eye. We'll figure out if it's permanent or not.
It might be permanent.
I don't know. It says made in Mexico, and it says non-toxic. So that's all I needed to know to put it on my face.
Okay.
I stand with Christopher Morel as the designated hitter in the middle of the lineup, getting every day at bats.
All right, designated, I'm good with that.
Jed was wrong. David Ross was wrong. And if loving Christopher Morel is wrong, then I don't want to be right.
I feel you.
always live on the free Odyssey app.
High fly ball out towards left field, on its way out of here. Home run, Seiya Suzuki is 9th. All Cubs 16-6.
It's been all Cubs for a while now. You forget what Wrigley Field feels like when the wind is blowing out and you're bashing around your supposed divisional competition, which really doesn't look like much. We imagine the Braves will present a sterner test for them. We're now joined by Doug Glanville. He's brought to you by Grainger, official partner of the Chicago Cubs in Wrigley Field. Find supplies and solutions for every industry at Grainger.com. Doug's on Twitter at Doug Glanville, and he is going to be co-hosting Cubs Postgame Live on Marquee Sports Network. He's with us on the Score Hotline, presented by Circa Resort and Casino in Las Vegas, home of the world's largest sports book. What's up, Doug? How are you?
Oh, I'm doing well. You know, it's kind of fun. I just got off the L over here at the Addison stop, so I'm right at Wrigley here, just walking around. Beautiful day, so it's all good.
What's been the most interesting thing during this 3-week run that the Cubs have been on for you?
Just how explosive the offense can be, and I think Cody Bellinger, you have to put a big circle over the fact that they knew when they signed him he had MVP in his resume and Rookie of the Year, but he'd been injured, and we weren't sure he was going to come back to that kind of form that quickly, especially when he was coming back from a rehab assignment. And the fact that he took his game to a level where he's basically like Aaron Judge now, that just says something. And a long time ago, when I did the Angels series back in June, David Ross was saying, like, I don't know, if we get Belly back, that could be a big thing, because just the lefty in the lineup and how it can change. And it's been incredible to watch, what he's doing. He's just hitting everything hard. so and then you bring Candelario in. It looks like a great move, because they give that switch hitter look, and it changes the whole complexion of the lineup.
We had a caller earlier today saying he was getting 2003 vibes from this Cubs team, especially after making the deal that they did. Here's Kenny Lofton and Aramis Ramirez. And I know you weren't a huge part of that team, but you were there that year. Is there any validity to that comp?
Well, the thing about the 2003 is that, what's similar is they made trades when the Cubs were 500. I mean, and I remember leaving Texas saying, okay, it's one thing to go to a team that's, top the division, but there was no guarantee we were going to make the playoffs. They were a 500 team when I got there. And I think the other thing is they made moves to get a lot of veteran players that had been starters before, and we were all ultimately platooning. So it was a tremendous amount of ego managing that Dusty Baker had to pull off, because, I was platooning with Lofton, and you had Womack and Grudzelanek, and you had Troy O'Leary and Tom Goodwin, and none of us were used to sitting on their bench. So there's a little difference in that regard, but there was a certain belief that seemed to come out of nowhere in 2003, because just after the deadline, a lot of things started to go right. And just doing these last couple of games, I mean, this offense, you're not going to score 15 runs a game, but the reality is the Cubs have had a very positive run differential for a while now, and there's no one else in the division that's a positive number. So in theory, on paper, even just the numbers say the Cubs should have been in a better position. As an example, there's two teams that are right behind the Cubs in positive run differential. That's the Astros and the Orioles. And they have 66 wins. So, yes, you could see why it was very clear that they should have invested more in this team at the deadline. And sort of like the 2003 team, they seem to be taking it and already running with it.
Doug, when you watch Dansby Swanson play shortstop, what do you see?
I just feel like flypaper. Like the guy is in great position, and he makes the most of all his abilities, right? He's not necessarily a burner. He doesn't necessarily have a cannon for an arm, but he's in the right place. He has good instincts. His jumps are incredible. And if he gets his glove on it, you're out. He's just going to catch the ball. I know it's like dare to say this, but, I played against Ozzie Smith for a little bit. If you hit the ball near him, and he got his glove on it, it was just like, you're out. And he didn't have a great arm, but he got good jumps, and he was an older Ozzie Smith, so there's a fair comparison in terms of speed. And Swanson just has that ability. There's just such a good mechanical component to him, his footwork, and he posts every day. And I was already impressed with him watching him in Atlanta covering for ESPN for so long. I mean, he just was a step ahead.
Jan Gomes has been a thing. Another caller earlier coined the term Yanni Bench. He said this. It's great when a guy who's brought in to be a veteran receiver of pitchers and caller of games and stealer of strikes is also hitting the hell out of the ball. His July numbers are just crazy. I know it's not sustainable, but it's certainly fun.
I mean, it may be sustainable if he keeps, being put in the right situations, right? I mean, like Jan Gomes, when I remember seeing him in Cleveland, and I was like, oh, this guy's, he's a really good hitter. He's not, going to walk a lot, but he's aggressive, and he was kind of known to be that catcher that could hit. He might hit 300 and all these things, and he had other skills certainly, but but he's older, so you're not sure he'd find that form again in the last couple of years. But he looks incredible, and more importantly, yes, he beats up on lefties, but I'm watching his at-bats against righties, how he stayed on the slider the last couple of days. I mean, he really is in such a good position where even when your timing isn't on, you're still finding a way to get the barrel to the ball in a good position, and that is what he's really done consistently. And you talk about great addition. I mean, Bellinger being hot, Candelario coming in, Gomes is hitting and DHing and catching whatever he needs to do. And you have that leadership component of managing a staff, and that confidence that you need to get your rotation back in form. That's what Gomes has brought all year, and it makes sense that he's doing so well and the team's responding now.
How would you say that Rossi's job changes now? Because it's a little bit different, where before we're talking about a team that a lot of people thought, oh, well, they're going to give away their best player. This is still a little bit of a developmental season. Now it's hey, go win the National League Central. So what changes in his day-to-day and overall idea of the job?
Rossi's attitude was always winning. I don't think that aspect changes, but the personnel you're using and working with, certainly changed in ways that may have been unexpected to a certain degree. I mean, they were sellers until they were buyers. I mean, it wasn't automatic. But the thing about David Ross's job now is you have to make sure you get everybody, pulling in the same direction. And that's, easier said than done. That's probably what was really tough for Dusty Baker when I was traded over there, because you had these veteran guys that were starters that would totally categorically rejected being a bench player. And you had to convince them that this was good for the team, even though we were a 500 team and everybody was going into free agency and not going into free agency with their best numbers because they were on the bench. That's really hard. And I think, you think about Madrigal and Wisdom, guys that are directly impacted by Candelario's presence, and just immediately being able to communicate to them like, look, you're an important part of this team. You're still going to get at bats. That's what you have to do. All these guys are pros, but managing has a lot to do with making sure the guys that are disgruntled because of change are not going to poison the rest of your team. There is an element of that. And, Rossi is a straight shooter. He'll take guys to dinner. He'll do what he needs to do. And I do think Wisdom and Madrigal will work very well with maybe a shifting role.
Well, it appears that Madrigal's going to still be the primary third baseman, and Candelario's going to borrow Miguel Amaya's first baseman's mitt more than we thought. Right. That really surprised me, because I like this team much better with Candelario at third, but I'm not the manager.
Well, I sat with Carter Hawkins yesterday in the interview, and I asked him about, they always say these terms like, oh, he graded out to be a good first baseman, even though he hadn't played since 2020. But you can tell when guys have good hands and they could figure it out, like Cody Bellinger's story, right? He's first base and center and all these things. So, there's nothing they felt like he would hurt them defensively. He could be a first baseman. He will play some third. He played, I think it was yesterday. He did play third. But Madrigal is a guy that you put in because you want the contact. You want the bat control. He can balance it out where you're not getting slugged necessarily, but you're moving runners. That's a nice asset to have at the bottom of your order to turn it over. And then you have Wisdom. You could always get in there and just pick matchups against guys he's done well against when you need that extra bump in power. And so, maybe Madrigal for a while. Look, Madrigal was a really good hitter. I mean, he was struggled the last couple of years, injuries and so on, but everywhere he went, he was hitting 300 and hardly ever striking out.
But it wasn't productive. He was hitting three. I mean, if this were 1974, we'd say it's great, but we measure things better now, and we know it, that even all his contact wasn't particularly productive.
Well, it depends on, what you want out of it, right? I mean, like, you're not going to have all these guys that are the sluggers, right? I mean, I had 300 one year, and I probably would be put in the same category. But I think it's like if you're bringing other things, you certainly have to play good defense. You have to have guys that grind out at bats and make contact because, he didn't get a hit that at bat, but the pitcher threw 6 pitches to him. He fouled off 4 of them. The guy just now turned his 5-inning start into a 4 1/3 inning start. Like, these are a lot of things that, they're kind of measured, but they're not. That's why you love Ian Happ, because Ian Happ's up there and grinding pitchers to the nub. And you need guys like that, even if they don't get the results, because what ends up happening is then you let Bellinger just free swing whatever he needs to do, whose strikeout rate, by the way, is, lowest of his career, I think, at this point. So there's some intangibles that Madrigal brings. He's not going to slug. He's not necessarily, going to register high on the hard hit average or something like that. But what he will do is he will make a lot of contact. And yesterday is a perfect example of what contact does that will never give credit to the hitter. But the Reds threw everything into the toilet yesterday. Senzel, if Bellinger doesn't reach out and slap that ball and force them to make a play, and because of his speed, they don't make those mistakes. And that's what the Cubs absolutely need to do. They can slug, sure, but they got to beat you these other ways by making teams make plays, use their speed, use athleticism, put the ball in play. And that's what you got to do against the Reds, because they're bottom third in defense. So the more plays you make them make, the more mistakes they can make, and that's only going to help you.
Doug, I want to pitch you an idea. And if you guys have already done it on Marquee, so be it. And I'd love to get your opinion on it without going through the pitch. I want you to tell me what's going on with the lights in the outfield and how they're different from other lights around baseball. And because I know that the Cubs players have talked about it, we've had Ian Happ on and he's discussed how hard it is sometimes to see the ball. It's clear to me that the Reds outfielders are having a hard time with it. I've heard some people describe it's really difficult at right at sunset. That's when it becomes the most difficult if the ball travels above the ballpark. What have you heard? And can we get you out there with a mitt trying to figure out what the hell's going on?
Right. Well, I probably need to, I'm an engineer, so I like empirical evidence. So I would definitely take you up on that and try to figure it out. I mean, lights are a factor a lot of places. I mean, look, Wrigley, there's many times that not only you're dealing with day games and all these other factors, the sun being the biggest light of all, but also when you're dealing with the light stanchions and certain angles at certain times of day. Yeah, you might get glares, you might get certain things that almost have a twilight effect. And that is tough. Like Dodger Stadium, total nightmare. San Francisco, nightmare at those times of day. Tony Gwynn, because I played behind him a couple times in terms of against him and then going back to the outfield when I was playing left. And Gwynn would turn the whole bank of lights off. He would turn it off. He'd have it turned off. So I'd stand in left field and the whole light was dark. He just, because that's how frustrated he got with it. So there could be an element of discussion. I know the tech is high and you get LED lights and you can flip a switch like a light switch in your bedroom. But there's still things that you have to go off of player feedback. And maybe there is something to it scientifically they can do to mitigate it. But right now it does seem to be a challenge.
To what extent are you looking forward to the Braves series being a litmus test for the quality of this Cubs team?
That's what you want. Any player that kind of worth his salt is out there looking for competition and playing against the best, and the Braves are the best. I mean, they're absolutely, their lineup is a nightmare. Everybody has 10 or more home runs. They have Matt Olson, the home run leader. They post every day. Brian Snicker will kind of just be low key and just but he's got daggers. He's coming at you. So there's a lot of weapons to neutralize that team. They can pitch, and they're not, they've made moves. So this is absolutely a litmus test. But to my original point about the fact that the run differential is plus 77, That's fifth best in Major League Baseball. So they are outscoring their opponents at the fifth best rate of any team in the game. Obviously, the Braves are atop, but that's what you're looking at. That's the goal. That's where you want to go, and you get a sense of who you are. And, yeah, beating the Braves, it's wonderful, but you also have to figure out how to beat the Royals. You have to beat these teams. And just because you beat the Royals doesn't mean it's supposed to happen. It just shows that you're not taking your foot off the accelerator.
What I think is so challenging about the series against Atlanta is their power guys are also speed guys. So, like, even if they don't hit home runs, like, they're going to challenge the Cubs on the bases too. And they're just like, you look at the way that their lineup is constructed and like, man, that just seems impossible. But they've lost games and this Cubs team has scored runs. So I'm really looking forward to it. But my biggest concern going in is obviously the top of their lineup. But the top of their lineup challenging who's ever behind the plate and the pitchers to get the ball to the plate quickly seems like something that could come into play this weekend.
Oh, it will. I mean, look, I know Shohei Ohtani is like Halley's Comet. Okay, I accept that. And then there's Aaron Judge. But Ronald Acuna Jr. may be like the best when you talk about offensive all-around skills of anybody. I mean, this guy it's absolutely insane. Like, when he came up, you were like, okay, he's great. He's really great. But it was always a little sometimesy to him. He's a young guy, and I think being hurt might have been the best thing that happened to him because he gained a certain appreciation of posting every day and the work it took for him to get back and battling inflammation and all. And when he was back, he wasn't back. And now he has an appreciation of playing every day and being out there. And he's using every skill set he has. He hits for average, power, speed. He doesn't strike out. Scary. So you have one of the great players at the time. And that's always fun to kind of see what you do to match up and try to neutralize him. But you said the top of the order, yep, really scary, but so is the middle and the bottom three. That's the problem.
Doug Glanville,
we
we appreciate it, man. He'll be co-hosting Cubs Postgame Live on Marquee Sports Network. He's at the ballpark right now. Thanks so much for your time.
Absolutely. Thank you.
That's Doug Glanville. Tonight, the Cubs conclude their series against the Reds at Wrigley Field. Pre-game 6:30, first pitch 7:05 on the Score and the Xfinity Cubs Radio Network. You can hear Cubs games on your smart speaker just by telling your device to play 670 the Score. And how about this? Join BetMGM and the Score tomorrow, 6 p.m., for a special appearance by Cubs radio analyst Ron Coomer at Coombs Corner Sports Grill in Lockport.
Well, you better be out there.
And take your game to the next level this baseball season with the king of sportsbooks.
Let me tell you something. If it's a day game and I'm at Coombs Corner, I'm expecting to see Coombe.
Right. You don't call it Coombs Corner, not have Coombe.
Only day games, though.
It's his corner.
Right. I'm on his corner.
I don't know how late they're open after a night game, but maybe he stops in.
Night game, that's asking too much.
I don't know. Games are over earlier now.
They are, but you still got to get there.
Hey, when I went to Wilt Chamberlain's in Boca.
Was he there?
It was empty. My friend Andy and I walked in. We just wanted to get a cold beer, and we walked in, and we were the only people in there except for Wilt Chamberlain.
That's outstanding.
It was the best.
You guys remember one of the best Score broadcasts ever?
Wilt Chamberlain poured our beers.
Wait, what?
Yep. Hey, oh, this is Wilt Chamberlain's. Okay. And
there wasn't a bartender. Like, I imagine there's a bartender.
There was a long, long bar.
And Wilt was alone, just watching a game.
Wilt was standing in the middle of the foyer. Hello, welcome to Wilt Chamberlain's. Thank you, Wilt Chamberlain. And
that must have been the most surreal.
It was so weird. He's like, guys, sit anywhere. So we sat down, and he's like, what do you want? And the bartender's over here. He's like, I got you. Just a couple of beers. Here you go.
Holy crap.
It's the best. It's what every celebrity named bar should be. Every single one of them. We did a Friday Fun on that before. And the time, it was another trip to Florida. We went to Burt and Jack's in Jupiter, Florida.
Yeah.
And Burt Reynolds came in with Lonnie Anderson.
Come on.
Yeah. Hey, this is what it's supposed to be. This is why we're here.
There's Burt and Lonnie.
Yeah. And looking great too. Like done up, looking like movie stars. Hey, there they are. Hey, how are you, everybody? Hi. Okay. Thanks for coming. How's the food? It's great.
One of the coolest Score broadcasts ever was that the broadcast at Joe Madden's restaurant. You guys remember this? A few years back, and he was at his restaurant, and Coom was there, and Rizzo was there.
Well, they went to the special room after that, right?
Oh, I'm sure.
Yeah, they went to Joe. I actually really. It makes me kind of sad that
the food there was great.
It was terrific.
The pizza was out of this world.
It makes me sad that he didn't keep a restaurant here, because I do believe his restaurant in Tampa is still up and running. Like, Joe's pretty good at like running a restaurant.
There was another example too. Terry and I did a show from Dan Marley's when the Cubs were in the playoffs against the Diamondbacks.
And Thunder Dan showed up?
Yeah. Not only did he show up, he sat down with us. Like, what do you need? Whatever you guys need. You know, he hung out. That was his place, and he was there.
Well, not anymore, though, right? Because he's coaching. He's in Grand Canyon.
I don't know if Dan Marley's is still open.
No, yeah, it's very
Is
much. Yeah, there's a bunch of locations now.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah, Dan's done all right for himself.
I
bet. But I think he's, isn't he coaching Grand Canyon?
I think so.
Or athletic director? He might be both. Who knows? You want to talk about the White Sox again? No, I'm kidding.
Stop.
I'm kidding.
College football.
Yeah, we need to talk about it because every team in the Pac-12 now has some late meeting with the Board of Regents tonight.
Mm-hmm. Washington just announced that they're having some late meeting. What the hell is going on out there?
They're about to get split in half. Is what's going on out there. And I think the Big Ten is going to take one of the halves.
Yeah, and Iowa has some issues. Iowa State and Iowa.
And Nebraska now.
Too gambly.
So let's talk with Nick Baumgartner about all of that stuff next here on The Score.
This is Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. We're live from Chicago, talking Chicago sports. Listen on your radio or through the Odyssey app. AUDACY. We are 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey.
You guys have talked about this on the show many times in the last couple of months. And I can confirm that not many people have this piece of baseball memorabilia that you guys have talked about a lot here and there over the last couple of months. There was a certain giveaway in Oakland.
Come on!
Yes!
No way!
I emailed the Oakland A's PR department and asked, do you guys happen to have any extra Tony Kemp Poster Day giveaways? And sure enough, a month later, they mailed it in.
Get out of here!
Let's go. Put that thing up.
We're putting it right here,
right up there. Yeah.
Here is the official Tony Kemp Poster Day giveaway poster for everyone watching on Twitch.
Holy crap!
It is the official Tony Kemp poster that you guys have been marveling at.
Yes.
And was promoted right behind home plate when the Cubs were playing in Oakland back in April.
I love this.
And it's emblematic. Really, and Tony Kemp is a terrific guy, a former Cub.
Yeah.
And a good player, good guy, adorable family. But the fact that that's the giveaway is emblematic of what is what is going to be remembered as one of the worst teams in baseball history. There you go.
Now our guy, Tony Kemp.
Yep.
Right here for you.
Now all we need is the next goal is to get him at some point in studio to sign it.
Also, make sure you go to twitch.tv/Chicago670 The Score, because what Connor O'Donnell is doing is a split screen, sometimes with Dan, sometimes with, well, it has to only be Dan, but it's split screen with Dan and the Tony Kemp poster instead of Lawrence. There it is.
Yeah.
I think the Tony Kemp poster should always be on the screen on Twitch. It should just be always up there.
I think that it should be like the Florio head.
That's it.
Yes,
that's
exactly.
Where it's our screensaver?
Yeah, it should be bouncing up and around, and people be like, oh, when it almost makes it to the corner, and then it doesn't quite make it to the corner. That's what it should be.
It may include future expansion, but it will be done for the right reasons, at the right time, with our student athletes, academic and athletic empowerment at the center of any and all decisions that we will make regarding any further expansions. We will not expand just to expand.
Kind of maybe. That's Kevin Warren when he was in his role as the head of the Big Ten. Now he's the head of the Chicago Bears, and it looks like
things have changed.
We've got a lot of conference chaos going on. College football is a wild and woolly place as always, and here to help us sort it all out is Nick Baumgardner. He's on Twitter at Nick Baumgardner, senior football writer at The Athletic. He joins us on the Score Hotline. That's presented by Circa Resort and Casino in Las Vegas, home of the world's largest sports book. And we're on Twitch, twitch.tv/Chicago670 The Score. What's up, Nick?
How we doing, fellas?
We're great. Thanks for coming back to the show. I honestly didn't think that we were going to have to send out the bat signal for you this quickly. Can you
help though?
Yeah, I'm glad that you were able to see it and come through. How bad are...
And I don't think it would take much convincing to get them to join your group. And if you look at the Pac-12 from there, I mean, it's done. A lot of people earlier in the week were, and I suppose it could still be Arizona Arizona State who decide together, to leave. But I think that, when they were presented with that Apple deal earlier in the week, and by all accounts, that was the thing that they all sort of assumed that they already had, and were like, is there something better? And when it wasn't, they were like, okay. So I think that's they just misplayed it. The Pac-12 has misplayed it and tried to act like they haven't for all this time, and I think that the jig is about to be up on that one.
Okay, so you have Washington and Oregon clear targets for the Big Ten.
I think they're missing the big prize,
which is
the Phoenix television market.
Well, but the problem is the academic standards of Arizona and Arizona State.
But Phoenix television market.
I'm with you. It's a growing television market that's now knocking on the door of top 10 media markets. But isn't that what the Big 12 is looking at? Because the Big 12 could use a major bump in television markets.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that's and the ACC. And it's like it now becomes, I quite frankly think we're if you're really following this, you're sort of like, as sad as it sounds, you're moving on from the Pac-12 and sort of resigned to the fact that they're done. I think it was reported by someone, maybe it was Ross Dellinger earlier this week or Pete Thamel, that, the Pac-12 went back to the Big 12 and was like, okay, maybe we'll do the combined, we'll join up. But they're like, no, we're good. We already have a TV deal. So I do wonder now if you see, Big 12 ACC, you see, and we saw Florida State's situation yesterday where people there were like, we need to get out of here. And I wonder if you see the ACC and Big 12 decide, okay, well, let's try to combine and hang in this thing as long as we can. Because I think that by now, hopefully everybody sees what's going to happen here. And this is the two super leagues. It'll be North versus South with some teams out West. And I just don't see any other way that that's not the end result of this. But, if you're the ACC and Big 12, you could hang on for a while and maybe make that process last longer. I don't know.
So if it's North versus South, I presume that you mean we've got the co-hegemony of the Big Ten and the SEC. Then do they retain their identities, or do we think that there could be something larger afoot? And even as this is going on, how does this then continue to diminish the need for the NCAA at all if conferences are going to be the businesses in charge?
That's the big one right there, is that when it all shakes out, I can't imagine the NCAA in its current form will still be there. And I also kind of think you have to probably remove football, from the conversation with the rest of the sports, because I don't think you want to do this with all of the other sports necessarily if you don't have to. Completely uproot it. But I just, a colleague at The Athletic, Nicole Arbeck, she wrote a really good story a couple of weeks ago, maybe a month ago now, about like here's what your 5 scenarios that could happen, or whatever it was. And the one that I've long thought is still the odds-on favorite is the AFC NFC scenario, where, you have a giant conference that used to be the Big Ten versus a giant conference that used to be the SEC. There's divisions within each, a playoff at the end of the year. and, Super Bowl Junior. I mean, it'll be NFL Part 2, and then the rest of it will have to be whatever it is. And I think that that's going to be, the end result is they'll split off and they'll do their own thing. And you could, that way there's more money. You can pay more, players can get paid more, all this sort of thing. It creates less headaches. But, they've got to actually do it, and we'll see if they actually go there.
When we talked a couple weeks ago, I brought up the television deal with the Pac-12 with Larry Scott. How could this league, after everything they went through during Scott's tenure as commissioner, not get their bleep together on a television deal in the next 3 years after he left?
It's horrible. I mean, I've been covering Big Ten football in some capacity since like 2011, 2010, and I can't remember a time, but until basically right now when they're about to, the Big Ten's pretty much delivered the death knell. But I can't remember a time in that stretch when the Big Ten wasn't, the Big Ten and the SEC were always so out in front of everything. The Big Ten was probably in the lead of that, was certainly in the lead at the beginning. And the Big Ten, I always thought, was desperately trying to help the Pac-12, was always like, please keep up, like, let's try to work together. And whether it be Larry Scott or George K. here, I can't ever pronounce his last name, or whoever it is, like, they're always 5 steps behind. They were the last conference to adjust to the TV networks. I mean, it's always been like this with the Pac-12. They're always behind, and it just, I think it sort of speaks to how much do they really care at the presidential level in those universities. You have a lot of big university systems, right? I think that maybe played I just don't, they lost their care more or less, and they took their eye off the ball, and here we are. I think that's what more or less happened.
Okay, now let's go back southeast. I don't know if I've ever seen the type of balls that I saw from Florida State yesterday.
Right.
Where Florida State came out here and said, look, if we don't get our dollars up from the ACC, we will do whatever it takes. And whatever it takes is a big hurdle of legal steps and like $125 million to get out of that league. I was shocked at their president being as brash as he was. What was that?
I think that signifies that if you're in the Big 12 or the ACC, that it's, what cutting time. I mean, it's time that this is happening. Like, these shifts are happening. Like, if and when the Big Ten decides we're adding Oregon and Washington, which, I mean, they probably will. I mean, let's be honest here. The SEC is going to counter, and they're going to add 2 more teams to go up to 18. They're going to keep doing the same thing, right? And at some point, you reach whatever your agreed upon level is between the two, more or less, and that's where it stops. So if you're Florida State, if you're Miami, if you're North Carolina, Duke, whatever it may be,
Clemson,
you're desperate now, I think, to get into one of these pots. And I think that Florida State just jumped the line, which isn't shocking, knowing how things go on down there. But I think that you'll see more of that, because I think that that's probably the next thing here, unless something crazy happens, which I don't know what it would be. I mean, we've seen these TV deals. It's not like anything crazy is going to break that we don't know about.
I've already started playing around with the ACC, and I'm like, okay, from a geographical standpoint, Florida State, Clemson make all the sense in the world to just move right into the SEC. Miami academically makes sense for the Big Ten. I could see Miami and North Carolina being like, we should just go to the Big Ten now.
Right, yeah. Yeah, I mean, that wouldn't shock me at all. And I think Florida State, Florida State could even be like, we're open to anything. And I think that that's the smart thing. I don't know if Florida State and the Big Ten would ever be a good fit in any Super League scenario or otherwise. But I think the move you make there, if you're one of those teams, or if you're like Oklahoma State or something like that, like, we're open to anything. Like, we're open to anything. Just get us off of this island and onto your boat. Like, I think that's kind of what's going on here. And it's the last helicopters are firing up, it feels like, but I guess we'll see.
Lastly, real quickly, what is meaningful to you in the case in Iowa where they're picking up players for using their parents' credentials, Iowa and Iowa State players betting on games?
Yeah, I mean, you can't do that. I think that's like when I saw that it was on games, and especially like some of the games that they played in, it's like, that's when I sort of lose sympathy for you. I think that, gambling and betting is such a bigger part of society now that I think sports betting and the players are involved. That whole thing with the NFL, I'm here in Detroit with James Williams. We've seen that. I think a lot of it needs to be revisited. But, I mean, it's not hard to catch people on those things. I mean, the DraftKings and stuff, that's pretty easily tracked. So do I feel like the NCAA has bigger fish to fry? Yeah, it's crumbling to the ground. But, I mean, whatever. This is pretty classic NCAA, but they're still handing out speeding tickets as everything burns. But that's, neither here nor there.
Nick, thanks, man. We're sorry we had to. I mean, you saw what was going on yesterday. It was Armageddon again in college football. So we appreciate you jumping on with us. Thanks so much.
Nick Baumgartner, the senior writer for college football for The Athletic. We have some.
I guess I should probably add your guys. We should add Duke and UVA. Like
the Big Ten.
I mean, they fit the profile, right?
Sure. Why not?
So that gets them to 22. 24, which is where we need to go, right? 24 apiece, figure it all out, put everyone in divisions, and then the others. The rest of 117?
It's going to be like that.
Think about this. Think if you're right now, if you're sitting there and you're at Oregon State and you're like, wait, what?
Washington State.
Because no one wants them.
Utah,
someone will take. Utah end up in the Big 12, but because it's a university of,
right?
You know what I mean?
Right.
They need some credibility. But like you've been in the Pac-10, Pac-12 for a long time, and everyone else is going to be like, well, it's been great, Oregon State. It's been great, Washington State.
What's Stanford going to do?
Stanford's going to the Big 10. I think he's right. I think it's Oregon and Washington first, then Cal and Stanford. And you just create your Western division.
And you get that TV market too.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. That's another major, another top 10, top 7 market you're adding there.
It's unbelievable. And Dan, I got to find Ray or have Port do this. Find the statement from the Florida State president. Oh, you got it. Yeah. Because he basically went out there with a gun and a mask and was like, hey, if we don't get this money.
Nice conference you got here.
We'll get this money because we're Florida State.
Rick McCullough.
Yeah. Can we run?
Name. Here it is.
FSU helps to drive value, will drive value for any partner. We have spent a year trying to understand how we might fix the issue. There are no easy fixes to this problem. I believe that FSU will have to, at some point, consider very seriously leaving the ACC unless there were a radical change to the revenue distribution.
Give us our money up to fix this. I love the way they
your money,
more money,
or we're leaving.
There's another little college football note that should be addressed. I don't know why somebody would do this. A former Northwestern assistant coach has apparently decided he would like to be deposed as well.
Clearly, and he's going to be. We'll explain next here on The Score.
Hey, Chicago, this is Dansby Swanson.
Back toward the wall. That ball's got a chance. Gone. Dansby Swanson with a long home run to left center.
Right now, you're listening to the Bernstein and Holmes Show, 10-2 on 670 The Score.
This segment is... What the hell was that Sports Minute?
Wait, what do you mean?
We went to break. Okay, listen.
This is Sean Morash with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Has an NBA Finals game ever looked easier for a player than it did for Nikola Jokic last night? He became just the second player ever to record a triple-double in his NBA Finals debut, the other being Jason Kidd. In fact, Jokic's performance was so good, the game and his play was actually boring. If Sunday night is more of the same, it may be time to call the Baja Men and ask, who let the brooms out? Who? I'm Sean Morash.
Oy. Doesn't someone listen to that and be like,
no.
Nope.
So
back in the room and spend another 30 seconds
I was
writing
telling
a thing.
Ray, how many radio stations did that just run on across the country?
Probably like 50.
Look, my rule is simple. Just don't make people dumber.
Who let the brooms out? Who? I'm Sean Morash.
But what does it have to do with brooms?
And then
you don't let brooms out.
and everybody barks when they sweep, right?
I don't get it.
And it's boring.
He said it's Friday. I'm getting out of here.
He sure did.
Yes, he did.
He sure did. He was like,
Who let the brooms out? Who? I'm Sean Morash.
He high-fived someone after that, too.
He
I
sure
promise
did.
you that. He's in the WFAN studios, and he's like, I nailed it. High-five someone and left
it. Yeah.
We showed it to Brandon Fryer from Mully and Haugh show, and he said, yeah, he felt good about that.
He did.
He felt good about that.
Yep.
On
Objectively.
a level of 0 to Feinstein, where does this rank? It's not quite fool me once, shame on you, fool me twice.
I'm John
Feinstein, who's also a really nice
Fool
man.
me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, I'm John Feinstein.
Who let the brooms out? Who? I'm Sean Morash.
It's not an inadvertent self-own. It's just a total non sequitur. I love. Remember when Abaticola was doing the fake sports minutes?
Well, he did. What was it? Jim Beige?
That was McCaffrey.
Hold on. Can we do the fake, one of these fake sports minutes real quick?
It's one in the vault?
Yeah.
We got
Do
one from
it.
Brendan McCaffrey, it looks
This
like.
is
Okay,
the
this
Jim
might be.
Beige, I think.
Jim Beige is different. Okay.
Titletown tingles tonight as a trophy traverses the tundra back to Green Bay and its rightful owners, the Packers. 13 years before, a man named Brett, with an arm like a jet, brought home the bacon in Dairyland. But now the Packers win by Aaron out the football. The man he replaced probably watched the game in Louisiana so far, or rather so far away. I could see Joe Montana, John Elway, or Tom Brady asking Mr. Rogers, won't you be my neighbor? With a championship and Super Bowl MVP. Rodgers' passes burst out of his hand in Dallas with the precision of an assassin. They tore through the Steelers' secondary like a bullet through a president's cranial cavity. Only we didn't need the Zapruder film to realize that this was no conspiracy. Rodgers took inspiration this week from a former Packers quarterback, but it's probably not the one you're all thinking about. No, Rodgers went back a few decades to a star, a Bart that didn't have a cow in Super Bowl I. 45 years of Super Bowl history wrapped up in 2 quarterbacks. The story comes full circle. Aaron Rodgers, the new leader of the pack.
Scoreboard update.
It's too good. It was too
Who
good.
let the brooms out?
I don't know the reference.
There's a line, and a lot of people know this as the song when B Rabbit goes crazy at the end of 8 Mile.
Okay.
It's a great track. It's from Mobb Deep, and one of the lines in the songs is that there ain't no such thing as halfway crooks. That's what me and Ray were vibing to, considering the next story that we're going to do and talk about. If you didn't know this, I brought up this guy's name because I think that he was instrumental in the success of Northwestern's on the field. Maybe equally as so as Pat Fitzgerald. And that was their longtime defensive coordinator, Mike Hankwitz. Hankwitz does have a Twitter account. And before July 12th, he hadn't tweeted since December 26th.
So it's got to really rise to the level of significance for him to take to Twitter to make a public statement.
Since then, all of his tweets have been some sort of retweet or amen hallelujah to the idea of Pat Fitzgerald not having anything to do with the hazing scandal at Northwestern. Not a surprise there. I would imagine he would consider Fitz a mentee. And obviously they worked together. Then yesterday, he decided that he was going to take it a step further. Instead of just retweeting things that support Pat Fitzgerald, he decided yesterday that he would tweet this. Many rumors and allegations are swirling around Pat Fitzgerald and the culture he developed at Northwestern football. Please see my statement as to all of the steps Coach Fitz took to foster healthy culture and maximize the experience of Northwestern student athletes. So he puts together a statement And inside the statement, he spells out all of the things that Pat Fitzgerald had put in place. Leadership councils, Black Cats, which was, Black Northwestern players, like all of these things that he tends to think make it difficult for Fitz to have known, because clearly he put all of these things in for a reason. This was 2 tweets worth, Dan.
Because it's 2 tweets of spitting in the face of victims is what it is. It's 2 tweets worth of hundreds of words insulting victims.
Mm-hmm.
That's what it is. Take the right side in this. This guy's 75 years old.
Or take no side.
Right. This guy's 75 years old and retired. And he's choosing to plant his flag on this side of it rather than listening to the stories of victims and believing them.
Yeah, rather than
bad look.
Rather than listening to them and saying these are like, that's the part. And I get upset when we start talking about this from an educational standpoint. One would think that you hear former players of yours are being harmed and you would run to their defense. And the only defense that he's running to is Fitz's. That's what is crazy to me. You don't come out, you don't, if we're playing a game of whack-a-mole, you don't come out of your hole until weeks into this. And it isn't in, you know what? I don't know. I don't think that anything happened. I'm willing to listen to my former players that said that things did, and let's try and make Northwestern football better. That would have been the emeritus high roll way to show compassion for your own actual players.
And I don't know what kind of retirement nest egg you put together, Mike, but you just spent thousands of it on lawyers.
Yep.
Whether you know it or not. With these statements and 30, Ben Crump's got 30 lawsuits. Is that what he said?
Mm-hmm.
And they're trying to get every angle of every story in Discovery right now. And you're going to have the Salvi group with Salvi Steiner. Like, they've got any number of lawsuits coming. And they've got Discovery coming. All you had to do was keep your head down. And STFU.
Yep.
And now you just signed a blank check for legal fees. Because you're going to be spending so much time in your humdinger of a Sunday suit getting deposed.
You also made yourself a target. Oh.
Dumbass.
Is that right? Defensive coordinator Mike Hankiewicz, who was here for 20 years.
Right. I was a defensive coordinator there, and there's no way this could be this. Okay, let's see your phone, too.
I'd like to see your phone in all of your correspondence then. Is that right? Oh, Fitz had it right? The guy that we fired initially with our BS investigation.
The one that we won't show you the actual results of.
Because
we just won't.
Because it probably shows the AD and the president in a terrible light.
Yeah, we'll show you the new one. We're bringing Loretta Lynch in here. This one will show the investigation we're going to release to everybody. So you get to see the investigation, but not the original investigation. Come on, man. This is just dumb.
For a guy that was known for great defense
and coordination.
This is, I don't know what compelled him to do this, but it was a terrible mistake.
And if Fitz came to you and said, hey, man, do me a solid, you know what your answer should have been?
Can't.
No, I'm not in a position to do that right now.
I'm retired.
I'm fishing. I'm golfing.
It was one of those where you got gone and you should have stayed gone. But now there are going to be some people who have some questions for you. As they should, especially with this as your position.
I want to see your phone now.
And so you would like to offer some evidence. Because that's what his tweets are.
Mm-hmm.
Mike, you'd like to offer some evidence? Great. Love it.
Put your hand on a Bible, then start offering evidence.
Let's see.
Jed Hoyer is going to join us next to talk about the resurgent Cubs on the Score.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago's #1 most listened to sports morning show, 5:30 till 10 a.m.
The Jake Berger thing caught me completely unaware. I was stunned.
This, to me, was a defensible baseball move, but from an organization standpoint, difficult to pull off because it's so on brand. Okay, what are we going to do today? We're going to trade one of our most popular, affable, likable guys in a season where we have become so unlikable.
I mean,
see you, Jake. Thanks for the memories and the home runs.
Mully and Haugh, mornings 5:30 till 10 a.m. on Chicago's Sports.
Felt like Germany was getting slighted here. They're going to what? They're going to the Dominican Republic and Puerto Rico and London and Seoul, South Korea. We didn't say Germany. Didn't see Germany on the list. Flula, does this upset you?
I'm deeply upset. I know we may only have perhaps one baseball player from Germany, Max Kepler, from the Minnesota Zwillinge, which is German for twins. How fun would it be for you guys to hear the Minnesota Zwillinge up to bat? It sounds exciting.
And as always, rolls off the tongue, that beautiful language of yours.
Oh, you know it. And all of your Chicago Cubbies, imagine hearing Nico Hörner, Kühle Hendricks, Michael Tauchmann. That's so fun.
Yeah, that's the thing. The teams in town this year are not very good, but we have some fun names, and that's almost as good as a good baseball team.
Well, yes, and I tell you, many missed opportunities. I don't know if you know this, but a German man did write that song about Cracker Jackies that you guys sing. There is an original German version. I can sing it for you if you like.
Oh yes, my
gosh.
God, please.
We would love this, yeah.
Here we go. Bring mich raus zum Ballspiel, bring mich raus zu die Masse. Kauf mir Erdnüsse und Cracker Jacks. Ich weiß nicht, wann ich jemals zurückkomme. Also stützt die Heimmannschaft. Wenn sie nicht gewinnt, ist es Kacke. Denn es ist 1, 2, 3 Schläge und du bist raus aus dem alten Ballspiel.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Oh, it's beautiful. I mean, I think it's going to replace Take Me Out to the Ball Game, frankly.
Yes. See you later, Justin Timberlake, Tina Turner, and other divas.
Yes.
I have no idea whether that legitimately translated or was absolute gibberish.
I think it did.
You think it did?
Einswein Drive, right?
But that part sounded, yeah.
I know that from Cool Runnings.
Oh. That's right. Have at it, Reddit. Prove me wrong.
Yes.
Sports HD2 Chicago. And always live on the free Odyssey app.
Bounce to second. This is the ball game. Horner throws out Fraley. The Cubs are just 3 games out of first place. A resounding 16-6 win coming from behind. Cubs having 2 of their better back-to-back offensive games in the history of the franchise.
That sounds pretty good. 3 back, but 2 back in the loss column, if you're paying attention to that as well in the NL Central. Joining us now is Cubs President of Baseball Operations, Jed Hoyer. He is with us on the Score Hotline, presented by Circa Resort and Casino in Las Vegas, home of the world's largest sportsbook. What's happening, Jed?
What's going on, guys?
Well, have you shaved yet? Because I was very complimentary of the rugged stubble look you had going on. I thought that was a good look for you.
Yeah, I wish my wife shared that view. Yeah, I shaved.
Okay.
I do that every year at the deadline. I don't know why I do it, but it's gotten whiter and whiter every year. So it used to be a better look than it is now.
No, I disagree.
Anyway.
I disagree, man. Maybe it's because I just saw Barbie recently, but we were doing like the series of action figures. Like you'd have Deadline Jed is a different action figure than like Quarters Zip Spring Training Jed. You know, and just we can sell all the accoutrement.
I love it. Holding my cell phone, like action shot.
Yeah.
I actually think that makes sense. Jed, what's this been like for you? If you can separate yourself as president of the team versus fan of the team, what's these last 3 weeks been like for you?
Yeah, I think you separate the decision-making part of it. It's been a really fun ride. Last couple of nights, just being in the ballpark and, the energy it has, reminded me a lot of when we started getting good. In 2015, just a ton of energy, loud. People are into it. I feel like my ticket requests have gone up, 20-fold in the last month. And there's a real buzz about the team. It's a fun team to watch. It's a fun team to root for. So as a fan, it's been wonderful. As a decision maker, it was hard. I mean, we were, 7 games under, not very long ago, and that was hard because I didn't want to. Make those trades, but I knew that it was probably the right thing to do if we didn't, get hot in a hurry. So I'm glad that they did because it would have been a shame not to let this group be able to finish the season together because they do like each other, they do believe in each other, and it's fun to see that kind of group come together.
Everybody felt the significance of the comeback win against the White Sox, and then what we will refer to here and after as the Talkman catch game, and everyone will know what we're talking about. It's just, it never ceases to amaze me that those of us that always try to be mindful of sample size and always try to understand the 162 with the deadline where it is and with the competition the way it is this year, sometimes individual outcomes really do matter more, as they seemed to in this case, did they not?
Yeah, the timing really mattered. If we didn't get hot that week against the White Sox and Cardinals, it would have been hard to look at a team with a sub 10% playoff odds and say we're not going to look towards the future and trade some of the guys we would have traded. And so it was really important that we got hot that week. I tried so hard that whole week not to look at individual games, and I tried to think about just let's get past the game on Sunday. Let's make a decision on direction after Sunday and not kind of go up and down and up and down. But I didn't expect us to win all of them, except for, I guess, the game on Sunday. So it made it pretty easy. As we got to Friday and Saturday, it was pretty clear the direction. The team sort of made that clear, which is awesome. And that game was a really nice exclamation point on that process.
You've mentioned before the concept of proximity to 500 and proximity to a division title. I'm curious, does proximity to the division weigh the same as proximity to a wild card? And if you guys would have been maybe further back in the division but closer to a wild card, do you think it plays out the same?
That's a great question. A lot of it depends in that situation on how many teams you're talking about in front of you. Being 5 back with 5 teams in front of you is a lot different than being 5 back with 1 team. And I think that's something that we were trying to weigh. But I realize a lot of times when you start looking at all the different variables and things like that, I realize that, there's, 5 or 6 different websites and services, plus our own internal stuff that we used to look at the odds of winning the division, the odds of winning the wild card. And I feel like all those algorithms are a lot smarter than me. And so we really did look at that a lot as we were going forward and tried to make sure, okay, let's get to a place where these odds are fairly good. And, certainly where we were early that week with, sub 10%, that was not going to be good enough. But as we moved into the 30s and close to 40, that seemed like this is a good bet. And again, it's the bet we wanted to make on this team. So that made it a very easy decision.
I heard you a couple weeks ago talking on our afternoon show with Parkins and Spiegel about how bullish some of your internal numbers were. And I kept thinking about third order record that something Prospectus keeps, which is a great way of thinking about it is probably like a turbocharged Pythagorean win-loss record. We're based largely on run differential, but run differential with quality of opponent factored in. Is that one of the things you look at?
Yeah. I mean, we looked at a lot. I think it's like I said, we had 5 or 6 different things, and every single morning we updated them and looked at where we were. And that's a big part of it. The underlying numbers all year have been really good. And I think probably a lot of people were probably bored of hearing us talk about it. And, sometimes you can look at run differential and that can be somewhat misleading. But when you look at, like you said, quality of the opponent, I felt like we had beaten a lot of really good opponents during the course of the year in series. And also, trying to strip out some of the luck and some of the clutch stats and looking at just our opportunities to score and how we capitalized on them. It was very clear that we were a better team than our record. And, as we always say, at some point you are where you are, but when you play a lot of games, you hope that those things even out. And I feel like they're starting to even out. We're getting there. Obviously, games like the last couple of nights definitely pad the run differential in a way that sometimes can be misleading against position players. But, overall, we've had a really good run differential all year. The underlying numbers in that are really good. And so I'm glad, like I said, we won at the right time so we could keep this team together, because I do think that we had outperformed our record the whole year.
What was it that made you target Jeimer Candelario at the deadline?
So we felt like the single most impactful offensive contribution that we could add was, obviously Jeimer is a switch hitter, but a position player that could really hit right-hand pitching. We felt like there was definitely times during the year it felt like we hit lefties better than righties. I think that the emergence of Tauchman has limited that somewhat. Obviously, Bellinger has been good against both left and right, but that was something we really wanted. How can we lengthen out the lineup with someone that can hit right-hand pitching well? Obviously, he can move around to first and third and DH. And I really believe that with the rules now, you can't go into August and grab a guy off waivers if you have an injury. And so really having some offensive depth, I love the fact that we'll have to give guys more days off now when we have, really difficult decisions. I like the fact that Rossi has to make real hard choices now every single day on who to put in the lineup. And that's a great thing because, there's going to be injuries over the next 2 months. And I think sometimes we forget how long it is after the deadline to the end of the year. And in my job, it feels even longer now because we don't have the ability to grab guys in August.
When we talk to Jed Hoyer, we want to remind you to consider supporting Lurie Children's Hospital, which is important to him. It's ranked the #1 children's hospital in Illinois by U.S. News and World Report, and it was the first children's hospital in the country, the first hospital in Illinois to earn the American Nurses Credentialing Center's Magnet Award for Nursing Excellence. You mentioned that Rossi's going to have some decisions to make. They certainly will not be made without your input. And when you talk about seeing Candelario at first and third, what's the proper distribution of those starts, and how important is it to keep Nick Madrigal in the lineup at third?
It's really important. I think he's been outstanding defensively. When you look at his numbers, I think there was some skepticism on his ability to play third. It doesn't exactly look like your typical third baseman, but he's done an awesome job defensively. And I think he's really starting to hit like he has really his whole career up until, this injury that kind of set him back a bit. he's a really good player. I think we want to keep getting him in the lineup, and obviously if we can move guys around and sort of keep him at third, that'd be a wonderful thing. But it's hot out right now. These are sort of the dog days that you always talk about, and so when we talk about distribution of playing time, I think being able to get guys a day off is really important. You don't want to chase it so hard that you end up wearing guys out, and then you kind of fade down the stretch. And hopefully our depth offensively can allow us to get guys off their feet for a day, and therefore have more energy for the real home stretch. So having some hard decisions and having some depth is a great thing.
What were some of the things that you guys saw when you made the trade for Madrigal and Hoyer that allowed you to think he's someone that can be developed? And what was the development plan for him when he went back down to the minors? And what did he do to convince you guys, hey, this is a guy that can help us not just get to the playoffs, but maybe win a playoff game?
Yeah, well, first of all, this guy was the 4th pick in the draft. He was a star in college. He always hit. You look at his numbers when he got up to the White Sox, and he was hitting. He hit his first year, I think, in 2020, and then in 2021 when he got hurt in June. But up until that point, he was hitting as well. And I think that injury really set him back, and I think it created some bad habits. He probably wasn't, loading into his legs as well, and sometimes he was kind of falling forward in his swing, and some of the impact of the ball was lessened. Even though he's not a high exit velocity guy, his contact was even softer than before, and it felt like he just wasn't able to keep outfielders honest, and you have to be able to keep them back enough to hit those singles in front of them. And he went back to Iowa, and it's a hard pill to swallow when you're a guy with his, track record and his pedigree, but he went back, and to his credit, I've seen so many guys go back and sulk for a couple of weeks and then get to work, and he got to work on day one. And, he and John Mully, who's the hitting coach in Iowa, did an awesome job. And I think he OPS'd like 1,400, and it was clear it was time to come back. And I think as much as he didn't want to go, obviously, but I think now he realizes that reset, sort of getting out of the pressure of the big leagues for a little bit and working on a swing and working on some of those bad habits, I think was really valuable. And he's been awesome ever since. And he had a little quick setback with his hamstring, but I think he's back and ready to go. And he can be a really important piece for us this year and for a while.
The effort to get Drew Smyly right necessitated the use of an opener for the first time, at least in my memory, in this organization in 2 starts, and then he struggled again last night. What's the plan now? Does he make his next start?
That's certainly the plan. The opener was a lot born of the Cardinals lineup. They obviously guys like Arenado and Goldsmith at the top of the lineup are tough to face. We weren't counting on Nootbaar homering to lead off in both games, but overall, I think the opener worked well, and Drew threw great the second time we did that. I said this the other day. I do think with starting pitchers, their struggles are so magnified because they only go out there every 5th day, and what they do often means the win or the loss of the game. They go through slumps just like hitters. With hitters, we accept it a little bit more. And, this year already, we've seen Drew pitch incredibly well and then struggle. We've seen Jameson struggle and then pitch really well. Stroh was one of the best pitchers in baseball, and then he struggled for a bit. And so I do think guys kind of go up and down, and it's our job to get guys right. And hopefully we can get these guys all lined up, for this stretch run. But I think Drew will right the ship. Last year, it was sort of mid-August or so, right around that Field of Dreams game when he really sort of kicked into gear, and he was probably our best pitcher the last 6 weeks last year. So hopefully he can do that again, and he'll be a big part of it.
Jed, with Stroh, when you're talking about a player that clearly knows his body as well, like listening to him talk about it, like he's very good at explaining the reasons why he's out of sync. What's the responsibility of the organization when it comes to a partnership with a player like that?
Well, I would say he's probably more aware of his body than any player I've been around, honestly. Like it's pretty incredible, what he's able to get out of at his size and stature. He's such a great athlete. He's so twitchy and he's so, so aware of everything. And so I think when he has a little thing like this, I think it can really throw him off. And so I think this is a good thing, honestly. I think giving him a chance to, get a cortisone shot, sort of get his hip feeling good, and then hopefully get his mechanics back to right. Because he was so good for us for, I guess what was it, the first, 3 months of the season, so many big games. And with our infield defense, getting his sinker right, where the guys are pounding the ball on the ground. I mean, it's such a great fit with him and our defense. So I think this is a good thing. With the off days we have over the next couple of weeks, we can reshuffle things and really, hopefully he'll miss one start. But I think this is a good thing. I mean, again, we have a lot of time left in the season, and the most important thing is getting him back to where he was, in April and May.
Jamison Tyone gets the start this evening. He's been really, really good and clearly has figured some things out. And how much has been undone from maybe some of the off-season tinkering that has him more comfortable and more back in the kind of form that you signed him for?
Yeah, I will say I was in Milwaukee around 4th of July, and I was watching our game in the weight room, and he was in there. We was talking during the game, and it was really good perspective because he was like, I had a pretty long stretch where I struggled with the Yankees, and I kicked things in, and he's like, it'll happen. I think he worked really hard. He worked hard to make changes when he was struggling, but to his credit, I think he had been through some struggles before, and he felt like, it's okay. I'm going to get through this. And you realize that's the value of having some guys that have had some ups and downs. If you have a guy that, dominates in college, dominates in the minors, and never has struggled, and all of a sudden he struggles, sometimes they really panic. And I think he had a really good perspective on it. And, his fastball shapes had gotten a little bit away from where they were with the Yankees. And that was the most important thing, was really working with our pitching guys, and the trainers and the strength guys, just to get his body in the right place and get those fastball shapes back to where they were. And, he's been beating guys in the zone the last 3 or 4 starts, and that's what he wasn't doing before. And hopefully he pitches well tonight.
I don't think that I've ever seen a player consistently make that slide throw from the 6 hole the way that Dansby Swanson does. I heard a story that while you had COVID, you watched every ground ball that he took in Atlanta. Is that true? And secondly, how big of a deal has it been for your defense that Dansby Swanson is your shortstop?
Yeah, it's embarrassing to admit that, but yeah, I was stuck in a hotel room and I had COVID, and I knew we had this huge decision on which shortstop to go after. And so, for all those guys, with our computer system, I watched every single ground ball that they all got. And it really did, kind of gravitate me towards Dansby. I mean, already he had such a great reputation as a leader. But he's played shortstop. I haven't been around a guy that when the ball's hit to him, you're out. He makes all the plays. It's a steadying confidence that's really incredible. And that was part of what drew me to him was he makes every play, whether it's backhand side, glove side, coming in on. There's no play that is uncomfortable for him. He makes all of them, and it's remarkable. And I do think that his presence has been so incredibly steadying. And people mention the Tauchman game, and it isn't about Dansby, but the double play that we turned before the Tauchman catch was almost as impactful, in the sense that it was such a hard double play to turn. Nico had to be perfect. Dansby had to be perfect. Mm-hmm. And, when we built this team, that's what we were hoping for is, we have a Gold Glove second baseman, we have a Gold Glove shortstop. I didn't realize at the time we were going to have a third baseman that was going to be playing at that level too. And when you watch us play now, it's really clean. And we turn ground balls into outs. And Dansby and Nico have been incredibly important that way. And I think, as much as we've been scoring a ton of runs, I still feel like that's the backbone of the team. And they've been terrific.
I want to get back to something you said before about how the ballpark feels. And you mentioned the anecdotal evidence of your personal ticket requests going up. And I think all of these data points and the calls that we were taking before about how much fun people are having, I think people get the impression that when you go to work on the front office side and off of Gallagher Way there, that it's all very clinical and everybody blinking screens and you're looking at your phones and everybody's all McKinsey brained. But the fact is, you guys are baseball fans too. And now that some of these decisions are made and now that the commitment is made, how does it change the energy on your side of the organization just coming in the morning and just, everybody's grabbing their coffee and you're still going to your desk and having your meetings, but this is fun.
I mean, some of that you said is true. I mean, there's a lot of people sitting staring at terminals when I look out the walls of my office, but I mean, everyone here does this because they love baseball, and this is whether they play professionally or play in college or at some point they love baseball, and that's why they do this. And to me, one of the things that made me want to come to Chicago was I was in Boston, and we had incredible energy and interest, and I went to San Diego for a couple of years, and I missed that. It wasn't the same energy. We were in first place and drawing 20,000 a night in September. And you come to Chicago, and when you're good, when we turn things around at the end of 14 even, and then into 15, you can just feel the energy shift. And there's just no place like Wrigley. And I think that's the one thing that I love so much is, sitting there last night and the night before, this is my 12th season, something like that with the Cubs. And I feel like that never, ever wanes. When this place is electric, there's nothing like it. It's the best ballpark in baseball by far. And it has such an incredible energy. And to me, it just motivates everyone so much that, if this is what it's like in early August, what can this be like, in October and late September when, the whole city is really into it. So that is the goal. I mean, the goal is to, the best thing about baseball is that you can captivate a whole city for August, September. And then if you make a late October run, there's nothing like that in sports. And I think that motivates everyone every day.
Jed, you had brought up that things are going to be difficult for Rossi when it comes to figuring out who he's going to play from night to night. What other changes do you think happen now for Rossi? Because you're not in a developmental curve necessarily. You are in a, hey, we're trying to win the division. So what changes for a manager in that scenario?
Well, I think it changes for a manager. It changes for the front office. I mean, we talk all the time about who to play and who not to play. And I think that when you start getting towards the end of the season where you're competing, it turns into this performance and it ceases to be about development. And that has to happen. I mean, you have to have both, right? You have to be able to develop players in the big leagues. And you have to be able to let guys ride through slumps. But, the leash on that gets a lot shorter when you get into a situation like this. So, it becomes, playing the right guy and not being focused on development as much. And I think that's the right balance.
Jed, thanks as always. Look forward to talking again soon and continue. Good luck.
Awesome. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
That's Jed Hoyer, the president of baseball operations for the Chicago Cubs.
When we were talking about Dansby, did he hit us with a dude? I think he did. I think he's dude.
Yeah.
Good for him. I'm happy. I'm happy that this is the way that it turned out. I'm glad that Theo fought against this too. I think it's actually easier. This part is actually easier for Jed because of his background. Theo fought against the idea of, well, you're just the number guy and you're going to on your computer and that's going to tell you what to do. Even though Theo is also driven by some of the love and emotion of baseball.
Baseball is better.
Right.
That was the whole speech when he took the job.
Jed has got more of an extensive playing background. So I feel like there's more of the, come on, guys, give me a reason.
Yeah, the other thing, though, was Theo knows how to have fun. Like, few people.
I mean, Jed does, too.
He does, too, but not like Theo. If we're making the action figures for Theo, those are some different action figures, all I'm saying.
One's in a revolving door.
There's back of a golf cart. There's all kinds of Theo action figures we can make. But like the stories that I heard after they won, like Theo made sure everybody celebrated it all the time.
Look,
like
Dan, I can
you.
give you my own story. I'm there when they beat the Dodgers. I'm there. And everything's going crazy, and it was weird because I was like, oh my God, like this is the first time that I've ever literally walked in center field at Wrigley, because you're chasing everybody around. You're doing all sorts of stuff. I'm walking back to the press box. It's got to be 1:30 in the morning now. Going to grab my stuff. I'm going to, file a couple things and get on the red line back to the south side. I hear a voice go, "Hey, Holmes, get over here."
Yep.
I'm like, what's going on? Dude, we are partying. So they're it wasn't Jed. Like, that's not the end of the story that is Jed. That front office knows how to throw down. And that's all I'm going to say.
I heard about stuff happening literally in the office itself.
Well, this was at was it the Captain Morgan? The thing that's on the roof of Wrigley. That's where all the front office people were kicking, and they were kicking it hard.
I'm telling you, different action figures.
Yeah.
No, believe me. And I think I could guess who yelled at you.
There's some candidates. You're gonna write it down? Wait, no, okay, there's no camera over here. Wait, let's see. No.
Okay.
Someone else. I thought that you were gonna nail it. No.
Because that would be a candidate too.
Yes.
All right.
I'm not gonna. I'll tell you during the break.
Okay.
I'll tell you during the break.
Like they know what to celebrate and how to celebrate. I don't think that's going to change. But that crew was a special group.
Yeah, they really, really were. And so there's still some of that left, and they know how to party.
Guess what we have?
Tickets?
No, we have more Northwestern lawsuits dropping.
Oh man.
Yeah.
Well, there goes that.
I don't know if they're already asking Hankowitz to lawyer up and come on in, but I certainly would be now. Oh, you're gonna post all this stuff?
You know what?
Welcome to the party, pal.
I kept thinking of the Sam Kinison character in Back to School.
Say it.
Oh, I didn't know that you wanted to be part of the discussion, Mr. Helper.
Exactly.
I'd be over at Mike Hankowitz's house. You want to help with this? Awesome. Here's a subpoena. You can help legally.
Come on in and help.
Clown.
Gotta get the details on this next on the score.
Hey, Cubs fans, this is Nico Horner.
Horner drives one to deep left. It's going to sail on out of here. A home run for Nico Horner.
Right now, you're listening to the Bernstein and Holmes Show, 10-2 on 670 The Score.
That's a problem, and that's not fun, and that's not neat to talk about.
How would Dave Miska react if he were in the booth seeing Luis Robert get hurt last night?
Oh, great! Yeah, that's exactly what I do. I told him. I went down there, I gave him a new batting glove, and tried to fix his bat.
Okay, Dave.
For those who don't know, Luis Robert Jr. immediately fell ill with the fate that Dan Bernstein predicted in that open.
And I am sorry if you don't know Dave Miska, because if you don't know Dave Miska, you're very alarmed.
If Shep were working today, how would he react to the tweet from the White Sox that Luis Robert got hurt?
He's just, it's a really big deal because everybody thinks Luis Robert is great. Just because he was part of the White Sox core.
Look, we all know that Mark Grody is the human jukebox for around these parts. But at least I set him up for David Haugh, which
true.
people do know and hear on the daily. Okay? For God's sakes.
Morning, Mully. Morning, sports.
How's David Haugh going to react tomorrow morning during the pick six?
Morning, sports.
Morning, sports. Morning, everybody. Morning, sunshine. Morning, bear. Good night, moonlight. Good night, sunshine. Morning, everybody. An all-star game last night. Really good to see. But what happened to Luis Robert? What in the world is going on with Luis Robert?
Morning, Morning sports.
Morning sports.
That's
Morning sports.
That's what he's doing. He's saying good morning to all of sports.
He's the purest sportsman of us all.
He
isn't
is. Oh, absolutely. And the purest wordsmith of us all.
I think so, too.
As well. Absolutely. And a hell of a teammate. During the first round of Monday night's home run derby, Luis Robert Jr. felt tightness in his calf. He had an MRI in Seattle. He's listed as day-to-day. He's not playing in the All-Star game tonight.
Is Dustin going to have a take about that tomorrow?
Why was he in the home run derby if he started to feel the tightness in his calf? Why did he not pull out sooner? And now we don't get to see him in the All-Star game. What about the second half? What's really important here? What's important?
That's a really good Dustin. Talk about how MLB should have replaced Luis Robert with Chris Morel.
MLB should have just grabbed anybody. Christopher Morel, of course, would be my choice if you're listening to the podcast. I mean, Crawley, you'd understand.
That Dustin is phenomenal.
That's on us. We didn't give you enough room to breathe
No.
when you did it yesterday.
No, it wasn't good yesterday.
Talk about Justin Steele doing the Odyssey Cubs podcast and not them putting him on the station instead.
Maybe Grody will be your jukebox. All right?
No.
I just gave you two. I gave you
Morning
two.
moon. Morning moon. Good night, cow jumping over the moon. Good night, lighthouse. Good night, red balloon. Good night, bears. Good night, chairs.
Good night, chairs.
That's what it says.
It's good night, moon.
has been on top of this. He says 2 other lawsuits from ex-players from a separate Chicago firm were filed today, both under John Doe designations. Of note, former athletic director Mark Murphy, now CEO of the Green Bay Packers, has been named as a defendant for the first time.
Oh.
So someone had asked about him in the past, saying, well, every name now that anybody wants connected is getting connected. Rittenberg adds that former Northwestern player Tom Carnifax and another ex-player classified as a John Doe have filed lawsuits. Carnifax is the 5th named player to file. He alleges that he was a victim of hazing and, quote, bullied, belittled, and ostracized by coaches due to injuries. These are all separate things from just the hazing. I think a lot of people are concentrating on the hazing point. But when you add in the culture of racism, this is all stuff, and Hankowitz can add all of this stuff, but the stuff about coming back from injuries and being injured and being bullied because of injuries, there's answers to be had on all of that.
And that's something that is spread across at least one other program in your athletic department, because it was one of the main reasons why the baseball coach was designated for assignment, because he wasn't fired and he still works there.
Rittenberg adds that all 4 former NU players who appeared at the initial attorneys' news conferences have filed lawsuits. Lloyd Yates, Simba Short, Warren Miles Long, and now Tom Carnifax.
I hope that they get the justice that they seek.
Indeed.
And unfortunately, it feels like all of this is like the Hankowitz thing is another example of football. Look at all these binders. We had binders, and the binders had pages on them.
We wrote all this stuff down. This stuff wasn't tolerated. Except it was, though. We know that none of those words meant anything.
Right. And if you guys had such a pulse for your program, why didn't you know what was going on? Which again, the fallacy, like the logical fallacy of, well, Fitz didn't know any of this. Right. That's why he's fired. Like, if you think that that's a defense for him, it's really not. At the core of it, if you want to say, well, Fitz is a good man, he didn't know that any of this was going on, that means Fitz might be a good man, but a dumb one. And one that wasn't in control of his program. It's like I said a couple weeks ago. He gets to pick, and it looks like he's picked. He'd rather be known as a moron than a lout. And okay, I would probably feel the same way.
I don't think he's going to get to pick, because once the facts start coming out and there's more specific argument,
of course, Dan,
he doesn't get to pick. At the moment, you can frame it as that. And again, that's
until
why
the footballs.
Then has his lawyer / spokesperson filed suit yet?
Not yet.
Is the wrongful termination suit does it exist?
I haven't heard of it being filed. It's possible that we don't know, but I can't imagine that the people who are covering Northwestern would let that slide by.
Still a lot of bluster from an attorney who you're paying $1,500 an hour. That you can get a spokesperson for $150 an hour.
I hope Mike Hankowitz's lawyer costs less than that, because he's going to need one.
I've saved up a lot of money.
Sure.
Probably. But he's decided.
Should have stayed retired.
He wants to spend a lot of it on lawyers.
Should have stayed in food and beverage. He wanted to have the show, but he should have just stayed taking the job in food and beverage.
When we come back, a really cool little story regarding the newest Chicago Cub.
Yeah, I liked it. This was good. We got to share this with you next here on The Score.
The historic offseason has come and gone. Now it's time to put it all together as training camp begins. As the team prepares to unveil their new look roster, The Score will have you covered every step of the way ahead of the much-anticipated 2023 season. Mully and Haugh.
You know, I'm hearing
This is the day that we need Danny Parkins.
Doesn't he know?
There's just one day that we need him, and it's when the Cubs could potentially sign Eric Hosmer.
No, Danny would have just done what Bernstein just did. Just read how tall he is. You're tall, first baseman, left-handed.
You're a veteran, been around for a while. He had a power stroke for a little while, but not so much anymore. Didn't really do that well in San Diego, according to Baseball Preference. Speaks?
Baseball
Yeah,
Preference?
here's the thing about Eric Hosmer, babe. Eric Hosmer is just good. He says so many vibes, so many baseball vibes,
right?
And they do so well. And he's coming off of San Diego, where he learned to be even more chill.
Guy can freaking pick it over there, man.
Yeah, he's good, right?
Do you guys need us here
I was
for
just
this?
going to say they screwed up. That was the show. I mean, if you really, I mean, come on. If you really wanted to do a show, that was it. Because I guarantee you, there's a guy in his car right now going, "That's all we get of that." Wait, don't stop doing that.
Yeah, Speaks. He good power stroke, right? Like there was a point for a little while there that he could really hit the home run. Solid guy to have at first base. 312-644-6767. I'm going to solicit callers, and then I'm not going to take any of them.
Search 670 to score. Jump back to the latest training camp discussion with the Rewind feature. And if you just can't get enough Bears coverage, check out the Take the North podcast. David Haugh, Dan Wiederer, the biggest news and storylines from camp. Follow Take the North on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts. You line dancing?
Sorry, when that's kind of become the thing with this song, Candy by Cameo.
Okay.
There's a lot of black movies where it ends with someone's at a wedding and this song is playing and it ends in a electric slide type deal.
Got it.
Just like candy.
Ow!
I can feel it when you walk. and get it. We're talking about Jamer Candelario.
I get it.
See how the show is like working on a bunch of different levels.
Ray's doing the stuff today.
Yeah. It's the Diaz difference. So last night I'm watching the game, and the game was absurd. So I'm doing like Duolingo, I'm playing chess online, like all this stuff, and I stopped because Taylor McGregor was telling this story about the attachment that Jamer has to the Cubs. And I'm like, oh, well, that's easy. He was a Cubs prospect, and he got to play on the 20. And she was like, no. She didn't say this to me. She said this to the whole audience. No, there's more to the story.
I was talking about this earlier, his connection with Cubs assistant hitting coach Juan Cabreja. And in between half innings, they were talking hitting there as he makes a nice defensive play right there. But I was asking him what initially drew you to Cabreja, and he told me this amazing story. When he was just 14 years old, he was trying out for the Cubs at the Dominican Academy, and Cabreja was there watching, talking to some of the young players, and a lot of the players were really fascinated and drawn to the Cubs shirt that Cabreja had on that day. And he ends up giving his shirt to Jamer that day, and he said he kept the shirt forever, and it was always one of those things that this guy's pretty awesome. Eventually he signed with the Cubs, and as I mentioned, he now calls him his baseball dad.
Oh,
how nice is that?
That's cool.
It's nice to have like nice things, Dan. Nice stories to tell.
And he'll have more stories to tell. Candelario will with Parkins and Spiegel today.
He's on the show?
That's
How about
right.
that? And wait, why don't we mention what we've got tomorrow?
Okay.
Oh man.
I mean, because we've got our own new Chicago Cub who's got a story to tell. That submarining right-handed relief pitcher Jose Cuas, fascinating guy with a great story. He's going to join us
10:05. We're going to start the day
right out of the gate at 10:05.
Start the day with Jose.
All right, I like that.
And
there's more.
There is.
Wait, what else? Oh, Sally Richardson's going to be on the show tomorrow.
This has been like a year in the works.
One of the Chicago's own, one of the directors of episodes of Winning Time. Season 2 starts Sunday night.
Hyde Park's own Sally Richardson going to be on the show. Get to talk to her about this crazy show that she's directing and how like she has to promote it because I don't think any of the actors can. And
right, because of the strike.
But she's also an actor.
But maybe not for the purposes of this show.
No. I think she actually might technically be retired from acting because she's been directing for. These are all questions that we can ask her tomorrow. And I got a Star Trek question for her. Dan had never seen Sally Richardson before. Now he has.
I don't know. Come on, Yahoo algorithm. Get your act together. What are you doing?
So yeah, I'm excited because we love Winning Time. Dan got me on to Winning Time. He's like, you gotta watch this show. Good. And it's really great. Like the chances that they take with it and all sorts of stuff. So very much looking forward to talking with Chicago's very own Sally Richardson. So we got a show
and
for
Jose
you.
Cuas.
Well, yeah, 100%. We got a show for you tomorrow.
And Rashawn Johnson. And Trey Mancini. Schmovid.
We're working on the big Roshan Johnson, Trey Mancini together in the studio.
I feel like Trey's got time.
He sure does.
He's a nice guy. I feel bad for him. He's a really nice guy and he's well liked, but he wasn't performing. I hope he catches on with another team. Did he catch on with another team? Did he clear waivers? Would he be okay with signing a minor league deal for the Cubs?
Caller 6 to the Score contest line 312-540-0670 wins a pair of passes to see Stacey King's Gimme the Hot Sauce podcast live with co-host Mark Shanowski. Thursday, August 10th from 11 a.m. to 1:30 p.m. at the Blue Cross Blue Shield Performance Stage. You can join us for the podcast, a meet and greet with Stacey King and Mark Shanowski. Blue Cross Blue Shield, through it all.
We're going to take a break, and we're going to talk with Danny Parkins and Matt Spiegel next on The Score.
Hey, Chicago, this is Ian Happ.
Happ drives one in the air, deep left center field. It's got a chance. Gone.
Right now, you're listening to the Bernstein and Holmes Show, 10 to 2 on 670 The Score.
My student organization was suspended from campus for criticizing the Chinese government. We knew our free speech rights were being violated.
Americans are playing it anytime and any place they can. From driveways to airports. From parking lots to home garages. There are pickleball songs.
Yeah, let me introduce you to this thing called pickleball, where you use these paddles and then oversized pickleball.
And pickleball weddings. And a whole following of folks who say this game has changed their lives.
What was your life like before pickleball?
It was black and white before pickleball, and it was living color after pickleball.
I bet it was.
Pickleball is dividing people all over the country.
Dan, you got bad allies. You have got the worst collection of allies. Mary Carrillo, like, I can't concentrate because this pickleballing is too. A former, like, world-class tennis player is out here like, I can't concentrate with all this pickleballing going on. Come on, fam.
Yeah, let me introduce you to this
That's the
thing
worst
called
part of it.
pickleball,
No.
where you use these paddles and then oversized pickleball.
No. That has to be burned.
No, these are your allies.
No, not
these are
all
the
of
people.
them.
These are the people that you are in bed with, sir.
I will be happy to align myself with people who don't like the noise of it, because the noise it's objectively bad. It sounds bad. It's sort of like it's Radiohead. You're like, oh, Radiohead. No, that sounds worse than pickleball. That's worse. That's worse.
Yeah,
No.
boy.
Oh, no.
Once you start playing it, it's highly enjoyable.
Oh, no. Keeps getting worse.
That could be a professional. I'ma bring a tripod because the highlights are phenomenal. You look just like Federer and Rafael Nadal.
I travel through enough neighborhoods where there are other sounds that are going on that are a lot more disturbing than having
that was
white
texted
people
yesterday.
play in pickleball.
That was texted yesterday. It said pickleball sounds are white people gunfire.
I'm told by Adam Sunzinski, who frequently is a producer on Bulls Radio, that Chuck Swirsky and Bill Wennington are big pickleball fans.
I'm not surprised by that. I don't, Mike. I don't even have to turn around. I can see you reaching for the drops.
Let's play some pickleball in Beantown.
To Chicago. And always live on the free Odyssey app.
A little bit of everything today. Thanks to everyone who was a part of it. Ray Diaz doing great work, holding stuff down with help from Brandon Fryer and Ryan Porth today. Thanks to Connor O'Donnell and Kevin Lacker for the video assistance. Our guests, Jim Margulis, Doug Glanville, Nick Baumgartner, and Jed Hoyer. Speegs, thanks for the heads up on the Drew Smiley question. It was very helpful. I don't know, was the answer satisfactory?
Yeah, it was interesting. Because he said it's more about Goldschmidt and Arenado than anything, because both those starts were St. Louis. It's just interesting that was the first time they tried it out. I love that he referenced when Newt Bar homered on pitch.
Yeah, we didn't expect
pitch
that.
number one
Yes.
of the first time they tried it. But Smiley's been bad. He's been real bad.
Yeah, especially the 0-2 mistake yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I know the pitch was up, but it's got to be more up than that.
I was at the game, and we'll let that inform the day because the vibe there was outrageous.
I got to get out there.
Outrageous vibes, man.
I'm going there this afternoon.
You are?
Mm-hmm.
There you go.
I don't know if I'll stay for the game, but I at least want to do pregame and talk with some people.
Good for you, man. Yeah, no, and you stay for the game. Skip the traffic. Even if you leave in the 4th or the 5th or whatever, then you'll,
Well, my plan was to skip the traffic
on the early side.
It was just a matter of, was I going to skip the traffic to find a place in Lincoln Square to perhaps watch the game, or find a place in Lincoln Park, or
look at you, Northside Lawrence these days.
You could
every once
probably
in a
just
while.
hang out with Zach during the 5th, right?
I don't want to mess up their thing.
Our door's always open. I mean, I might grill tonight. You want to come over? I can put a shrimp
Come
on the
on
barbie
now.
for you.
Right down the street.
There we go.
Yeah, you feel like hanging out.
I'll be at Zany's seeing Pat Tomasulo.
He's at Zany's tonight.
Yeah, and me and Chris Tannehill are going over.
Is
So-
John Vincent there too? Because I know John Vincent was in the broadcast last night.
Oh, I don't know.
Because usually they team up and do some stuff.
Do they really?
Yeah.
Oh, that has a buddy comedy film written all
or
over it.
ventriloquist act.
Yeah, you're right. Vincent could sit on Pat's lap. Ouch. Oh, that's not what you mean. I get it.
Did you guys know that Chicago legendary rapper Twista is now a ventriloquist?
I did not.
No, and I'm not
Well,
sure.
I would imagine
Are you
somebody
joking?
with that
I'm not
with that kind of skill, with that kind of vocal dexterity. Wasn't he one of the fastest
I believe
words
he
per
is
minute?
still the fastest rapper ever.
That's fascinating.
I
So
could see, if Busta Rhymes wanted to challenge that, I could see Busta Rhymes trying to challenge
Busta, Eminem,
DOC back in the day.
early Jay-Z, like real early
how about
Jay-Z.
how about Andre 3000?
I don't think that he. I mean, I guess
he's
he could,
so fast when he wants to be.
he
Man,
can do it, but I feel like he now he cares so much about every word that he says.
His verse on the Frank Ocean on Blonde on that album, it's sometimes I just listen to that. It's like a minute and 30 seconds. It's brilliant and it's fast and it's crazy.
There are rumbles about a solo Andre 3000 album, but no one wants to talk about it because if we talk about it, then it doesn't happen.
Okay. But they didn't break up, though.
No, well, I think that
They just start working together.
I also think that it had to do a little bit with Andre with 3 Stacks having some anxiety.
Oh, really?
Issues. I think that there were things that were offered to Outkast, and he was like, I can't. So I'm going to learn how to play a lute, or I'm going to learn. He's been spotted all over the world, just like walking around,
That's
like Kane from Kung Fu.
He's curious,
right?
He's got time.
He's walking the earth.
Yeah. Right.
Well, but
then he'll do like a dramatic role every once in a while too.
Yeah, where
Somewhere,
he totally can carry. So I like the idea of Twista just kind of looking for a new linguistic challenge.
Right.
Like a way to use his excellent instrument in a new way.
I know that Big Ann is like, Lawrence is completely lying to
I
us.
really
Don't
feel
fall
like
for
you
this.
are.
Look it up. Because he's done
I do have a
appearances and
computer right here.
he does a little bit of the. Is it still appropriate to call it
a dummy?
Yeah, or do we say doll? Or
I think
it's a valid question nowadays.
I don't believe that. I don't
still
believe
think of it.
that the dummy community has
haven't
risen up.
yet.
Hey, wait a second here. We demand respect.
Picturing Pinocchio just rising up from the dead. Like, wait a minute.
Yeah, our hero Charlie McCarthy.
I'll go
deserve respect.
This meeting of the Howdy Doody Society.
Stop using that word.
Only we can use that word.
Go White Sox.
Mike Hankowitz thinks it was fine.
Yeah, he opened up a can. What are you doing? The doll is sometimes dressed as Twista, and then sometimes it's not.
Does he call himself Ventriloquista? Because he really should.
I'm not sure.
But I mean that's a gift.
Maybe
I'm
it's
just
too multisyllabic.
I'm spitting out jewels right here.
Yeah.
Ray, if we can make it happen, I'd actually really
Don't
like to
spit in the
interview
jewels.
The dummy community has come back.
All right, we'll give it a shot.
If
Gonna get Twista on?
I mean, there's a lot of stuff I would like to talk
Right.
to Twista
Yeah,
about.
I mean, that's just a great conversation
So-
to have regardless.
Absolutely,
And by the way, you're
especially in
listening-
August when the Bears haven't practiced.
I don't know if you knew this, Speaks, but you're listening to Sports Radio 670 The Score, WSCR HD Chicago, HD2 Chicago,
Man,
and Odyssey
Finally,
Station.
I have a partner who
I've been
gets
waiting to
it.
get in there.
You know what
Been
I mean?
waiting to get in there.
Finally, I got somebody who gets it. Anthony Herron is in for Danny Parkins today. It's easier from that chair than it is from this one.
And I'm wearing contact lenses, which helps. If I didn't have these in there, I wouldn't. That would just be a blob on the wall.
On the wall, you're reading it off the wall.
How
Theater of the
bad
mind.
is your eyesight?
See, I think it's awful, but my most recent eye doctor tells me it's just bad, but not awful.
Okay.
But like walking home from here would be a challenge, just as far as making sure I'm conscious of the street lights and the street signs and everything else. But it's bad.
Okay.
Wow.
Yeah.
I'm wearing contacts too. But
Since when? Is this a new thing for you?
I'm just working
Just
on
trying
different
stuff?
looks. I figured I'd grow a beard and wear my contacts a little bit more.
Yeah.
Until
That's
the
nice.
beard, if it gets any more scratchy, it's going to be gone.
This is my beard. This is the best I can do. This is all I got. This is a couple weeks here without a shave.
Wow.
For real?
Oh yeah, yeah. And it's usually even more patchy than this. There are a few things that I consider myself bad at, but growing a beard, I'm very awful at beard growing.
Few things I consider myself
I'm
bad
just
at.
not
That's the
good at
headline.
it.
That's the headline from that
I
sentence.
got out of the 4 people here, I got to have the worst facial hair.
Sorry,
I would imagine.
I think you're an interesting athletic specimen. And, like, seriously, the eyesight is bad. You can't grow a beard, yet you played in the NFL. Like, so some things work very, very
He's
well.
also a really good basketball player.
Oh, yeah, right?
Back in the day, especially donkey
And
ball.
there's a donkey basketball.
Well, speaking of which,
takes a
by the
special
way,
sense to be good at that.
I made mention yesterday, and I don't think Dan believed me.
Okay.
Of telling the story of you kicking an offensive lineman in his chest. And then, of course, we paired it with the Boondocks, kicked you in your chest.
The open
But
with, when I was
can
on
you
Lawrence.
please, just go through this again?
So there's a couple of different things. One, Antoine Randall is a very, very frustrating person to chase around. So he was in Indiana.
He's
I
very
was at
small
Iowa.
and hard to see and very fast.
Yes, he's almost as frustrating as you. And so, we're in the midst of a game. He scores kind of a decisive touchdown. We're losing Indiana, and they're getting ready to kick the extra point. I'm doing my thing, I'm try hard guy, whatever. I make my move, kind of dive through to try and block the extra point. I kind of tip the kick, and it still goes through. So I'm laying on the ground for a moment. One of the offensive linemen, one of the interior guys who I've been kind of tussling with throughout the game, he decides there's an opportunity to just jump on my back and start trying to mush my face in the ground repeatedly, which I didn't appreciate.
You don't do that to Quadzilla.
No, and so since I'm fairly flexible in my hips and my hip flexors, I'm able to kind of reach behind myself as he's trying to mush my face in the ground, not letting me up. And I kick him from behind, almost kind of donkey kick style, and he goes flying out of the pile. I got a real good clean shot right in his sternum. He's flying backwards, but that's all the officials see is an enormous Hoosiers offensive lineman just flying through the air. And so they eject me from the game and didn't really want to hear my case for why he deserved to be kicked in
They
the
should
chest.
have come over and congratulated you for that kick.
They essentially did after they watched the film back, because by rule, I was supposed to have to miss the following game, but they reviewed the film, saw what he was doing to me, saw it was more of a self-defense style act. So I didn't have to.
And the real story, knowing as what we know about Iowa athletics, is that Anthony needed to block that extra point because he bet the under.
and really all of intercollegiate athletics at this point, man.
Yeah, I
and
know.
I don't know what the
it's bad when the backup kicker, your non-scholarship walk-on backup kicker, is using his parents' information to log into his app and bet the under against his own team.
Can we add Joe O to the show, by the way? Because this is a conversation I'd love to have with him. Because there's two different things. One, like that backup Iowa kicker and the starting Iowa State quarterback. It's not just NCAA violations.
Right.
There are criminal charges against these guys right now.
And now was it the former Iowa basketball player that went to Nebraska? There's a lot of.
This is different too because they bet on their own games.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
They bet on their own games,
Like,
folks. This is exactly the thing that every other a violation in the history of gambling is about trying to avoid.
Yes, you got to go.
All those tangential ones that you're like, oh, well, that guy, he bet on, Southeast Conference baseball, and he's a coach in Idaho.
Bet on Alabama baseball, and everyone knew.
Right.
Because on that, the cameras saw his phone.
Oh, sure. But anyway, it's like, well, you can't really affect that, can he? This is the one where you can affect it. You can miss a block or miss a kick.
And there's differentiation because there's certain players who have like a smaller suspension or whatever because they're doing, like daily wagering or daily fantasy kind of stuff. Like, okay, well, we'll give you a slap on the wrist. You're supposed to go sit down somewhere for a minute. Criminal charges against a couple of these guys right now for being underage, for falsifying their identity while wagering on sports. Like, there's a lot of stuff in here.
This is go to the stripey hole stuff.
And frankly, man, some of this stuff too is there's still like between the NCAA and the conferences, a lot of this is, supposedly players still trying to figure out what the rules rules are. That's pretty plain and simple. You are not, and there shouldn't be any confusion about betting on your own team, on any games that your team is participating in. But even some of this daily fantasy wagering stuff, there's some gray areas there.
Oh, for sure. So look, Cubs content sounds really good on this station right now because they're good and they're fun. But you guys killed it with both Glanville and with Jed, I thought. Both interviews were just tremendous. And I love Doug. He's just so thoughtful and
smart.
And smart, but also his stuff about managing egos and what Dusty Baker's challenge and skill set was in 2003 versus David's challenge. We're going to talk about some of that with Boog today because Boog knows David Ross very, very well and talks to him all the time about this kind of stuff. So what's the challenge now that, as Jed was talking about, he's got really tough decisions every day because they lengthened the roster and you got legit people that are just going to sit sometimes. So how do you talk to Seiya about that? And, how do you deal with all that? So I'm looking forward to continuing those conversations. We've got Jamer Candelario on the show today.
That's exciting.
Yeah, really looking forward to getting to know that guy. And then Jed, I thought he broke your brain, Lawrence, when he said this about Nick Madrigal.
He's a really good player.
Just super nice and clean.
Matter of fact.
It was part of a longer explanation. And then you asked a question that was basically your question was, why did you think he's a good player, and how did you turn him into what you think is?
How can you possibly think that?
Right? It was because you're always so good at interviews, pointed and one question, and we know what it. But you, for one moment, you were like, "What did you see in him? What was the developmental plan? What happened when he got here?
That's why
are you seeing now?
That's why
you broke your brain.
You got to watch on Twitch sometimes because that when Jed said something well, look, this is the number 4 pick in the draft, and my response was like,
I know,
but that got somebody fired.
I know. So what does that mean? It's not. It's pedigree, obviously, in terms of they all thought that he was at least probably a top 10 pick, a top 20 pick.
And they all thought that he had the hit tool.
That he had the hit
tool. They were all
tool.
convinced that he could hit. The problem with the White Sox is that, one, they probably brought him up too fast because the other baseball stuff wasn't there. The baseball awareness, him running the bases, him fielding cleanly, none of that stuff was there.
I totally agree, and we're seeing it with the fielding. It's amazing.
That's what I wanted to know.
But didn't the stuff that he did say in there too was that they found a mechanical fix. He had gotten into some bad habits and bad habits that he's had before that they got out of him, and then he started having the bad habits again. Then they sent his ass down, and he got the bad habits gone.
And who else did they do that with this year? With Cody Bellinger. He got hurt. He got into bad habits. Once they were able him to be healthy, they were able to go, hey, this is what you were doing.
Those are the kind of signs of a really good organization that stays cohesive. And John Maley, the former big league hitting coach, is the AAA hitting coach and can do whatever the hell they need him to do.
I mean, I'm not going to lie. That question also,
Yeah.
While I get to learn about the Cubs process, it allows me to have an extra dagger in case I want to talk about maybe another team and how they do things.
And then also, a couple years ago, Ian Happ, the same exact situation. A guy was young, showed promise, send him down for a moment,
bad
comes
habits.
back up, bad habits
Too
got
much
developed.
swing and miss on high fastballs.
Think about what was happening with the championship window and that core 4 and everything else where, Javi peaked and didn't continue to improve. There were several other young guys who come up to the major league level. A center fielder whose name I'm blanking on at the moment, who I got the first half of his first full season with the Cubs, looked like an all-star and then tailed off. The one who hit the kid in the stands in the front row before they had the nets up.
Albert Almora.
Albert Almora. I mean, there was a brief stretch where he looked like he was maybe a budding star and then completely fell apart. And the development, when you think to 5 to 7 years ago, wasn't executing with the Cubs, and now
something broke in the offense, and Theo then had to admit that something was broken in the system.
Yeah.
And now there's that. And now there's your guy Justin Stone.
Let me marry a couple of things here that I think are germane to the discussion.
Joe Germain, and I'm married already.
No, sorry. Well, I think that. So, if
All right, I'll get married to Lawrence. Go ahead.
Okay, that's right.
That solves it.
If in fact you're talking about the difficult decisions that David Ross has to make now, and explaining that this is what we're about and what we're doing here.
Welcome to the big leagues as you try to win.
And if you heard what he said about Madrigal, he didn't sulk when they sent him down. That some guys they lick their wounds.
Take 2 weeks.
They take some time. They're like, well, I guess I'm here. I guess I can get to work. They said he never did. When Jed and Theo always talked about makeup, and they talked about what you cannot measure and what they can expect from work ethic, what they can expect from certain guys.
Yeah.
That if you've created the team that you think you're creating, you make it easier for your manager to say, you're not playing today.
Absolutely.
And for that person to say, I get it. Whatever you need from me for this team to win.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. Patrick Wisdom has to understand that, and Seiya Suzuki has to understand that.
Maybe Talkman on some days has to.
But Talkman's an adult who has scrambled his way through a career.
So is Wisdom.
Yes. It's interesting though. Maybe an undersold part of the declaration that Candelario is going to be your primary first baseman is how that empowers Nick Madrigal. Like the message is, and then we'll see what the games actually look like. We've had 2 games so far, one at first, one at third. So Nick plays one and he doesn't play one. We'll see how it actually works out. But saying that out publicly and means they've also said privately, no, Nick, you've got this job. And like Jed said today, that empowers a guy who might need it.
I still have some concerns
about Nick.
Oh yeah,
they're valid.
Yeah,
he's. I don't think he's that good.
Well,
but he's not that bad either.
If he's a good base runner, like what we've always said about him,
that's still a thing.
If he's tightened up some of the baseball instinct stuff and the defense, I'm okay with it.
He ran through a stop sign earlier this week.
I know,
he scored, but
there obviously there's a time and a place for bat to ball. There's situational times where strikeout avoidance is critical.
Doug's answer to you about that, Glanville's answer to you about that, about what that does to a lineup and what that does to a specific pitcher. Like what Hap's grinding at bats do to a specific pitcher and make a 5-out or a 5-inning outing into a 4 1/3 outing, and like what that does. Just such
you really
good
listened
stuff.
to the show today.
I listened to the show.
I appreciate
that.
that.
You know what? It's. I'm telling you. I'm sitting there next to Tanny. I'm like, man, the Cubs stuff is sounding good right now. It's because they're good. It's because there's good and there's a good vibe. And Tanny goes, yeah, I know.
Oh,
like
he still believes.
Yeah, and then he said, "Hell's coming to breakfast." And he said, tomorrow morning, the Braves are here, so hell is legitimately coming to breakfast.
I thought he meant when the White Sox come over to the north side.
Pretty sure he didn't mean that.
Okay.
Did you see what?
I don't know what they did today early on in the game.
See what Pedro Grifol said?
Oh Lord.
I saw this. Daryl Van Schouwen tweeted it before the game, something to the effect of why Luis Robert and Eloy Jimenez weren't in the lineup. They said, well, we got to give them some rest because they're both important parts of what we're trying to accomplish here in the remainder of the season.
Okay. Well, what's he supposed to think?
Did he clarify what they're trying to accomplish?
I didn't see. Like, what the hell are you trying to do?
Trying to play well, set a culture of playing well, no matter what, no matter when. Doesn't it remind you of what Matt Eberflus had to say about certain things all season long last year? While they're systematically removing all the important players.
Flus at least knew he was a part of what the Bears were doing in the future here. We don't know that with Grifol. We don't know what vote of confidence he's gotten public. Certainly haven't gotten it yet publicly, but
we
privately.
Honestly don't know what his boss. I don't know how you interpreted it, Speaks, but along with being terse and kind of being snarky, when I was listening back to that Rick, I kind of felt like maybe he's uncertain, even though everything would tell you that the White Sox are not going to make a move that big, that they don't make moves that big. But for the first time when I heard him speak, I was like, oh, maybe a little uncomfortable.
Wow. I didn't get uncomfortable. I did hear some of the uncertainty or some of the vagaries of what might happen. I think it's still on the table that they know what they're doing and that somebody else within the org steps up as the front man and Rick goes to a Kenny-esque
advisory role.
A Kenny-esque advisory role. And like this was, hey, Rick, yeah, we're going to change this in the offseason, but you go ahead and be the face of all this stuff still. Go ahead and be the face of this deadline. Go ahead and be the face for the rest of the year, and then we'll talk in the offseason. I think that's still on the table, but we'll see.
Obviously, would have been fair anyway. Have somebody come in and try to immediately clean this mess up right now. It's really uncleanable for the moment.
Gentlemen, have a wonderful afternoon. We have Jamer Candelario on the show at 3:10, Boog Shambi at 4 o'clock. Ant is going to explain the Big Ten to me at some point.
How long you got?
Simple.
We'll slot it somewhere.
Big 20.
And I need a Cody Bellinger comp to football as well. So I'm going to bring that up to Ant later on. Lots to come right here on The Score. They are Bernstein and Holmes. I listened to their show today. Today was the day. Tanny's Open kicks off Parkins and Spiegel in a moment on The Score.
This is John Marks with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Winners and losers at the MLB trade deadline. Let's go with a loser. How about those Dodgers? They were looking for starting pitching help and turned to Detroit and Eduardo Rodriguez. But Ed-Rod said no thanks, blocking a trade to remain with the Tigers. The Dodgers were surprised Rodriguez rejected the trade and ended up striking out in the starting pitching market. I'm John Marks.
Then I talked to Mike Talkman, who I was excited to talk to Mike.
Well, JD, I think you nicknamed him the Palatine Pounder.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah,
well, that's exciting. So then you talked to Mike Talkman, the Palatine Pounder.
On the way into the interview, I'm thinking, man, I'm so psyched for this.
Yeah.
Palatine's own. I wonder if he was a scorehead. I wonder if he likes the Pounder. Interesting career.
Got a lot of things to talk about with him.
Yeah,
sure.
man.
Yeah, okay.
Some time in New York with the Yankees.
Does he think of Topgolf?
Exactly. Where should the Bears go? You know, who's your favorite score host and why isn't it me? Just like all kinds of stuff.
Quarter draft.
Super excited.
I got Southport round 1.
Nice job.
Yep.
Nice value.
Then I made the decision to lead with the Pounder. Okay?
I would have done the same.
Right. Get the man's thought. He's got a nickname.
You gotta warm him up first, Speaks. Everyone knows that. You gotta just a little bit of rubbing around,
break the ice.
Yeah, like loosen him up first.
Yeah,
loosen him up.
Also, my guy Sean Sears is like hustling, thinking about an open because we weren't sure we were going to get him. I was like, oh yeah, we get the Palatine Pounder. It's perfect.
Man, you never go in first with the Pounder.
Oh, so you played it for him? Did he hear it?
I think Tanny grabbed it.
Okay.
And Mike Talkman, welcome to the show. How are you, sir?
Doing well. Thanks for having me.
You got it. Are you okay with the Palatine Pounder? Have you heard that? Are you all right with that as a possible nickname? That's from Jim DeShays.
I don't know about that one. But,
I know. I mean, I don't know. You're not necessarily a pounder as a hitter, but it's alliteration, right? What I didn't know is if other people in Palatine would be okay with you being the official pounder of Palatine. Like there's probably somebody else who might.
Yeah. There's probably someone else that's heard that one before. It's not bad though.
Not bad.
Dude, that is not your fault.
He hated it.
That is not your fault.
You don't think so?
He did not come to play.
No.
At one point, I asked him what it was like playing in Japan last year. He played in Korea last year.
Wait. Can we just re-air this entire thing at 5 o'clock?
Tread.com.
The Parkins and Spiegel Show.
If y'all ready, give me a hell yeah.
Oh, hell yeah.
We have some thank yous. I'm off the next 2 days. I'm going to Montana to golf.
Have a great time.
Thank
dude.
you.
I know you've been looking forward to the trip.
Montana doesn't want you.
Now I just got to do a first and pod and get out of here tomorrow morning.
Need someone to take you to the train station?
No.
No? All right.
No. Thank you for the offer.
It's the trash can for everyone who's attacked us. It lays in a jurisdictional dead zone in a county with a population of exactly 0. Hence, no jury of your peers and no court for a change in venue. Why are you so surprised?
Thank you to Connor O'Donnell and Kevin Lapgood. Thank you, sir.
You sure you don't need someone to take you to the train station?
Last chance. Although we will ask you again several times, but last chance.
I'm pretty sure.
All right.
All right.
Said he's going to take me to the train station.
I don't need anyone to take me to the train station.
All right, someone should.
I'll get there myself.
I really hope you get there on your own.
Thank you so much.
Train station's where I'd leave him.
Thank you, Shane Reardon, our producer. Thank you to Chris Tannehill. He makes us sound better than we are each and every day.
Danny, let me take you to the train station.
All right, you go right ahead.
Where are we going? Train station.
Where you going? This ain't no train station.
Sure it is. Long black train.
No.
1, 2, 3. Here we go, Ted. Here we go. Here we go, Ted. Here we go, Tony.
The Parkins and Spiegel Show. Afternoons from 2 to 6 on 670 The Score in Odyssey Station.
Welcome into 670 The Score. It's the Parkins and Spiegel Show with Big Ant Heron sitting in, and we're going to get to something very specific and cool that happened after the Cubs game last night, where Christopher Morel has joined Team Proclamation. So we'll talk about that in a minute, but I'm really glad you did that open because I didn't understand what the hell was happening at the end of yesterday's show. As they kept saying, do you need someone to take you to the train station? I don't watch Yellowstone. I have missed it.
Oh, okay.
I didn't get it.
So I'm not alone.
Yeah,
All right.
yes.
I was about to ask you.
Yeah. No, now I learned, and
Okay.
I'm looking at Yellowstone Wiki right now, and the train station is a rural canyon area. It's the area where the Duttons and the Branded execute and or dispose of their enemies. And those who know many of Yellowstone's secrets, it is a county consisting of no people, no law enforcement, no judge, and a jury of your peers, no one living within 100 miles.
Is Yellowstone or Tombstone? It sounds very similar to Tombstone.
Yeah.
Kind of one and the same.
Well, it's the TV show Yellowstone.
Yeah.
And now I know, and I appreciate that.
All right.
You're not a Yellowstone guy either?
I mean, not yet. I could see at some
Still
point
happening.
way down the road
Yeah.
that maybe it would happen.
That was a point where I was actually listening to the show, but I still didn't understand what the hell was happening. Here's what's going on in the show today. Lots of Red Hot Cubs stuff. Jamer Candelario, the newest Cub, who's got, 8 hits in his first 2 games?
At least, yeah.
Unbelievable.
Mm-hmm.
And was very entertaining last night.
Is it almost
after
too
the game.
strong of a start? I'm wondering about that. Is he doing too much through a couple of games here?
Reminds me when Starlin Castro, did he homer in his first at bat? Starlin Castro's first game, I think it was in Cincinnati, and he had 4 hits and a homer in his first at bat. And it was like, oh boy, he's in trouble the rest of his career. But I don't know. I mean, if you're good, you're good. And Jamer seems to be pretty damn good.
Seems to be damn good so far.
Yeah, Boog Shambi will join us from Marquee at 4 o'clock, and lots of other surprises along the way. Lots of football conversation. I'll tell you right now that we are broadcasting live from the Scores Hyundai Studios, brought to you by your local Hyundai dealers. And tonight, the Cubs conclude their series against the Reds at Wrigley Field. Pregame begins at 6:30 with first pitch at 7:05 on the Score and the Xfinity Cubs radio network. Also, did you know you can hear Cubs games on your smart speaker? Just tell your device to play 670 The Score. So, Anthony Heron, we here at this show, by the way.
You want to give stuff away on this show?
I really do.
Yeah.
Every day this week, we're giving away 2 pairs of tickets to sit in the Cubs bleachers with us.
Is
Friday,
it plural? 2 pairs or 2 pairs?
2 pairs.
All right.
I think 2 pairs. A pair is an individual thing, even though there are 2 in them. And so 2 pairs, yeah, no.
That stands to reason. Yeah.
Oh, God.
Not today, Ant, please.
Look.
I think you're probably right. I think it's along those lines.
What's that mean, Tanny? If Danny were here, he could handle it.
You laugh, you know what it means.
Yeah, I'm glad that that Anthony referred to our good friend Stan Stereason. I love Stan Stereason.
He calls your show on Sundays.
Yeah. It's Stan Stereason in Bellwood. What's up, Mr. Stereason? Where you been? So, yeah, we've got 2 pairs of tickets to sit in the Cubs bleachers with me and Danny Friday the 18th of August, the Wrigley Field bleachers for Cubs versus Royals. If you are the 31st caller, and 31 for Fergie and for Maddox, retired numbers, to the contest line at 312-540-0670. When you hear Dave Wanstead say this.
You got any tickets laying around? Let me know.
We will have tickets laying around, and we will let you know if you're the 31st caller 2 different times today. Are you enjoying this Cubs run here, Anthony?
Very much, man. Very much. I mean, we've been I was a little surprised at the level of surprise early in the season when they started so hot. And a lot of folks seemed taken aback, like, oh, they're better than we thought. Well, they did spend some money. They spent a little bit last year. They spent more this offseason. So they were building towards having a competitive product this year, so that I didn't think there was any reason to be shocked by, they were maybe better than anticipated the first month of the season. Then it levels off for a while. But it's what I feel, I guess, as encouraged by is that everyone could kind of see the fork in the road here. I said it to Danny a few weeks ago. I didn't think they would be sellers, but would they buy? Would they go out and have an expenditure that would enhance their chances at winning the division, maybe winning a wild card, making the postseason? And it was good to see the players respond to that fork in the road that I thought it was either stand pat or buy. And at least it was good to see the players respond against, White Sox and Cardinals. And now we're seeing it against the Reds here. But it was great to see that the timing of it, just like the guys were talking to Jed about earlier.
Oh, my God.
An important stretch with the way it timed up.
It was absolutely going to be sell. I saw a report earlier today that Jason Dominguez, like a top 40 prospect in the Yankees system, what came up in conversations for Cody Bellinger from the Yankees. And that would be an amazing prospect to get. But whatever, they were going to get a lot for Cody Bellinger. They might have gotten a lot for Marcus Stroman before this 7-start stretch that ends with him on the injured list. But they were absolutely going to do it. And Jed confirmed it again today. It 100% came down to a couple of games. Because it's a results-based business. Even as you are a slave to the process, the results have to dictate whether you're getting there or not. And finally, the results got here. Along the way, I was very tempted to make a proclamation.
Which you're not afraid to do.
That the Cubs were going to win the division. It was about, a month ago? I was very afraid to do it, and I referenced on Hit and Run being afraid to do it. Danny Parkins, as the partner that he is, happened to hear that segment, and then came in and stole my proclamation.
Danny listened to your show.
That might be the biggest shock right there. But then he came in and he stole the proclamation. And so that's his to wear. He gets it. If the Cubs win the division, it's on him and not on me.
Did he at least reference your fear to make said proclamation?
Yeah, he referenced it. But then the way that the score cut it up in certain ways, it's just going to be able to live.
Danny.
Oh, yeah. But last night after the game, Christopher Morel stepped up and got there as well. I think we need to hear the trumpet, though, because the trumpet precedes. Oh, yeah.
No surprise, we go to the playoff, I say today.
You just called it. You're going to the playoffs. Why do you believe that?
I believe. I trust the God. I believe my teammate.
Oh, yeah. God. Well,
he trusts in both God and his teammates.
Yeah. He didn't say, I'm just a guy. I believe in my teammates. He said, I trust in God and believe in my teammates. He's feeling it. They're going to the playoffs.
So remind me, what was your basement, your baseline for wins for the season
80.
coming into the year? 80.
Because I was very bullish on them because I liked the mix of people a lot. I saw the chemistry and what it was going to be. I liked the plan and design of being a great defensive team to turn ground balls into outs when you had a bunch of ground ball pitchers on your staff.
So even if they don't make 80 at this point, but they win the division, I mean, there should be some gratification in that for you.
I don't think they can make 80, and I don't think they could win the division without making 80.
Okay.
You think so?
I mean, this division.
79 and 83 to win a division?
Division? No.
I think they're going to make 80.
Okay.
I do think they're going to make 80. I think they might win the division. What do you think? You want to hop on board with Mr. Morel?
I'm not going to predict they win the division. It's good to see the wild card is at least still in play for them right now, though, as well. And the offense having the leap that it's had since the All-Star break, having that time up with the starting staff not being the same staff that they were going into the break, it times up well for right now, as long as guys get right, as long as this stint on the IL is beneficial to Stroman, as long as they can get Smiley figured out, then these are the types of things that, if they can turn a corner and the starters start to look like the starting staff that they were for a stretch of the season when they weren't scoring and when they were leaving all these runners in scoring position. Now, if you can meld both those things together, then you can shoot for the moon at that point. But right now, it's the offense is carrying them. We haven't seen this be an offense that can carry them to wins. But the profile of some of the guys on the offense is now getting to more closer to the peak of what we thought it maybe could have been.
There's a willingness to do the right thing at the plate by absolutely everybody involved right now that I really think comes from watching the way the superstar on this team, Cody Bellinger, goes about it offensively. It comes from the collective vibe and leadership that Dansby Swanson has voiced aggressively, and the cohesion of what David Ross's vision is and Jed Hoyer's vision is, but principally Bellinger. Like I find myself, I can't stop thinking about his skill set to be the kind of hitter that they wanted everybody to be years ago, where they can swing for the fences when appropriate, but they can shorten up and become a contact hitter, become slappy when appropriate, go the other way, execute a hit and run, make sure that you put the ball in play so a third baseman in chaos like Nick Senzel has to make a play last night, and then he throws that one away and 2-run score because Bellinger didn't swing and miss. He made contact by shortening up and not swinging for the fences. Like, he's able to do that, and he's willing to do that. And now I think you're seeing a lineup full of dudes who are like, that's the right way to play. I've known it my whole life. Even my star plays that way. It's working. So they're getting that confirmation of it. So they're never out of a game.
There's tangible evidence. And so especially the younger guys, the Christopher Morel types who can look at how veterans are performing, especially in leverage situations, and saying, all right, I can figure that out. I can have conversations with them about how to improve, my mental wherewithal in some of these moments, like we've heard him address earlier in this season. But then beyond that, just to say all the other youth that's on the roster, that's in the lineup right now, can look at the results that the veterans on the team are getting, can look at the results that they're getting as a team, and feel like, whether it's, say, a Suzuki, if he says, I have to sit on occasion, but when I do get into this lineup, I can see that the results that are here from the message that I'm being given from the top leads to results.
Seiya had a homer last night. Right. Was that against Luke Miley? Luke Miley, the catcher who was throwing late? I think it was, but he had a single, or maybe that was against Miley, but whatever. He had a homer, and he also had a 2-run single where he was nice and short and did what he needed to. So seeing the veterans all being willing to do that, and I mean, my God, what that does for the esprit de corps and what that does for just, moving the lineup along and piling on like they have in historic fashion these last 2 nights and never being out of it. And Jed said that comeback from the White Sox game. What were they down 7-2 in that White Sox game?
At least 6-2.
Yeah,
maybe 7-2.
I think it was 7-2, and they weren't out. They weren't out, and they know it because they just keep doing the right thing at the plate and trust that the results will come.
And this team hasn't won anything of substance yet, but how different, at least watching the second half of last year and this stretch of this season, and seeing that not only young guys, but veterans who've got spurs on the wall, who've got resumes, have come in here and improved throughout the season. Development was my biggest issue with the World Series core that was there, because those guys seemed to plateau. Chris Bryant seemed to plateau, and yes, part of it was physical ailments. Javi Baez plateaued. Kyle Schwarber plateaued here in Chicago and then reached new heights elsewhere. And that was my biggest issue, was just watching guys who sort of peaked early and didn't seem to continue to improve. And I didn't understand the development arc of those players, why all of them seemed to peak so early in their time here.
They didn't have their act together, man. They remember, they have 4 hitting coaches in 4 years? When I say they, like the organization did not have its act together on on developing and teaching hitting at the big league level.
And we're seeing it both with the batters and the pitch lab lending to results where guys are improving between last season and this season, the early part of this year to the stretch we're seeing right now. That makes all the difference in the world. We tend to assume that because someone has talent, someone's a gifted athlete, someone was a highly rated prospect, that they should come and thrive immediately. But there's so much that goes into being able to harness all those gifts, all those God-given talents that are there that we can hear guys talk about, and then actually being able to flourish when you play professionally at a consistent way.
Well, you can speak to that like nobody else on this air staff in terms of what it is to get better as a pro, like, and what teams can do, what they can't do, what your responsibility is as an athlete to try and continue getting better, to not be in a place where you're like, I made it.
Or contrast it with the South Side, right? I mean, that's the main frustration with this entire thing, because when they made the decision to pay everyone on the South Side before they got to the major league level, and it seemed really intelligent. It seemed kind of forward-thinking. Here's how you meld what the White Sox are and aren't willing to do, but now you've grown this farm system and say, let's go ahead and make it happen now. We don't have to worry about contract control and squabbles later on, but they haven't developed.
Let me welcome you to the current vibe of the Parkins and Spiegel show, as only we can. Tanny, I think he said spurs on the wall, that, like, you know, some guys who don't have their spurs on the wall. I believe it's pelts that might be on the wall, or like.
You should be in Montana with Daddy right now.
Well,
I don't know all these hunting terms.
Well, you used it.
Get him on the next train.
And you're the one who used it. Said spurs on the wall. I mean, the spurs are on the back of the boots, right? So what the hell are you...
But what if you're a spur collector? If you collect an assortment of spurs over the years, don't you hang them on the wall?
I mean, maybe
it's like
you
Willie
do.
Mays Hayes when you kind of knock the gloves into the wall with every stolen base.
Tim Duncan's number 21 on the wall in San Antonio.
I mean, you would think it should be.
Hey, look at that. Sean Elliott's on the wall. It's amazing.
Fathead, yeah.
I just Googled spurs on the wall, and that's exactly what I got. Is a fathead of Manu Ginobili. Other than that, you nailed it. Anthony's good for lots of stuff, though. The Big Ten, in your opinion, Ant, what would you say is going on with it? We'll talk
You're just
about
talking and you're watching the playoffs. What, in your opinion, what's going on with it?
That's Haugh to Scottie Pippen. That's going to be me to you about the Big Ten when we come back. Jamer Candelario at 3:10 on the score.
Hey, Cubs fans, this is Cody Bellinger.
Deep right field, way back. This could go. It's gone. Grand slam, Cody Bellinger.
You're listening to the Parkins and Spiegel Show.
But here's the thing, Danny. I thought your proclamation lacked style. And
thank you.
I thought it lacked panache and pomp and circumstance, frankly.
I should have thrown a party.
You should have. One option I thought was like, you should have had a bell be like the town crier and wear like a robe. Something like that to make a big deal. Like if I was doing a proclamation, there would be crumpets and there would be strumpets.
Oh no, what do you
And
have
there would
here?
be trumpets,
Oh my God.
Really,
Jesus Christ.
you gotta go all out. And you don't know how to do that sometimes.
No,
You're
I
not,
don't.
Right, guys? He's not big with like ceremony and like
love this.
and like props and
Oh
stuff.
my God, we didn't
Like
know
if
this
you're
was
gonna
coming.
proclaim, you ready?
God.
You can do it again
All
after
right,
this.
all right.
Ready?
Yeah, sure.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Hear ye, hear ye. The Cubs are going to win the National League Central.
Hear ye?
Hear ye, hear ye.
Yeah, hear ye. Yeah.
Yeah.
not hear
Louis
ye.
Armstrong in here? What's going on?
That was actually really good.
That was very clean.
He's talented. He's a talented musician.
That's how I would do a proclamation.
That's a proclamation.
That's
what how you do it. All Danny did was name the roster.
All he did was run down the teams, steal my thoughts, and speak them without the eloquence that I bring to the table, and then get all the takes and the likes and the reaction and the shine. playoff. Perhaps the lack of an idea of who's actually in the NBA playoffs.
Not a lot of substance to the delivery there.
No, but, it was a nice, clean setup. It's Parkins and Spiegel here on 670 The Score. Anthony Herron, noted college football game analyst for the Big Ten Network, but NBC this year, right? Congratulations on that.
Yeah, thank you. Been doing events, for NBC for
All-American
a while, but
Bowl.
now and the Bayou Classic, and now that they are one of the Big Ten's many media partners now, we'll get to be a part of their Big Ten coverage.
That's awesome. So that straight up
happy
NBC mic flag, getting a workout,
Yeah.
and Ant on your TV doing
No
games.
blazer. CBS does the blazer, with the big CBS eye on
Yeah.
it. No NBC peacock blazer.
Okay, that's too bad.
Yeah,
That'd be
disappointing.
fun, right?
Right.
I think you should still wear one. Just make one yourself.
Right. Just make a blazer with a giant peacock, just emblazoned on it. Here I am during the show open. Which the mic flags, by the way, are just so overrated. I say this every time because we open the show, they have us sitting there with our stick mic, we got the big mic flag on, and then there's a scramble to lose the mic flag, to take the jackets off, to whip around, get the headset on. So as soon as you see them toss to that first sideline report, then the booth is in chaos.
Oh, my God.
Just during that first sideline report, just switching from the mic flags, the stick mics, to getting the headset on, getting whipped around to face the field and everything else. There's usually, backdrops that are being moved and all kinds of stuff. They're just completely unnecessary. There's logos. I don't know if you've noticed. There are network logos that tell you what channel you're watching, who the names of the announcers are.
I have seen that.
The mic flag is so overrated and unnecessary.
I don't agree. There's a timelessness to the mic flag. And I believe the first guy to use it was named Mike Flag, if I remember correctly. But no,
I can't fact check you on that. I don't know. You might be accurate.
I want to do this. I think we need to make you that NBC jacket with the peacock. I know people who can sew and design. Yeah.
I got to say, man, because I haven't gotten to talk to you since you got to call a weekend full of games, by the way. Because I like to nerd out on broadcast
hold
things
on.
and whatnot.
Well, that's right, because we're a couple of broadcasters right here. couple of game broadcasters. I'll do the play-by. Anthony, I'll handle the play-by-play. You can do the analysis.
But I was legitimately
I teased it. I want to get to it.
Oh, okay.
It's ridiculous.
Because it was teased.
We're in chaos here.
Because heaven forbid.
Respect
we
me.
don't pay off the tease.
I have more spurs on the wall.
You
sir.
do. I left my pelts at home. I only brought my spurs.
So what the hell is going on with the Big Ten Conference right now? Please explain it to me and some other listeners like we don't understand, because a lot of us do not understand.
Because we don't usually talk college football on this station.
Yeah.
But unless there's a scandal going on.
So it might. What is going on?
The ever-ballooning, the ever-mushrooming Big Ten Conference. Will soon be the Big Ten with 16 when USC and UCLA join the conference in 2024. But beyond that, because there is so much calamity that's going on with the shifting landscape of intercollegiate athletics, where right now the ACC is in turmoil, the Pac-12 is in turmoil, just waiting to see whether or not Arizona State are really the main two, but perhaps Utah then follows them out of the Pac-12 because Colorado has already left. And Colorado isn't even one of the major brands. They weren't one of the major brands in the Pac-12 before USC and UCLA left. They aren't at this point.
And all these teams are leaving because they're not happy with the money they're getting from the conference.
They see the money that the Big Ten, as the most lucrative conference in intercollegiate athletics, and the SEC will, have a TV deal that will be on par with the Big Ten as well. And so the Big Ten and the SEC have both gobbled up a couple of the other major brands. I mentioned USC and UCLA going to the Big Ten. That was after the previous year, the Southeastern Conference got Oklahoma and Texas from the Big 12. So the Big 12 lost their two biggest brands. So the interesting thing, just comparing Pac-12 and Big 12 at the moment, the two brands that are still peaking the Pac-12 right now are Oregon and Washington, that for the moment will exist in the Pac-12 beyond this coming year. They both, Oregon and Washington, are both more prominent brands than anyone who will remain in the Big 12 once they lose Texas and Oklahoma. But the Big 12's commissioner, Brett Yormark, has been more aggressive in his approach. The media rights deal that the Big 12 was able to sign, theirs wasn't even up for a couple of more years, whereas the Pac-12's media rights deal only had a year remaining in it with their new commissioner, George Kliavkoff. But the Big 12 commissioner was super aggressive, went to the table early to get a new media rights deal done for the Big 12 Conference. So now that's at least solidified what their teams knew they were going to earn. And then they said, let's go out poaching. So then they come just recently and poach Colorado from the Pac-12.
So the Big 12 has been taking teams from the Pac-12.
Right. The Big 12 had to replace their two major brands that they lost, and they did that with group of 5 teams. Just teams who would be thought of as mid-major sort of teams, like Cincinnati, UConn, those types of brands, that level of teams.
So we've got a crazy landscape where the conferences that have good media rights deals and TV rights deals are so attractive that they can choose brands that they like. Brands meaning
and really even beyond that,
schools.
the conferences who have just good media rights deals, like the ACC and the Pac-12, it's not good enough, because they see what the Big Ten and the SEC are capable of financially, and they're afraid of what the future holds if they can't play on par with that. That's why the ACC, who is locked into a grant of rights that's as restrictive as any that we've ever seen, locked in for another 13 years, and they will owe hundreds of millions of dollars for any school that leaves the ACC before then. And the new money they get, they would have to pay back to the ACC in addition to that. So they can't even really earn legitimate new money in going. It's very restrictive, but it was supposed to solidify the ACC. Florida State has been extremely loud in trying to get out of that or get more money from the conference as opposed to splitting it evenly with everyone else.
So does the Big Ten want and need to go and get all these teams?
No, not in the least.
Is it possible that the Big Ten is just like, we made our move already, UCLA and USC are coming, we're going to be 16, we're good where we are, we don't need you? Or do they want other, and will they actively seek out other schools or not?
They are in the process of having the conversations with schools like Oregon and Washington from the Pac-12, schools like Stanford and Cal from the Pac-12. The academic end of the Big Ten, and frankly the Pac-12, still has a lot more influence on those campuses than it does in the Big 12 or in the SEC. And the Big Ten, because they see the dominoes in place and how they're starting to fall, they have a new commissioner, Tony Petitti, who took over for Bears president Kevin Warren. Just talking to Tony Petitti last week at Big Ten Media Days in Indianapolis. They're evaluating the landscape. But the Big Ten already, per school, is making more money than anyone else out there. So they don't need to add anything. But as they see, if the Pac-12 crumbles and Oregon and Washington are there, there's no good reason the Big Ten shouldn't scoop them up and get another couple of Pacific time zone schools to add to having the 2 LA schools, USC and UCLA. But I don't get any sense that they really want to, because it continues to destabilize all of college sports. And you have, if the Pac-12 doesn't exist anymore, that will feel odd. It will feel destabilized. And frankly,
the whole thing feels chaotic now as it is. And it's not like, it's funny because like as you get older, you find yourself, of course, hearkening back to the conferences of your youth. I remember when it was just the Big 8, when it was Nebraska and Oklahoma.
Remember when the Big East played football and not just basketball?
Well, that's the thing. But now we're hearkening back to like 2 years ago.
Right.
Like this stuff is so chaotic, like any sort of conference affiliation is going to feel silly.
And that's where the discussion around how players have been able to, for a couple of years now, been able to profit off the field from their name, image, and likeness. They can profit off their personal brand. Someone's willing to pay them to advertise something or just to be a part of the team, essentially. Then they are now allowed to make money off the field doing that, as opposed to just the same scholarship that I got 20 years ago and that everyone else got 50 and 60 years ago. But people tend to focus on the athlete and have an issue with that and the greed that they feel is associated with that, when what's really destabilizing the entire intercollegiate athletic landscape, it's not the transfer portal, it's not NIL, it's the money grabs of the conferences. It's the cash grab from the institutions who are the main ones destabilizing the entire space here, grabbing this team from that conference, grabbing that school from that conference, the big buyouts from the coaches. People aren't as bothered by that as they are by seeing, where Johnny Manziel doing the money sign years ago, and people were, felt uncomfortable with that. But if that were today, he wouldn't need to be doing the money sign after a touchdown pass, because Johnny Manziel was never going to make money as a professional quarterback, but he should have had the opportunity to make money as a collegiate quarterback because of what he did for the brand of Texas A&M football.
And he would have just stayed there as long as possible.
Would have made all the sense
made all
in the
the
world,
money in the world.
And made plenty of money in doing it. But the Big Ten, if conferences start to erode, which it looks like will happen, the Big Ten will add teams. I don't really think they want
What's
to.
the end game? What's the end game?
It looks most likely Big 20 is probably where it ends up going. They will likely add Oregon and Washington, maybe Stanford and Cal as well. If Oregon and Washington were to stay in the Pac-12, they could dominate the Pac-12 and just win a bunch of championships. But, get into a bunch of minutia about whether or not the college football playoff still includes the Pac-12, if it is this lesser version, and all these other things that may be different if the conference is no longer really one of the what we think of as the Power Five right now.
So the Big 20 is Anthony Herron's guess as to where we end up. All right, good. I got it. Thank you. That was very helpful. Appreciate it. It's Parkins and Spiegel.
All the Big Ten talk you get on this station in a month, just sort of condensed into about 5 minutes right there.
Danny's in Montana. I got Big Ant Heron here. Alex Kuhn is on the other side of the glass, along with the great Chris Tannehill. Jed Hoyer was on the station with Bernstein and Holmes. We'll be sprinkling throughout the show some stuff from Jed. You're going to hear him talk about Cody Bellinger and a man who will be on this show in about 15 minutes, Jamer Candelaria. We'll do that next on The Score.
Hey, NFL fanatics, check out First and Pod, starring the Score's own Danny Parkins, with co-host Pittsburgh sports talker and Parkins' buddy, Andrew Filipponi. It's local NFL fanaticism on a national scale.
You and Tanny all last week trying to have conversations about this movie that I was dying to see, and you were very often very careful, very cautious. I respected it. And you would say, well, let's not spoil it for Speaks. Let's not do that. I don't want to do that. And then I'd leave the room, and then maybe you guys would talk a little more.
Yeah.
There was one moment where you said one thing, and it was like the equivalent when somebody has seen a game that you have on the DVR, and they're like, oh, I won't spoil anything, but stay to the end.
Okay, so we're going to play something here, and Speaks is going to tell me off mic what I said
I'm going to tell you.
To spoil it so that we don't spoil it for the audience. And then when we come back from this clip that Tanny's going to play, I'm going to have been told what I told to Spiegel. I genuinely do not know.
Yeah.
And then I will determine whether or not I believe that I actually spoiled it.
And if you're watching on Twitch or YouTube, you'll see us talking about it, or you can jump there right now to see this.
All right,
okay?
go ahead, Tanny.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah.
I disagree that it's a spoiler.
I'm telling you.
I'm saying it. I'm saying it.
No, I don't think you should.
Tanny, can I get some validation?
I don't know what it is.
Know what it is.
It's been a week and a half now, right? The movie's been out for a week and a half.
I really don't think you should say it.
Such an innocuous thing.
I disagree firmly.
Well, you want to tell me in cue while I play the music?
Hold on. Yes.
Oh, that's ridiculous.
Come on.
Thank you.
Come on, Speaks.
Thank you.
That's not anywhere close to being a spoiler.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
And that's why I'm going to say
the way he said it, the way he is.
I said that on the Friday show right after I saw the movie with Speaks wasn't here.
Right.
I said
it was a reason to see the movie.
I'm saying it.
Yes, you said it.
Because now people will know.
Yeah, exactly. We want people to know
it's the
how
way
wrong
that he
you
said
were.
it. It's the way that he said it.
I said Robert Downey Jr. is going to win the Oscar.
Mm-hmm. Why are you cringing?
How does that spoil the movie?
Put your glasses back on, Speaks.
It does spoil the movie.
Spoil the movie.
So you're upset that you went and saw a good performance by Robert Downey Jr.?
Oh, no, it was good.
He's
an
A-list actor.
There's a lot of other people that were good, too.
Did you want to hate him going into it after hearing what Danny said?
No.
And all of a sudden you were disappointed that he was so awesome in the movie?
As long as we're talking about it, let's talk about it. Here's the deal. Here's the deal. Forget it. Here's the deal. Now, this is going to be a spoiler. Telling people right now.
No.
Yes.
You're the bad
I'm going to spoil it.
This might be Spieg's definition of a spoiler.
No.
The bomb goes off.
This is 100% a spoiler to indicate to you why that was a spoiler. Okay?
No.
I don't love it.
No.
Yeah, I don't love that.
No, that's
all right,
crazy.
Forget it.
Okay, yes. All right. Someone who won an Oscar, or who I think could win an Oscar, who probably cost 8 figures to get in the movie, has a pivotal role in the movie.
Speaks. A spoiler would be Robert Downey Jr. shows up in the Iron Man suit to stop the bomb.
A spoiler.
Vibes are awfully good at Wrigley Field. I was there last night. We'll talk about that a little bit later on, just what it feels like at that place, and you'll hear from Jed Hoyer, president of baseball operations, talking about what it feels like at that place. He was on with Bernstein and Holmes earlier in the day. This is Parkins and Spiegel. I'm Matt Spiegel. Anthony Herron is in for Danny today. We're going to talk to Jeimer Candelario in about, 8-9 minutes. But I want you to hear Jed from earlier today talking about Cody Bellinger and Jeimer Candelario, what they are bringing to the lineup and how that is affecting everybody with this Cubs offense, which leads MLB in scoring since the All-Star break.
We felt like the single most impactful offensive contribution that we could add was, obviously Jeimer is a switch hitter, but a position player that could really hit right-hand pitching. We felt like there was definitely times during the year it felt like we hit lefties better than righties. I think that the emergence of Tauchman has limited that somewhat. Obviously, Bellinger has been good against both left and right, but that was something we really wanted. How can we lengthen out the lineup with someone that can hit right-hand pitching well? Obviously, he can move around to first and third and DH. And I really believe that with the rules now, you can't go into August and grab a guy off waivers if you have an injury. And so really having some offensive depth, I love the fact that we'll have to give guys more days off now when we have, really difficult decisions. I like the fact that Rossi has to make real hard choices now every single day on who to put in the lineup. And that's a great thing because, there's going to be injuries over the next 2 months. And I think sometimes we forget how long it is after the deadline to the end of the year. And in my job, it feels even longer now because we don't have the ability to grab guys in August.
No, you don't. So you got to make that call nice and early. As I look at the stats right now against right-handed pitching, the Cubs are up to 9th in OPS in all of baseball against right-handed pitching. And just the presence of lefty bats of consequence. It's funny because we saw it when the Red Sox were here and Masataka Yoshida had that unbelievable series as a lefty and Rafael Devers homered as a lefty and Tristan Casas, who's their big first baseman who just won Rookie of the Month for July, was destructive as a lefty. Like at the time, the Cubs numbers against as hitters batting left were absolutely brutal. And we did a whole segment of it on this show. And they've gotten a lot better with Bellinger's explosion, right. Continued Mike Tauchman, excellence in terms of what he can do, and now Candelario.
To have the ability to make adjustments on the fly. It's one thing we look back to last season and see David Ross do that with their more aggressive approach. That was a big key in leading to them kind of turning a corner last year, but the fluidity within the lineup, within the roster, and how that can allow you to attack certain matchups. If you say that, everyone out here is just gonna struggle against righties, then all right, there's a bit of a problem. If everyone's gonna struggle against lefties, that's a huge problem. Mm-hmm. But now when you have a switch hitter who can be dominant from either side, who can be accountable from either side of the plate, makes a big difference. And you can now try to go in game plan wise and make those adjustments. You have a catcher who you can count on to sort of manage your staff in making adjustments. Now you can think the game at a high level, but having a plan is only one thing. Can you actually execute it and say, here's how we want to attack an individual opponent? Now having more fluidity to the lineup and to the way that guys can actually execute depending on the matchup. Now when you're in a playoff chase, even if you didn't make every move in the world, but this with Candelario, it can be a huge move, a key move in saying that now that fluidity we're allowed within the lineup can help us maybe try to win this division.
While doing some of the research prepping for the interview with Jeimer, we were talking before the show about this coach with the Cubs, Juan Cabreja, who I think Taylor McGregor mentioned last night. He's in his 20th year with the Cubs organization, and he knows Jeimer since he was, I think, 15 or 16 years old in the Dominican Republic. But as the story goes, that is written by Patrick Mooney and yesterday's version of The Athletic, it was last time the Nationals were in town, Jeimer was joking to Juan Cabreja, the coach of the Cubs, his assistant hitting coach, his old friend, saying, keep winning. You guys keep winning. Maybe I'll get traded here and we can reunite. So don't you love the fact that bloggers and talk show hosts been throwing out Jamer Candelario's name like, hey, how about a reunion? So was he.
Right.
So was he throwing out his own name to his old buddy, Juan Cabreja.
And it feels that much better when you know someone is eager to be here, when someone began their career here, and we obviously feel like Wrigley Field is a special place. We've seen what the fan base can be when that place is cooking, and to know that the players sensed that, the Candelario felt that when he was there, enough to actually even mention it live in action, in game, and seemed eager about it. Now it's come to fruition, and then 2 games in from delivering in the way that he's delivering. You don't necessarily see, the story play out in this way like it has been here early.
I mean, that's just so cool, like to think about that personal relationship he's got with this dude. He saw him walking around in a Cubs t-shirt in the Dominican as he's a young player, and everybody was asking this guy for, give me a shirt. And apparently Juan Cabreja literally took the shirt that he was wearing.
Really?
Took the shirt off his back and gave it to young Jamer Candelario. Calls him his baseball dad.
Yeah.
And now they're reunited on this team right now. And that's part of the mix and part of the chemistry of this thing.
And I mean, we already had we could talk a lot about Christopher Morel and what he did just from a vibe perspective, how vibrant a personality that he is and what he exudes.
Hell yes.
And, you add more of that while also adding someone who's just his productivity in the lineup and his versatility defensively, being able to fill in multiple spots. He hadn't played as much first base in recent years, but
he's a DH, man.
The ability to be there and be a part of things and be a movable piece that's extremely productive while enhancing the intangible. Like the tangible through two games is off the charts, but the intangible that comes with that now as you're in this playoff chase, in this division title hunt.
And they're better when he's not playing defense because he's better when he's not playing defense. He's not thinking about the defense. He's he's a really instinctive player, but he's learning all these different positions, and they haven't locked in on one. And they need him to just think about his at-bats and be great. And David Ross made that point very directly with Bernstein and Holmes the other day.
Right. Well, no, I was talking about Candelario, though, being the guy who brings the productivity, the versatility, and also brings the vibes with him as well. So enhancing what you get from a positivity perspective with Morel, you get a similar thing from a vibe and a joy standpoint while also now having that consistency of productivity at the plate and a guy you can move around confidently on the infield.
We'll ask Jamer because he's talked about his mindset and he clearly has worked on the mental side of things. And that really interests me because we know Morel has and works on breathing and all sorts of stuff to make sure that he stays focused. Were there mental skills departments when you were in the NFL?
Oh yeah, without a doubt.
A psychologist or a mental skills department?
The ones who use them most, I would say, just painting a broad brush. Quarterbacks use them a lot. Specialists like punters and place kickers use them quite a bit as well. The jobs that require an enhanced level of focus on intricacy of detail and being off by a razor thin kind of margin can be something that separates you from success versus failure. So I would say those are the position groups, just painting with a broad brush, that I would say use them most. But yeah, I mean, across the board, especially in modern times as we're all more in tune with and aware of how our focus and our mental health can be a part of what leads to success as athletes. Yeah, it's been around for quite a while now, but more and more players are taking advantage of it.
And do they draw the line between mental skills and psychologists, like therapy and mental skills?
I think depending on what an individual's looking to work on or feels like they're struggling with, then it just ends up being semantics. I mean, a mental skills session can 100% turn into a therapy session, just kind of depending on the approach of the individual on the other side of the table and frankly, just what the athlete feels they need in that moment.
Yeah, no, that makes all the sense in the world. Did you utilize it? No?
No, never frowned upon it, but no. Masseuse was where I spent a lot of time with the masseuse, just getting worked out, the kinks in the shoulders, the kinks in the hamstrings. There were a bunch of that I'd have to get worked on and worked out a bunch.
You still get that? You still get massages?
I haven't as much. Man. Like I should. And I want to more frequently.
Because it does.
And especially now, I spend a lot of time sitting down now too, and so everything just kind of gets crunched and condensed. And I need to spend a lot more time doing it than I do. I recommend it for everyone out there.
It does change the body chemistry and changes it changes your mentality to get you in that relaxed spot.
Noted, you got that guy, Kirk Cousins, kinesiology major at Michigan State. And so he's very in tune with all those different aspects of it.
Did you hear Marcus Stroman talking about his body when he was talking about the hip? The hip issue that landed him.
Right. When you start throwing all arm because of it.
Yes. Yeah. And just like the way that he talked about his body, he's like, my glute just wasn't firing the right way because of the hip and everything. Right. It's like, and Jed today, in talking about Stroman, I wrote it down. He said that Marcus is more in touch with his body as an athlete, better than anyone that I've ever been around. That's what Jed Hoyer said. Because Marcus, he gets a lot out of his body and a lot out of his athleticism for being a smaller guy and an explosive athlete as he is. And you could tell when he talked about it yesterday.
Pedro Martinez at that exact same time, at a Hall of Fame level, obviously, but that exact same type of guy, diminutive pitcher who used some guile, had all kinds of stuff as well for his size too, but a very guile-based pitcher, especially as he kind of got advanced through his career a little bit more.
Yeah, but but being able to generate power the way that he did.
All the torque necessary for that and being in tune with how the lower body ties in with the upper body and the movement that you're using with the mechanics to generate the force or just the spin rate that you need to generate, even if the RPMs, the mile per hour or anything else aren't necessarily as high or as threatening to a hitter, but to be able to get the ball to move in the way that you want it to, you got to be in tune with everything as a pitcher if you're not someone who's just going to go out there Hulk style and overpower everybody.
Yeah, and that's clearly what Stroman is and what he does. Now you got me thinking, all right, the category is small but powerful pitchers. I'll take Roy Oswalt. I'll go Roy Oswalt.
Yeah.
All right, Billy Wagner. To be a closer and to be like, to be able to throw it as hard as Billy Wagner did for years and years is pretty amazing.
I mean, the Sandman wasn't big, was he?
Which Sandman?
Yeah, with the Yankees closer.
Rivera.
Yeah, Mariano Rivera wasn't huge, was he?
He was stronger, a little.
Definitely strong, and he's mainly going to throw fastballs, but he wasn't a guy with intimidating size.
I think he was pretty big.
Size on the mound.
I think Mariano was
underrating his
size. I'm going to go ahead and guess 6'1", 195.
Okay, if you count that as big, then all right.
Is that big?
I mean, it's not. It's not Kopech big, but I mean, yeah. If he's 6'1" and approaching 200 pounds, 6'2", 195.
6'2", 195.
That's definitely bigger than I anticipated.
Yes.
I would have given him 5'11", 6 foot.
I'm sorry, Anthony. You have failed. you have failed.
All right.
We're expecting to talk to Jamer Candelario any minute here on 670 The Score. And if we've got Boog Shambi coming up at 4 o'clock. So you wanted to talk some play-by-play? You want to talk some announcing?
Yes, I
Since
did.
you're really the professional announcer here of the duo. Clearly you are. But yeah.
Well, I mean, you've called more games at Wrigley than I have. I've only called one game at Wrigley.
I've never called a single college football game, sir. I've never called a TV game. I've never even been around.
Frankly, what I was going to say, though, was just that I was talking on the air about being excited for you and the opportunity you got. I'm curious from your perspective whether or not getting to call multiple full games in a row. You did so with a friend of mine, with Elise Menaker as well, and she's exceptional as a broadcaster.
She's great.
Just a great human.
And a cool moment last night when she got to sing the stretch along with Taylor McGregor too,
super jealous.
by the way.
Super jealous.
Yeah. But no, Elise was a total pro. Made it very, very easy.
But do you feel like you're now looking to switch careers? Like, are you, now that you've got the full bug, you've gotten full games several times in a row here? Like, how different did you feel after several full games in a row versus just an inning here or there?
Hold that thought. We'll get to that a little bit later on in the show. But we're going to be talking to the Cubs' newest player, Jamer Candelario, in a moment.
We've got breaking Cubs news. The Cubs have just traded for Jamer Candelario.
Candelario lines a base set to right for his first big league base hit.
Funny how the baseball world works, and my first spring training here, he was there and a teammate. So
it's gone. Jamer Candelario floating around those bases. His first major league home run.
Such a terrific kid. Works hard, really cares, and I'm excited for him. He's had this resurgent year.
They called him the Candyman. You don't get called the Candyman if you can't play.
How about Candelario? A 4-hit game.
The Parkins and Spiegel Show. Afternoons on The Score.
It is the Parkins and Spiegel Show, and joining us right now on the Score Hotline, powered by IBEW Local 9, Chicago's original powerhouse since 1892. Let's talk to Jeimer Candelario. Jeimer, welcome to 670 The Score. How are you?
Thank you, guys. Thank you guys for having me here. I'm doing really well here right now in the stadium, and can't wait.
That's awesome. Now, first of all, help us out because now we have you directly. It is Jeimer Candelario, right? Because I remember that we all got the pronunciations wrong at the very beginning, your first time around. So now we can get it right.
Yeah, that's awesome. That's good. That's perfect right there.
Okay, good.
It's Jeimer Candelario.
You
perfect. You get
there you go. Nailed it. How does it feel to be back with the Cubs and back, at Wrigley Field with the energy that's been there the last couple nights?
It's great. It feels great. We got it. It's just coming back. I remember when I signed here, and I make my debut here in Wrigley Field. It was awesome, man. We got a really good team. I'm looking forward to helping my team win. Like you said, Wrigley Field is special. The fan base, the atmosphere, the passion the fan has for the game that's get us going, and I really like that, and I love that.
Professional athletes don't always get an opportunity for their story, their career arc to kind of feel like it's coming full circle. So for you, in being here previously and seeing it as a younger player, and now to be the key cog, the main acquisition that was made in this playoff push, this division title push that the Cubs are hoping to make, how excited were you? What did that feel like to know that they were willing to push and make sure that you were going to be a part of this again?
No, for sure. It feels good. It feels amazing. That they select me and get me to help the team win. That's in my mind. Every time I would go to bed, I pray and God, and after that, I just putting myself in a good position to help the team win day by day, and that's what we're doing right now. We're concentrating day by day, game by game, and try to win the ball game every single day.
We told the listeners some of the details about your relationship with Juan Cabreja, the assistant hitting coach, and how you joked about it. Last time the Nationals were in town, you said, "You guys keep winning, maybe I'll get traded here." That's so you we're hoping for that on multiple levels. Tell us about how you feel about Juan, if you would.
I feel great. Juan is one of those guys like my dad and Juan and Fran Badez is some guys that really, really means a lot in my baseball. When I started, everything started in Dominican Republic when I got signed. He was one of the guys that gave me good advice. He was the guy that helped me how to develop my routine in Dominican Republic when I was young. And I always looking forward with him over there in Dominican, and now just be with him here and in the big leagues, and it's a dream. It's a dream. It's something that is really special, and it's a good story for sure. He's a great guy, and he always working hard and looking forward to help their players.
You have a reputation, Jeimer, for always hustling, always giving 100%, and a lot of the Washington media was talking about that, noticing it. Why does that matter to you? To make sure that you're always giving 100% out there.
For sure, I want to be able to do my best, because I want to do always my best, putting me in a good position to succeed. And after the game, I could go in my bed and sleep well, because I do everything I can to be better and helping my team win. For me, it's really you making your routine and following your routine. The 100% is day by day is gonna make you a really good player, and that's my mindset all the time. Working hard is gonna pay off.
And Jeimer, my sport I played was American football, and in the NFL, there aren't as many times where someone gets traded during the season and immediately is expected to go and show up and play well. And, people kind of don't pay as much attention to the relationships that you build in one spot and how that can carry over to another place. I'm wondering, in the locker room, your actual teammates, you have a few relationships that were already there in place before. Who are a couple of the guys that you were already kind of tight with as you returned here to Wrigley?
Yeah, I know really, really well. I played with him a year and a half in the minor leagues. I know Solai. I know a couple guys that since we play in the minor leagues, probably not in the same team, but against them. You know, Bellinger, I play against him a lot in the minor leagues and the big leagues too. The Swanson, everybody. I kind of know everybody here. I played too with Palmer. You know, I played with him in Detroit 5 years in a row. So Tuck, you know, I played with him in Detroit. So we make here in baseball, we make good friendships, and thanks God that you know, the guys welcome me like a family, like I'm part of the team, and that's what we're searching right now, to be together every single day and win ball games.
Man, that's really cool. Jamer, most ball clubs, like, they're always looking for guys in the clubhouse who could be connectors, you know, sort of glue guys. And sometimes it's about connecting cultures, whether it's like the Latino players and the American players, and somebody who can speak both languages, like you clearly do, born in New York and then, you know, spent most of your life in the Dominican. Do you like being that connector with some of the different cultures in the clubhouse?
For sure. We are the same. I feel like no matter if you're from Dominican or you're from the United States or from Japan or Korea or something, we are the same. We all treat the same. We learn together. We lost together and we win together. And for me, it's special. It's really amazing to know people around the world.
So, Jamer Candelario, I've been to the Dominican Republic twice, and one time, the last time I was there, I went to see Águilas play in the Winter League. Yeah, that I never felt anything like the vibe in that stadium. It wasn't even a big game, but every two-strike pitch, people on their feet every single time. There's nothing like it. The baseball in the Dominican, is there?
Yes, man. Baseball in Dominican is amazing. A lot of competition. The fans demand a lot. They want to win every single game. If you're a player, you better do good, because they're gonna get on you. If you're doing good, they're gonna cheer for you, and if you're doing bad, they're gonna let you know. So it's really demanding over there in the Dominican Republic, but a really good baseball over there. The fans are involved of every play. Every game, they follow their players. It's amazing over there in the Dominican Republic. They love baseball. That's under our blood, and for us, it's really special over there in the Dominican Republic, baseball.
Jamer, there's been a few guys on the infield. There's been a lot of conversation about who's going to play where and where they fit into the defensive structure of how important that is to the Cubs' success this season. So we're seeing you play first base. What has Rossi shared with you about what your most consistent spot will be defensively?
Yeah, I just tell myself, work hard both sides, and first base and third base. I'm available, or whatever Ross want to do. He's the manager. Whatever he's going to do, and he thinks that I'm going to help the team win. I'm going to be there for the team, and like I said, I'm here to win ball games. I'm here to help my team win, and that's all I got.
So we like proclamations on this show, and when Christopher Morel, do you hear what he said after the game last night? He said,
I didn't.
He said, we're going to make the playoffs. That's what Christopher said. He shouted it out on TV. Would you like to join Christopher Morel in proclaiming that, Jamer? No pressure.
But for sure, that's what we want. We're going to the playoffs. That's what we're searching right now. We're working really hard to get there. We got two more months, and these 2 more months, we got to be the best or like a player. We got to come every single day to win ball games, and that's the mindset. That's the mindset. We're gonna make the playoffs. That's the mindset all the time, for sure. Every single day, trying to win ball games. I think that's really good vibes, and I'm backing up that. I'm really with him, too.
All right, there it is. There it is. You heard it here. Jamer Candelario, nice to meet you, man. Nice to talk to you. Welcome back, and really looking forward to watching you play the rest of this season.
Thank you, sir. Have a good one. God bless you.
Okay, that's Jamer Candelario right here on 670 The Score.
I love the way he pronounces good vibes. That's got to be part of the show now. I'm guessing Tanny's going to use that on occasion.
I think it gets to join the lexicon. I think that is true. It is 670 The Score. It's Parkins and Spiegel with Anthony Herron sitting in for Danny. All right, and now we pivot to the negative. the yin and the yang of the White Sox trades and the fallout of such. We've got, a respected prospect analyzer saying wonderful things about some of the prospects, and one in particular. But then we have one of the departed players, perhaps shedding a little light on what had gotten rotten. So we'll do all that next here on 670 The Score.
With that, we'll pivot to the negative.
The historic offseason has come and gone. Now it's time to put it all together as training camp begins. As the team prepares to unveil their new look roster, The Score will have you covered.
I said nothing about them actually giving you an open microphone on an actual radio show.
Yeah, but we just needed to get rid of him from back here. You need to talk to us about some Adult Swim shows or something like that, something called Robot Chicken, and asking us who we want to win between Georgia and TCU. I don't care. I don't care. So we put him in there, and you deal with him for 6 minutes.
Wow.
And there are actually some questions about him from one last thing. So
what do you expect out of me? I'm his kid. I have to be a little bit like him, right?
A little bit annoying?
It was a tough 35 minutes, I'll tell you that.
See, they usually
it really wasn't that bad.
No, it wasn't.
And usually when our show ends, before I leave, I'll print out some crossword puzzles and do some promos, and then I usually go in and do a lap and sort of see how Shane and Tanny are doing, and then I go in and all they're doing is making fun of Parkins and Spiegel the entire time, and then I get a laugh out of that and I go home.
From the 217, Jason Bernstein, what does your dad do that embarrasses you the most?
Oh, God. There's a plethora of things that I could go through. Probably when he yells in public at either my sister or me, and he has no idea how loud he is. It's very humiliating, and then we get all of these looks, and...
Well, stop being an idiot. I won't yell.
There you go. I think you should stop being an idiot and stop yelling.
I think
there are better ways to handle things like that.
Oh, no.
There's two of them. I can't tell which one's which right now.
There was a football coach I covered, and he said his wife is always mad at him because when he is home, all he does is yell at the kids for doing dumb bleep. And he says, well, if they'd stop doing dumb bleep, I wouldn't.
Who said, what coach was this?
Adam Gase.
Oh, God.
No. The greatest offensive mind in the century.
Oh, no. He really got the most out of Jay Cutler. And then he went to the Jets.
You made me empathize with Adam Gase. Now you've done it.
I love Gase.
Jason, which show does your dad hate the most?
This one. By a mile. It's not about sports. It's just a show where they just clown around the entire time. Yeah, we hear that a lot.
You sound like management. From Dead Medic on Twitch, for both of the Jasons, what is your favorite cereal?
Oh, Captain Crunch All Berries. Or not all berries, I'm sorry. Captain Crunch with berries.
Idiot. Crunch Berries, it's called.
Crunch Berries is good.
Berries.
Oh, boy. Crunch Berries is good. And
sorry, you didn't teach me well enough.
Crunch Berries is my favorite, but I like that they put out this all berries. Oops, all berries, like it's some big mistake, and it's a delightful mistake.
Redirect. So I'll put a bow on this one as we thank.
Jason, did you bring either Jason? And you got the bow today.
Bring the bow.
Supposed to bring the bow.
Danny usually brings the bow.
We probably had some in here, but Shane cleared all the Christmas stuff.
Yeah.
Screw Christmas.
Shane threw like a wrecking ball to all the decorations.
That's what people don't realize. It wasn't like a little dainty, let me take this out, I'll take this. Like, get this crap out of here. Like, it was literally throwing stuff and yanking out the cords. It
with
was
such urgency.
Really intense.
Like it was a fire hazard, and he was concerned about our safety.
I didn't have much time.
It is the one-man war on Christmas.
disgusting way to do talk radio, isn't it?
Afternoons on the Score.
A chance for Jesus Sanchez. Jazz at third, he was the placed runner. Avi at second, he was intentionally walked. Berger, the runner at first, he was hit by a pitch. 8-8 in the 12th. Kobe deals. Flipped over third. It's gonna drop in for a base hit. It's a Marlins win.
While everybody celebrates on the field, let me just say this. There's always a particular game throughout the course of the season that at season's end you can look back on. Remember this date. Remember this game against the Philadelphia Phillies. What a great win for the Marlins tonight.
Wow. So the Marlins broadcast crew thinks they had one of those games. One of those John Lester squeeze bunt to score Jason Hayward and beat the Mariners games. The Marlins scored 2 in the 8th, 1 in the 9th, 2 in the 10th, 1 in the 11th, and 1 in the 12th to come back and beat the Phillies 9-8 last night. And in that game, former White Sox player Jake Berger was very much part of the action. He went 2 for 4 last night, had a run scored, also had a walk. And there's that 813 OPS in the Marlins box score for Berger. And how about that? So, I mean, a lot of fun. Jake Berger, a likable guy. He was probably very happy last night, wasn't he? I got to assume that Jake Berger was enjoying himself quite a bit. And here he is talking about the culture in Miami.
The clubhouse was awesome. They welcomed me with open arms, and not all the way there on the names yet, but we'll get there. But no, that was so fun. I just texted my wife after this game. It's the most fun I've had on a baseball field in a really long time. So it's special.
Well, and you mentioned, when with the White Sox, you saw the Marlins earlier this season. They came back in 2 out of 3 of those games. Did you see that magic tonight? What did you learn about this team and kind of that fight that they have in them? Yeah, that's what I saw in Chicago a month and a half ago, and when kept fighting back, and that was I actually had that thought out on the field today. I'm like, hey, this is what this culture is here, and we're never out of it. Doesn't matter what the score is. We're just going to keep battling.
Skip mentioned that he had a hamburger for lunch today, and that they were doing a $5 burger promotion here. How does it feel to have an entire promotion dedicated to you?
Yeah, that was sweet. My wife took a picture in front of one of the signs out there, so that's awesome. I think it's really cool that a team puts out a promotion like that for me. So I feel at home already.
Do you like burgers?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, smash burgers though. See how I worked it in.
You know who's really disappointed when they heard Jake Berger was gone?
Who's that?
My 5-year-old.
Really?
We took him to a game. We went to Sox Park earlier in the season.
And that's the one he fell in love with.
Well, when he saw the name, it tickled him. He just giggled when he saw, Jake Berger out there playing ball.
Yeah.
So I told him when the transaction happened. And so during the game, then we just, he's a 5-year-old, and the games aren't as long as they used to be, but they're still a little bit lengthy for a 5-year-old at times. So we're just finding different things to keep each other entertained. So we start goofing around with Jake Berger's name. So he's Jake Fresh Squeezed Lemonade. He comes. He's Jake. Helmet full of nachos. We're just playing. Different food and drink items. Just kind of playing.
This is great material for a 5-year-old.
Right. And we were living it up, just coming up with everything under the sun. Jake nachos.
So did you tell him that he got traded?
Told him he got traded, and he was rather disappointed. Like, you mean Jake Fresh Squeezed Lemonade? Oh. Well, yes. I mean, he's Jake Berger, but yes, he is unfortunate. He is unfortunately no longer with the White Sox.
You need to film that and put it on social media and get precious clicks out of your child. I still remember the kid who was crying because Brent Lillibridge got traded. Remember that? But he's my favorite guy. Bishop could have lived on forever.
We were like that,
man, there's so much in there of Jake Berger talking about the culture and most fun I've had in a really long time. Tanny, you wrote it as most fun in a long time, but when he said it, it says most fun I've had in a really long time.
I mean, unsurprising, but confirmation. Confirmation of how little fun they were having. Like, we were having very little fun watching them and talking about them. So it's not surprising that they weren't having a lot of fun doing what we've been looking at them doing.
Texture says, I picture Jake Berger standing on the field after that win with his arms in the air like Tim Robbins in Shawshank Redemption after he crawls through the pipe and escapes. I made it! Yeah, that's a good call. After the game, or actually during the game, Kim Ng, the general manager for the Florida Marlins, was talking about some of the trades that went down and talking about her relationships in baseball and got very specific.
Fourth inning, a scoreless ball game, Phillies and Marlins. We welcome you inside the broadcast booth. Paul Severino, Tommy Hutton, and of course Marlins GM Kim Ng. How long was Berger on the radar for you guys?
For some time. I know that everybody thinks that these conversations basically just sort of pop up and they happen very quickly.
Sure.
Sometimes these deals take 2 weeks. Sometimes, for example, the Pablo Lopez deal.
Right.
That was probably over the course of a year, where you've gathered information and you have a pretty good idea about how other clubs feel about the player, and then finally the time is right. So these deals really do take quite a long time. Sometimes, the Berger deal, I wouldn't put a time frame on it, but it was not something that came together quickly.
That brings up a good point, and the importance of establishing relationships with the other GMs and the other organizations to then make calls or have them call you to start deals in the making.
No, critically important in my mind. Kenny Williams, president of baseball operations for the White Sox, he and I have known each other for about 30 years, worked together at the White Sox. And so I think it is important to have those relationships and know personalities.
They set up the middle for Castellanos. They'll hold Harper at third base, an RBI for Castellanos.
What the hell? So that's who Kim Ng was talking to. That's who Kim Ng was not talking to Rick Hahn. He was talking to Kenny Williams a lot and for a long time as this trade was worked out. Does that jump out to you, Tanny, in terms of the power structure questions that have hounded the organization for decades?
We got to be careful because there was no follow-ups after that. There was no certainty as to who was the point man or person on the deal itself, but one can infer, there can be an assumption that Kenny was the one that Kim was talking to, and they do have the relationship as she noted. But maybe what I wanted to happen, Speaks, remember this was a couple months ago when we talked about scenarios with the White Sox where it was like, if you had to have things stay the same, if you know they're not going to change in season, what would you prefer to happen? Remember, Speaks, I said I would like Kenny Williams, the architect of the 2005 team, to wrangle control back of this franchise, and if they're going to do a rebuild, have him make the deals. And if he made all the deals, we don't know if that's true or not, but if he made this deal, it was a generally favorable deal, and we'll get to that in a little bit. But I think if Kenny's got control back of this franchise, I would rather have that. I think if you have to have the same regime tear it down again, I like that Kenny's behind the wheel here.
Well, but it doesn't necessarily have to mean that Rick Hahn was completely cut out of the process either, right?
No,
it
of course
can mean
not.
that Kim and Kenny have a working relationship from the past.
No, that's absolutely true, and it takes a village to run the White Sox, especially
into the ground.
Yeah.
Did you see though that Jake Berger actually even tweeted out when Kim Ng got hired by the Marlins as the first GM in MLB history? Jake Berger actually even tweeted about it because his sister is the head tennis coach, like a college tennis coach at Missouri State.
Right.
I think it is. Yeah, Missouri State head tennis coach, his sister Ellie. And when this happened, Jake actually tweeted out, back in 2020 when Kim Ng got hired, said, ever since my sister, Ellie Berger, was little, she wanted to work in baseball and eventually become a GM. It almost seemed impossible to her until this hire was made. I know Kim Ng has inspired my sister today and will continue to inspire her throughout her career. That was way back when Kim Ng got hired by the Marlins.
That's really cool.
Back in 2020.
That's really cool. Love that. Texter's really enjoying that Nick Castellanos ended and basically interrupted that piece because that's his thing. That's what he does.
Williams, president of baseball operations for the White Sox. He and I have known each other for about 30 years. Worked together at the White Sox. And so I think it is important to have those relationships and know personalities.
They sit up the middle for Castellanos.
As there's a drive in a deep left field by Castellanos, it will be a home run.
So it's amazing. It's just a single. And that's because nobody said anything terrible.
Right, yeah.
Like nobody was eulogizing anyone.
That was terrible. To some.
How aware do you think Castellanos is of that?
That's a great question. I do not know. But I mentioned this. Jim Callis from MLB Pipeline was on the Sox Talk podcast and was talking about how well the White Sox did in these trades. Excuse me, this was on Mully and Haugh. My mistake. So great. So this is Jim Callis talking about how great these the trades were, and there's one in particular, Jake Burger for Jake Eder, the lefty pitcher. Jim Callis, very, very, very favorable about that deal.
The Marlins have made the playoffs, I think, twice in 29 years without a pandemic, and they're desperate for power. And I think a couple of years from now, and I love Jake Burger. I root for Jake Burger. But I think a couple of years from now, there's a very good chance people are going to look back and say, I cannot believe the Marlins traded Jake Eder for Jake Burger. I think it could be similar. Not as bullish, but I was not as bullish on Pete Crow Armstrong when they traded him. But at the time, like Pete Crow Armstrong with the Cubs, when he got traded, the Mets traded him for 2 months of Javi Baez and Trevor Williams. Pete Crow Armstrong could barely play because he got hurt his first pro season, and there were questions about how much impact he'll be, and he's become a much better player. But I remember at the time talking to an executive with another team who was like, I cannot believe the Mets just traded Pete Crow Armstrong for Javi Baez. Like, that makes no sense. And I think we might look back if Jake Eder becomes what I think he can become and say, I can't believe the Marlins just traded Jake Burger for Jake Eder.
Wow.
Although they will control Burger for a longer period of time.
Wow. Yeah, so they've got more control for Burger, but Eder, that's Callis and others think he is a potential top of the rotation left-handed starting pitcher.
How good do you think Jake Burger can be? Like, how do you view his ceiling?
We'll answer that when we come back on 670 The Score.
How would you like to join Parkins and Spiegel at Wrigley Field for a Cubs game?
I'm a trough guy at Wrigley.
That's right. Be listening to the Parkins and Spiegel show all week long from 2 to 6 p.m. for your chance to win a pair of tickets to see the Cubs take on the Royals at Wrigley Field and hang out with Parkins and Spiegel on Friday.
How about this? With a minimum of 80 plate appearances, you want to guess who has the highest slugging percentage in the majors right now?
It's him.
It's him. It's
because
Jake
he's only
Burger.
been over 80 since yesterday.
Yeah.
But even still,
who's the closest guy to him? It's crazy. It's somebody has 40 more at bats or something, right, Chuck?
Yeah, everyone has. I mean, look at this. He's got 10 home runs. Mike Trout, with 80 more plate appearances, has 10 home runs. Jake Burger's got 20 RBIs. Mike Trout has 23 RBIs. I mean, he's doing some special stuff, and he's only played 27 games. So this is a great story in a season that has not been a great story. And when Eloy Jimenez comes back, whenever that is going to be, it could be in a week, could be 2 weeks. This is going to be interesting to see how the White Sox put together this lineup, especially if Jake Burger is playing like this.
Well, you're right, Chuck, and I said earlier this morning, and I believe it's a bit of a risk and maybe out there over my skis, but it wouldn't surprise me if Jake Burger leads the White Sox in home runs by the end of the year. That's assuming he continues to get at bats. It's a Sox. Somebody's going to probably go down and he'll have to fill in. So I think these things tend to take care of themselves. But let's say that Eloy does come back. What is the plan right now, plan A, for having everyone healthy with Burger still swinging a hot bat?
I don't know what that is. And some reporters have asked Pedro Grifol about the idea of moving Moncada to second, having Burger maybe play second just to get his bat in the lineup so all these guys could play. But you did point out something that obviously is the elephant in the room. When do the White Sox have an entirely healthy lineup? And if they do, how long will that last?
No, that was so fun. I just texted my wife after this game. It's the most fun I've had on a baseball field in a really long time.
Really long time. Oh, goodness. It's Parkins and Spiegel with Anthony Herron in for Danny. So how good could Jake Burger be?
Yeah.
You know, if dude is going to get playing time and hit 40 bombs, which is the pace that he's on and the steadiness of the power, you know, if he's going to hit 40 bombs and play a workable third base, like a survivable third base, that's a very valuable player, you know? But it's not a real run producer where you're going to look at, you know, the weighted runs created plus.
You don't view 40 bombs as a real run producer?
You know, do you view Kyle Schwarber as a real run producer? Kyle Schwarber is a really good power hitter, but some of his value is that his teammates love him, and he's got a great vibe and a great clubhouse guy, and he's become totally acceptable in left field.
Right.
I think Jake Burger evolving into a right-handed Kyle Schwarber would be a thing that's going to get him very, very paid, have a very nice career, and because his vibe is similar and his, you know, what he brings to a group is similar, then he's going to be a desirable player. But you'll have battles because of all the strikeouts and the low batting average and the low OBP because he doesn't walk a lot. You're gonna have battles about his value with the stats guys forever.
Yeah, again, unfortunately, he peaked while he was here, but he's been productive. He's been a very productive player, especially after he left the city of Chicago. And I don't know, for whatever reason, I don't view Jake Burger even quite of the same echelon as far as his ceiling as Kyle Schwarber. Like there are stretches where Kyle Schwarber looks like just this sort of dominant, imposing power hitter that you can't get out because of his eye at the plate and because he's got, you know, power to all fields. And I don't know that Jake Burger has any stretches where he strikes that level of fear in the opponent, in the opposing pitcher and staff, where it just feels like you can't get the guy out. We've seen Schwarber do that a couple of different times in his career. And, not that I don't think Schwarber maintains any elite level of consistency in doing so, but I view Schwarber's ceiling as a notch below. I mean, I view Berger's ceiling as a notch below Schwarber's ceiling.
And he obviously hasn't done it. Schwarber has shown you exactly who he is. Schwarber has a massive body of work now and has shown you who he is. And he's also terrifying at the plate, to your point. Like, he's got that thing. That's why it's part of why Madden wanted him to lead off. Because they used to say that Schwarber would get out there and I bleep the pitcher. I F the pitcher is what they would say. And Berger doesn't have that kind of gravitas, doesn't have that kind of presence or anything like that. But, you know, if you're looking for a possible future comp. Hey, another piece of news about a former Cub. Anthony Rizzo is going on the injured list for the Yankees. He has had an awful couple of months, like just horrendous. And he's going on the injured list because of a likely concussion that he suffered in a collision with Fernando Tatis Jr. in May.
Oh, wow.
In May. And I was looking at the play here, and it's Rizzo trying to hold Tatis Jr. on at first base. And Tatis is like jumping back towards the bag, and his thigh hits Rizzo in the head, flush, and Anthony's head gets jerked back. Oof. And I mean, my goodness, we know from football conversations about the lingering effects of concussions. We know from baseball players, was it Justin Morneau, whose career was effectively ruined by the long-term effects of concussions. That's very scary stuff for Anthony Rizzo.
Yeah, I'm just looking at that clip that you're referencing right there. And I mean, you know, just to see the impact there, just right next to the temple. You can see how the vibration reverberates from his head down through his neck and his shoulders and everything. And the upper body just looking like it's maybe starting to go limp. And we're talking about, you know, body types a little earlier. Anthony Rizzo's a big, thick guy too, but you can tell that jarred him in the moment as he, you know, wasn't even ready. He's trying to receive the ball at first base.
Well, we know how vulnerable the brain is, and in terms of the musculature of the head, and we know how confusing it is to try and figure out the long-term effects of concussions. Right. He apparently just said this week to manager Aaron Boone that he was feeling foggy, that he was starting to feel foggy. So they think it goes all the way back to that. Good luck to Anthony Rizzo. That's
now, as soon as you said he was going on the injured list, I just assumed back. I didn't even know this hit was there and was an issue, was anything that was lingering. He's been trying to play through it, or has been playing through it consistently that whole time.
It is 6:70 The Score. It's the Parkins and Spiegel Show. Speaks and Big Ant Heron here. And coming up next, our guy Boog Shambi from the Marquee Sports Network will join us here on The Score.
The Cubs were buyers at the trade deadline.
You realize that this group believes in each other, and it's definitely the right thing to do to keep them together.
And now they're chasing down the Central Division lead.
Bellinger drives one in the air. Get out the pit.
You said that you want to defend David Ross on his quotes on Christopher Morel. I don't know that there's this big path for every day at bats. And he has 9 home runs in his first 12 games. And you want to defend the indefensible when you wanted him up here at the beginning.
I did.
So how are you going to defend your guy, David Ross? I don't know that there's this big path for every day at bats to the most exciting player in Chicago baseball right now, Christopher Morel. You have my full attention.
All right, good. Because, you know, Ross is getting raked over the coals for having the audacity to say that. And you got to remember a couple things. It was May the 8th when he said that, and they called him up. Nico Horner was healthy. He got hurt that night. So it was before Nico got hurt, and the opportunity presented itself for more regular at-bats.
Yeah, no, it's fascinating.
And Cody Bellinger was also healthy, and so that was before that got exposed. The 3 outfield spots were set. Wisdom was still considered on fire after his hot start. There was no spot for him. But there were some offensive numbers in the second half for Morel.
Did you hear about the 9 homers? How about that number? 9 homers. He leads all of baseball if you combine AAA in the big leagues.
Yeah, it's 20
in homers. It's 20 in 41 games. Pretty good.
You're an idiot.
Why am I an idiot? You're the guy defending the indefensible.
Because you're wearing Christopher Morel's style eye black on your face.
That's right.
Is this a thing now?
Every time he hits a home run, I'm coming in here and put it on. What do you think? What are these? Is it like
Tiger stripes?
Tiger stripes. I I think this is a good look for me. I just took this black magic marker and put on the eye black.
Is that a permanent
under each eye? We'll figure out if it's permanent or not.
It might be permanent.
I don't know. It says made in Mexico, and it says non-toxic. So that's all I needed to know to put it on my face.
Okay.
I stand with Christopher Morel as the designated hitter in the middle of the lineup, getting every day at bats.
All right, designated, I'm good with that.
Jed was wrong. David Ross was wrong. And if loving Christopher Morel is wrong, then I don't want to be right.
I feel you.
What are you trying to solve? Cubs play-by-play man for the Marquee Network.
In the air, center field. Tachman back. Back some more near the wall. And he caught it. What a grab.
Oh, yes, he did. Oh,
holy cow. He saved the game. Mike Tachman with a game-saving grab over the wall. And the Cubs win.
Boog Shambi.
Well, I have no idea. Who are you talking about? Who is that guy? Oh, geez, I thought he was still with the Marlins. No, huh?
No, he made it to the big leagues.
Oh, geez, that's terrific. Okay, very nice. Yeah, how's he doing? Is he doing okay?
He's doing okay. He was tired from how far away he had to walk for game one. He was very upset about the parking situation.
Yeah, I think everything's going to be fine. They'll probably get us back when we go over there. We'll probably have to park at the cemetery over there.
Boog Shambi.
What happened to the Boog person?
With Parkins and Spiegel on 670 The Score.
Boog Shambi joins us right now on the Score Hotline, powered by IBEW Local 9, Chicago's original powerhouse since 1892. Hello, Boog person.
What's up? How you guys doing?
We are good. Anthony Herron is here in for Danny Parkins today. So there's
what's up, Anthony?
What's up, Boog?
There's 100% less Parkins on today's show.
That is mathematically accurate.
Yes,
I would say under circumstances.
Can
I pose a question to Boog?
Yes, go for it.
I
Anthony.
recall a couple of years ago when you were very early in the process here with the Cubs, with calling the games, and with Marquee. And you were on. I love listening to Matt and Danny, or Danny and Matt, just depending on which version of the show you've heard over the years. And they had you on the show, and there were some queries about just like the energy level of the broadcast, as it was still early and the team wasn't good. And your response was essentially, well, guys, the team's not good. And they're not scoring runs.
I remember that.
So I'm wondering at this point, Boog, now that the team is very good and they're scoring ample runs, does it feel like your energy and the energy in Wrigley Field is a bit different than it was a couple years ago?
I mean, I don't know what to tell you in terms of my energy. I mean, I'm trying to reflect sort of, the micro and the macro as it relates to the way they've played that game, and then also sort of what the vibe of the team is. I would say in the ballpark, there's no question the energy is intense and fun and really great.
Yeah, man. I mean, I didn't hear you last night, Boog, because I was there. I was there with my wife and a pal.
Nice.
And, in the fifth inning, with Morel up there, having homered his last time up, I mean, to see the crowd standing and going nuts with two strikes in the fifth freaking inning of an August game, it's like, I don't know, how often does that happen around the league? How many?
No, it happens. It's the type of stuff that happens here. It doesn't happen very many other places. I mean, I'm fortunate enough that I get to have gotten a sampling of it. It's one of the things that makes this place special, for sure.
Right? I mean, it was insane to me. I kind of couldn't get over the electricity of it. And, Pat Hughes when he went into the hall, he's like, he thinks it's worth 5 games a year, which is an absurd thing to say, but I love it. It's like, I think it's got to be worth something. I can't quantify it, but
it definitely is worth something. I mean, for sure. And I guess I don't care to quantify it. To me, it's just we get to go to work and it's a special place. And it's funny. Somebody was asking me about just the job in the overall yesterday, and I just talked about even just Fridays at home and just the hopefulness and the vibe, in perpetuity of a Friday home game at Wrigley is just super cool.
Going into those games against the Cardinals and the White Sox, and that stretch that Jed has talked about was the decisive stretch in trying to decide whether they were going to be in go-for-it mode or sell-off mode. How much do you end up recognizing that? Is that impactful for you as you're around the team and seeing the potential stress, but watching them ascend in the face of that? How much of that are you able to kind of, gravitate towards and appreciate while you're seeing them when it's on the line and doing what needed to happen for the organization to back them with some expenditures?
Well, I mean, I guess in the end, I can't, you don't know what they're actually going to do, right? So I think that you just started to feel as though the scales were being tipped in the direction of this is a team legitimately competing for a playoff spot, and they're confident, and there's just a lot of positive momentum. So I don't think I knew 100% what they were going to do, but there was that time when it started to feel like it shifted. I mean, that's for sure.
If Danny were here, he'd be spiking the ball probably. He'd be doing something dramatic and something wacky because that's the game. But he'd be probably trying to say, see, Boog, an individual game does matter. See, it does matter. Because it's crazy. Jed kind of came out and said that that certain games mattered. He said to you guys on the TV, I know they never want it to come down to a week, but the fact that it came down to a week is sort of mind-blowing in that way.
Yeah, the way it shifted, but I still would say it's whatever. If you want me to argue with, Danny in absentia, I will. But it's
he's listening in Montana right now.
It's just sort of like to try and predict what's going to happen in a single baseball game is one of the fruitless, dumbest ideas compared to other sports. It's just different. You know what I mean? It's not football. And so, and then I would also say for as much as everything is measured in baseball, I still think that the tipping point and what Jed and Carter did, if you'll forgive the mixed metaphor, but, it's like the old, the judge's old line on pornography in terms of just like, yeah, no, when I see it.
Yeah.
And so like they just knew it when they saw it, that it was tipping in the direction, and they, it's like now. I don't think it was like, if we get this far over 500, I don't think they did it that way. I think they just, they felt it and said, yeah, now we're there.
Yeah, that makes all the sense in the world. Boog Shambi's here with us on Parkins and Spiegel on 670 The Score. Deep roster now means some more ego management is required. That seems like a strength for David Ross. Do you agree?
Totally agree. Yeah, I think it's two things. I think you can position it in in a bunch of different ways. You can position it as ego management, or it's also what type of guys do you have, and is everybody just about winning? A version of this I talked to Dansby Swanson about in St. Louis. One of the nights that they won, he went 0 for 5 with 4 punch-outs, and he just is always giving off the vibe that the result of the team is all that matters. And I said, earlier in the year, I think you punched out 4 times in L.A., and he was like, no, it was 5 punch-outs. And I was like, yeah, okay, well. But again, I think that it's the guys you get in the culture that you create. And yes, I totally agree. It is something that David Ross is really good at managing.
Doug Glanville was talking about it earlier on the show today. He was talking about 2003 Cubs and how good Dusty Baker was dealing with all these different guys like Tom Goodwin and Glanville and like all these guys who just got traded and acquired by the Cubs. And they were all starters, and all of a sudden they're all bench guys every once in a while, and you gotta get everybody on board. I'm thinking about Seiya. How's Seiya Suzuki, you think, going to respond to, the way that he's got to share time with Mike Tauchman, because Tauchman deserves it and the matchups demand it sometimes?
I mean, first of all, let me just say how Dusty Baker was able to put up with that Doug Glanville guy. I don't know. I mean, you're talking about one of, a jerk with a capital J.
Yes.
No, I'm not sure in terms of say. I think anybody that says that they know is lying, especially when you consider the language barrier. And there's only one other guy in that clubhouse who really knows, and it's his translator. I would say that said, I just think, play well, keep winning, and I think it'll take care of itself.
The offense as a whole, I mean, we're seeing Cody Bellinger, swinging MVP caliber bat, and the offense as a whole since the All-Star break, I think, has maybe been the best in baseball, if I'm not mistaken. So with some of the concerns that were there, the pre-All-Star break, and just now the way that things are just soaring with the runs on the board and the power that's there in situations, what are you saying is a couple of the key elements within this ascension of the scoring?
The number one key element is on-base percentage, right? It's like my buddy Joe Sheehan says, OBP is life. And you can sit there and talk all you want about, are they clutch? Are they this? Are they that? The number one thing that's happening is the Chicago Cubs lead the majors with the most plate appearances with men in scoring position. So it's not about that they're super clutch or whatever. They're just getting the most chances, and that's going to give you the best opportunity to score. And that's what they've done. They have guys that work at bats that get on base. I think it's the thing that Tauchman has really delivered. So yeah, I think that's the real main thing.
It's interesting because they haven't been clutch, and Jed has talked about that up until
I've been clutch.
You're always, clutch. Dude. You're
Bringing
so clutch. You are so freaking clutch. No, really.
Did we just turn it into swingers?
So money, and he doesn't even know it.
So money, doesn't even know it.
Yeah, man.
Let's get out of here. This place is dead anyway. Yeah, all right.
It's a beautiful baby, as Boog Show.
Man. No, that's awesome.
Sorry.
No,
you are so money, and you don't even know it.
Just so completely and utterly money. Hey, what are they doing to get this much out of Yan Gomes? Like, what situations are they choosing or matchups are they choosing? It feels like every time he's there, he's in a good spot to produce, and maybe he's a much better hitter overall than I thought, or they're just using him perfectly.
I would say what they did was that they used him perfectly, and he's ridden the confidence. And then that's offense. So he's a guy in his career who has hit lefties to begin the year. He was demolishing lefties, now is still hitting them. I think that the Cubs are pretty lucky in terms of the two main guys and Miguel Amaya. Like, the pitchers love these catchers. The trust is with a capital T in terms of that they put their work in. So, as far as Jan is concerned, when he starts a catcher 31-24, I don't know with that. There are other guys playing. So I think that people overstate that. I would also, if I just may.
Yes, you can.
I brought that up to my partner. That the Cubs are 31-24 when Yan Gomes starts a catcher, and I was like, "What do you got on that?" And he's like, "Nothing." He's like, "It's not." He's like, "There's not enough evidence there." He's like, "He's played really well," and I gotta tell you, if you threw that at 99% of analysts, they're gonna make something up, and JD just won't do it, and it's one of the things that makes him so special, so smart. And he's not saying that Yan Gomes doesn't matter. He's saying that stat is not telling him enough, that there's too much other stuff happening. And it's just one of the things that makes JD so good, I think underappreciated. And he's just a really great analyst. And I love that I get to work with him every night, and we get to do our dumb stuff, and we have a smile on our face. But he's also really, really smart and curious and understands stuff like that, my opinion. So that's my editorial comment. How's that?
We're all about editorial comments here. It's a great forum.
It's beautiful
to be able to get those off.
Yeah, we had him on last week because after the idiocy went on with Michaelis in St. Louis, like the way that JD reacted to it and just how he talked about it. And I asked him if he was always that way when he'd see look at all the testosterone on these guys.
We got a lot of testosterone flowing here, folks.
I mean, and he was that guy as a player. So
yes, he was.
So some of the stat stuff, and the awareness and the wisdom has grown with him as a broadcaster. But in terms of just calling out the BS and the absurdity on things, he's always been that guy.
Well, look here, but he also. He still has some get off my lawn grumpopotamus to him. It's not like he doesn't. I love that about him.
Please call him that on the air, by the way.
Yeah. But here's grumpopotamus.
Yes,
absolutely.
Please.
Yeah. I'll do it tonight. And so when you think about working with someone, being friends with someone, tell me, willing to change your mind isn't one of the things that's really attractive and fun to be around. That is, to me, at the top of the list in terms of people that you want to have interesting conversations with. And he's willing to change his mind. He said it the other day. We were having a conversation. Somebody asked him, well, you played, weren't you like this? And he said, yeah, but I've been doing this now longer than I did that.
Oh, God, Boog, you love to open people's minds and change them. McGregor, you've done it with Deshays sometimes. You did it with Taylor McGregor, the statistical awakening of Taylor McGregor. I remember I had her on Hit and Run a couple months ago. I was like, this sounds like I'm talking to Boog. That's what this sounds like. Right now,
it'd be like an Esquire article, right? Like a long-form profile, the statistical awakening of Taylor McGregor. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. How was it having her and Elise singing the stretch last night up in the booth with you guys?
They crushed it.
Thought they did.
I mean, you could not look. They're two very different women. The one thing they share in common is that they both bring amazing energy. They both coincidentally have amazing smiles, amazing laughs, and as soon as it started, they both started to giggle. I was moderately concerned that the giggling was not going to stop, but that didn't happen, and I just thought they crushed it. I thought they delivered it, and they sang great, and they did it with a smile. I thought it was as good as we've had this year.
And just one more reason for me to be jealous of Elise. She just adds that to the list. We were talking about changing minds. It feels like Cubs fans have kind of ridden a wave with Marcus Stroman. As excellent as he was for a big stretch of the season, then does that mean they should keep him? Does that mean they should trade him? How great is he? Is he Cy Young caliber? Is he aging out of this? And so now he goes to the IL. And I'm wondering, Boog, how important, how vital is the return to Marcus Stroman of elite level pitcher to what the Cubs can do and what's now emerged as a fairly deep staff? But do they need Marcus Stroman to be the Marcus Stroman of the first half of the season for them to really be able to make a legit run at this thing?
You know the answer to that. I mean, that's it right there, right? I mean, that's for them to make a run. I mean, Stroh spent the bulk of the season as pitching as an ace, right? So, yeah, I would say the closer he can get back to that form, the closer this team is to, making a legit push to make the playoffs or to get in the playoffs and then make a run in the playoffs. But yeah, a really good Stroh. I would have to think that if we're, whatever the epitaph is on the season, that, if it's a long way, the ending is a long way from now, it's going to include, Marcus Stroman was dealing down the stretch.
All right, last thing, Boog. I can't get over the complete package that Cody Bellinger looks like at the plate now.
Oh my gosh.
Everything, right? I mean, the swing and miss is down. It's the lowest. Is it the lowest since the MVP year? Is it even lower than that year? His swing and miss right now?
I don't know whether the swing and miss is. The K rate is right in line with it. I will look at that and then I'll text you in a little while.
Well, thank God. I appreciate it. I look forward to that.
I'm here to help. Yeah, no, absolutely.
But he is like his ability to use bat control and just make sure he makes contact, like hitting that ball to Senzel last night, who then boots it and there's 2 more runs, like just stuff like that. His willingness to go the other way, et cetera, and then tee off when the moment calls for it or the moment presents itself or whatever. It's remarkable and it's selfless. And I wonder if that selflessness is contagious, if that makes any sense. Like just the willingness to do whatever the hell the moment and the situation demands. When you see the guy who's your best hitter right now be willing to do that, I know it would make me feel more comfortable doing it, perhaps.
I mean, he's always having a good day. Like, I think he's wired in a way that even Belly 0 for 25 is coming to the park and is giving off I'm going to rake tonight energy. It's just the way he is, not everybody has that. So he brings that to the table. I everything you said is spot on in terms of the ability to make contact and slug. I would also volunteer that, especially with left-handed hitters, the platoon advantage is usually a big thing, or the opposite of that. And he's putting up a season against lefties that's one of the best we've seen in the last 10 years for left on left, whether you're talking about average or OPS. So you can't bring in a lefty and neutralize him. So it's pretty incredible what he's been able to do.
See, you're so money. You're so money and you don't even know it sometimes, Boog.
I know it, Maddie. Let's be honest. I know it.
Have a great day, man.
No, I'm kidding. Thanks, you guys.
All right, brother. Thank you.
Boog.
That's John Boog Shambi joining us on 670 The Score. I want to ask you for a football comp on the selflessness.
Okay.
Because you, Big Ant, I mean, we haven't even talked Bears, and we're going to talk some Bears at the top of the 5 o'clock hour with you. We've got a very specific
take your word for it.
Bears-related thing I'm looking forward to get into. But the selfless star and what that can do for a team, I'm curious of your thoughts about that. We'll do that next. Parkins and Spiegel on 670 The Score.
The Score is Chicago sports. Chicago sports is The Score. Thanks for keeping us the #1 and most listened to sports station in Chicago. Listen on your radio.
I'm waking up. I'm hitting the Peloton at like 4:30 in the morning, Colorado time, and I've got people real mad at me in Chicago that how dare you? The crosser was open, and I'm like, bud, the crosser was not open when he hits the top of his drop, so he moves on to the cop route. But there's a radio guy up there, Mike North. He was real mad, and I tried to handle it gently. I tried to handle it gently because, listen, the first thing in his bio was he was born in 1952. And if my grandpappy's on Twitter roasting somebody, I hope they handle him gently. And I tried to. He got real mad about it.
Dan, I'm going to make this bigger than it is, but also I feel like it's completely accurate.
That is the universe harmonizing with itself.
What just happened was, I think, the evolution of this radio station. We're not the only show that has a tape guy because we have a better sense of all of the things that are connected to a quarterback's performance. And
the listener has a desire to go to that level
to
now really know why, what, how.
Yes. And so for those two things to meet on social media, where our tape guy
is getting screamed at on Twitter because
from the guy who used to host in this
he's a running back. And he called him grandpappy
yes.
too. Like that part of it. Like
yes.
Like somebody give Papa his tea and tell him it's nap time.
That is someone isolate that part and send it to Terry. Because I would love to know I would love for him to react to that.
And the 708 texter who immediately snapped into action by saying, "Does Tim Jennings ever try eating jardinera off his shoes?"
That was an amazing moment in score history.
field. This could go at the wall, leaping, gone! Cody Bellinger with a solo home run the other way.
Zach Zaman on the call on 670 The Score. Oh, I like this funky thing. Damn, Chris Tannehill picks good music. Who is this, Tanny?
This would be Czarface with MF Doom, the late great MF Doom.
Oh, wow. Dig it. Anthony Herron is in for Danny Parkins today on Parkins and Spiegel.
I remember being so surprised when I found out you didn't play the guitar. I just always assumed you played the guitar. And I haven't been to a show yet. I need to come out to a show.
Playing tomorrow night. Playing tomorrow. Tributosaurus in Wheeling tomorrow night.
Really?
Doing the Rolling Stones.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, lots of shows this month. It has not been a busy summer, but August changes that.
You're more Mick Jagger than Jimi Hendrix.
Yes,
but I prance around the stage.
I like but I like singing the Hendrix when we do Hendrix. When we do Hendrix,
okay.
That stuff is crazy fun to sing.
I like hearing that.
It's just, I mean, it's not really. Sometimes it's just talking with Jimmy. Right?
Right.
So Anthony, help me with this.
Okay. I'll do my best.
Cody Bellinger, his selflessness as a hitter to do whatever is called for. I tried to ask Boog about it. He doesn't want to talk about contagiousness because it can't be quantified. But that's okay. I believe it to be true, and hitters will tell you this, and ball players will tell you this. I feel like that lineup, part of why it's functioning so well right now is because they see Cody Bellinger willing to do whatever the hell he's got to do to make the most of it out of the at-bat and the situation and not strike out, you know?
Yeah.
Do the most that he can. And I believe that that's kind of permeating the rest of the players in the lineup. What's the football comp for that, where you see a superstar or a great player who could make selfish choices to up his own numbers or up his own profile, but he consistently makes the right team choice, and that inspires teammates? What's the football comp for that?
I like the question. I think there was a stretch of Russell Wilson's career in Seattle where he was kind of the peak example of that, of being a guy who wasn't putting up huge numbers consistently, but his game was about efficiency. And it was kind of like the rest of the world was trying to get the Seahawks to let Russ cook and to do more within that. And, he got to a point where he did, as he got, renegotiated a couple of contracts internally. And, externally, he always kind of, painted that brave face of kind of doing whatever needed to be done for the team to win. But, he wasn't like at the line of scrimmage audibilizing, to make sure that he was, getting a volume of passes thrown that rivaled some of the top passers in the sport, or that, he was going to force the ball into traffic with high turnover numbers. He was playing the game, executing the position in a way that was selfless. That was, all right, let me tuck it and run and slide, for a first down and make sure the clock continues to run. A lot of those decisions that, maybe a Phillip Rivers type whose backside gets a little more red at times and is, out there trying to prove something to somebody at all times. A part of what separated Phillip Rivers from some bigger wins and bigger moments was maybe making moments about him, making the execution of the position about him more so than the broader scope of wins and losses.
That's really interesting, because I wasn't sure if you'd go to a quarterback or what other positions, and we can get to those other ones, but let me let this marinate for a second. On a quarterback, sure, doing whatever you need to do and to execute the offense, to achieve the directive and the goal of the play, and just how beautiful that is.
Taking the profit, moving the chains, doesn't need to necessarily be a 40 touchdown season. If that's out there, cool. But if it's not, let's keep winning games.
So do you think Russ started to fall in love with the numbers and the production and the
I think
money?
He wanted that. I think he certainly wanted that. Ben Roethlisberger at an earlier stretch in his career, similar space. When the Steelers were doing their biggest winning was when the offense was more confined and condensed and more run heavy and screen heavy. And there was a stretch where Roethlisberger started putting up huge numbers like some of the other guys he was compared with. They didn't consistently win in the same way or advance as deep into the postseason. And there were things he was capable of, but he once he got to that point where we saw the statistics begin to get more outsized with Roethlisberger, that was where they didn't win quite as much in the same way. But early in his career, part of it he wasn't that good as a consistent passer early in his career. But then as he kind of got a little bit older, then that was part of where he was sparring with his offensive coordinators at times. And they cycled through a few different play callers who, were kind of tired of putting up with Ben trying to run the show. But Ben got to a point where he said, I want to start putting up those same kind of numbers.
So texters are getting in with some specific examples. I like this one. When a running back has an easy touchdown at the end of the game but gives himself up at the 3-yard line, securing the win for his team but killing my parlay and my fantasy team. I get that's one.
Right.
How about this one? I feel like Brian Urlacher was that player. For example, after an interception, I recall him looking for the first guy to give the ball to so he could block and they could score a touchdown. that was a beautiful thing that Lovie Smith defense had. There was a collective mindset of like, how do we maximize this turnover and try to turn it into 6?
Yeah, and I mean, just looking for a specific player comp, that's where I went, quarterback as an example. But as far as just the position comp, you could certainly look at like a nose guard would be a quintessential selfless player who isn't going to have sack numbers, tackles for loss numbers, but will eat up a double team block, will make sure other guys have an opportunity around him because he's occupying multiple individuals. And even within D-line rooms, they'll track, it's not something that ends up being out there publicly, but they'll track how many 2-for-1s did you get in the game? How many like double teams did you eat up and make sure that a blocker didn't advance up to the second level so a linebacker could continue to flow. Those are the types of things that get quantified in-house, but it's not a sexy stat, so people don't track that on websites and things of that sort.
That's beautiful. And that one did come to mind when the question was brought up. So that makes all the sense. So let's go levels of the defense here as I'm thinking about it. So on the D-line, it's like just kind of doing what you're supposed to do and absorbing a double team or whatever. How about linebackers? Sometimes linebackers probably get the idea that maybe they could jump a hole or like to really guess and gamble and go make a play, even if their responsibility is to stay in a certain gap. Is that true?
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, if a guy is trying to react in a more aggressive downhill posture as opposed to playing over the block to make sure that a running back doesn't get a lane, to make sure he maintains his gap responsibility as opposed to saying, I'm not going to take on that block. Let me go backside of it and see if I can still get there to make the play in a less physical manner because I'm not here having to wrestle with some big offensive lineman, and then maybe I can just get there, the easier route, the route of least resistance as opposed to playing over the top of a block and maybe still have an opportunity to get there.
So for a team defensive concept, if an individual player decides to be aggressive and go try and make a flash play when the moment doesn't call for that, that's how things can get all screwed up and a big play can break, right?
I mean, we saw like Hakeem Hicks is an example of that for, his last couple of years with the Bears where there were periods where we saw at his size, he was still a guy who could make plays and defeat blocks and get into the backfield. It wasn't always the most technically sound way he would go about it, if you're just teaching D-line clinic tape. But he could get there and make a play. But then there were also times where it's necessary for him to eat up a block and to make sure Roquan Smith, would have an alley to be able to get there and make tackles and things like that. And the longer he was here in Chicago, the less Hakeem Hicks was concerned with eating up blocks and making sure other guys had their chances to make plays. And it's taxing. Like it is asking a lot to just do that over and over again, especially if you've, just separated your elbow and you're out there playing in a brace and all these other things. But, it's still what the position tends to call for if you want the totality, the whole of the defense to be at its best.
One more defensive thought. The way Jalen Johnson plays cornerback, he doesn't gamble and set himself up for possible interceptions or pass block-ups. Maybe he'll have more this year. But he just loves and knows he's good at just covering as best he can, staying close as best he can. And that's a choice that, I don't know if it's selfless, it's just knowing yourself and knowing your style and hoping you get compensated for it, even though other guys will get compensated more.
And I think that's fair. And, by comparison, where the Roquan to Jalen Johnson comp is one I've made by comparing last season where Roquan, the way he was utilized in the previous scheme, didn't lead to a lot of sacks. He wasn't blitzed that much, even though he was such a good pass rusher where when the Bears didn't have other pass rushers, they said, Roquan, can you line up on the edge on third downs and just rush the quarterback because you're better at it than some of the other guys? So he had always shown the skill to do it. It just wasn't a part of the previous scheme that much. The new crew gets here and they're like, the production, interceptions and sacks and whatnot. We're looking for more of that from a takeaway perspective and a splash play perspective. Jalen Johnson, he hasn't necessarily been the splash play guy as a corner at any level of the sport.
Right,
really.
that's never been his thing.
I think he is an outstanding cover corner, but if you're talking about like who, we're comparing him with the best in the business, perhaps, if that is an area that he would like his contract value to go to, then the production on the ball, he'll have to do something that he didn't do it in college at Utah, hasn't done it yet in the NFL.
So, and other textures getting in with, how about running backs and wide receivers, star running back and wide receivers who take pride in their blocking?
Yeah.
Like Walter Payton, Hines Ward, right? Hines Ward loved blocking. So is that that could be another example. And then my question is this: does that have an effect on you as a teammate when you see a football player making that choice and it's the right choice for the team? Are you then more inclined to make the right choice for the team?
100%. Even think of a guy like a Darnell Mooney, who is a diminutive wide receiver in stature, but before his injury, he was a guy who was, his teammates would react to seeing Darnell Mooney out there stalk blocking on defensive backs or out there in motion at times being used as the lead blocker in Luke Getsy's system. It's not something you want to make a living out of doing. You don't want to ask him to do it a lot, but the willingness of someone to do that, to stick his nose up in there, try to drop his shoulder on somebody and see how effective he can be with it in a variety of different scenarios, because you don't want the defense just to be able to key on a personnel grouping or an alignment and say, we know they're not going to do that. To have that versatility available to you, just like we were talking about the versatility the Cubs can now deploy between having Bellinger and having a variety of guys all over the infield that you can kind of move around and do different things with, and guys who can hit from both sides. That versatility, you don't want the opponent to be able to pick up on a key and say that we know this group or this formation in football means this all the time. And so, seeing a Darnell Mooney willing to step in and do that in a way that a lot of receivers of his size just frankly aren't, then yes, the team feeds off of that.
Yeah, see, that makes all the sense in the world. I find this Bears wide receiver group fun. Like, it's kind of fun and
it's exciting.
It's exciting to see, like, how is this going to work out? And you're like, wait a minute, Claypool and Fields have a decent little thing. Getsy talking about that yesterday, and we'll see what happens, obviously, but it's quite a turn.
Yeah.
To add Tyler Scott in and have a healthy Mooney and have a little bit of possible positivity with Claypool, who's healthy, and obviously to have DJ Moore, it's like all of a sudden you're like, I find myself interested by this group when I was calling it the worst group in all the NFL last year.
Well, and for a while, that's exactly what they were. And I mean, the full scope of the season, that is 100% what they were. But now it's a unit where, if we assume health, you add DJ Moore to everything that was there, and now it feels like there's more natural slots that guys fit. Like Chase Claypool, second round pick or not, like that's a part of the conversation. But just being forward looking with it, is there a productive role for him with the Bears? If we're viewing Chase Claypool like, can he be a number one? That's a very different conversation than Chase Claypool with the plays he's made in this league as your number 2 or 3 option. That feels like it's got big-time potential. Darnell Mooney is maybe your 3rd option when going into last season. We're trying to figure out if he can be a 1. Now maybe he's your 3 and consistently in the slot.
Yeah.
There's a lot to be said for the way that meeting room has been reshaped. And then just the speed of Tyler Scott, because when Darnell Mooney got drafted and there was nothing else but Allen Robinson in the meeting room, basically, then he could have just been that guy. He could have just been the speed guy.
I remember him being talked about that way.
And just been eased into things. Now, Tyler Scott, he can just be the speed guy and be eased into things because there is veteran depth and playmaking ability around him. So it feels like a very deep meeting room in a way that it wasn't a year plus ago.
Some more Bears stuff at the top of the 5 o'clock hour. A key issue from yesterday we get an opportunity to talk about with Anthony. And before that, when we come back, Hall of Famers, folks, they get embarrassed too. That's next on 670 The Score.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago's #1 most listened to sports morning show, 5:30 till 10 a.m.
The Jake Berger thing caught me completely unaware. I was stunned.
This, to me, was a defensible baseball move, but from an organization standpoint, difficult to pull off because it's so on brand. Okay, what are we going to do today? We're going to trade one of our most popular, affable, likable guys in the season.
The Chase Claypool trade, I do think, is one that is made out of a little bit of desperation by Ryan Poles. It struck me, we were there in the room when the trade happened.
Yeah.
2nd round pick came across. My initial reaction was, wow, That's a lot to give up for a year and a half of Chase Claypool. I think that the move, why it's a little bit made out of desperation, is because you didn't use the second-round picks on a receiver, and this year's free agent class is bad at receiver, which you knew at last year's draft. So that was my point. Like, they put themselves into a position of like, okay, well, damn. We need to get Justin a guy.
Right, and they also look at their own, yes on all of that, but they also look at, Velus Jones. I don't know how much I can trust him and how much he's going to help me this year.
Not a receiver.
No, it doesn't seem like a receiver. Byron Pringle can't get on the field. We'll see now that the 21-day window has started where he could get on the field.
Yeah.
Equinemius St. Brown, real good at blocking.
Yeah.
And good at some other stuff, but not showing you those great hands or great Kuwagi. Dante Pettis, like you're looking at some of your own guys. Tajay Sharp didn't last, is gone. N'Keal Harry's now active. You've been able to take a look at him.
Yeah.
And you realize, oh, yeah, we still very much need a dude.
The best part of it is the untapped potential. Like, he could be awesome. Like, if he, attention to detail, maximum speed, like if he ran the go route hard when he knew it was really designed to just take two defenders with him and open something up for an intermediate cross.
Yeah, you're the assist.
That's not been his MO. But there is no Deontay Johnson. There is no George Pickens. Ben Roethlisberger is gone. Any coach that you've had an issue with is gone. Claypool's an awesome time. He had a 4-touchdown game as a rookie.
It's something I'd never really considered before.
Me neither.
I'll have to get back to you on that one. Thanks for asking, though. Here's the 3-1.
Oh, God. Thanks for asking is now the intellectual property of Pat Hughes. I texted it earlier today, and in the show thread, and everybody knew to read it in Pat Hughes' voice because he turns that into laughter material.
I'll have to get back to you on that one. Thanks for asking.
I enjoy that, man. By the way, his partner Ron Coomer, who you heard right there. How about this? This is tomorrow night at 6 p.m. Join BetMGM and The Score tomorrow night at 6 p.m., right after this show finishes, for a special appearance by Cubs radio analyst Ron Coomer at Coombs Corner Sports Grill in Lockport. At his place, stop by and take your game to the next level this baseball season with the king of sportsbooks. So that is excellent. All right, I need to hear this from Pat Hughes last night. I didn't hear it because I was at the game, but Tanny is the audio overlord, the sap, and I trust him. And he says that Pat had trouble with a fly trap.
We had a little chuckle here in between innings.
Now, I'm not in the loop on certain things.
Yeah, I
that go
didn't
on
know
in
what
our
happened.
booth.
What happened, Pat?
There was a very sticky. I'm not even sure how to describe it. A sticky. I don't know if that's a candy bar of some kind.
Oh
or,
no.
See, I'm out of the loop. What exactly was that?
A flying magnet.
A flying magnet. It looked like a large newt bar. Here is a swing and a foul back. And I made the mistake of reaching back for something else. I don't even remember what I was reaching for, but I got a handful and an armful of stickum. I felt like a wide receiver in football trying to hold on to those,
didn't you? Back
those passes. Here's the ground ball to the second base side. Juggled by Nico, makes the play, throws to first to get him. And Stevenson is out number one. And anyway, Zach immediately passed down some hand sanitizer.
Yeah.
So I was milking it a little bit.
We're having, we call it Wrigley Field, maybe this whole area of Wrigleyville having some issues with the gnats. No big deal. But, Paul Zarang had some sticks, to try to attract the bugs.
Oh, I definitely know what it is.
It's not doing a dang bit of good with the bugs, but it's got a Hall of Fame broadcaster.
Man. Does he still not know what it is? A flying magnet.
Flying
yes.
magnet. It is in the process. It is in flight at this moment, this magnet.
Right? Because Zach says it's a fly magnet.
Mm-hmm.
And when Pat repeats it, he says it's a flying magnet. Let the man know when there are gnat traps.
A flying magnet.
A flying magnet. It looked like a large newt bar. Here is a swing and a foul back.
Thinking it was the candy, the large newt bar, who's also the Cardinals center fielder.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm not much of an outdoorsman, but I will say we spent a couple of weeks out east, and we were with my in-laws out there, and my brother-in-law is quite the outdoorsman, and he's got all kinds of like tennis racket looking things that you use to like electrify insects in flight.
Wow.
And sometimes you swing them, sometimes you just leave them there, and then they magnetically seemingly have the different insects just flying right into them. So my 5-year-old and his cousin who's 7 years old spent a good 90 minutes just with these like electromagnetic bug tennis racket things just going to town one night in rural Connecticut, just swinging and leaving them there, and just like the bugs on the ground, and they're just like doing all kinds of awful things to bugs with these electric tennis racket things. They could not get enough of this
Sounds
stuff.
like a slaughter.
Yeah, that's exactly what it turned into. I liked it because I am quite the magnet for bugs. I welt up every time a mosquito gets anywhere near me.
Uh-huh.
So they were at least attracting the mosquitoes and keeping them away from me. Some s'mores were being made in one spot. Bug torture was happening in another spot. And I was just sitting there taking it all in.
They were attracting them and killing them.
Yes. Bug slaughter.
How dare they?
Bug slaughter is what was going on there.
Oh, the humanity.
It's funny you mentioned those electric fly swatters, Dan, because, any parent can relate. Summertime, these kids are in and out of the house all day, and it's just like enough already. All types of bugs and things are getting in the house. So my wife bought a couple of those electric fly swatters, and then the other night, a moth got in the house. Which, if you've got a 9-year-old girl, that's the worst thing that could happen. So we're trying.
It might as well be a grizzly bear has attacked the family in the home.
Yeah. So we're trying to get this moth taken care of before she sees it, and I'm like, oh well, thankfully, hon, you got these electric fly swatters there. You pick it up. Not charged. I'm like, come on. I was like, how much did you pay for this on Amazon? And we can't even use them. I'm just throwing it around the room.
Yeah. You got a moment there where that's begging for it.
Alex Kuhn, back in my day, they actually just had fly swatters. There were these things. They were made out of plastic. They basically had a little piece of tin on the end of it, few holes in it so it didn't catch the air, and you could just swing them at bugs.
And I don't think you're that much older than me. I mean, come on.
That's how we got down way back when.
Wow, you sound like a real grumposaurus.
Grumposaurus. I hope he says that.
I bet he will.
Yeah.
I bet he will.
Listeners, let us know.
Yeah,
Right?
yeah.
Right?
Tee us up. If Boog calls JD a grumposaurus at any point, we're going to need you to let us know. I mean, that insect massacre sounds entertaining as hell. If you're a
quite
5-year-old,
it was right around the 4th of July. It was just as good as fireworks. Is really what it came down to. Like, we don't let our 5-year-old watch PG-13 rated R movies or whatever. Watching him do that, it's like he might be ready. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm glad I didn't take my son to see Oppenheimer, by
Really?
the way. Yeah, in retrospect.
How'd you like it?
I loved it.
Yeah.
I loved it, but
3 hours.
I would have that wouldn't have been the issue. It would have been some conversations.
Okay.
That it's probably time for anyway. And he probably knows a lot more than I know, right? More than I think he knows.
Right.
I don't think he knows more than I know. That would be troubling.
We definitely want to see it. We haven't prioritized that or Barbie yet, but
see Oppenheimer.
Yeah.
With your brain and the way you appreciate history and stuff, it is
trying to plot out the 3 hours is what we're struggling with right now.
It's
we're gonna
worth
make
it.
it happen.
And then Tanny, I sent you the link of like the 10 historical figures that are most accurately portrayed in the movie, like that kind of stuff. Like, because I want to know like how faithful he was, and he was extremely faithful to the truth.
Yeah,
which makes it extra cool.
I mean, he's Christopher Nolan, isn't that what he does?
Yeah, that's kind of.
There's no CGI in Batman.
No, I know, but like this is history that he's toying with.
Are you
really
saying Batman
for the first time?
is not history?
Yeah, that didn't actually happen.
I mean,
I
Streets of
know
Chicago would tell you different.
I know the origin story seemed like to represent a lot of reality, but it's a reality based on a comic book.
Gotcha. Yeah.
All right, I want to get one of these electric fly swatters.
I'm telling you, it'll be worth the money. I don't know how much they cost. I don't know if they cost $13 or $300, but it's worth it.
All right, when we come back, let's talk some Bears. I want to know if Anthony Herron likes. Do you like the juice? You like the juice? I'll get you some more juice. On the score.
Dan Bernstein and Lawrence Holmes, middays 10 a.m. till 2.
David Ross, manager of the Chicago Cubs.
Morel be in the lineup consistently.
Where?
Wherever they try to put him.
Okay, but I mean, is he your?
When we spoke with you, he was your favorite guy. I mean, that's where we first kind of started debating him as a possibility. And I think we just played that cut where you said, you move him. He's a right tackle. You move him into the right. You keep Braxton Jones on the left. They got a free agent lineman, Nate Davis, and then you battle away, and suddenly you got 5, and you're maybe improving a little bit from a year ago.
Oh yeah, no. This is the right move. It's the right move. They got to fix that. They had to fix that position. Kevin Jenkins, I think, can play right guard. Nate Davis at left guard. I mean, you could let those guys battle it out right now. But I think they got their right tackle for the long term. And then look, they were a very good running football team last year, and obviously Justin helps them. And you hope that he doesn't have to run so much this year. And then you say, okay, now we've got a wall to protect Justin Fields where he can keep his eyes down the field. All right, he's not worried about leakage. Look, Darnell's still got to learn, but when I watch him and study him, one of the things, I don't want to compare him to Trent Williams. Nobody's Trent Williams, but he does some things that Trent Williams does with his hands that you have to be very confident to do, to knock defensive linemen's hands down and to get them off balance, to control them. And I saw him do it throughout his career at Tennessee, and I didn't see anybody else in this whole business do it. Skoronski a little bit, but not like Darnell. Part of it is his length. Part of it is his confidence in his base, that if he would miss that with his hands, like he's got enough girth and base to him that you're not going to run him over. And so, and I just like his mentality. Like, you could just tell, not just a tough guy, but a guy that, enjoys a good fight. And I felt like that's the thing that separated him with me from everybody else in this draft at that position.
Great to talk to you last night on the draft show, Baldy. I thought your insight was excellent. And what you say about Darnell Wright, I think is very interesting, because there were 4 offensive tackles that we were spent the last several months talking about and evaluating, and Darnell Wright is the one the Bears ended up with, and seemed like the one they were fixated on. We talk a lot about during free agency with Orlando Brown Jr. scheme-specific fits, guys who were perfect for the scheme. Obviously, the Bears must feel like he fits this scheme because they wouldn't have drafted him at 10 if they didn't. What is it about his skill set that fits this scheme?
Well, I mean, he's a very good pass blocker, and he's got great, all the measurables you're looking for, whether it's length, girth, power. He's 340 pounds, but yet, he ran a 5.40. I mean, it's just unusual. And where that comes in handy and where you need that is all backside cutoffs or getting to the second level, because you're not going to be a good running team unless you get the second level of linebackers and safeties blocked. And you need linemen that can get there. And so, the way you watch him run and move and then move big bodies, you watch him move Jalen Carter, against Georgia. Like, he can move big NFL-sized bodies. And, there's some schemes, you go to the 49ers and they're not exactly driving guys off the ball. It's his own scheme.
If y'all ready, give me a hell yeah!
Oh, hell yeah.
We have some thank yous. I'm off the next 2 days. I'm going to Montana to golf.
Have a great time.
Thank
dude.
you.
I know you've been looking forward to the trip.
Montana doesn't want you.
Now I just got to do a first and pod and get out of here tomorrow morning.
Need someone to take you to the train station?
No.
No? All right.
No. Thank you for the offer.
It's the trash can for everyone who's attacked us. It lays in a jurisdictional dead zone in a county with a population of exactly 0, hence no jury of your peers and no court for a change in venue. Why are you so surprised?
Thank you to Connor O'Donnell and Kevin Lapgood. Thank you, sir.
You sure you don't need someone to take you to the train station?
Last chance. Although we will ask you again several times, but last chance.
I'm pretty sure.
All right.
All right.
Said he's going to take me to the train station.
I don't need anyone to take me to the train station.
All right, someone should.
I'll get there myself.
I really hope you get there on your own.
Thank you so much.
Train station's where I'd leave him.
Thank you to Shane Reardon, our producer. Thank you to Chris Tannehill. He makes us sound better than we are each and every day.
Danny, let me take you to the train station.
All right, you go right ahead.
Where are we going? Train station.
What are you doing? This ain't no train station?
Sure it is. Long black train.
No.
1, 2, 3. Here we go, Jet. Here we go. Here we go, Jet. We go, Tony.
The Parkins and Spiegel Show. Afternoons from 2 to 6 on 670 The Score in Odyssey Station.
Oh, God, I love this dumb show. It's Parkins and Spiegel on The Score. Yesterday, Shane and Tanny knew exactly what they were doing, making the Yellowstone comp and trying to talk to Danny Parkins about going to the train station, whereas a spot that the Yellowstone powers that be usually dump their dead. Danny had no idea what the hell was going on.
Do the murders take place at the train station? Or do they get murdered elsewhere and then...
That's my understanding, is that they're deposited there. Tanny, can you help with that?
Yeah, without spoilers, they often do take place at the quote-unquote train station.
Okay.
They are taken in a car made to believe they are being dropped off at a literal train station.
I thought Yellowstone took place in like the 1700s or something. They got cars on this show?
That's 1883 and happy 83 day to everyone out there.
Oh, yeah, 83. It's a score holiday.
That's Matt Rodewald, first text I got this morning, wishing me a happy 83. That's the prequel, but the original Yellowstone show takes place in modern times.
Okay. Yeah.
Did not know that.
Yeah.
I just learned about Yellowstone.
Yeah.
Maybe that'll be next. We watched the Marvelous Mrs. Maisel. We just finished that up the other night. We need to move on to a next show. Maybe it'll be Yellowstone.
I like the Maisel. Yellowstone is like Succession on a ranch. You know, it's a little bit.
Yeah,
it's got hints of that.
Yeah.
It's got some hints of that. That's what I got from the 3 episodes I watched half of as my wife was fighting her way through it. But people love it though. People absolutely love
popular
it.
show.
But anyway, like you heard in that open, Danny had no idea what the hell was going on, but and I didn't either. But I joined in the fray because
you're a good teammate.
Well, because this is the Yes and show, and because I like to bother Danny. You know, that's like a number one pastime here. So yesterday at this time, we had Mark Grody on, and we were dissecting everything that was going on in Bears practice yesterday, and the offense had a bad day. And one of the things that was getting discussed a lot by Justin Fields and by others was that Justin wasn't bringing the energy. Sorry, you want to sing "Bad Day" in the clear? Go ahead.
Had a bad day.
There you go. You feel better?
I do.
All right, good. Yeah.
I was just using it as a music bed. I didn't want to completely interrupt your thought.
It derailed me. It just completely destroyed me.
That wasn't my intention.
I don't know if that's true.
I know. You don't have experience with music playing behind you while you're uttering words. I'm sorry. I forgot about that part.
I have a hard time with music. Can't be in the background for me. It can't, no matter what it is.
Little known fact about Spiegel.
When it's in the background,
completely throws you off. So.
I know better than to ask Tanny what something is, but I want to every single time when I don't know what it is. I'm like, oh, what's this? And I'm thinking about it. I'm trying to dissect it. Like, oh, that's kind of a conga groove. But like, what the hell's going on there? I don't know.
Take a bite, baby. Do that.
Oh God, see, this is a problem.
I'm always playing conga here on the afternoon show.
It's the Miami Sound Machine. That's constantly in the theme of the Parkins and Spiegel show. Right? Who doesn't?
A lot of Shakira this morning on the Bernstein and Holmes show.
Oh yeah,
story,
yeah.
Really?
There were reasons. There were reasons.
Oh,
it was about the hips, right? I think it was
they're talking Strowman.
Hip.
Hip.
But then they were talking about who Shakira's dating these days, because I had forgotten that.
Who is Shakira dating?
Jimmy Butler.
Jimmy Buckets is dating Shakira? Are you serious?
Just broke Anthony.
Really?
Yeah.
How?
I don't know. Alex Kuhn, come on, do some research. Hop on the computer. Do some research.
G Buckets. The G stands for gets, if you don't know.
Do some research, get some context on the relationship of Shakira and Jimmy Buckets.
I mean, I guess if I was going to guess where Shakira had a domestic residence, I guess Miami would be on the list somewhere of guesses or assumptions for where it might make sense for Shakira.
Okay. Textures, by the way, say Yellowstone is Sopranos for Protestants. That's another one says Yellowstone is more like The Godfather on a ranch. Okay, I'll accept that. Sopranos
for Protestants.
That's a great cause.
That should have been their subheader.
It's a great cause.
Right, exactly.
It's Sopranos from opera companies who are marching for Protestants' rights.
And they go through neighborhoods, they knock on doors, except you may not want to answer, depending on the knock.
Hello. It's all Sopranos out there. It's more Sopranos in my neighborhood. They want Protestants' rights to be honored. Okay, before we get back to the Bears.
Lord would take me now.
I know. Yes, Alex Kuhn, context, please.
Yeah, according to Us Magazine, the two have been out on a few dates, but things are still, quote, very new. But Shakira says that her age difference, she's 46, he's 33, is not a problem for her.
All right. Shakira.
That's not a problem for her. That's awesome. That's like asking Jack Nicholson when he was dating a lot of 30-somethings in his 60s. Is the age difference a problem for you? No, I'm fine with it. I'm totally fine with it.
She wouldn't do it. I think that's what we say.
That's amazing. Okay, so just a few dates, but it's not serious. Thank you.
Efforting Shakira.
Yeah, right. And back in my day, Alex,
putting Shakira in the slack.
We used to call it Us Weekly. It's been a while, but we used to call it Us Weekly back in the day.
What do you say, Us US Weekly?
Us Magazine.
I'll remember that.
Magazine.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Us Weekly Stars, they're just like us.
Yeah.
All right, so the Bears are a football team, and we're having a conversation about them. So listen to Darnell Mooney talk about Justin Fields and the juice, talking about Justin Fields and the energy that he must bring and sometimes apparently does not bring. Let's listen to this.
I think it starts, one, with the quarterback. I mean, he has to come in the huddle, bring confidence in the huddle, and understand that it's just with him. Justin is a calm guy, so he has to understand that that he is our leader and our guy. So we go as far as he goes, and he has to come in with that juice, and he does. He does come in. Sometimes he's just so locked in and so dialed into what he's doing. He has to like sometimes click in and like, hey, I got to get my guys jumping. That's why sometimes I'll come up to him, just hit him in the back of the head or jump him to him. I try to get him like not so locked in, so he understand like, hey, we looking at you to see how far we can go. So, and him being a young guy, I mean, it is what it is. This is his team, but he understand that he has to bring the juice every day.
So we tried to talk about it yesterday, and I felt like we were flailing a little bit, frankly, trying to figure out exactly, how important this stuff is to think about. How important is it to think about Justin bringing the juice, even though he is a calm human being?
When you kind of goes back to some of the draft conversation we were having really the last couple of years about what a young, impressionable roster, what a locker room needs, can benefit from, can sustain if there are maybe negative forces that are added to a roster or to a locker room, to the kind of chemical makeup of a team. And for Justin Fields, for this Bears roster at the moment, he's a guy who's got all kinds of leadership DNA, is the type of personality that is very steady. Darnell Mooney kind of talked about him as being a little bit kind of, even keel in a way, and just kind of, chill in a lot of ways. But he can get after you. And I think what Mooney was kind of speaking to there was maybe Justin just recognizing that, not only is he in a position where teammates will respond to that, and that he can, we even saw it, and heard it at times last year post game where he'd be willing to call out a certain teammate, not even in a boastful sort of way, but to point out when a mistake was made and how there's expectations beyond things with receivers and route running and things like that. He's talked about it with Mooney publicly on an interception that may have happened where the route was broken off in a different way. Chase Claypool, going off on the sidelines, and he's been willing to address that with them and address it publicly. But his energy, bringing it into, especially right now, and what will soon become kind of the dog days of camp where they're working through some things, Justin being the one to push that energy out of others because of the energy he brings. He's in a position, and this team is in a position where they'll definitely benefit from that, from him. And, maybe it's a different thing where the whole roster is a little bit older, a little bit more mature, where he won't feel like he's in a position where that is necessary from him. But I think for the time being, because he's capable of it, and right now he's in a space where he's taking that next step in the progression of understanding the offense and directing traffic where everybody else needs to be and where they should go. But then the intangible of it, the locked in focus and the energy, the juice that comes with it, they can certainly benefit from it. Is it the only way to go about it? No, but they will certainly benefit from Justin Fields being that guy who steps into this thing, pushing, exhorting people for that juice.
It's interesting to me because I think about, leaders, or even just the most important people, in a situation, be it a team like that, or be it a band dynamic, which obviously I know very well, and if somebody is quiet and focused on their work and just kind of in their own head working on stuff, you don't necessarily know exactly what's going on in their head. It's actually pretty easy because of your own insecurities or your own concerns to read their quiet as something that makes you more insecure, that makes you more worried about things, because you're like, oh God, yes, they're up in their own head too, or like, did they notice that I did something wrong? Because you start filling in some of those blanks, and I wonder if teammates can fall prey to that kind of thing and might read his quiet and read his calm as something that makes them more concerned and not more calm.
I feel like they've been around each other a good bit at this point, at least been around Justin, and kind of recognized who he is, what he is as a personality. And he's not like Mike Vick was a quiet guy. He was my teammate for a couple of years in Atlanta. Mike Vick is a quiet guy as far as his personality. Justin Fields, I wouldn't describe Fields as quiet, but calm. He's definitely a very calm individual, but he is, it's always struck me covering him both in college and now. He's more than comfortable addressing the public, addressing his teammates, and taking a vocal leadership sort of role. He's comfortable and confident seeing himself in that way.
What was it like practicing against Mike Vick?
It was a blur. It was just a constant blur. Just he would run and move just as fast in practice as he would on game day, but just not a vocal or verbal guy very much. Like in this setting, just one-on-one, a guy who can certainly, I mean, even at this point, I've seen him, a few times in recent years, we'll have a very polite, calm conversation.
Yeah,
but,
smart,
smart,
capable, and
very
and
much
thoughtful
so.
dude.
Right, but not a big talker. If he's in a group of people, Mike will be one of the last ones looking to kind of speak up or chime in and do that type of thing. But on the practice field, he's got an arm like I've never seen before. We're talking about diminutive pitchers with big arms and who can kind of generate velocity and torque and everything.
He had an outrageous arm for his body.
I mean, it didn't make sense, the type of RPMs he could put on a football without really having, like Brett Favre, and Brett's a much bigger guy than Mike too, but being on the field with Brett, you could feel him winding up and starting to generate that force with like the big wind up and release, and he's putting everything into it. With Mike, it's just a flick of the wrist, and it just looks so effortless, but the ball just jumped, just exploded from his hand every time.
All right, this took a turn, but I like it. Top 5 quarterbacks that Anthony Herron has practiced against. So if you're on defense and the offense, so far you've given us Mike Vick and Brett Favre. Those are pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, it was the Steelers with Ben Roethlisberger. Other than that, it was a bunch of Lions QBs. So, I mean, but in gameplay, I mean, facing Peyton Manning in a game situation that's Peyton Manning to me, and that Colts offense at that time in the early 2000s is the comp to me for how you don't need a mobile quarterback to allow tempo and pocket movement to still impose your will as an offense on the opposing pass rush, because Peyton Manning was never going to be confused for a guy with any above average mobility. But the Colts offense at that time did so many things with changing of tempos, adjusting cadences. And this was really even in the early 2000s, before he was doing all the maestro stuff where he's changing plays and re-diagnosing everything pre-snap.
Yeah, I remember the era that you're talking about. Right. It's really just him and Tom Moore in their own little world.
Yeah. And they were able to use sprint action and boot action and changing of the cadence and going hurry up at times, maybe 2 plays in a row, hurry up, and whether they got a first down or not, come back and break into the huddle. And they were just constantly keeping the opposing defense off balance. And as a pass rusher, it's disconcerting because the launch point is never in the same place. As a defense, you're not certain whether or not you can huddle at a given time. And that's why when Luke Getsy is addressing the media right now, and he's talking about some of the things that Justin is better at the moment, the mechanics of playing quarterback will matter immensely. But it can't be discounted how much it matters that they're willing to allow him to call the plays during a 2-minute drill when they're practicing those things. Doesn't mean he's spotless at it as of yet, but that they think he's at least graduated enough to the level where he can do that. Let's just go ahead, unscripted, you call a 2-minute drill, Justin. Okay, now we're going to make sure we're consistently mixing up the cadence and having that be something that you've mastered the playbook enough, just the sheer X's and O's of it, where now this other element of constantly mixing the snap count and having dummy cadences in there and giving you the chance to get under center for a moment, then get back, diagnose the defense. A lot of things that late in the season, we started getting a few inklings of it, but he's getting to the point where he is starting to master the system much more on the practice field.
This is really good stuff. So this is, because what you're getting at now here is like, the tangible things that we might be able to see or hear about on the score or read about that indicate that you've gotten to possible second level stuff in a system that you're in for year number 2.
Right. And
so what else? What are some of these things? If I were listing them, being given ownership of the 2-minute drill is a great sign.
Right.
Eventually, seeing him be the one who's choosing with Getsy's help to change up the cadence, to run a play with 15 seconds on the clock instead of running a play with 5 seconds on the clock or whatever, just like keep a defense off balance. What are some other things that will indicate an ownership level of the offense for Justin Fields?
And it's important where, as they break the huddle, one of the things that infuriated me even in Nagy's first season when, pat myself on the back. I was the only one in town saying, this guy's offense, it's got some issues with it.
I remember that. I remember conversations you and I having where I kept calling out Mitch, and you were like, there's some coaching stuff going on here.
Yeah, and the late breaking of the huddle, and that being a consistent thing, it just shows confusion in the offensive play caller, who happened to also be the head coach at that point, and especially just in the years since then, more and more conversations with people who worked with Nagy, during that and after that and everything else. He was, just a bit of a dumpster fire as a leader. But that, getting out of the huddle early.
Dumpster fire as a leader.
Yeah, that was, he wasn't doing things well. And it eventually showed in the results on the field.
Yeah.
But the actual breaking of the huddle early is part of it. So even you have a young signal caller and they can get there and survey the opposing defense. But then what are they actually doing in that moment? I thought Luke Getsy did a really consistent job of getting the play in, getting the offense out of the huddle into the line of scrimmage in fairly quick fashion. But is the quarterback, as a young guy, just looking and trying to figure out the play that the coach said into my ear, how do I run that play against this defense? You're kind of standing there in silence. You raise the leg, all right, we're coming in motion a little bit. That's one thing. That's very beneficial because you do need to know how to run and execute the play, whether pass or run, against the defense that's there. We'll see this season if Justin's to the point now where they get out of the huddle and the verbiage is more advanced. It's not only about the cadence, but is he actually killing plays and canning plays when they get there to the line of scrimmage? How much is he not only moving someone in with their split, which it was good to see him start to advance to that point and seeing that more frequently, just adjusting alignments, but the verbiage that we're hearing from him beyond just the cadence of him actually adjusting plays or calling dummy plays, which we won't know at the time, but how chatty is Justin Fields pre-snap with his teammates and with calling out what's happening with the defense. Really, the more you hear from an experienced quarterback, from a veteran quarterback before the play, shows a level of confidence and command of what they're trying to do in manipulating the defense.
That makes sense. So we'll be listening and watching for him communicating more and communicating to teammates.
And he's not going to do it at the level Aaron Rodgers does it at now, but you're looking for how much more of that has he grown to this season versus last.
Yeah, like let's run this the way that I know we need to run this. Stuff like that. What's your confidence level in him getting there?
Extremely confident. And what I like is, I said this to, we were at a golf course, me and Lawrence, and we did transition with you real quick or something like that at some golf tournament. I think it was like Mac had a golf tournament or something. And I told Lawrence at that time, if Mitch Trubisky doesn't at least play winning football, he's got physical traits and he works hard. I don't know that he's that bright, but he's physically capable of playing quarterback and he works hard. They should be able to find a way with this infrastructure to at least win some games with Mitch. And they didn't do that, and he's not good, and we know that, and they've moved on. What I'm confident in right now is that there seems to be an approach in place with Luke Getsy and this offense, with a defensive-minded head coach, where they want to gradually build this offense around Justin Fields and not say that we're just going to sort of force feed everything to you at a moment's notice. And so I think the offense as a whole and how much of it needs to be consumed, it's voluminous, but I do think that for the quarterback and the receivers, them having all this opportunity, and as much as Justin Fields has worked with DJ Moore and getting on the same page quickly, we should see a marked difference in how much variance there is to the Bears offense, as opposed to last year. It was just about, is it good with the run-pass balance? Yeah, they had a really good run-pass balance that allowed the O-line to be more comfortable than they maybe should have been, with a lack of ability that was there, to allow a young quarterback to not constantly have the mental and physical pressure of throwing from the pocket on him. Is there run-pass balance? Are they moving the pocket? That's what last year was about. This year will be more about how many different personnel groupings can they throw at the opponent? How frequently are they changing tempos to keep the opposing defense off balance? Like I was talking about those Colts offenses from the early 2000s that was so frustrating to myself and other defenders when you're trying to play against them. Those are the types of things where, even if it's the same personnel grouping, making it look different on a consistent basis is something that a more experienced offense should be able to do with Justin Fields at the helm of it.
He's Anthony Herron. I'm Matt Spiegel. This is Parkins and Spiegel on 670 The Score. Danny is in Montana. He's in the Big Sky country.
Doing what, though?
Golfing.
Went to Montana.
Yes.
To golf.
On a golf trip with his
Not Cali or
with his
Florida
boys. No.
or Hawaii.
He showed us a couple of pictures from the last time he went there. It's gorgeous.
Yeah.
It's outrageously gorgeous.
I think Montana. I think hunting, fishing.
Apparently golf.
That strikes me as Bernstein country, Montana, not necessarily Parkins country.
Get your questions in for one last thing. We will end the show by answering your questions. You can get them in via text. You can get them in via Twitch, and Alex Kuhn will read them for you, as long as he's not researching more on Shakira and Jimmy Buckets.
Shakira.
When we come back on 670 The Score, the vibe at Wrigley felt by everyone, and I do mean everyone, all the way up to the very top. Keep it here on 670 The Score.
The historic offseason has come and gone. Now it's time to put it all together as training camp begins. As the team prepares to unveil their new look roster, The Score will have you covered every step of the way ahead of the much-anticipated 2023.
I think Ryan Poles got jobbed here, guys. Only a fourth-round pick for the move-up, and you kind of showed that you're a little bit of a, I'm going to say, coward. You're kind of remind me of draft day where the Jaguars GM guy didn't know what to do, and Kevin Costner told him a story and got his picks. I feel like that happened here. Wow. You just told the league that you're not ready to go yet by not getting the top premium talent and taking a risk and going for the big one. You just took the safe one and like, okay, we'll be all right. I don't like it. Sorry.
I'm ecstatic about they had enough sense to draft on the offensive line, because I don't care who you got playing quarterback, anybody on offense. It all begins right there in the trench, And finally, if they can give this kid some protection, maybe he won't be running for 1,000 yards a year. Hopefully, he can be throwing for more than that. Because that's what I'm worried about. Our quarterback position.
Yep, that's the idea.
Thanks,
is that they'll cut down on the running, and you'll see a lot more throwing from the pocket with a secure pocket.
It feels like trading with the Spurs in the NBA draft. When the best GM in the league trades with you, you wonder what are the smartest people in the league know that I don't know, right? And it's just another one of those. Like I'm not disappointed with the pick. It's a position of need. It's a premium position. If it works out, fantastic, right? But it's a weird position to be in to know that you're going to wonder, like Wadley said, you're going to look at the Eagles games for the rest of the year and just wonder how this guy's doing. And if he's fantastic and if he's exactly what you think he's going to be, it's the biggest position that you need in an Eberflus offense that needs that position. And it's just a weird position to be in to know that you're going to be looking at this and keeping an eye tilted to this player for the rest of the year. I don't know. Can't be mad at the pick. I think it's fantastic, but it's just I don't like to be in this position to wonder what if.
Two things.
Again, thanks, guys. I listened to Pole's position for the last 3 months every single day because apparently I don't need to get anywhere with my life, and it's been fantastic to bring it full circle with this show. Thanks, fellas.
Thanks so much, Pat. Very much appreciate that. We've tried to cover this as much as we could, but Darnell Wright is hopefully awesome. I mean, all the measurables are there, right? The pass block tape is there. It's the technique in the run game, a little bit of the nastiness in the run game, like finishing blocks that was a bit of the question, but went up against monsters, has great standing up Will Anderson, standing up Brian Breesy, right? Like you watch like the YouTube 6-minute clip of Darnell Wright and you're like, oh, yeah, he did great against Clemson's defensive line in the bowl game. I remember watching that game. I bet money on that game. And then there he is, standing up a couple of first-round picks on the defensive line, right? So he has all of the things that you could fall in love with on tape.
The temptation is to judge everything now and remember that there are 3 techniques still available, whether it's Cansey, whether it's Atabare, whether it's the kid from Wisconsin, the kid from Florida, Dexter. There are options. We'll see what they come out with.
No reason they can't be great either. But here, let's think about this. The Bears had the number 1 overall pick, right? Are you happy now that you took the number 1 overall pick, and now you have DJ Moore, Darnell Wright, and a future 4th rounder?
the ball game. Horner throws out Fraley. The Cubs are just 3 games out of first place. A resounding 16-6 win coming from behind. Cubs having 2 of their better back-to-back offensive games in the history of the franchise.
Yeah, that is true, Pat Hughes. Turns out since 1900, that is the most runs the Cubs have scored in 2 games in a row. Parkins and Spiegel is the show. It's Matt Spiegel and Anthony Herron. I was there last night, Ant, over in section 109, hanging out, feeling the vibe, there with my meatball Cub fan wife.
Okay.
And a friend of mine from who was driving across the country, so he's in town. So he's like, let's go to the ball game. So the 3 of us went to the ball game, and it was unbelievably electric and fun. And you had the feeling that they weren't out of it when they fell behind, because they've showed so much fight all year long. And part of what was going on was really weird. Like, the Reds fell apart defensively, didn't they? Nick Senzel with 3 errors. And then Votto with a chaotic play, and he threw the ball away. I mean, they have a bad defense anyway. But they really looked like they were rattled by the building and rattled by the just the craziness, the fervor that is Cubs baseball at home as of right now. But, I mentioned this earlier to Boog, but I wanted to make sure people heard how it was in the 5th inning. It's the freaking 5th inning of a game in early August, and fans are standing, going crazy as Christopher Morel is at the plate. He had homered his last time up. I think it was 5-3, I believe was the score at the time, and 2 men on. And listen to what it sounded like. And just know that, when I asked Boog earlier today, where else does that happen? The guy who's been the national broadcaster for ESPN for a long time and has been around to a million different ballparks said nowhere else does it happen like it happened last night in the 5th inning.
Nico Hoerner's lead at first base is about 1/3 of the way to second because of where Votto is playing.
That pitch low and outside, smothered by the catcher Stevenson. It's a full count now with Morel at the plate.
And I understand Votto's positioning, trying to, block up the hole on the right side. But what it does is it forces your infield. They may not get a force at second base.
Listen to this crowd at Wrigley Field. 2 on, 1 away. The payoff pitch. Morel fouls it back.
Well, he got a fastball inside. You knew it was inevitable. After all them sliders away, you were going to get buzzed inside. And actually, Stevenson wants this ball away, and Farmer throws it inside. And Morel gets a piece of it.
Here we go again. 3-2 the count. Farmer deals. Morel swings, cracks one in the air to right center field. Deep, going back is Fairchild, and he can't make the play. It bounces off the wall. 1 run is in. Around third, and coming home to score is Candelario, and on his way to third base is Nico Hoerner. So the Cubs within 1. 5-4, the Reds on top of the Cubs. Morel gave that one a long ride to right center field.
Well, this ball's hit a mile in the air, and this is not a ball that Morel gets right on the barrel. He hits it hard but very high, and Nico goes back to first to tag, because it's either what Nico feels, and I agree with him, it's either going to be a home run or caught, and it's neither. It hits right under the basket, and it ends up being a double and drives in a run.
So here's Cody Bellinger with men at second and third. Cubs down by 1. The 1-0. A bouncing ball hit up the middle. Coming in to score the tying run, Hoerner. The throw at first is in time, as Bellinger is just out at first, but the Cubs tie up the game.
Just so much energy for the freaking 5th inning, man. Right. It's crazy. It's just and if you're if you're Jamer Candelario, or if you're who really only played a few games of consequence in 16, or you're Cody Bellinger, and you're standing there, you're thinking, how's this going to sound in September? If we're in it in September, how's this going to sound? And you're motivated to try and make that happen. Here's Jed Hoyer from earlier in the day with Bernstein and Holmes. Great interview. I would recommend seeking out the whole thing. But here's Jed Hoyer talking about the vibe this week at Wrigley Field.
Last couple of nights, just being in the ballpark and, the energy it has, reminded me a lot of when we started getting good, in 2015, just a ton of energy, loud. People are into it. I feel like my ticket requests have gone up, 20-fold in the last month. And there's a real buzz about the team. It's a fun team to watch. It's a fun team to root for. So as a fan, it's been wonderful. As a decision maker, it was hard. I mean, we were, 7 games under, not very long ago. And that was hard because I didn't want to, make those trades, but I knew that it was probably the right thing to do if we didn't, get hot in a hurry. So I'm glad that they did, because it would have been a shame not to let this group be able to finish the season together, because they do like each other. They do believe in each other. And it's fun to see that kind of group come together. I mean, everyone here does this because they love baseball. And this is whether they played professionally or played in college, or at some point they love baseball, and that's why they do this. And, to me, one of the things that, made me want to come to Chicago was I was in Boston and we had incredible energy and interest. And, I went to San Diego for a couple of years and I missed that. It wasn't the same energy. We were, in first place and drawing 20,000 a night in September. And you come to Chicago, and when you're good, when we turn things around at the end of 14 even, and then into 15, you can just feel the energy shift. And there's just no place like Wrigley. And I think that's the one thing that I love so much is, sitting there last night and the night before, this is my 12th season, something like that, with the Cubs. And I feel like that never, ever wanes. When this place is electric, there's nothing like it. It's the best ballpark in baseball by far. And it has such an incredible energy. And to me, it just motivates everyone so much that, if this is what it's like in early August, what can this be like, in October and late September when, everyone, the whole city is really into it. So that is the goal. I mean, the goal is to, the best thing about baseball is that you can captivate a whole city for August, September. And then if you make a late October run, there's nothing like that in sports. And I think that motivates everyone every day.
Listen to Jed Hoyer. We're throwing out the platitudes. Best ballpark in the majors by far. Yeah. Nothing like it in sports after a couple of months of August and September. They're making a late run. You buying it, Anthony Herron?
I am. I'm curious because you were the guy who set the high floor, man, of 80 wins, which felt high at the time. And now it does look like they're at least going to hit that and maybe beyond. And am I buying it? Yes, 100%. Now, all these things have sort of sliding scales to them. What does buying it mean? Does buying it mean World Series? No, but buying it means that they are now continuing to build towards something that looks like this has been a worthwhile investment for this season. It's right now, it's more easy for this to just be sort of this freewheeling fun as opposed to tension like it built to, during the beyond the World Series window after, 2016. And then everything was just more tense because that expectation of excellence was there and what the postseason meant. And if they could capitalize on it again was there. Right now, it is still a bit of the age of innocence right now, where it's easier to feel like this matters, but it's still, it's still in its infancy right now of what's being built by the Cubs. So there's positivity feels easier right now than it will a year or two from now if they continue to sort of ascend in this direction.
I think that's absolutely true. It's got some of that bonus year feel.
Yeah.
And that's why he said 2015. He's right. It's like, oh my God, this might actually be a good team.
But I'd have been more surprised if they ended up coming off of what it felt like. All right, they made investment this offseason. They made some investment the last two, but a bigger investment this past offseason.
Mm-hmm.
I'd have been more surprised if they were sitting here just out of it and had sold off. That's kind of a failure for what they felt like they invested this season then. I'd be more surprised there. But you were, you're you, so you had a level of positivity anyway coming into the season. But I'm wondering for the 80-win basement that you set, is this about where you figured they would be right now?
It's exactly where I figured they would be. It's exactly the kind of team and the kind of season, and they're just a couple games over 500, and even when they were a couple games under 500, it was still exactly the kind of thing I'd figured. I mean, right now it feels like that offense is up in a tree. That offense is ridiculous.
Right.
What's happening right now, and that changes everything. You know, I didn't think that Stroman would be as great as he was, but I certainly didn't think that Tyone would have been as terrible as he was. And I didn't think the bullpen would be as awful as it was for a while. That's the stuff that you get very wrong along the way, and then things have a way of kind of leveling out.
I've heard Danny give you a hard time about that.
The floor.
81. Yeah. I mean, are you at the point now where you're throwing it back in his face yet?
I think letting the results naturally throw it back in his face.
Okay.
It's just even better.
All right.
You know?
If you say so.
Just
I think some people would disagree with you, but okay.
I will. I will if I need to.
You're letting it play out a little bit first.
There it is.
You don't want to get out over your skis.
So, Tanny, every time Morel comes up, I think of a Sopranos drop that we don't use. I mean, we use so many Sopranos drops.
Is it Christopher?
Christopher! Every single time I go, come on, Christopher! It's like, why are we not using that for Morel? What are you doing? Slacking. He's going to kick.
So are you more or less likely when someone else suggests a drop?
Are you know the answer.
I'm the same way.
I understand the thought process.
Yeah.
We've known each other a while now, and he knows exactly.
He knows.
I will never use it ever in history now.
I just screwed the pooch. On getting that drop. I did. Just messed it up.
Whenever Danny prefaces something like, I want to tell you how to do your job, like, I might as well just take that from the room. I have no interest in what's going on after that.
Christopher!
Yeah, if I'm calling a game and the producer says something in my ear, like, I wish you wouldn't have said that. Even if it's good. Like, half the time I'm like, all right, that's not that good. But sometimes I'll say something that's legitimately good. I'm like, I wish you wouldn't have said that, because now it's good and I'm not going to say this within the analysis of the football game here, because I don't want to parrot whatever you just said in my ear.
Well, that is petty. I find that and Tanny's reaction both to be petty and antithetical to the idea of just making the best product that we can.
Yeah. I don't know. That's me. Chief Petty Officer.
We're going to take your questions. One last thing coming up. Get them in via text and Twitch on Parkins and Spiegel with Spiegs and Ann Herron on 670 The Score.
This is Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. We're live from Chicago, talking Chicago sports. Listen on your radio or through the Odyssey app. AUDACY. We are 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
So the Score's been around forever, right? 30 plus years. I'm curious if you are from. How many times in your life have you been called Ryan Sandberg instead of Ryan?
100% until Harry gave me the nickname Rhino. That was huge. That was huge.
Okay, so I want to play for you, and I can't.
But not only that, my parents, I'd go to grade school, and finally 2 months into it or a month into it, they have Parents' Day, so they come to the school, they walk around, they go, where's your desk? Mine's over there. They go and look, and there's my name tag, RYAN. Oh, God. They'd go to the teacher, hey, that's not how they spell his name. And they say, what do you mean? It's RYNE. And they would say, well, he didn't say anything.
They weren't Ryan Duran fans.
They weren't Ryan Duran fans. No, they weren't.
Well, I want to play you this iconic clip from the Score's history. A host who still is here, Dan Bernstein, when a caller could not figure out what your name was. I don't know if you know about this clip. He went insane.
First of all, it's not Ryan. It's Rhine. Rhine. Not Ryan.
Lost his mind.
Did you ever get that mad?
No, but I've heard the clip.
You've heard the clip?
Yeah. And you know what? It's really improved since '82 with Rhino as my nickname.
Yeah, okay,
now
good.
They kind of figured out because it's Ryan and then an O at the end of it. So that's worked very well.
Makes it easy for us Chicagoans who mispronounce every name.
That's awesome.
afternoons on The Score.
Just one more thing, please. I thought you had a clock to punch. I do. I'm leaving right now.
It's time for One Last Thing.
Let's let someone else ask a couple questions.
I just want to ask you.
And then we'll come back to you.
One question.
How about that? Let's let everybody else and we'll come back to you.
Ask any question.
I just want to ask you.
For anyone on the show.
Then I can figure out who I want to answer to. I don't need your help with that.
I just want to ask you. One question.
Does anyone else have another question first? I got a question. All right.
I just want to ask you.
Thank you.
One question.
One Last Thing with Parkins and Spiegel on 670 The Score.
We'd like to end the show by answering your questions. You text them, you watch them in. Alex Kuhn reads them.
Damn, he's back already.
Yeah, sorry. Alex Kuhn reads them and we answer them. What's up? What you got, Alex?
Yeah, well, Speaks, the first one's for you. It comes from the 773. You were asked earlier about a potential career in broadcasting. Now that you have these 3 games under your belt, you never got a chance to answer.
Yeah, I don't. It feels too impossible to dream of, frankly. You know, I don't think there's any other town that I would ever want to move to. And then you got a Hall of Famer here doing the thing. And
I mean, let's be real. It's not like he's not just starting here. Pat's been around the block a little bit.
He will work as long as he wants to, and he's at the top of his game. So, yeah, it doesn't. I don't really allow myself to even dream of such things. This is a pretty good gig.
How do you think being on the road that much would sit with you?
We don't have time for that question. Other people send in questions.
Yeah, well, and the second one's for you. This one from Normal Tom on Twitch. What was it like to change teams in the NFL? Was it weird going to a new team and getting to know your new teammates, or did it happen faster than we would think?
It's a little weird. Honestly, it's really weird for the spouses too. Like, you know, my wife, she made a bunch of moves with me during my playing career. You're bouncing around from one team to the next, and I at least have built-in friends, like just those built-in relationships with teammates. You go through a like experience, so you know you bond pretty quickly because you're just over there running into each other nonstop. The wives, it's different. You know, you got to kind of figure out how to maneuver that and how to build a bond or a relationship, and it doesn't happen as quickly or as easily.
All right, this one for everybody from the 574, and it's the best question of the day. Would you rather fight a lion once or a rooster every time you get in your car?
for eternity?
Yes. Yeah. Either once or that rooster's coming after you every time you drive for the rest of your life.
Is there a time limit on when you're done with fighting the rooster, or do you just have to drive?
I'm more concerned about a time limit on fighting the lion. Like if I got to take a rooster out every day for the rest of my life, I feel like I'm at least capable of it.
Yeah, but like I could see, thinking you have quelled the rooster, which is not a euphemism for anything. I can see.
Are you sure it's not?
No, I'm not.
I'm not going to web search it on this
Like
computer.
thinking you quelled the rooster, and then like 20 minutes later, the rooster comes back at you while you're on the highway, and you got to do it again.
You should text Danny and see if in Montana they're doing any rooster quelling out there.
Guys, I don't know. What do you think?
I mean, you will absolutely die fighting the lion once, and it'll probably be over pretty quickly. But
you see these videos of people like messing around with like mushing lions in the face.
Do I get a stool? Do I get Rod Marinelli's stool with the lion? That would help.
So you can sit down and talk to the lion.
Yeah. But the thing with the rooster is like, after a while, it would get pretty demoralizing. Like, oh, here we go again with this damn rooster,
dude. But I'm just not going to drive anymore.
You would eventually get good at it. Like you'll by like day 10, you'll dominate this rooster every day. But then just like the fact that you have to do it is probably a real bummer.
Yeah,
So
you'll
it's
start
quite a
taking
conundrum.
public transportation a lot more.
Yeah, exactly. That's ultimately the easiest way out of this. But who wants to do that?
You're
I'm
right,
not
though.
going back to the blue line.
Right. You would eventually master quelling the rooster. You'd
When's
be
the last time
great.
you quelled the rooster, Speaks?
Earlier this morning.
Thanks for asking.
Thanks for asking.
Alex swirls down. I guess the lion, because that would be pretty demoralizing with that rooster. Yeah.
I don't know. Give me a muzzle and declaw them. I don't mind my chances against the lion.
Of course you don't. Remember what Anthony said in transition? One of the very few things I'm not good at is, or something like that. What do you say?
Facial hair.
Yeah.
Facial hair. Oh, look at your beard. You got a good, full, voluptuous 5 o'clock shadow happening right there.
Oh, man.
I'm not capable of that. This is the best I can do.
Someday, young man. Alex, we have any more?
We got one more. This one comes from Audio Kid. Guys, football's back. Preseason game tonight. You going to watch?
I doubt it.
No. Hard no. I mean,
no.
Steve Stone. Who says no? We like to do this every once in a while. We do a bit called Who Says No? And it's sometimes me, it's sometimes Steve Stone. There's other people that say no.
No.
Jed Hoyer says no right there. Yeah, no. Preseason football can bite me.
I mean,
other than the Bears.
Right. I watch a lot of work sports. I don't watch as much non-work sports as I used to. So this first preseason game, they're probably going to miss me with it.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, there's baseball, but plus Chris Tannehill and I are going to go and hopefully not get heckled by Pat Tomasulo.
Yeah, so we're going to see our buddy Pat Tomasulo at Zany's in Old Town tonight. I think he's got another show tomorrow. Maybe tickets still available. Probably not because he's so awesome and hilarious. But
yeah,
we got that, and Speaks brought his what do we call the fedora? You got your fedora vibes?
Yeah, I got the hat. I'm gonna be rocking the hat. So I asked Tanny if he's okay to go to a comedy show with a hat guy. You know,
with your head of hair, rocking the hat indoors. Should be proud of that, Speaks.
Yeah.
A compliment? What
I
the
mean,
hell?
yeah,
What's going on?
How the hell do you compliment a co-host? It's even more interesting than that. It was done by Anthony Herron.
Just be a nice person.
Be a nice person. Come on. What kind of radio is that? Nobody wants it. Who tunes in for good person radio? Nobody. Yeah, no, I think I will wear the hat. I'm enjoying. Do you have a thought on that, Anthony? Can I just decide to become a hat guy in my 50s, and is that okay?
With the size of my head, I'm not capable of just deciding at a moment's notice to be a hat guy. I have to plan ahead for hats that will fit my dome.
Really?
Yeah. Like everybody doesn't just carry an 8 1/4. They're just not like sitting around. You know, all these different hat spots that Tanny's probably frequenting on a regular
met
basis.
a full 8 person, but not an 8 1/4 person.
Oh, yeah.
That's
I've never
crazy.
seen an 8.
You don't look like you carry it. Like, so,
I mean, like I can make an 8 work, but 8 1/4 is more comfortable.
Yeah.
8 1/4 is not going to leave an imprint. 8's going to probably leave an imprint.
I don't think I've ever seen an 8 1/4 in the wild. You know, sure,
they're usually in captivity somewhere.
Yeah. Like, there's an 8 1/4 right over there. I'd rather fight an 8 1/4 once than I would a rooster every time I get my
7
car.
8.
Yeah.
I constantly get people asking me about Ed Podolak, the Iowa radio broadcaster.
Yes.
Yeah, like whether or not, like, hey, when Pody hangs him up, and I do the same thing you do. Like, I don't know. Pody's going to call those games. It's going to be Ed Podolak and Gary Dolphin. They're going to call Iowa football for another 40 years, even though they're both, like 70 or whatever.
Would you like to do that job? Would you like to be the voice of the Iowa Hawkeyes?
They'd have to pay me a lot more than what they're probably paying those guys. But I mean, I wouldn't just
because you're
wave
good
my
at so
hand
many
at it or
things.
whatever.
Yeah.
Redirect.
Well, maybe I'll replace Gary Dolphin.
There you go.
You and me. Huh?
I mean, get a few more reps in, but yeah, I think that'd be nice.
Can I be the sideline reporter?
No.
Dang it.
Oh, that's right. Iowa Alex.
Right. Uh-huh.
That's why you guys have a bond. I understand.
Happens quickly.
Go get lost in a cornfield. Thank you to our guests today. Our guests on the show who were Boog Shambi and Jamer Candelario. Enjoyed talking to Jamer very much, and we have confirmed it's Jamer, which of course is 7 years in the big leagues might have also confirmed. Thank you to Chris Tannehill, who makes us sound better than we are each and every single day. Thank you to Alex Kuhn for sitting in. Get well, Shane Reardon. Thank you to you, Anthony Herron. What a pleasure working with you.
Always.
Thank you, Connor O'Donnell, for doing the great job that he does on the Twitch and the Twitch chat, and to Kevin Lapka for his help as well. Coming up next on The Score, it is
Mark Grody.
Mark Grody. Great Mark Grody. Coming up next, and then Cubs baseball comes your way. After that, I'll be back in tomorrow solo after the Cubs game against the Atlanta Braves when hell is coming to breakfast, according to Chris Tannehill. Have a great afternoon, everybody. Or evening. Or night.
Yeah, it was supposed to be, all fun and games, but obviously it hasn't turned out that way. And if I had offended anybody, it was not the case. It was just friends having fun. And as I said, if I offended anybody in any way, shape, or form, I'm sorry.
Hey, Cubs fans.